Good Valentine's Day morning to you. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins.
And we are here to kick off the 2026 Mountain Outpost broadcast season by way of the first golden ticket in the United States this year. The Black Canyon Ultra is presented by Hoka.
Yep, Black Canyon 100K, one of the two that go 3 deep in the golden ticket series. And let's jump right in, Chris. We have, and I know we say this a lot, arguably the deepest, most competitive field in North American ultra running history.
You know what?
I know that sounds hyperbolic, but I think it's true.
I was more wondering whether or not you were going to qualify that statement because you normally do. But I think that it's entirely justified to say that. We were doing our shakeout show yesterday talking about the women's field, for example.
Yeah.
And pick your poison. You've got 3 tickets to give out, and a couple of people on both sides of the race are already qualified. But for instance, you take on the women's side, you've got, let's lead off with Olympic bronze medalist Molly Sidell.
Yeah, exactly.
And then you've got Tara Dower and Riley Brady, 2 who shredded the course last year. And Riley Brady won this race by 20 minutes, and they were, they looked amazing. And then Tara Dower, her time was 20 minutes faster than any other race time in history. And then you've got the current world record holder for the 100 mile, and then you've got the current world record holder for the 50 mile. It's like, how do you? And of course you have the reigning Western States champion.
Right.
So how do you handicap this field?
I think what I love about it, and this is a huge part of the evolution of the sport, is that as I see it in the women's race, we're starting on that. You've got sort of these 3 categories, it's just in broad general terms. Experienced pros, some of the you mentioned, Tara, Riley, Abby Hall. You've got highly successful at this distance or even longer, but not having been in this race. That's a second category. And then the real wild card category, super fast people with lots of pedigree, haven't done this distance before.
Yeah.
Right? So you've got those. And I mean, the old me, and I know I'm old, but the old me would always err on the side of experience, would always be like, oh, it's got to go with Abby Hall. You got to go with Riley Brady. You got to go with Tara Dower. I don't know about that this time. I think of Ann Flower. I think of Molly Sidell. I think of Tabor Hemming. Like, I think it's going to be, or no, Tabor's in the 50K. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I'm getting ahead of myself. Eli Hemming is in the 100K.
Yeah.
But I think that dynamic is fascinating, especially as we see in the first few hours how it unfolds as the pack goes out and when the pack separates and those kinds of things.
Yeah, and talking about in this field some of the experience names. I mean, we ran down those women's names, and you have names like Shea Aquilano that are very familiar to us, those that follow the sport. But Becca Bramley, like those are names that we see at or near the top of podiums, and we hadn't even gotten to them yet when we're trying to make our picks. It's really hard to, this women's field is I think that the men's field is deep, and we'll get to that in a moment, but the women's field is something special.
Well, you mentioned Shea, too. I mean, she's in her mid-20s, I think maybe 25, and I think this will be her 7th time racing here.
Oh, yeah. She's basically grown up through this event, and seeing her come back, and now as a sponsored athlete is actually really special. We've kind of, we followed her career through this race pretty closely.
Absolutely.
So, and of course the men's field. I mean, we've got some guys that are ready to throw down, kick dirt, and you mentioned Eli Hemming. We'll just lead right there. Eli Hemming was leading this race 50 miles in last year, and then the wheels came off completely. And one of the things I noted during our preview show yesterday is the fact that Eli finished 64 seconds behind Joe McConaughey. And with the way this course is set up, he could see that.
Yeah.
That Eli Hemming could see Joe McConaughey cross the finish line and grab that final golden ticket. And to me, that's got to stick in him, and I think that's going to drive him to something special this year.
I mean, and let's remember the women's race in that same scenario. Abby Hall was charging, didn't know what the situation was in terms of whether people were going to accept their golden tickets or not, and ultimately got the roll down, a couple months after the race
Yeah.
because of a withdrawal and the way the system works, and
Yeah.
went on to win Western States. So, you could say, someone like Eli, I mean, 64 seconds. You've got to, and he had that. I mean, he was charging from the front. He's got a year under his belt now. I think that's going to be fascinating. We've got Francesco Pupi here. I mean, you've got to imagine he's a favorite. Hasn't run in North America before. I know he's been here training. Fascinating to see how that plays out. And then just the list goes on.
Yeah, Francesco is one, we were kind of handicapping the idea of how much of Francesco has to be present physically in order for him to be on the podium here. Is it 95%, 90%? I mean, he kind of led out with some detail that he might be battling something.
I saw that, yeah.
But I also wonder if that's a little bit of gamesmanship. I don't know Francesco. I've never seen him in person, never met him. But the idea that maybe, number one, he's not going to race this race to risk anything because he's already got his spot in Western States.
Right.
Number two, he's got a crew member by the name of Jim Walmsley that is not going to waste his time.
Right.
So,
right.
I'm kind of heading my mind towards Francesco in it to win it.
But I'm going to give a nod to Hans Troyer.
Oh, yeah.
As well. We have
the crowd is going to love you for that.
We have a lot of history with Hans. You recall the 2024 race where he charged out, even slipping ahead of Hayden Hawks, ended up coming up short and ended up with 12 days in the hospital with rhabdomyolysis, came back last year, fought valiantly. Also already has his spot in Western States, 8th place finish in Western States last year in his Western States debut. But he's here ready to throw down, coming off just a few months ago, an incredibly fast and well-paced run at JFK 50.
Yeah.
So we're not allowed to have favorites, but I mean, I think Hans has a great opportunity.
And
here.
Hans had an issue with this race a couple years ago where things went sideways on him.
Absolutely.
And so I think he's coming back with something to prove.
Yep.
And somebody who has proven themselves here, but still, I think it runs in perpetuity with something to prove is Anthony Castales.
Oh, yeah.
We watched him win this race in 2023, and he ran angry. He ran with a chip on his shoulder, and he is back after a couple years of lying low. Of course, he had that amazing 2023 with his results here in at Western States, but he is back to the start line, and
keep in mind, he beat Tom Evans in his absolute prime
in
that 2023 race.
Yeah, Tom Evans, one of the top 3 or 4 runners in the world at that point.
Yeah. So, and I don't think Anthony gets to a start line not ready to be 100%. Yeah. He races less frequently than a lot of the current, elite men, and I think that's for a reason. So he's ready. He's got to be ready to bust one out.
Yeah, and talking about breakthrough performances, one of the things that people like to do, especially in fantasy sports, fantasy football take, for example, you've got people who like to come across as smarter than everyone else. And they pick that rookie running back higher maybe than they should in the draft, but if they win the championship, they look brilliant. And that's why Coleman Cragen is on everybody's lips this weekend. Coleman Cragen, runner out of Utah, very young. I think he's in his
I think he's 24.
Yeah, he's very young,
but
being coached by Hayden Hawks.
Yeah.
And and you go and look at his ultra sign-up, he's got success, modest, low-profile results. I mean, low-profile races, but the scuttlebutt, like on everybody's lips, in the know. People who really follow the sport, even though they haven't seen him, they are so his name has so much helium right now.
I had Finn Melanson on my year-end podcast on Crack a Brew with AJW that I've done now for 3 years, and one of the things we sort of like to banter about towards the end is sort of who was your rookie of the year or who's your kind of upstart. And Finn, without even a pause, Coleman Cragen.
Yeah.
I mean, this kid is, and of course Hayden has been singing his praises now for a year. So that might make you look like that smart guy picking the rookie running back.
Yeah, I could see Coleman Cragen. He's definitely worked his way into a lot of discussions, but that just talks about how deep this field is. You've got, the people coming back. I mean, we talked about the quote dark horses and the people who we expect to break out. You've got old hats at this point. When you talk about people who won golden tickets 2 years ago in this race, people like Adam Murray, people like Blake Slatengren, this field is stacked.
Yep. And because of that, I think on both sides, it's going to be a tactical race. As we talk about the course, and I think most people watching probably know the course, but you've got a first 19 and a half miles to Bumblebee, predominantly downhill, very smooth, although there are some tricky sections in the first 7 miles where, after you kind of winding your way through some canyons and some bottom lands. But, the pack sticks together. It's wide, 2-track, pretty much all the way to mile 7. And then you've got just in one of the most incredible sections of single track, between the first Antelope Mesa and Hidden Treasure, that you often see some people trying to make an early move, trying to separate themselves, then continue downhill to Bumblebee. Bumblebee is where you really get a sense of how the race is going to shake out, at least from the first third. Our friend Liam was asking, will the lead men get to Bumblebee right about 20 miles in under 2 hours?
Yeah.
It's possible.
And when Liam came over and mentioned that, it really kind of melted my brain a little bit, because Bumblebee is you're talking about a trail race 20 miles in. Now, granted, that first stretch, and we'll talk about the course at length here, but to think of the first 20 miles of 100K being blown through in a 2-hour time
at
frame.
6-minute pace.
Yeah, absolutely crazy. Yeah. Reflecting back on the field, there's a name that has been kind of, I don't want to say buried, but it hasn't been talked about at the forefront. This is somebody who held the course record here for many years, and hadn't raced in Arizona for quite a while, but came back and ran in Javelina a few years ago, and a few months ago, and that's Sage Canaday. Sage Canaday ran this race in 2016 and blew the doors off of it.
Absolutely. I remember that year, and it's so much fun to see Sage back. It was great to chat with him at Javelina.
Yeah.
I got a chance to chat with him for a little while when he lapped me at Javelina. But great to see Sage back, and he's another one. He puts himself on a starting line, and he's going to put himself out there.
Yeah, he runs really well in the desert.
Yep.
I mean, he had a top 10 finish at Javelina, and he won Black Canyon. Obviously, it's been 10 years, and that's a long time, but at the same time, he's still young. He's still under 40.
So before we get deeper into the course, let's get a little weather report. I mean, we're looking at the setting sun here behind our studio, or rising sun. Getting ahead of myself. Rising sun here in the studio. What do you got for, what's the starting temperature up in Mayer? We'll get some eyes on Mayer in a few minutes.
Absolutely.
What's it look like?
Yeah, so the temperature in Mayer, last I checked, is about 35 degrees. Okay. Wind chill brings it down to about 30 degrees, according to my weather tracking. That's a little bit chilly. It's not as cold as it's been in recent years. Right down here in Black Canyon City, it's about 49 degrees. We are not wearing puffies, so that's actually a plus.
There's a little breeze. I noticed driving up here from Phoenix, it was a breeze out of the north, which is essentially a tailwind for a lot of this course. The tailwind doesn't have a huge impact on trail races, but that'll be interesting.
Yeah, and in this one, I think that the fact that it's going to be a mild day is just going to be playing to the strengths of the runners, at least most of the runners. Some years this race can be a mud bath. Some years it can be an early on, you're running through the snow in the first few miles. None of those things are going to happen.
I think we're dry as a bone. I think the Agua Fria crossing will be completely dry.
I heard it from what I understand, if you're trying to make your way around it, you can make it through dry, but I mean, I don't know
if you want to just bust through, you can bust through.
Yeah, but as far as the race conditions go, we are probably as close to optimal as we've been in several years, because we've been out here when it's been super hot, super cold, and with an expected high I think it was in the low 70s. I mean, most of the fastest runners will be off the course by then anyway.
Yeah, and it looks like, I mean, we had quite a bit of clouds yesterday, but it's looking like it's going to be crystal clear. So for the racers, both the front runners and especially those mid to back of the packers, the exposure here, the lack of shade. We talk about it at Javelina, we talk about it at Cocodona. There's no shade. So, I mean, 72 feels a little bit hotter.
Mm-hmm.
We know that we've got a lot of folks who come down here for this race from colder climates. So, it'll be a factor, but minimal, minimal factor.
Of course, the course, we can talk about the course while we get our drones in the sky close to the start line. We were going to be starting. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
The first few miles of this course, I would say about the first 2.5 to 3 miles, they're actually running on the streets of Mayer, a small town in central Arizona. And then they get to some Forest Service roads that are pretty well maintained. It's pretty easy going for the first 3 or so miles. Then they take a hard left onto the Black Canyon Trail, and it's not quite single track just yet. There's actually kind of like a double track section for the first few miles. I mean, it really doesn't become single track until the first aid station, and that's at Antelope Mesa at about mile 6.8, mile 7. And from there, the race becomes wild because that next stretch from Antelope Mesa to Hidden Treasure at mile 13, you lose about 1,800 feet of vert, and it's single track. And it's not only a drop of nearly 2,000 feet, there's no return uphills. There's no undulation at all. It is a wickedly fast downhill. Mid-packers and back of the packers are going to look down their watches, and they're going to see themselves timing about 2 minutes to 3 minutes faster than they would on flat ground. Slow down.
Yes.
Put the brakes on. We have seen it all too many times at Black Canyon where those runners who go out too hot in that first 20 miles end up cooking themselves because it's so runnable. I mean, we talked about Eli earlier. I mean, Mary Denholm was leading this race through Gloriana Mine at mile 24, and we actually were fortunate enough to catch on camera when Riley Brady came charging and passed Mary coming out of the aid station.
Right through at Gloriana Mine.
It was pretty amazing.
And speaking about going out fast and blowing up, we remember our good friend Heather Jackson doing that.
Yeah.
I think that was back in 2023. She was running great, and then all of a sudden she wasn't. You got to keep in mind too, we're sitting at Deep Canyon right around the halfway mark.
Yeah.
The race really starts getting hard after this. Even with a net downhill, you've got a lot of grinding after this point.
Well, one of the things that we see at Black Canyon more so than other high-profile 100Ks is the amount of jockeying after the final major aid station at Table Mesa at mile 51. I mean, we watched, as we mentioned, Eli Hemming, I think went from second to fourth in that situation. Joe Stringbean McConaughey, I believe, left Table Mesa about 5 or 6 minutes back and was able to run Eli down. So this race is not over until it's over. Obviously in race coverage and those who follow the sport closely, like for instance, you talk about Western States, the race begins at Forest Hill. Well, this race begins, at Table Mesa. Because
it
a
really
lot
does.
can happen.
It really does. And let's keep in mind a couple other reminders. First of all, we've got this exciting new project that Mountain Outpost has put together with a crowdsourced race purse, prize purse. So those of you who are watching on YouTube, you'll see we'll have it down at the bottom right-hand screen. Thank you, Terry, for your donation. And we'll keep a running tally there of the donations and as the race tally increases. And I want to also remind everybody too that while we are obviously going to be focusing on the front of the pack for the first several hours, as has become our custom, Chris, you and I will be coming back on the air later in the afternoon and continuing to broadcast the finishers of everybody up to just around the 17-hour mark, which is the Western States qualifier cutoff for the race. I know that you might be hitting the sack a little bit before that if you are so inclined because you might be running tomorrow.
Yeah.
But, we can talk a little bit more about that later.
Yeah, that's one thing I think AJW that is really special to us is not only do we love to cover the front of the pack and the elites here at Mountain Outpost during our broadcasts, but we also like to provide a little bit of shine to those runners that are grinding it out. I mean, as a 4-time golden hour finisher of this race myself,
indeed,
I feel like we
A $100 donation.
Oh, nice. You can follow the race purse on the lower right-hand side. But as I was saying, as a 4-time finisher of this race between 16 and 17 hours, grinding out my Western States lottery tickets, it holds a special place in my heart. And I know, obviously the preponderance of viewers are, here to watch, greatness happen. But greatness takes many forms, especially in the trail running community. And if you've got nothing better to do at close to midnight on Valentine's Day, first of all, I feel for you. Second of all, come back and join us, as we'll be going up to the top of the hour at that point at the very least.
Absolutely. And a lot of people's Western States journey begins at Black Canyon 100K, as we've seen in the last several years. The Black Canyon 100K is most years the number 1 or number 2 used race as a Western States qualifier. So I suspect that'll be no different this year. We are less than 2 minutes from the start. I want to keep you all posted on that. You can see the group gathering there. They make a circle of the track. There's a nice sort of dirt track right there that they make a circle of before, as Chris mentioned, before they hit the streets of Mayer and begin winding their way through. We will probably have some nice coverage of that as they make their way out of town. As Chris mentioned, it's about 2.5, 3 miles on the roads until it spills onto a dirt road, and that dirt road stays relatively wide. Runners can run 3, 4 abreast across there, just about all the way to Antelope Mesa at mile 7. It kind of becomes a 2-track. There's a few sections where it narrows down to single track. Going through that sort of bottom land, there's a little kind of canyon area, but by and large, it's pretty wide open. So there's not a whole lot of conga line situation in the first 7 miles of this race, and people, as we'll see, the lead pack can kind of jockey. There's our drone in the sky with less than a minute to go.
We are getting ready here. This is overhead at Mayer High School.
And again, the start is in 3 waves, so anybody in contention for the win or self-selecting to go somewhere in the 12 hours or less for the 100K is in this first wave, and then there's another wave at 7:30 and a third wave at 8 o'clock.
They'll do a quick lap around the track and then head out to the streets of Mayer, Arizona via a connecting trail.
See Abbey Hall right there. And right on time. They're off, Chris. Here we go. Another year of Black Canyon 100K coverage coming to you from Deep Canyon Ranch outside of Black Canyon City in Arizona. Brought to you by Hoka, our other sponsors, GU. This is one of the World Trail Majors.
One of the things I love about this race, you can see it right now. So you've got the runners going around the track, and then everybody wants to run over across to the other side to catch, a quick shout out or a quick photo. But then they actually, they don't do an entire lap. They do maybe about 50 feet short of that, and then cut off. They
just where you see that tan container is where they're going to veer off and hit the road.
Exactly. And what you used to do is you actually used to run out the front of the high school for the first several years of this race. Now you actually run through the backside of the high school, and there is a short, maybe 200-meter connecting trail that connects the Mayer High School parking lot.
There is that one little bit of single track they're going to hit.
Yep. Yeah, and that connects Mayer High School's parking lot to the streets of Mayer.
Here you go. There, go through those Hoka blow-uppy things.
So basically a 400 split of about 115 to start the day.
And that does look like Francesco leading the group out. Here they are. That's the high school there. They wind behind it and then jump on, as Chris mentioned, that small little section of single track. And they're about 40 miles on the freeway. You go up the 17 freeway, get off at Cordes Lakes. So a lot of these crews are going to jump in their vehicles and probably head down to Bumblebee.
Yeah. So Mayer itself is at about 4,700 feet. So they are at a higher elevation than us right now. As we mentioned, it was probably about 35, 36 degrees at start. Maybe with the sun coming up, it's inched up a couple degrees, but it's going to be a little bit chilly for some runners, but it'll get comfortable for the first few miles, for the first couple hours.
Yeah, I think it's right around 4,000, maybe 4,100 or so at Mayer, but it begins to drop pretty quick. This is the last of this first wave, the 7 o'clock wave. It'll be about a half an hour until the second wave starts.
Also, some of these people in the first wave might be doing the double.
Oh, that's right.
So
yeah. Talk a little bit about the double.
Yeah, so there are a few crazy wayward
real
souls.
Quick, there's that little single track bit.
Yeah, no, okay. Well, actually, I love this. It's a beautiful shot of the skyline in central Arizona. You can't see it from there, but Arcosanti, Solari architecture is in the background, maybe about 3 miles back. But
love that
which
place.
was the start of
Paolo
the race.
Solari's Arcosanti.
Yeah, Arcosanti was actually the start of the race at one point.
Oh, was it really?
Yes, for 1 year, I believe. Logistically, it wasn't the greatest, but it was super cool. Because I actually stayed at Arcosanti the night before the race, and it was the best pre-race prep because I walked out of my suite 200 feet to the start line. It was wonderful. So these runners are going to head through the streets of Mayer. They're going to take a left turn right to those of you viewing on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. And then they're going to head through the rest of the town of Mayer. Not a huge place, maybe a couple thousand people, but basically a way station off of I-17 on your way to Prescott, Arizona, if you're familiar with the area.
That's a nice shot. Again, as they're winding through, there's a few little uphills, but again, mostly sort of downhill.
Yeah, and you know, having run this race multiple times, the town of Mayer, they wake up to it and they seem like they get a kick out of it.
Yeah,
you know, and they find out what, you know. I'm sure that most of the residents are familiar with it now because it happens every year like clockwork. But you know, look outside and you see, you know, in this case, it's going to be over the course of 2 days, nearly 3,000 runners making your way through town. You know.
And you'll see some folks out with their coffee or walking their dogs.
Oh, absolutely.
It's kind of cool. It's
kids out in the front yard. So those are the Bradshaw Mountains in the background. They're not going to go up into the Bradshaws. They're going to kind of skirt the foothills to the east of the Bradshaws.
And of course, where we're sitting, about 32 miles into the race, we are on the eastern flank of the Bradshaws as well, where that little 250-mile race starts in about 3 months from right where we're sitting. Cocodona 250 starts here. A few of the sections of the Black Canyon Trail that these runners are going to traverse are also part of the Cocodona course.
Shout out to Rochelle Bilo in the chat. Aren't you running today? Shouldn't you be getting your race together? Yeah, they're gonna. It is a little bit hilly through town, but you know, they're gonna take a right turn up here. Yeah, I do remember this house on the corner as one where the owners did sit out regularly in the years I ran this 100K and spectated. So I don't know if they're out there this morning, but
you can see the transition to dirt. It's still road, but you can see the transition to dirt that the lead pack is about to hit.
There's a cattle guard there, so the runners will have to mind their steps if they're. I know they're moving fast, but yeah, they're coming up in that cattle guard, and then they'll be on dirt road for about just under 2 miles, I would say, and then they'll take a left turn onto the Black Canyon Trail, and they'll be on I'd call it double track. It basically looks like an old Jeep road at this point for maybe the first couple miles, and then by the time they hit Antelope Mesa, the true single track begins.
Yeah, I mean, I'd call it double track, 1.5 track. I don't know. It's wide enough that if they're jockeying for position, they can jockey for position. It's narrower than the road they're on right now.
All right, we've got some we've got some intel at the start. We want to is that Luke J that we're going to?
Yeah. Hey guys, it's Luke J. I'm here with
Eric Jenkins.
We'll be bringing you guys commentary from the field all day today. We're at the start, and we just saw. You're no stranger to track.
No stranger to the track. It's great because it's a dirt track, so it's a great in between.
Yeah, proper for a trail race that starts on a track for the track to be dirt.
100%.
Yeah. We were speculating before the race, like, what's a proper warm up? Eric was like, how do you warm up for a 100K trail race? And it's interesting because some people just stayed in their down jacket, and some people were doing strides. So it's a little bit of everything. Eli told us no point in warming up, and that his coach Tabor told him don't be in the front.
He had specific instructions not to lead at the beginning. I said it should be easy to do. He goes, you'd think,
Yeah,
but we'll see if he's able. He said he didn't know if he'd be able to do it.
Yeah. And then I was talking to the Hyperlight guys, and they said that Hans was still trying to get his GPS track loaded on his watch this morning. So that was kind of funny. But I think maybe he's not as stressed about it. You know, he's already got that golden ticket, or he's already got a spot in Western, so he's not gunning for the golden ticket. So, you know, sometimes you can have a great race if you don't have that stress. But, yeah, I mean, they took it out fast, as always, this race. Everybody goes out, you know, 5-minute miles right off the bat on the track.
Canyon had a little bit of a gap in that first 250 meters because he was really warmed up.
I felt like I was at my son's high school meet because we were rocking the boat, right? Isn't that what you call it?
When we go back and forth.
Yeah, so everybody's here and everybody ran across. So yeah, I felt like I was at a high school track meet, which was fun.
But great, like really great energy down here at the start line. A bit, everybody's, you know, it's kind of more laid back than I'm used to for track races. Everyone's kind of like talking. It's not as stressful as a lot of the start lines I've been to.
Yeah, we were chatting before because this is your first big trail race you've ever been to, right?
This is my first trail race, yeah.
Yeah, so maybe talk a little bit about like the difference of the energy, and we talked about the warm up already, but like, yeah, what's the vibe check?
Well, everyone's a bit more laid back at the start line compared to a track race.
Yeah.
There's a lot of, and it almost feels there's sort of cross country ish vibes, but I don't know if it's just because you know the outside start at a high school.
Yeah.
But it's super fun. It's a bit chilly out here.
Yeah.
Which is gonna lend nicely to the start, and people are gonna you see people out running quick already, but really fun, really good energy, and I'm super excited for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's gonna be a heater of a race, pace wise. I think temp is great. I mean, it's cold here. I think it was 35 when we looked at the temp a little bit ago, so it's chilly, but perfect conditions, I think, to run fast. Good chance we see some course records today, I think, with as deep as the fields are. I feel like every trail race we've covered, it's like deepest, strongest field. And so I feel like we're getting tired of saying that because as trail running continues to become more competitive, it's like we can stop saying that at every race, that it's the deepest, most stacked field.
Yeah, it's just a status quo now.
Yeah. But I think, too, it looks like a high 60 degrees today. A little bit of moisture yesterday. So I think, like, trail conditions are going to be prime. So,
yeah.
Does it make you want to go run 100K?
We'll check it at the different checkpoints and aid stations, and we'll see how they're looking at those. During the course preview yesterday on the Shakeout show, the whole time I thought, there's no way. There's no way. Certainly wouldn't jump into the 100K.
Just wait till you're like at, you know, the finish line or at mile 30 or 50, and you'll be like, yeah, I think I want to do this.
Okay, we'll check back in.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks, guys. That is Luke J. and Eric Jenkins. Luke J., a regular to Mountain Outpost, and Eric Jenkins crossing over from the track and field side of the sport. And welcome, Eric. Can't wait to hang out with him here in the studio and see him down the course as well.
Yeah, and really nice to hear. Great sound coming in from our field reporters, which is always fun. So we'll be checking back in with them throughout the day, and we've got, of course, a crack team out there on the ground.
looks like a lead pack of about 15 runners. We keep the drones fairly back from the runners simply to give them their space. The drones do emit some noise, and that's not everybody's cup of tea. So I love it. If I see a drone out, when I'm running, I get excited and I'll play to it totally. But like at the 50K last year, I felt like the drone was following me for a little while.
Yeah, I had a situation at Cocodona, and it was a little deep into the race, so I wasn't altogether there, and I was like, what is that noise? And it came down pretty close. I think it recognized my shirt or something.
It's a little bit of buzzing, yeah. I mean, and so we kind of keep the drones off a little bit to give the runners their space. We will have follow cams on the ground at the aid stations and in some of the key crux moments of the course as well. So, of course, AJW and I will be taking you through this for the first couple hours, and then I believe it'll be Leah Yingling and Skylar Hall, a couple of Mountain Outpost trail running coverage legends, taking things over at that point.
Yep, and then we'll roll back later in the afternoon and take you into the evening hours. So.
Absolutely. Of course, as we mentioned, the name of the game in this course is speed. And as you can see right now, they're on dirt road. The first 13 or so miles of this course don't get much more technical than dirt road.
Right.
After Hidden Treasure, it gets a little bit chunky, a little bit rocky, but it's flat. There's no big climbs on this course for the first 21 miles. The first climb of any consequence they're going to encounter is the climb out of Bumblebee to the high ridge that gives the runners the path to glory on a
mine. Yeah, that's not a fun climb.
It can be rough,
because you've spent so much time not climbing, you're sort of like, hey, what's going on? Who put this climb here? But also I will say the section from Hidden Treasure to Bumblebee too, it's on the eastern flank of the Bradshaws. And again, it's flat, but it does sort of kind of annoyingly twist and turn in and out of little washes and so forth, kind of classic Arizona desert landscape. So it can be, in the context of the race, you remember last year, Will Murray, who surprised everybody, was able to just sort of keep in touch with, Seth Ruling and the other front folks. There's a good shot where the drone's coming in a little bit closer through that section and kind of keep contact. And again, thank you, Sean G., for that $30 donation. The race purse, believe it or not, is already up over $7,000.
And that is separate from the 50K purse for tomorrow as well. So
Indeed. A wonderful way to crowdsource some prize money for some of these athletes.
So I believe this is the point where the runners are going to dogleg to the left a little bit. You can see it kind of wind.
Yeah.
And they are actually on the Black Canyon Trail at this point, but as we mentioned, as you can see, it is still kind of a double wide situation. It is not just single wide just yet. And the first aid station, Antelope Mesa, mile 6.8, mile 7. I mean, those runners are going to be hitting this in, I believe, like 42, 43 minutes. It's going to be crazy.
Oh, we got some good intel from our good friend Aaron Barber on the water crossing between Deep Canyon Ranch and Black Canyon. He said it's pretty muddy and overgrown, maybe 100 to 200 yards of rough overgrown trail and some log hopping. Thank you, Aaron. Aaron, a race director of many of the Aravaipa races through the year. Thanks, Aaron, for the intel. This is great. Look at this. Yeah, it looks like about 15.
Yeah, it's going to be a very gentle incline, and then they'll head down. There is a single track stretch that goes through in between a couple of hills here coming up. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's a very gentle section though. The point to Antelope Mesa is a perfect warm up for this kind of race. It doesn't start you out with some monstrous climb. It doesn't start you out on a single track jockey for position. This race gives you the opportunity to ease into your day and find your spot. we can see somebody making a quick shot at being the first one through that gate.
Oh, that's
Opening
hey, close it.
Opening the floodgates, quite
Close
literally.
that gate, please. That was funny. Oh my goodness, Joe S. $250 donation to the prize first. Thank you so much, Joe. There's the sun rising, the rising sun hitting the Bradshaws in the top of your screen there. Bradshaw Mountains form an incredible north to south range in central Arizona.
Of course, that $250 donation is matched by Aravaipa Running, which will basically, in effect, make it a $500 donation to the prize purse. Somebody was asking why the gate was closed. This is easement onto private land, technically, in some cases. Like these are cattle pastures. Actually, last year when I ran the 50K, there were cows on course in the first 7 miles, and I was nervous. I took a wide berth at one point. I mean, I was near the back of the pack, so I was taking my time. But yeah, there are times where you can encounter livestock on this course. I have a friend, a local runner here, Vasile Samartinian, who has run this race and done it fairly well, sub 10 hours. And he was charged by a bull, and he spent some.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he went to the hospital and had to spent the better part of a year recovering. I mean, he was able to come back, and I know he podiumed at the Haviland 100K as well. But yeah, I mean, this is open pasture here, so that's why there are gates.
This section of Arizona, basically between Prescott and sort of the foothills outside of Phoenix, there's gates and livestock land everywhere, and it's checkerboarded with public and private land. BLM land, Forest Service land, and, of course, private ranch land.
And there's a very good relationship, for the most part, in Arizona between ranchers and trail stewards and users. So it's one thing we are very fortunate to have. There's a lot of amazing trails that crisscross the state of Arizona, and the Black Canyon Trail is an example of one of them. Of course, this race has been in existence since 2014, when under 100 finishers were a part of it.
How far it's come in a relatively short time when you think about it.
Is that Shea Aquilano right there?
Shea Aquilano in the orange hat, we think. Looks like it. Aaron Barber, there you go. Thank you again for the intel. 10 to 20 gates on the course, he estimates. Sounds about right from my experience on the course.
I think that the next gate they'll encounter is right after Antelope Mesa. There's right before you really start the fun downhill. There's
that's right.
There's one more gate that they have to hit, but later on there will be several gates. And for those who aren't going to be done in 7, 8, 9 hours, you get up to these gates at night, and those of us who do run the race in that 15, 16, 17-hour period, we will be closing the gates behind us.
Right. Indeed. You can see it. So that bit there on the top of your screen, you do descend down into that, where you can see it does become a little bit more single tracky.
Yeah. So yeah, this is that single track I talked about. It's going to move to the left around the hill in the foreground, and then it's going to dogleg right to the under that hill in the background, and go around that to the right, turning west a little bit.
Oh yeah, there you go. You can you get down into that river valley.
Yeah.
And then if you notice in the top left of your screen, you see on the Black Canyon Ultras logo that that windmill. That windmill's in about 3 miles from where they are?
Yeah, and the windmill apparently is in disrepair.
Right. There's actually not a there's the sort of remnants of the tower is there, but the
Yeah.
windmill part isn't.
And there have been people who have been out on the course training who have actually asked, like, hey, can we get this thing fixed? Because runners will, like, in the mid pack and the backpack, will stop and take pictures with that windmill.
Yeah.
It is an iconic signature of the race. The early belt buckles, of which I am lucky to have.
Oh, nice.
I actually has the windmill on as the centerpiece of the buckle.
I just noticed a $100 donation from a Heather J. I wonder if that is our friend Heather Jackson. Look at that. That's a great, great shot as the lead pack is stretched out just a little bit and descending into this little creek bottom here. Great shot. We're about 23 minutes into the 2026 Black Canyon 100K, brought to you by Hoka, Mountain Outpost, beautiful rising sun in this morning.
We're just a few minutes away from the start of the second wave.
Second wave
of 3. And by the time the second wave starts, the runners will be approaching Antelope Mesa, which is just wild to me. I mean, it used to be that, 45 to 50 minutes was the expectation to hit Antelope Mesa at mile 7, because runners would take it out nice and easy because of the nature of this course. It's very heavily backloaded in terms of difficulty. And nowadays, just the nature of the sport and the acceleration, both literal and figurative, of the athletes, it is, it's pushing, 35 minutes out there. It's 40 minutes. It's pretty wild.
Yeah, it is. It is.
We already talked about Bumblebee. Bumblebee Ranch is like 19.9 miles in, and the expectation is that we could be seeing runners at the 2-hour 2:05 mark. 20 miles into
that would be amazing.
A golden ticket race. Yeah.
I myself these days, I'm more of a 4-hour guy, maybe even 5.
Oh yeah, I mean, tomorrow when I'm doing the 50K, my hope is to get there in 5 hours and finish in 8. I'll be thrilled. I'll be happy. I mean, I've never been that level of runner. I just love getting out here. As you can see, the beauty of the Black Canyon Trail, and the people that I run with out there tend to be taking photos and really soaking it all in. There gets to be a little bit of jockeying and scuttle between Antelope Mesa and Hidden Treasure, miles 7 to 13, because it is the fastest and many runners would say the most fun portion of the course.
Yeah.
But
you once described the trail, and it was a wonderful way of describing it, as smooth and runnable as a baseline in baseball.
Yeah,
and it's really true. It almost seems like someone went out there and manicured it.
It juts in and out of the canyon, and one of the cool features of it is because it does kind of follow the side of the canyon wall at the very top of the Black Canyon. There are points where you could literally throw a baseball to somebody and they could catch it, and they might be a quarter mile ahead of you because of the nature of the in and out nature of the trail.
Yeah, and you do, in that case, you really are able to really, if the field is at all stretched out, you can see, a good 3.5 to 3/4 of a mile in front of you. This is the shot here. We're about 4 minutes away from the start of wave 2. So runners that might be projected to finish somewhere between 11 and a half and 14 hours would start in this wave, maybe even 15 hours.
We mentioned earlier, we got sidetracked with how fast everybody was going, but talking about the wave 1 normally being reserved for the elites, and it is self-selected and those who expect to finish the race quickly. There is a second qualification for runners to be in the first wave, as we see this beautiful shot of Mayer High School. And that is those runners who are brave, Venturing Souls doing the double.
Oh, that's right. Talk about the double.
Yeah, the double, of course, is exactly what it says it is. It's doing the 100K today and the 50K tomorrow. Previously, it was 100K and 60K when the finish line was at the Black Canyon Event Center, a little bit down from where we're sitting today. But now that Deep Canyon Ranch is established as the halfway point of the course and made it a standardized 50K, runners can participate in both of those. So, and there's a handful each year that do it. You know, it's those people who want to do all of the things. So,
but if you think about it, it's kind of fascinating. You could, let's say you're, you know, you're a 16, 17 hour 100K runner, which a lot of people are, let's face it. You know, you might finish at 11 o'clock or midnight and have to be kind of rallied to start your 50K, you know, 7 hours later.
yeah, well, the thing is that, you know, and things can happen. I mean, 2 years ago when the race start was delayed by 2 hours due to snow, those runners, there were runners who were finishing at 3 in the morning at Emory Henderson, and there were, it was basically in some cases like 1 or 2 runners being shuttled by Aravaipa employees up to the start so they could start the 50K.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
they were getting maybe like a 45-minute nap. Like
That was wild that year because they really, it was almost like literally like one event.
yeah.
As we mentioned, I see a little chat in the chat about the golden ticket. Black Canyon is a golden ticket race. The top 3 men and top 3 women get spots in the Western State, get offered spots in the Western States 100. Question about it, whether it's the flattest golden ticket race. Not necessarily. I mean, as I think most people know, there are 100K races and 100-mile races. I guess I would argue that in terms of flatness, Javelina, which is not necessarily flat, it's got about 6,800 feet over 100 miles, would be the quote-unquote flattest of the golden ticket races. The 100K Tarawera, which went off yesterday in New Zealand, and of course Black Canyon today, and Canyons 100K, as well as the CCC 100K. Both CCC and Canyons are quite a bit more hilly than Black Canyon and Tarawera.
We're about 25 seconds from the start here. I think that our clock up there is maybe a second or two behind the real world timing at the start line.
So here they go, the second wave.
Start your watches. Wave 2. The Black Canyon Ultras Wave 2 of the 100K, presented by Hoka, is now underway. Runners will be doing the same thing, making their way around the track. As you can see, a handful of runners or spectators making their way across the track. And these runners will have the self-same 20-hour cutoff to finish this race as well. Their times will be adjusted accordingly.
17 hours. So they need to, for the Western States qualifier, they'll need to finish by 12:30.
That's correct.
This cool little shot as the sun has now hit the course.
Yeah, in order to avoid needing a headlamp, I think you probably have to run this race in about... It gets dark about 6:15.
Yeah, I want to say 6:15,
6:30. So
6:30 this time of year. So you do need to do an
11
hour.
Yeah, 11 and a half hour if you're in wave 1, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, having been out to Table Mesa for those mid packers, it gets kind of dark and lonely out. I mean, all
Oh,
the
yeah.
crews are bundled up and out there, but it's it's a little mash unit out there come late night.
Yeah, in 2021. So, of course, this race took place in February of 2020, so it didn't have to encounter a lot of the difficulties other races did that year. But 2021, we were still coming out of things, and Table Mesa was the first location where runners could see their crews due to restrictions in Yavapai County. So, Mayor, all the way down to just north of. Or just south of Black Canyon City is in Yavapai County, rather, and so the normal large aid station, which at the what time was at the 60K mark at Black Canyon City, and it would have been the same here at Deep Canyon, but you couldn't crew your runners. You couldn't crew or pace until mile 50, and that turned Table Mesa into the ultimate party zone. First of all,
I bet.
First of all, it was one of those situations where everybody just wanted to be around other people
Right.
due to what we had all been going through. And number two, the fact that 1,000 runners, this is the first time that they're able to actually interact with their crew and pacers at Table Mesa. And so Table Mesa, ever since then, has still maintained its high energy vibe because, prior to that, it was more of a an all business kind of situation. It's like, okay, you're getting yourself ready for that last few miles. If you need to, fill things up, but you don't necessarily want to have to stop at the last aid station at mile 57 if you don't have to. But yeah, Table Mesa has now become one of the big spots on the course. Whereas previously it was a little bit more low key.
It is also a very popular place for sort of locals to go out and ATV ride and camp. And so there's, like in many of these more remote races, there's a little bit of the blending of the endurance community and the, let's just say, other outdoor community. It's a lot of fun in that way.
Yeah. A lot of people out on the Black Canyon Trail area, a lot of people camping and, other recreational activities.
Comments in the chat about folks running without packs. You can definitely run Black Canyon without a pack. If you have a couple of handhelds or just a small waist pack, aid stations are pretty close together. The course is pretty fast. It's not no mandatory gear or anything like that. You can run this race without a pack at all, or certainly without any sort of big pack.
Yeah, the only place where it might be a bit of a situation, I would say, would be Black Canyon City to Cottonwood, which is about a 9-mile stretch, I believe.
Yeah.
And there's a little bit of climbing. It's the most technical and most difficult section of the course. But I would only worry about it in a hot year.
Yeah.
In a hot year, it would be cause for concern.
I mean, depending on how heavy a sweater you are, and whether you're heat acclimated, but I think most people, if they are heat acclimated, could do it with a liter of water at a time, which you wouldn't necessarily need a pack for. But but a lot of people like the pack. A lot of people like to have their their various stuff and whatever. But
I just like my hands free.
Yeah, but it's not unusual for folks to run a race like this without a pack.
With regards to spectating, I want to give this note out there. So somebody was asking about spectating tomorrow at the finish line. Of course, the finish line tomorrow is here at Deep Canyon Ranch at the north end of Black Canyon City. Wow. We're going to be going to the field here in just a moment, and as soon as we have that, awesome. And we'll talk about the spectating aspect in just a moment, but we have our lead pack hitting Antelope Mesa about mile 7, and as we mentioned, about 35
minutes.
Yep. It's as you saw our last shot of the lead pack being on single track, it has widened out a little bit, and it will widen, then immediately flip back to narrow single track after Antelope Mesa. One of the things that I get a kick out of with Antelope Mesa is the fact that the aid station is probably the least utilized, least loved aid station on the course for the first wave of runners at that race.
So that right screen is the lead pack. left screen as the Wave 2 starters heading out.
And as soon as we have those splits from Antelope Mesa, we will be sharing those with you to provide intel on who is leading this first 2026 U.S. Golden Ticket race. Of course, those golden tickets will be handed out by the one-of-a-kind Craig Thornley. I ran into Craig yesterday, the race director of Western States. Getting around, he went out on the trail a little bit yesterday, recovering from a bit of a knee situation, but happy to see him out there. He's super excited to be out here. He might join us a little bit later on.
That'd be great.
So,
is he going to make it down to Deep Canyon? I know he likes filling bottles at Bumblebee, where his brother is off in the. But Craig wasn't. He was disappointed he wasn't able to make it out to Javelina this year. He usually comes to Javelina to hand out the golden tickets, but due to his surgery, he stayed closer to home. So great to have Craig back out here, and it's always a treat to have him hand out those golden tickets. A funny story about last year, Will Murray was one of the recipients of a golden ticket, and he had no idea who he was. And when Craig walked up to him,
neither did we.
Neither
did we.
Exactly, neither did we. When Craig walked up to him, and he's like, "Excuse me, I'm sorry about this, but I have no idea who you are." Everybody knows who Will Murray is now.
That is correct. As the runners, they're about 300 meters out probably from the Antelope Mesa aid. And
you're right. This is a
tag.
Good shot there.
Basically, it's a diagonal road crossing as they get to, maybe they're a little bit further out. I guess there's kind of like
they might be a bit. I did notice Matt Feldick was out at Antelope. He commented on the chat that it was windy out there a couple of minutes ago.
It is one of the more exposed points of the course. I mean, you're kind of on a ridge that overlooks the valley below, and but then you actually head into the canyon from there. The very beginnings of the Black Canyon. So,
let the record show that now the sunshine has just hit our booth. Thank God, this thin-blooded Arizonan here to Chris's right is looking forward to a little sunshine.
Thanks to everybody joining us here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel for the Black Canyon Ultras broadcast presented by Hoka.
Now we're back down on the ground with one of our ground cams. We might be able to get an eyeball on this lead pack. If anybody wants to help us out, too, in the chat with recognition. It seems like, Chris, it looks like almost everybody's decided to wear white
I
today.
was just thinking that. I usually am pretty good about scribbling kits, but I didn't get a chance to at the start line today.
And everybody's just decided to wear their white today.
Is that Jordan Bramblett?
Jordan
Bramblett, my dark horse.
Arizonan.
Jordan Bramblett finished in around 25th or so last year, but was in the top 5 here at Deep Canyon Ranch at the halfway point. So, in a stacked field, I was a little bit curious, but Jordan Bramblett calling his shot.
Yeah, the wheels came off a bit for Jordan last year, but that happens. But he's got another year under his belt. He lives north of Prescott. Races locally quite a bit in the Desert Race Series. And
cross-country coach at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University.
There's a good shot. So, yeah, there are still a little ways out from the aid station. You probably can see it up there just above the logo.
Jordan Bramblett with the True Heart Brown approach. Shout out to those who know True Heart Brown won this race a few years ago, leading out from the front, talking about somebody that a lot of people weren't familiar with. Basically ran out like way in front of everybody and maintained a lead. I believe Scott Traer was the runner-up that year. And True Heart Brown was unable to run Western States that year. He had to forfeit his golden ticket due to his duties as a wilderness firefighter. Is that our lead women?
That True Heart Brown year was an incredible year. True Heart's still running. I'd still love to see him come back. I'd still love to see him finally get that spot in Western States at some time. But
Yeah,
that was lightning in a bottle for him that day for sure.
absolutely. Ran Stagecoach just recently, I believe sub 17 hour.
So, yep, that is Jordan Bramlett just taking a 20-meter lead. The pack seems content to let him go, at least for now.
We'll be getting splits here shortly as they cross the timing mat here at Antelope Mesa. It's a bold decision by Jordan here.
Sure is. There's Abby Hall. Recognize that gate. Abby Hall lives in Flagstaff, Western States champion from 2025. Taking a look for some other women here. Jennifer Lichter, Riley Brady.
Riley Brady,
Yep.
yeah. Of course, Riley Brady blew the doors off this race last year.
Oh, they definitely did.
Winning the women's field by over, I want to say about 20 minutes. Over Tara Dower.
Yeah.
Who also was 20 minutes ahead of anybody's previous best here.
Riley, they love running in Arizona. I mean, both Javelina and Black Canyon have been Riley's.
I believe Riley now has a first, a second, and a third at Javelina, and a first and a second here.
Yeah.
So basically, I know they would not be satisfied with the third place here, but it would be a unique historical note to come away with podium, like all three podium spots.
It would be. Yeah.
Along the way here.
Yeah, Dylan Miller found. Thank you. Yeah, Ann Flower was tucked in right behind Abby. I thought so. I just didn't entirely recognize. So as far as we could tell, and we'll get more detail, but it looked like Abby Hall, Ann Flower, Jennifer Lichter, Riley Brady, at least those that we had eyeballs on. What you're seeing here is Jordan Bramlett just taking a flyer. It's so early. It's barely to mile 7, but here he is.
And it doesn't always work. I mean, we saw that last year with the women's race. Mary Denholm going out ahead of the field by a sizable margin. It's a bold decision, but we've got several hours and over 55 miles to see whether or not it works.
Indeed. There's what's now, I guess we'd call them the chase pack.
Yeah, it's not normally established this quickly.
No.
One of the interesting things about this race's dynamics is that pack stays tight-knit through Bumblebee in most years. I mean, it's usually 15, 20 deep. I've been out on coverage at Antelope Mesa on race morning, and I'm scribbling as fast as I can to, try and track everybody. So for things to separate out as quickly as they have, obviously in the case of a single runner, it's quite unusual. But this is Jordan Bramblett's training ground.
Oh my goodness! Yes,
he has logged a lot of miles on the Black Canyon Trail if you follow him on Strava.
Yeah, I would say probably of everybody in the field, he's probably logged the most miles on this course.
Yeah, since this race last year, I would be extremely confident in saying that.
And as we mentioned, we should get a timing mat split at Antelope.
Yeah, talking about the depth of this field here, I mean, a couple names we haven't even really talked about that, shout out in the chat, Blake Slatengren, Adam Mary. You're talking about guys who've won golden tickets like in the past 24, 36 months that are considered dark horses in this race. It's an amazing field. It truly is. Yeah, this is very unusual. Very unusual to see somebody be so bold as to take out the lead right away like this.
So there's Jordan. So the screen on the left is, I think, probably right from Antelope, Chris. Yep, there it is, entering the aid station. So right about 46:30 or so. That's 7 miles. You can do the math.
Yeah. I maybe Jordan listened to the pre-show and heard me picking for a golden ticket. I am gonna feel real smart if I called that one.
So it looks like timing match just before there. They jog onto the road real quick and then bend on, and now it's pure
there
pure single.
Oh
track.
yeah, I mean.
Yeah. On the left is a close-up of the runners coming into Antelope Mesa. On the right is the drone coverage now of Jordan Bramblett in the lead, coming down off the aid station ridge onto the single track. What he has now is about 3-4 miles of gently rolling down. Sometimes it's a little bit steep, but gently rolling down single track. You'll see a big hairpin turn here.
And then it'll actually hairpin back the other direction too.
Yep, down in there. Stuff. We will probably see some of the lead women runners in a few minutes on that screen on the left. There's Sage Canaday in the striped shirt and the sunglasses.
Former course record holder.
Mm-hmm. Running
We
well.
saw Matt Sidell just before him as well.
Sage celebrated his 40th birthday a few months ago. Keep an eye on
Elliot
that.
Cardan.
Keep an eye on that screen on the left. I think I see Abby Hall. So right screen is the drone coverage of the drone camera shot of the chase pack on the men's side. Close up on the left. David Roche, thanks for joining us in the chat, commenting on how fast it looks like they're going to end up being the Bumblebee.
Jordan Bramblett's time splitting at Antelope Mesa, 30 minutes flat. They can't be right.
No. 46.
Yeah, that can't be right.
It was sub 7 minute pace, but I think.
Yeah.
There's Francesco Pupi. Right behind the guy with the Dr. Pepper singlet. Dr. Pepper guy is getting some screen time.
That's, you know what? As we mentioned before on Mountain Outpost, you want to get screen time and you want to get recognized. Is that Abby right there?
There's Abby Hall. Good eyes. Yep. First place woman as far as we can tell. Again, this is fast and furious at this time in the race, so bear with us, but that's Abby Hall.
You want the recognition, wear a loud kit.
Yeah.
And be fast.
Ann Flower in that white hook. There's Ann Flower right there. There's Jennifer Lichter. So we're thinking for second, third. That looks like Tara Dower.
Tara Dower behind her.
Behind Jennifer Lichter. Yep, there's Tara. So we're thinking that's fourth. And there's Riley Brady.
I think there might have been somebody who snuck in behind Ann Flower in the women's race.
Could have been Molly Sidell. Again, they're coming through fast and furious. We'll get a little bit more accurate splits from the timing mat. Molly Sidell looks like. And there is Shea Aquilano.
Of course, we mentioned Shea running this for the 7th time, even though she's only like 26 years old.
I know, just incredible.
Looks like the 1, 2, 3 through Black Canyon or through Antelope Mesa on the men's side was Jordan Bramblett, Hans Troyer, and Andrew Simpson.
Okay.
Abby Hall, Ann Flower, Molly Sidell. That's who it was. It was
It
Molly
was Molly
Sidell who
Sidell.
snuck in. I thought
Okay.
somebody was behind Ann, and it was indeed Molly.
So you had Ann Flower, Molly Sidell, then Jennifer Lichter, then Tara Dower, then Riley Brady. Again, within
Yeah, of course,
30 seconds of one another.
This is the first time Molly is running anything beyond a 50K. We spoke with her during our preview show yesterday. She was gracious enough to join us at Chillings on 17 for the Hoka Shakeout show. One of the things that Molly said that was really interesting, and it actually kind of gave me pause as to picking her. I still picked her, but was the fact that she learned a lot about electrolytes and fueling at Bandera, and she said that her approach was completely all over the place. And of course, you happen to know her coach, Craig Pittman, pretty well. So apparently, he had to rein her in and teach her the importance of electrolytes and fueling for races because there are things that she's going to learn today, beyond 50K that are gonna, not come naturally. Like, for instance, she talked about, not having to, stop at aid stations. Like, she's never had to stop at an aid station prior to her trail running career. It's always been just blowing through them or grabbing something as she, like I joked with her, this is the first time you're going to fill your own bottles.
Yeah,
like,
I mean, her coach Cliffy's staying at our house this week, and Cliff's a good friend of mine. Full disclosure, the head of coaching at CTS, the company where I work, and he did talk about Molly and the transition that she's had to go through. And yes, the electrolytes and nutrition from Bandera. Also, I guess on your Shakeout show, you guys asked her about her crew and Pacers, and she was like, "What?"
Well, there's more. It's more than that, AJW. Somebody asked her something to, kind of along the lines of "What's on your playlist?" And she's like, "Playlist? You can't wear headphones."
Yeah, right.
Like,
That's what it was. Yeah. What are you listening to for music? She's like, "What?"
This is
People
a
listen to
whole
music?
new learning experience for somebody. I mean,
Yeah.
you're talking about an Olympian, a bronze medalist at the Olympics in the marathon. Kind of learning the same but quite different sport on the fly. Thank you. And we're going to go right to the field right now as we see these runners through the initial parts of the Black Canyon proper. And we're going to go to the one, the only Brett Hornig. Brett, good morning.
Chris and AJW, good morning from Antelope Mesa. It has been absolute fireworks this morning. And kind of as you guys had predicted, everybody is a little bit faster than last year. Men's leaders, we had Jordan Bramlett was the lone flyer off the front, about 20 seconds in front of the main men's peloton, we'll call it. And they went through roughly a minute faster than the leaders last year. I think they were about 46 minutes, and last year was 47. And then we had Abby Hall on the women's side leading Ann Flower and tucked in. I don't know if you guys saw it. We got Corinne Shalvoy coming in right now. Tucked in right behind Ann Flower, like I'm going to call it drafting, was Molly Sidell, who was kind of covertly wearing mostly gray, but bright neon orange shoes. So that'll be kind of the identification piece to be looking out for. But they were all under the last year's split as well. And then another split that I had written down was 53 minutes to this spot was where F10 came through, and we had about 20 women through at 53 minutes up here. The other big mental note that I've had was Francesco Pupi came through in about 49 minutes, but he was very bloody. He took a big fall at some point between the start and now. His knees were bloody. His shoulder was bloody. He was not moving his left arm. He did not look very happy. Definitely a developing storyline to pay attention to as the next live stream or the next on-course team makes their way down to Hidden Treasure. But for the most part, all the big names, all the major players, they were right where they needed to be through Antelope Mesa. As you said, this is kind of the aid station that gets skipped by most of this front field as they start to embark on this amazing 13-mile roller coaster down to the next spot. But we are going to jet off here in just a minute because we're going to make our way to Bumblebee because they're moving really fast and we got to get there in less than an hour now.
Yeah, you definitely have to keep cooking down the course just as these runners are, Brett. Thank you so much for that development. We're going to be following Francesco's story very closely. And one last question for you. Are you going to be flipping the drip here as we go down the course? You had some great looks down there in the course last year. That that Hoka hoodie last year that whole suit was perfect.
At the moment, we are just fully blacked out right now. I'm trying to absorb as much heat as possible. It is chilly. It is windy up here. Fortunately for most of these runs, most of this time, they're going to have a tailwind. So that's going to be helpful. But yeah, I'm just trying to get my solar panel on and warm up a little bit.
All right. Thanks, Brett.
All right, Brett, we'll see you at Bumblebee.
All right. See it. Thanks.
Brett Hornig, an amazing contributor to Mountain Outpost broadcasts. Also a pretty stout runner in his own right. Going to be doing the 50K tomorrow. Definitely the insider leader on the Fast Media Guy division. I think he is the Fast Media Guy division tomorrow.
I think he is the Fast Media Guy division. But, man, interesting intel there on Francesco. Poopy took a fall. It's always interesting to see how people, in the, 20, 30 minutes after a fall as sort of the impact of the fall sets in, what kind of effect it has on him.
Yeah, and to say like both knees and shoulder, that seems, I'm trying to think of what he could have hit in that first 7 miles. The most treacherous part would be the cattle grates. I don't know.
Yeah, there's not that much, but you never know.
Yeah, all it takes is one misstep, and you can find yourself wearing a lot of the trail out here in Arizona. So
again, the drone here is flying back now up the course. So that's Antelope Mesa Aid Station, mile 7.
As we mentioned, as Brett mentioned, the first 20 or so women through that aid station timing that in 53 minutes, whereas previously that was a top 10 benchmark. So,
and then Brett did confirm that Molly Sidell was tucked in, right behind Abby Hall.
Yeah.
And Ann Flower.
Couldn't quite see her there.
Yeah.
We have Abby, Ann, Molly, Jennifer Lichter, Tara Dower, Riley Brady, Shea Aquilano, Tabor Hemming, Jade Bellsberg, and Jenna Bensko rounding out your top 10 on the women's race.
Thank you to all the contributors. A race purse, we've now exceeded $10,000 less than an hour into the coverage. Wonderful. Appreciate all those contributions to the race purse. If I'm seeing that correctly, it looks like this chase pack has stretched out a bit on this first little bit of single track.
Yeah, it kind of has to at this point,
Yep.
because they're moving so quickly, and the downhill is just it's wonderful to run. It really is. But when there's a pack, from experience, if you're bothered by people like on your heels, this is not the section for you, because there are people who are going to want to take it faster than you. There always are, and and that's a dynamic that continues from the front to the back. You run in packs of 10 or 12 on this section. It's just how things tend to filter through.
It is a really fun training run, though, by the way, to drive out to Hidden Treasure and then do this as kind of an out and back, because the trail's so nice. It's just a wonderful place to run.
That's one of my favorite actual training runs, is to start at the Hidden Treasure aid station and do an out and back to Antelope Mesa. I know that for the Black Canyon training runs, they actually follow the exact course. And so you start at Mayer and you run down to Bumblebee, but I want a little bit of vert on my runs.
Yeah.
And so that's how you get it, is by going backwards on this course. In 2017, which was the hell on earth weather year,
I remember that year.
The 2017 year where your choices were running in 6 inches of water or 3 inches of mud, we actually ran a full out and back. And the 50K mark, which was not here at Deep Canyon Ranch, it was actually just up the hill here, but you had to run this backwards, and it was a grind heading back up to Mayer at that point. it was a crazy year. They actually, due to flooding in the canyon, we were given the option of a legal drop down. At Bumblebee, they told us we could turn around, and if we so chose, we would get credit for a 60K finish. With that being my first attempt at a Western States lottery ticket level race, I had a friend working the aid station, and I said, "What do you think I should do?" And he said, "How do you feel?" I said, "Fine." And he said, "Well, I'm going to bleep it out," but he said, "Then just keep going." So, we've encountered all sorts of conditions at the Black Canyon Ultras, and this is as close to ideal as I can remember.
Yeah, and those, by the way, that year, these February rains are no joke.
No.
I mean, it's a cold, it's not a little desert drizzle when we get those February rains. Fortunately, we're a far cry from that today.
It's beautiful.
Beautiful morning. The sun is fully out now here at Deep Canyon. We got some more footage of runners coming into Antelope Mesa.
This would be the back of Wave 1 coming through now. Basically, they're going at probably about an 8.5, 9-minute pace here at this point.
Great view too of the Bradshaws in the background. You can see what a stunning range that is. More runners coming through. Unfortunately, the bucket hat trend is still alive and well, much to my chagrin.
Hoka had some wonderful orange bucket hats at the expo yesterday.
I'm very much looking forward to the bucket hat going out of style. Hopefully that will happen soon.
Some other runner updates on those who went through the Antelope Mesa aid station. As we mentioned, Francesco Pupi in 16th in the men's race. We saw Adam Mary 30th place in the men's race. Devin Sharps 37th place in the men's race. Air Viper Racing Team. Zach Bevan 41st.
Jeff Burns, a longtime speedy guy.
Becca Bramley
came in just behind Francesco Pupi.
Becca Bramley 17th in the women's race. Corinne Chalvoy and Nicole Hansen, 23rd and 24th in the women's race. Madison Leichty, I saw some love for her, 25th in the women's race.
You know what? Am I missing Anthony Castales?
Yeah,
I am.
We will have to check on that.
We'll have to check on that. I would have expected to see him in this
Anthony
mix.
Castales, Blake Slatengren.
If anybody knows any more intel in the chat on Anthony Castales, I'm just making one more quick scan here.
We'll check on timing to make sure that we.
Him. There's Nicole Hansen. I think you might have mentioned her already. Another local, just behind Corinne Chalvoy, or actually with Corinne Chalvoy.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Aerovipa Live, if you're interested, Aerovipa Live does a wonderful job with the timing here.
The next aid station that these runners are going to hit is Hidden Treasure Mine. That is at about mile 13, staffed ably for many years by the Arizona Trail Leggers.
That's right.
You can call them the AZ Trail Leggers or the AZ Trail Eggers. If you read their name quite literally.
I see trail leg.
Yeah. They've been
clever.
They've been manning that aid station since I believe 2015. So before my involvement with the race, they've been around a long time. I know that it used to be John Chrisley in charge of that. I think John is still out there on regularly, but I believe that the reins have been passed over to longtime trail runner Dave Bliss and Brian and Megan Slavin, who will be taking care of runners at Hidden Treasure. And for the front of the packers, that'll be the first time a lot of them are actually needing to fuel up.
Mm-hmm.
So As we mentioned, most of the front of the pack blows through Antelope Mesa quite quickly. They typically don't need anything at this point in the race. That is an aid station for the rest of us.
Yeah. When I've run this race, I've enjoyed hanging out a little bit at Antelope Mesa.
Yeah,
really like hanging out at Hidden Treasure.
Yeah, Hidden Treasure is great.
Yeah.
Those people take excellent care of the runners.
And we are sitting at Deep Canyon Ranch, which is the finish of the 50K tomorrow. Also, right about the halfway mark of the 100K. We'll see the runners literally running right by our studio.
Yeah,
which is always fun, and they do a little.
We'll see
out
them
and back.
twice
Yeah,
because there's a little out and back that they have to loop over to the finish line from here. Of course, we are right at the start of the Burrito League segment that is popped up here. Maybe we'll get into that later. We've got a big, high-profile 100K that we're covering right now. So.
Yeah. Although I suspect I'll do a couple segments.
Sure, absolutely.
I see the king of. Speaking of that, I see the king of Mill Avenue right there. Troy Croxdale is coming to do a few segments. Good to see you, Troy. He got his free Cocodona entry, running back and forth on Mill Avenue for a month.
This is our first view of Hidden Treasure at mile
the Trail
13 and the AZ Trail Leggers. As I mentioned, they've been staffing this aid station for many years, so they know that these runners, through the first 13 miles, they have been flying, and I don't know how many of them will actually need a lot of help. And the cool thing is that from where they're at, after you come out of the slot section of the Black Canyon, you have a lot of visibility of this aid station both ways. Like, they can see the runners coming, so they're going to be, completely ready to rock. By the time those runners get to,
and I mean it's only what we're talking 5 miles, mostly downhill. I suspect they're doing that in 32 to 34 minutes. So they hit Antelope about 47 minutes. So say about 25 minutes.
Yeah, it looks like I see some love in the chat for the Hidden Treasure crew. I'll stack up what they do with any aid station I've ever been on or been through. So they take especially good care of runners.
We did learn, if you're just tuning in, we learned from Brett out in the field that Francesco Pupi took a spill.
Yeah.
Somewhere before Antelope Mesa and was, as he said, very bloody. And sort of holding his arm in an unusual position. So we'll perhaps get an update on Francesco in a little bit from our crew on the ground at Hidden Treasure. The single track section between Antelope Mesa and here is just fantastic. Twisty, turny, mostly descending. Chris Warden, Andy Jones-Wilkins. We're about an hour and 10 minutes into 2026 Black Canyon 100K, brought to you by Mountain Outpost, sponsored by Hoka.
I'm keeping an eye out to see how much they start to, I guess the buzz and vibration starts to pick up there. They just moved a table into place there. We'll see if that is a precursor to runners that they've spotted on the course.
You can spot them. Well, I know as a runner, you can spot this tent a good mile away.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So last year's winner, actually, it looks like the lead men pack came through Hidden Treasure at 1:19:31. So we might
Oh,
be
so
a
it could
couple
be 10
minutes
minutes
out.
or so.
Well,
It could be faster than that.
it could be 3. I mean, with everything getting faster. Last year, Eli Hemming was the first registered runner, I believe, through here at 1:19:31. And looking last year, it looks like Antelope Mesa might be a bit of a dead zone. I don't know if our Starlink was on the fritz there last year as well, but we didn't get times registered for Eli or Seth Ruling.
So the first real ones we got were here.
Were Hidden Treasure,
year.
yeah.
Okay.
So if we're talking 119, based on the fact that everybody is faster and everybody is, and is an amazing athlete, I would assume that we are looking at, I would say in the next 5 minutes. At Hidden Treasure for the women's race last year, Mary Denholm was leading through here, of course, and her split was 1:25:24, so about 6 minutes behind the lead men at that point. And last year's winner of the women's race, Riley Brady, came in at 1:27. So you talk about, I would say if it was 119 and change last year for the men and 125 and change last year for the women, I'm thinking we start to see the men about 3.5 minutes.
1:15, 16-ish.
And the women maybe 3 or 4 minutes after that. I think that, we're going to see things spring into action here in the next 3 or 4 minutes. Because the conditions this year are ideal, and they were pretty good last year too.
And Jordan Bramblett did. I mean, he took off. It was really fascinating to see. The drone really picked it up. He just sort of stretched the elastic, about a mile before Antelope Mesa, and it'll be very interesting to see how when they transition onto the single track, if the group reeled him in or if he continued to extend.
Yeah, the lead men's pack came through about 40. Jordan Bramblett was about 48 flat, give or take a few seconds here, based on my napkin math here, and
napkin math. I love it.
And so I think that we'll see, but I really do think we're going to see the first men come through here in about 2.5 to 3 minutes. They are kind of getting into position there to greet the runners. You can see the couple of pirates on the left on bucket duty. They do a pirate theme every year.
Oh, do they?
So, yeah.
That's kind of nice.
Shout out to Megan Slavin, one of the pirates in the middle, and her husband Brian. Megan is taking a break from her hard rock training to co-captain this aid station.
She shouldn't take too long of a break.
Oh, I'm sure she's going to go out for her run right from there. Like, I have no doubt. No doubt whatsoever.
She could do that nice out and back I was talking about. This is the spot where you can just park and kind of run up course and go as long as you want. Maybe go all the way to Antelope Mesa, turn back around.
Yeah, during the Black Canyon training runs, the official Aerovipa sponsored ones, I will carpool with people to Bumblebee, and then everybody will take the shuttles up to Mayer High School. I tell everybody, well, I'll see you later, and I actually drive up to Hidden Treasure, which is about 5 miles by the road. Up from Bumblebee, and I do my run, like literally parked on the other side of this road from where they're at, and just go and do an out and back. I find that to be much more fun for me personally. I mean, you get about 1,800 feet of climb, heading up the hill and then heading down the hill. I'm usually passed by most of the runners heading back to my car. The fastest runners will catch me at that point. So.
Definitely a little breeze here at Deep Canyon.
Yeah, it just started to pick up a little bit.
As Brett mentioned, likely a tailwind, at least initially, as it's coming out of the north. Most of the race runs from north to south.
Is that
we're back on This looks like the lead runner.
That's Jordan Bramblett.
Jordan Bramblett.
Looks like he's got red shorts. Look at that stride.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's the aid station right there.
Coming off the descent, it flattens out. Yeah, very flat. Leaving Hidden Treasure, there's it's a little bit chunkier, but still pretty flat stretch for several miles to Bumblebee, and an overall downhill from here even.
Well, Chris, Jordan's going for it.
Yeah.
Jordan Bramblett is going for it. Again, early. This is mile 12.8. But he's on his own. It's a bold strategy. He's rolling right into the aid station now. You called it. It's right about 8:15. Jordan Bramblett, Arizona runner.
Looked like that might have been Hans Troyer in second.
It did look like Hans. Yeah, they're close. Maybe less of a bold strategy. I think Hans is in the Hoka kit. There's Jordan.
Jordan doesn't need anything. He's going all the way to Bumblebee the first 20 miles before seeking aid. Man,
there's Hans.
Hans getting a refill on his water.
Again, these are the lead men hitting Hidden Treasure.
So we just, that was Zach Barron and Canyon Woodward. I did see Canyon for sure. Eli Hemming, Trayson Knopp.
I also did see Anthony Castales. So I do think we had maybe a little timing issue up at Antelope because we didn't get Canyon or Anthony.
Okay, so here's your top 10 through. Jordan Bramblett, Hans Troyer, Zach Perrin, Canyon Woodward, Eli Hemming, Trayson Knopp, Anthony Castales, Finian Jacobson, Schultz, John Donovan, and Coleman Cragen.
All right, there we go.
That was our first shot at Coleman Cragen, somebody who is as we mentioned, the hot pick amongst those who know more about the sport than we do.
It's good to see that whatever sort of timing issues we're hitting up at Antelope Mesa, they're going through so fast and furious. It's not surprising, but good run down there of the top 10.
And I would expect, as we mentioned, our lead women came through here in 125. That was Mary Denholm last year.
Mm-hmm.
And Mary was blistering the course too. So I expect that we'll see the lead women here in about 90 seconds because they seem to be a clip ahead.
Yep, and again, as back up at Antelope, we had Abby Hall, Ann Flower, Molly Sidell, Jennifer Lichter, Tara Dower, Riley Brady.
At Air Viper Racing Team member Ferdinand Clovis Errol in 11th coming through.
I have not seen Francesco Pupi. They've been going through real fast, but have not seen him. So on the right, we've got the lead men. That's Jordan Bramblett. I'd say in the white, but it seems like everybody decided to wear white today. There's a good view of the gap. So Bramblett has gone out of the screen. That's Hans Troyer.
Yeah, Jordan's ascent, really amongst the local scene was, I believe, in late 2024 was where we first started to take notice of him. I think we did talk about him in last year's preview show simply because he had set a couple of course records in his training leading up to last year's Black Canyon. And as we mentioned, his first half of the race here was really good. He was actually in that golden ticket chase pack. He was, I believe, 5th through Deep Canyon Ranch at the 50K mark. The wheels did come off on the second half. They
Yeah,
really,
I mean, he did. He came flying into here. I remember.
Yeah.
Good. We're back up to the full screen here as we expect the lead women
is that
any minute here. There's another unfortunate bucket hat person. Sorry, can't help it. But he's moving well, in spite of the bucket hat.
couple more names familiar to this race and the running scene: Stephen Kirsch, Ryan Raff, Blake Slatengren, Cody Poskin, Elliot Cardan, Sage Canaday, Matthew Sidell have all come through.
Good, because we missed some of them on the antelope as well.
Yeah.
So that's good to see.
Yeah, I think that there must have just been a timing glitch for Antelope Mesa. So, but the closer we get to town, the better the timing results tend to be, which is ideal.
Again, just waiting on that lead women group. We expect it literally any minute, if not second. Hidden Treasure Aid. Probably about 30 runners through now.
As we mentioned, our first women last year hit Hidden Treasure at about the 125 mark.
Okay.
We're at 122.38 and change. And it was Abby Hall leading the pack into Antelope Mesa, followed by Ann Flower and Molly Sidell. So we'll see if that holds true. Every year there's somebody that everybody picks on.
Dr. Pepper Guy.
And Dr. Pepper Guy seems to be the crowd favorite in terms of, to steal a term from our friend Finn Melanson, random baller.
Random baller. Did see Sage Canaday come through a couple minutes ago.
You can see these runners. I mean, it's still only 50 degrees out there, but they are not taking any chances. It's probably, I would probably a little bit less than 50 degrees at this point. There's really, where they are at Hidden Treasure, there is nothing out there. Like, there's no houses, there's no weather station. The closest you could get would be Bumblebee. So if I can go and grab weather on Bumblebee, that would be and it's about the same elevation.
Yeah, I mean, and that is the Crown King Road. It's the road that eventually ends up at Crown King, but of course this is down in the desert. I would guess.
Okay, so Bumblebee is registering 45 degrees right now.
Yep.
It is a sunny 45. So
I see Abby Hall. There's Abby Hall.
124.09.
124.09. First place woman. There's Molly Sidell. Orange shoes. There's Ann Flower, Hoka kit. Looks like taking a restroom stop. There's Jen Lichter.
That women's field staying tightly wound.
So again, we've seen Abby Hall, Molly Sidell, Jen Lichter, Ann Flower.
Behind them was Tara and Riley, the two holders of the best women's race times before. So Abby came through 124. Molly registered 124.08 and 124.09, as did Jennifer.
This is Tara. Tara Dower, fifth place. There goes Ann after a quick pit stop.
The double water approach for Tara Dower.
So Tara Dower in sixth, maybe, I don't even think a minute, Chris. Probably 30 seconds or so. Again, in this section, it's wide open. Everybody can see everybody. We're waiting probably Riley Brady next.
And Riley ran this race lying in wait last year when they came away with the dominant time. Riley was not in the lead. I don't even think they were in the top 3 or 4 initially.
No, I agree. In Black Canyon,
yeah. Things changed after Bumblebee, and then at at Gloriana Mine at mile 24, literally on camera making the pass on Mary.
All right,
So yeah, Tara registered 124.51, so about 40 seconds back, 42 seconds back. Jenny noting that Tara had a bloody leg. I mean, is it really a trail race if Tara Dower doesn't leave a piece of herself on it?
Yeah, it wouldn't be proper. Wouldn't be proper. But yes, indeed, that whole group ahead of course record pace. Abby Hall setting the pace, close behind Ann Flower, Jennifer Lichter, Molly Sidell, pretty much all together, I think you would say. Followed just a few seconds. There's Abby right there. Just a few seconds later by Tara Dower.
The wind has picked up from the north here suddenly.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right.
Our cactus decor has smacked me in the head a couple of times.
Yeah, we got a breeze blowing out of the north. So it's a tailwind for the most part.
Yeah, thanks to everybody tuning in to the broadcast of the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka.
Abby looking very smooth right there. Abby Hall with the white and the orange sleeves. Some segmenters are here.
So Shea Aquilano had moved into 6th, Riley Brady 7th.
Okay, good.
Tabor Hemming 8th, Eleni Matarisi in 9th, name that I'm not familiar with, but as is tradition here at the Black Canyon Ultras, we learn names here as the day goes on because
absolutely
somebody will pop up and into our view. Last year it was Will Murray, Jupiter Carrera Casas a couple years ago. There's always somebody who breaks out on a performance.
Well, and as we mentioned in our open, that's that third category, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they've done something at a shorter distance. Maybe they've done something on the roads. Maybe they haven't done a whole lot, but they come into this race kind of ready to go. And so you almost expect that here at Black Canyon.
So Eleni Matarisi, 22 years old.
22 years old.
Going just straight to the resource to Ultra Sign Up. Finished 3rd at the 26K at Mammoth Trail Fest last year.
It might not show up there. Corp Josh in the chat is mentioning that Eleni did get 6th at Kodiak. I'm not sure what distance. Kodiak by UTMB.
Another a long-time race, Tamalpa Highlands, finishing 3rd there, it looks like. So it's like
David Roche noting, too, also ran a 2:37 marathon at Cal International.
Pretty good.
and graduated from Harvard. Huh, okay.
And smart.
Keep an eye on Eleni. All right, and for the first time today, we've got our 100K leaderboard up. Thank you so much for
Wonderful.
our production team. Look at that. That is beautiful. We'll try and keep that up to date through the day.
Jenna Bensko, the 10th woman through the Hidden Treasure timing area.
Eleni Matarisi. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Might be Matarisi.
We mentioned Jade Bellsberg, Sophie Shrunk, Sydney Welsh, Amber Zimmerman, and Anna McKenna rounding out the top 15 in the women's race at Hidden Treasure. Next stop, Bumblebee.
Indeed, mile 19 and change. Fantastic aid station with a bar and live music.
It is great. Bumblebee is the first time that runners are going to be able to see their crew. There's a wide crew area, and now we've got. Did you hear about this? The green light, red light, or setup.
Oh, yeah, there are. I did hear I did hear about it, that it's essentially a crew zone.
Correct.
And
Yeah.
only within the green area can you crew your runner. You get to the red, you cannot crew your runner.
Correct. As a crew, as a pacer, I mean, if you're in the zone, and I think that's a great thing because, we've seen in races and runners, and I don't think they're necessarily intentionally like trying any form of, impropriety or skullduggery, but at the same time, okay, your pacer runs up about, 30 yards ahead of you to fill your bottles and hands them to you as you come through. Well, you know what? That is no longer a judgment call.
Right.
It is exactly what the aid station allows in terms of, like, at this line here. Like, once the runner gets to this line, you can meet your runner as a crew, as a pacer. As a pacer, you can take off from them and, do whatever they need in the aid station. While we still have pacers for the elite fields anyways. And then from there, once you hit the red light, basically, they have to be back
and it would
on
be
their own.
it would be incumbent on the crews to, as they arrive at the aid station, to make sure they know exactly where those red light, green light note places are.
Exactly.
I assume there's some here at Deep Canyon as well.
That right there is the base of the descent from the Slot Canyon section. It kind of rolls for a little bit, heading into Hidden Treasure at
That's a
mile
great
13.
shot. Yeah, looking back up the course.
That's probably the section I'm looking forward to most tomorrow, and doing the 50K. Yeah, so far, I mean, other than a couple of names dropping in, not a ton of surprises. I think that they're like, especially on the men's side, I would say you get down to about number 8 before you have names that I'm not necessarily familiar with. When I mentioned Finian Jacobson Schult, that's a new name for me. But we'll be doing some digging, obviously, on the names that we aren't familiar with, because as we mentioned, is there a Will Murray in the bunch?
John Donovan. I'm not familiar with John Donovan. Came through 9th place. Might want to look that up. Someone on the chat might know who that is.
Finian Jacobson Schultz won the Bear Chase late last year out of Colorado. That is an Aerovipa event. Finished 3rd at Canyons 50K last year. So it looks like this might be the first level up to the 100K distance for Finian, and definitely a name we'll be keeping eyes on if he proves he's going to stick around in the top 10. And John Donovan
came through in 9th place.
Looks like John Donovan
Got some beta?
Yeah, a 5:14 at Tunnel Hill 50 mile.
Ooh!
That is
Okay.
some speed. So with the breadth of this sport, it is hard to sneak more than 1 or 2 by us a day, but
Yeah.
that's a number right there. Previous further distances, running a 12:36 at Tunnel Hill in 2024. Looks like he generally sticks to the less technical trail. I mean, with finishes at Tunnel Hill, Kettle Moraine, a little bit of hill there in Ornery Mule Race out of Wisconsin. But yeah, John Donovan, add that one to your dance card here.
Indeed, yeah. There you go. So Finian Jacobson and John Donovan. I'm sorry, Finian Jacobson. It's cut off on my thing. Schult. 2 runners that we didn't necessarily have on our radar, but we do now.
Yeah, John Donovan, a 5:14 hit the
50 miles.
Yeah.
Oof. Moving.
Yeah, I mean that's were it not for Charlie Lawrence, I mean that would be just a few minutes off of the American record.
Great drone shot here, looking back up the course.
And as runners are making their way, it's no longer quite as downhill from Hidden Treasure to Bumblebee, but it is a very fun, runnable section. Gonna take a peek at what I believe. Let's see. So Eli Hemming hit Bumblebee in 2 hours and 43 seconds last year. And I believe he was still leading the race at that point.
So literally seconds over the 2 hour mark.
Yeah.
Just the way the early going has gone so far, as we were chatting with Liam earlier today, we would anticipate right around 2 hours or even a tad under for the lead group.
Mary Denholm was the first woman through Bumblebee last year and was there in 2 hours, 13 minutes. So we're talking, I mean, is it possible that we see somebody in under 2 hours at Bumblebee? I mean, wow.
That's just remarkable.
That is nearly that's over 19 miles into the race.
Yeah.
I mean, that means you're running a nearly 6-minute mile pace for 20 miles at the start of a highly competitive 100K. You are all gas, no brakes. If you're coming through in, say 2:05 or less, which the men's pack did last year. Looking to see how they approached Bumblebee. I talked about Eli Hemming, but Kenha Luo, as well as Joe McConaughey, Will Murray, they all came through in under 2:05 last year. Elliot Cardan came through in 2:01:30. We're going to be this might be a bit of a breath between aid stations as far as where we're going to have eyes on people, but at the same time, it's not going to be very long.
No, and we know that Brett and his crew were racing down the course to get set up at Bumblebee. I will suspect we'll hear from him in a bit as he gets set up there. Brett Hornig out in the field.
Special thanks to me for putting the coffee maker behind the desk here.
Yes, indeed. Huge thanks to you. Might be time for another brew, by the way.
That wasn't really by selfish design. I didn't want to keep the coffee from anybody else.
We needed an outlet.
There were no plugs.
We needed a plug. Again, this is the shot of Hidden Treasure Aid Station, mile 12.8.
Yeah, this would be the middle to back of Wave 1 coming through here at this point. I don't think we would be seeing Wave 2 runners through here at this point. No, we would not.
Thank you all for tuning in, by the way, to Mountain Outpost coverage of Black Canyon 100K.
As you can see, the intensity kind of turns to joy as the front of the mid-pack makes its way through Hidden Treasure at this point. I mean, these runners are still moving really well. I mean, this is basically a 140 half marathon pace on trail. So they're all moving very well. It's just that there's 150 people ahead of them at this point.
The times I've run this race, I've always looked forward to a nice PB&J here at Hidden Treasure. They've got it's, for me, it's like 2.5 hours. It's a nice place to grab a PB&J and chill out a bit.
Yeah, we've reached the 150 runner mark at Hidden Treasure. So,
wow, that went fast.
Yeah, like I said, it's about a half marathon in, and 150 runners are under 140.
Amazing. Good for all of them.
On trail.
And again, we are We are focusing on the front of the pack, but as the day goes on, especially as Chris and I come back later in the afternoon, we'll be here for many of the finishers who are out here toiling away, going for perhaps a sub-17 Western States qualifying time, Western States lottery qualifying time, or a sub-20 hour just finish at the Black Canyon 100K. This attracts a big field from across the country and around the world. World Trail Major Black Canyon 100K, the third year of the World Trail Majors series. Black Canyon is one of the early season World Trail Majors.
So we've reached the point where looks like we've got about 40 women, 45 women through Hidden Treasure, about 100 men. This is the fast local guy segment of the
Indeed
of the field.
Well, this is definitely the bragging rights section of the trail. This is maybe buddies racing one another. PB&J, attaboy red shirt. Love it. PB&J action at Hidden Treasure doesn't disappoint.
And for those of us who are not sponsored runners, you can see some people packing the layers that they brought with them as opposed to dropping them entirely. Looks like that might be Matt Kahn in the white. Matt Kahn is actually a member of the AZ Trail Leggers. Oh, yeah, he's taking pictures, so that's definitely Matt Kahn.
Matt Kahn,
local guy.
Local guy. We'll do that when we can. Chris and I are both Arizona locals. Probably between the two of us know, 100 people in this race.
At least, yeah.
At least that many. So if we spot him, we'll give him a shout out.
See, he's being ably cared for by the trail leggers, and if he weren't running this race, he would be out there as part of. Like I do believe that he up, and that's Chan Ma of Ghost Head Productions on the right there as well.
There is Chan, yes indeed, Ghost Head. Moonlights for a shift a week at the Runner's Den. Classic.
I didn't know that.
He does some Sundays at Runner's Den.
Nice.
Organizes a group run every week out of Ghost Head. A couple of really cool events. Is it called the FOMO 50K?
Yes. Yeah.
Phoenix Mountain Preserve.
Yeah, runs some small grassroots events here in the Phoenix area.
Well connected with our friends at Mount Coast.
We're probably about 15 minutes away from the first runners hitting Bumblebee.
Okay, now let's see it. I think you identified earlier that Jordan had orange shorts.
Red. I think it was like a dark
shorts,
red.
Right.
And he had long sleeves, so.
And we know that Hans has the white Hoka shirt and darker shorts, so that might be Hans. And Zach Perrin. We also know Canyon Woodward was in that mix.
Yeah, everybody wore white today, so it's going to be pretty tricky.
Yeah, they did. It's almost like they were like middle school kids planning their outfits.
Happy Valentine's Day to those of you spending your February 14th morning with us here on the Mountain Outpost broadcast of the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins, and Valentine's Day is always going to have a special place in my heart because the day after Valentine's Day, tomorrow, is the birthday of my granddaughter, Kelly Jo, as she'll be 1 tomorrow. Happy birthday, Kelly Jo. We'll see you next weekend. That does look like Hans, red hat.
The question is, are they 1 and 2?
Right.
Because Jordan Bramblett looked like he was fully intent on setting the pace early on here. So
This is definitely that sort of 1.5 miles out from Bumblebee area, I think, Chris. It gets a little, the trail doesn't get rocky, but you can see it gets a little bit rocky, starts to get a little saguaro-y.
could you repeat that, please, Zach?
There we go. Chris is getting a little intel. As there you can see the trail does descend more significantly the closer they get to Bumblebee.
Yeah, this is the section where it's descending and it's not too technical, but if you sleep on it, you can take a spill here.
Yep.
So
And there also are a couple tricky
There's
turns.
Jordan
Okay,
Bramblett right
there's
there.
Jordan Bramblett. So you're right. Red shorts.
he's already to that road crossing, so that's about 1.5 miles out, I
Yep.
believe.
I think
from
that seems about
Bumblebee.
right.
That's where I usually see cows when I'm out there on that section of the course. So
Right. We've got our first view of a on the ground camera. This gets us a good idea of what the gap is, and it's a small gap. Is that Zach Perrin?
yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so
There's Hans Troyer in the back of that 3-person group.
it looks like, yeah, Jordan Bramblett still setting the pace here.
So we've got 5 people through 5 of the men's field through that road crossing. Again, as Chris noted, about 1.5 miles down to Bumblebee.
I think it's about 1.5 miles.
Completely downhill.
Yeah, at this point it is downhill. It gets a little bit more technical.
Anthony Castales.
As we mentioned, a former champion of the Black Canyon 100K.
Really great form. Fun to watch him run. He just smooth, almost Walmsley-esque in his bounce.
Yeah, of course, Anthony, when he won this race, it was 2023. And I mentioned that it seemed like he ran with a chip on his shoulder. Somebody pointed it out, and I didn't realize it at the time, but apparently he had been miscast into Wave 2 previously.
Oh, really?
Maybe that's why he ran with a chip on his shoulder. But, looks like our lead men are going to be, good God, 8 to 10 minutes out from Bumblebee.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
I mean, as we mentioned last year, the lead men, Eli Hemming led the pack just under 2:01 into Bumblebee last year. Of course, Bumblebee being ably staffed by a team led by Chris Thornley of Squirrel's Nut Butter.
Yep.
And it's your opportunity to have your bottles filled by the race director of Western States.
Indeed.
And if you're one of these runners, you might be getting something else from him later at the end of the day.
That would be lovely.
That golden ticket.
Last year in the 50K, I got in and had my bottles filled by Craig and almost forgot to start running again. Just started chatting.
That doesn't surprise.
I better get going.
For those familiar, that doesn't surprise anyone. Yeah, Bumblebee just shy of 20 miles. So, yeah, if you do that, again, napkin math, you're talking basically runners keeping a just slightly behind 6-minute mile pace for the first 20 miles of this race. I think it's, depending on what your watch or what the marking says, anywhere from 19.2 to 19.5.
Mm-hmm.
And Bumblebee also is like a cruise zone, so it's a stretch of area. It's not like a in and out tent.
Yeah.
So
yeah, you kind of come up the driveway, you make a right. You come up the road, you make a right on the driveway.
And normally the timing mat is basically as you're coming into the aid station proper, because you actually go through the it's not a tent, it's a ramada.
Yeah,
basically a giant ramada.
I almost expect to see. I do expect to see our women's leaders in the next couple of. There's Cody Poskin, Midwesterner coming across the road crossing.
It is always fun to see people lead out. I mean, sometimes it works, as we mentioned. True Heart Brown, leading out, and Chris Mako a few years ago running out, in front of the crowd. And there are times where like those where it works. There are other times, as we mentioned, Eli Hemming giving up the lead late in the race last year. I thought of another example, JP Giblin, who is someone I love watching run.
Love watching him run.
JP is all gas, no brakes.
He's a front runner. He
Yeah.
likes to get out, likes to take it out hard.
And he had actually gotten a golden ticket at Bandera a few weeks prior when he came out here, and then we saw him take the lead in Black Canyon, and it ended up not being his day. But that's how some people approach this race. They approach it with such aggression, and that's what we're seeing from Jordan Bramblett today. Because I thought I was being clever putting him as a dark horse yesterday, naming him as one of my golden ticket recipients, but it looks like he is. He's doing his best to make me look like I know something.
Well, and yet, of course, this race, because of that, sort of frantic opening pace, it does notoriously have some carnage. Maybe not a ton, especially on a day with pristine conditions like this, but there's always some. So we had Eli Hemming up there. We had Zach Perrin. We had Anthony Castales. There's quite a chase pack hunting down.
The lead women hit, I believe Mary Denholm hit Bumblebee last year in 2:13, I mentioned. There's Sage Canaday. So given the fact that they are gaining ground on those numbers, I would say we're talking.
Yeah, I would expect to see him. I would expect to see him at this road crossing in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, I would say. I think that we are kind of eyeballing this being about 12 minutes out, maybe 14 minutes out from the aid station. So we are definitely going to be seeing the men hit that aid station soon, and we are going to be seeing the women hit this road crossing very soon.
And I really think your estimate's about right, that this is right about a mile and a half out.
Maybe I'll go out in a training run and measure. Actually, you know what? I'm running the race tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm just going to bring a notepad with me or use my notes.
You'll be able to keep tabs on it.
To be exact. That is that Ferdinand? Clovis Errol? Think that was?
Bucket hat guy?
Yeah.
Well.
He had the Air Viper Racing Team singlet, so it would be, I think it was Ferdinand, yeah. I saw him last weekend at Elephant Mountain, getting in some training. I think he ran the 35K last weekend.
A couple of weeks from now, we've got a local classic that I'm going to run, the Copper Corridor 50K out in Superior. It's a great local race.
I've done the 18K every year. I think I am the last remaining legacy of that race to run it every year since its inception. I love it because you get Arnett Canyon, you get the town of Superior, and none of the other painful stuff.
And you tipped me off to it. It's just so much fun. That you run out the main street, you run back the main street. It's a little small mining town. The town really comes out for it.
Oh, for sure.
There's a couple little bars and restaurants along that main drag, and some antique shops and things like that. It's just great to make it a whole day.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of local bars and restaurants, shout out to Chileans on 17.
Oh, my gosh.
For hosting the expo yesterday. Did a great job. Took care of, a couple thousand runners picking up their race packets and their detail. Shout out to Soul Sports for setting up shop in there. And Jordan Bramblett hitting Bumblebee. So he is going to cross the road here.
155.
Through the driveway, and the timing mat is going to be, I think he's still probably about 450 meters shy of the timing mat. But yeah, I mean, definitely going to be under 2 minutes. You're probably talking from where he's at, maybe about a 157 flat. So if that's the case,
wow, look at that chase. They are right there.
So you're going to have probably at least 10 guys under 2 minutes. When last year, or 2 hours, last year the lead man was just under 2:01. Again, these races keep getting faster and more competitive. It is truly amazing.
All right, Jordan Bramblett, and we know in the chase, among those in that group at the bottom of your screen are Canyon Woodward, Eli Hemming, Hans Troyer, Zach Perrin.
This is unbelievable.
They're all coming together.
I mean, even as a crew person, you have to be like to help your runner if you're keeping pace with them through Bumblebee Ranch. As you can see, the crews are ready. I mean, look at the sheer number of people out there. I mean, in order to care for your runner, you have to really be, on your toes or really quick with what you're doing.
That is an incredibly fast split to Bumblebee. Here they are.
Yeah. We'll get the proper split here in just a minute, but like I said, 2:01 was I just got the eyes from Aid Station Fireball, and they were popping. So Jordan Bramblett's Bumblebee entry 154. So the timing mat is actually as they enter the parking lot proper. 154.56, Hans Troyer, 155.09, Zach Perrine, 155.10, Canyon Woodward, 155.11, Eli Hemming, 155.12. That is your men's top 5 leading into Bumblebee Ranch. I cannot believe this.
Anthony Castales in number 6, just less than a minute behind Eli Hemming. Trayson Knopp right there with Anthony, and Coleman Cragen in 8th place. The 8th runner now
a whole
into
pack 5 minutes under course record, 20 miles in. We might be seeing something special, something crazy here at the Black Canyon Ultras.
I mean, the conditions are perfect. There's Hans Troyer making a quick bottle change. We're keeping our eye on the left screen, too, to see if the lead women hit the road crossing there. Try and see if we catch a shot of Coleman Cragen. Finian Jacobson Schultz is now through in 9th, and John Donovan is through in 10th.
I was listening to the men's panel, and I wish I could mention who said it.
There's Chris Thornley, by the way.
But one of the things that the men's panel noted is that runners are getting faster, and you sometimes would expect that as these are runners leaving Bumblebee.
Yep, there's a group of 3.
We'll catch eyes on who that group leaving Bumblebee already is. But the runners are getting so adept at fueling that we're seeing, for as much faster as they're getting, we're not seeing as many blow-ups. And I see Brett Hornig there. We'll go to Brett Hornig as soon as we have the ability to do so. Yeah, so we've got a group of 3 up front leading out. It looks like Jordan Bramblett on the right. It might be Zach Perrine in the middle. He had that white/off-white kit, I think.
Yeah, it's Jordan on the right, the red shorts. And again, as Chris mentioned earlier, this is the first climb of the day. It's a grinder, not super long, but it's a grinder to get up on the ridge that then takes you on that winding single track into Gloriana Mine.
Yeah, it's not like it's not like you're climbing over 1,000 feet. It's more like a 450, 500 feet punch. But it's the first time during this course that the runners are actually hitting something like that.
Right. They've been essentially going flatter downhill for 2 hours.
Yeah. And here it is right here, the crux of that very first climb. You can see Bumblebee Road in the background, and what this course will do is it'll head up this hill, then dogleg to the left, which will make it go south, and you'll follow looking over Bumblebee Road. If you're a casual runner or hiker, it's a great view.
Oh, it really is, because you see down to Bumblebee Road and then off to the Bradshaws in the distance.
But yeah, and it is one of the few places where a runner might get a little bit turned around, but these guys know where they're going for sure.
All right, so that right screen, we see a group of 3 that has made quick work of Bumblebee. Let's see, we got Brett. We're going to get Brett in just a second.
Somebody asking the nutrition macros for Squirrel's nut butter. I joked with their new single application packets. I said, well, those new gels you came out, Chris, are amazing. And he looked at me.
Oh, there we go.
Perfect. Let's go right to Brett Hornig. Brett, what you got for us?
Hey, Chris and AJW. Kind of following on trend with Antelope Mesa, we've got continued fireworks down here at Bumblebee Ranch. There was a lead trio. Well, we saw 4 come in right around the 157, 158 mark to the beginning of Bumblebee, which is 4 minutes under course record splits from 2025. Leaving the aid station, we had, I believe, is like Hans Troyer and Zach Perrin might have left together, but I just happened to be where I was standing. I was right next to Hans's crew, and he was calm, cool, and collected. The crew was asking him some questions, and he was just like, stick to the plan. We're good. He grabbed his things. No one spent more than 10 or 15 seconds on their way in or out. I think between here and the next aid station at Gloriana is where we're going to start to see a few shakeups, because there is that first good sized punchy climb right after you exit this aid station. So that's going to give the first signs of where people's legs are actually at. There was a little group of maybe 4 or 5, and then about 45 seconds, we got Stephen Kirsch coming through right here as well, which is 1 minute slower than course record pace from last year.
Wow.
But there was a little gap of like 4 or 5 before another group of 4 or 5. Still very tightly bunched, and I didn't see any red flags at this point. People are starting to use a lot of water and ice. I've got icy bucket hats, big ice bandanas. A lot of people are getting soaked. So kind of, Chris, as you had said, it's like 50 degrees here, but it's a sunny 50, enough to the point where the sweat rate's going and people are starting to treat the cooling a little bit more seriously.
It's pretty amazing. Anything as far as runners that might be looking like they have a hitch in their step at this point, or has everybody been coming through clean?
From where I was last time at Antelope, everyone actually looks like they made it through pretty cleanly. That last section of single track is pretty buttery smooth, and probably one of the easier sections of the course as far as technicality goes. Someone who did move up a decent amount just from the last 2 checkpoints, Canyon Woodward, has, at least according to the timing mat, come through in 4th now. So just between the crew spot and that last few sections of single track, he has kind of slowly moved his way up a few spots as well. But from the last time you did your top 10 run through, maybe a few of the names have shuffled a little bit, but there haven't been any major moves to this point.
Okay.
Jordan Bramblett's time is the only one that hasn't updated on the exit, but he did.
Yeah, I was just going to note that Jordan Bramblett is not showing having exited Bumblebee, but on our screen right now, he is literally neck and neck with Zach and Hans. So we are in a tight race. I mean, Jordan did give back that 10 or so seconds that he had previously, but still keeping up with the lead guys. Obviously wanting to have that breakout performance here at Black Canyon Ultras.
Yeah, and at the rate they're starting to take time off of these course record splits, we are potentially, I don't think we're creeping towards that sub-7 time yet. There'd have to be a pretty strong second half. We'll get a better gauge of Deep Canyon. But we're definitely looking to be well under course record if things keep going the way they are, especially with the level of competition still at the front.
Are you surprised, Brett? I mean, as somebody who follows the sport so well, basically one of the most knowledgeable people anywhere, are you surprised at how many runners have come through, not only just like the very first 3 or 4, but the volume that has actually hit that point, as we can actually see the lead men get to the top of that climb past Bumblebee Ranch? Is this a shock to you, or is this where you just saw the sport naturally going in terms of the number of guys going so fast?
Yeah, I mean, with just how things have been progressing and with where the sport's gone, I think a lot of the competitors in this field no longer see other people in this field as, you know, like untouchables. You know, instead it's more like, well, if they did it, you know, I saw them do it last year, I can do that too, and I'm fully committing to it. And we're just seeing much larger groups of people do that. So, you know, course records, they're getting a little contagious. And you know, I think you see it happen, and it's like, okay, well, if they did that and I see myself as a direct peer to them, I can do that too. So I think that's just kind of the way the sport is going. And it's just, there is so much less fear in the starts of these races. I think we're probably about, you know, 8 or 10 minutes out from the lead women coming through Bumblebee. So, yeah, we got a little bit of time to kind of recap before reloading on remembering some knowledge as they come through. But yeah, I think that's just kind of where the sport is at. And yeah, we're just going to see faster and faster running.
Hey, Brett, how did 2023 winner Anthony Castales look? As he came across the road crossing, he just had that classic Castales bounce to his step and all. If he was chasing me down, I'd be worried. Did he look good coming through there?
Oh, he looked amazing. He's such a pro. He probably spent 20 or 30 seconds more here at the aid station than many of his competitors, because he took the time to like slam some extra carbs here, make sure he got all the bottles. He put on the ice bandana, and, you know, AJW, as you said, as he came out of here, coming through the band bar area, he was all smiles. And just like, kind of like, yeah, I'm ready. Because the way he won it in 2023, he didn't move into the lead until maybe after table Mesa. So he's very familiar with hiding for, you know, 10, 15 more miles before deciding to make that move. So it looked like he was in a really good spot. It appeared like he was probably exactly where he wanted to be.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. I would keep my eye on old Anthony today.
So we have,
and
go ahead.
I was gonna say, let's not forget, Anthony's a 2:13 marathoner pre-super shoe era.
Yeah.
Looks like we've got eyes on lead woman, and it is Molly
Sidell. At 2:07, 2:08.
Oh, I don't know where the timing mats are in relation to last year exactly, but it looks like that entry you said 2:07. Unless she takes a long time, she's going to be departing in course record time. So
there's Molly.
Of course, the next. I think that between here and Deep Canyon Ranch is going to be. It's not going to be the first time.
Probably a couple minutes.
They were 15 last year, right?
Yeah, they're probably.
You're going to be seeing Molly here very quickly, Brett.
They're going to be
different. We've got some audio here. We'll just kind of let it flow here. Lead woman Molly Sidell.
Do you want glasses?
All right, Molly, you got a climb coming right out of this aid station.
Got it. Hey, we're having
You're running
fun.
smooth and you're looking good. Hey, are you staying cool?
Yeah.
Okay, if you need to the next aid, get some ice.
The bottles.
All right, we got a lead lady.
Oh, yeah.
Keep going, keep going. Guns.
Like, where the fuck am I going?
You're good.
This is Molly Sidell leaving the Bumblebee aid station.
And then Jen Lichter.
By any measure, several minutes ahead of course record.
Molly.
Yeah, we're looking about 5 minutes under course record split.
up, catch you.
Oh, that's some classic.
Get it, Molly.
Oh, that was great audio there. I'd love to
And
hear that.
video.
Video, yeah.
You could see me pumping my fist. Just
Okay, so
go for it,
our
Brett.
top 5 women all went through.
Already?
Yeah. So we had Molly, and then Ann Flower and Jen Lichter came through, and then Tara Dower, or Abby Hall and Tara Dower. I already forget which order.
Looks like
They
Tara
all
is
look
leaving ahead of
amazing.
Abby.
Tara did definitely take a fall. She's got some blood on the shoulder, but that's kind of part of the course for Tara's racing strategy. Get that adrenaline bump. They all looked amazing. Molly probably displayed the greatest feat of athleticism I've seen so far today. She had a full bottle fully bounce out of her pack. She caught it midair as it came out, threw it back in. So that was a veteran catch right there. But maybe a rookie move, not anchoring the bottles down. But either way, that top 5 looked, perhaps, I would even say they looked more calm than the lead men. Not that the lead men looked frazzled by any means, but yeah, they looked good. It didn't look like there was anyone up in that top 5 who shouldn't have been there.
Brett, did you get a sense that the women other than Molly might have been looking at the way she was moving through things and as they're leaving Bumblebee and realizing they're in for a day?
I think you could feel that there was that pressure of like, we can't let Molly go.
Yeah.
Even though this is their 100K debut and they haven't run this far. Historically, I mean, we saw it last year with Riley. Sometimes if anyone, if they can get away and get out of sight, it's really hard to get them back. You know, we're in this era of the sport where we cannot bank on blowups anymore. Yeah, you have to make sure that you are aggressively attacking and making sure that you stay within contact for as long as you possibly can, or else you might throw away your chance at winning this race or getting a golden ticket 2 hours into an 8-hour race. So you have to keep rolling the dice there.
Yeah, that really does fly in the face of what I had said during our pre-show yesterday, where I was saying patience pays. I mean, I still think that you have to be somewhat patient, but there's a limit to what you can do in terms of letting somebody go before you have to just start reeling it in automatically. Any other notes on the top women as they came through, Brett?
Sorry, what was that?
I said, any other notes on the top women as they came through?
Well, I've got Shea Aquilano coming through right now, and she's probably 90 seconds back from Tara. Maybe a little bandage on her knee as well. Okay, the rocks are out here. They're biting some ankles this morning. But yeah, there's definitely a little bit of a gap from that top 5. That top 5's a gap. Got Adam Mary coming through right now.
Yeah, it's crazy fast how these runners are coming through. As we mentioned, Mary Denholm came through Bumblebee at 2:13 last year, and the top 5 women all came through under 2:11.
Yeah. This is a drone shot on the right of Molly Sidell on that 400-ish so climb up to the road crossing and the ridge that then brings you along to Gloriana Mine. I love Brett's story.
Yeah, Chris, as you said.
Oh, go ahead, Brett.
Oh, sorry. As you said, like, we're just now getting past the fastest split of all time prior to this year to Bumblebee.
Yeah, and you were there. I mean, you were right. You were the front row seat for the pass last year at Gloriana Mine. We're going to have a half dozen women or more through Gloriana by the time that would have taken place.
Yeah, and I think things to be looking for. We'll see it on the drone pilot, and we'll have a camera up at Gloriana, but the section of trail between Bumblebee and Gloriana starts to get a little bit punchy, a little bit rocky. They're still, I think, going to be in the shade for the most part, but this is definitely the first spot where you can tell if your legs, appreciated that long downhill. We have Riley Brady coming through right now, right on their split from last year. So Riley is right on their course record split because Riley didn't come through in first last year.
Correct. Yeah.
So if Riley's just running their same day as last year, are we really going to see 7 other women in front? I don't know.
I can't
think, like you
fathom
said,
that.
it's gonna. I bet we see some position changes between now and Gloriana.
Yeah, I would find it. I mean, obviously, as we mentioned, everything is getting faster, but I mean, to think that Riley Brady ran this race last year in an 8:16, which was knocking, 30 minutes off the course record, and coming through now in 8th place. I can't imagine the progression being that dynamic. I mean, I could be wrong. It could happen, of course, because we're here watching it happen. But I would be shocked if there's not a lot of mix-up and jockeying for position in the women's top 10 here moving forward.
Yeah, absolutely. And, but at the same time, though, like, I don't think we're going to see 5 of the 6 women drop off. Like, it might just be 1 or 2. So now Riley's looking right on the bubble of golden ticket roll down spots with Abby and Tara, being in front of them. So, as we've seen with previous years at this race, it's the places beyond just first, second, and third are still extremely, extremely important.
Oh, absolutely. This year, I mean, I believe last year we only had 1 individual coming in with a golden ticket. I think that this year we've got multiple on both sides of the race.
Yes, absolutely.
And it goes 7 deep, I believe. I think that Craig Thornley gave us that acknowledgement as we were kind of asking aloud.
Yeah.
And he nodded that the golden ticket can pass down several spots, more so than the traditional 5.
Yeah, it was announced last week that it will roll down to 7th place if need be for that golden ticket. I could just see at the turn, in front of me. I just saw Tabor Hemming and Jade Bellsberg come into their crews. So they're just out of sight right now, but I'm kind of trying to observe, see how they're approaching this cruise spot.
Molly Sidell's just hit the top of the ridge. She had hit that road crossing. It's on the single track. The grade mellows out from this point all the way to Gloriana Mine. You can see the road on the right is that Bumblebee Road. The trail just zigs and zags in and out of these foothills of the Bradshaws. Molly's moving really well, Chris. She's made quick work of this climb.
As somebody noted, they were a little bit concerned about lack of visible cooling measures on Molly. Did you notice anything, Brett?
I don't. The 2 people that were like absolutely soaked coming through this aid station was Abby Hall and Tara Dower, which are perhaps 2 of the more veterans in the ultra distances.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. I don't know if I saw Molly take an ice bandana or not.
Yeah, she might have taken one and just simply not filled it at that time.
Potentially. I mean, I would say for sure take something at Gloriana, because even if you don't feel hot, as soon as you round the corner at Gloriana and get onto the other side of the hill, that side of the canyon has already started baking. And I remember last year when I was in the 50K, it felt fine until I went right around the corner. Then all of a sudden it was like a furnace, and it's a pretty long distance to the next aid station. And if you start to overheat there, you're spending a lot of time overheating. So that could be a potential, let's keep our eyes out for that at the Gloriana aid station. See if who's taking it amongst themselves to take on ice, because there's no crew access at Gloriana. So you guys have to they have to make sure to make those decisions on their own. We got Jade Bellsberg coming through the aid station right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, Brett. The distance between Bumblebee and Gloriana Mine is not that big.
No.
It's only about maybe 4.5 miles at absolute most. And after that climb, it's not. It levels off. And but as you mentioned, after Gloriana, the next stop is the 50K mark.
Yeah, and that's a long way. I mean, we're looking probably an hour to an hour 10, probably an hour 10 of running. Which, you know, if you're drinking 2 bottles an hour, you might potentially run yourself dry for the last 10 minutes, which can be a bit of a gamble.
Yeah, it can be disastrous.
Well, and as Brett mentioned, as soon as you get over that ridge on the other side of Gloriana Mine, you're in this east facing that's been in the sun now 2.5 hours already.
Yeah.
So it bakes up early as well. So I think that'll be an interesting thing to see. We'll see where they stand at Gloriana Mine and then see where they stand when they get down here to Deep Canyon.
We are
Yeah, absolutely. So, you know, as far as things go right now, you know, fast through Bumblebee. Everyone looked great, but things can very quickly change on this next section of trail.
As crazy as it sounds, Brett, bear with me on this one, but like, is there a possibility that some of these runners are basically gambling on the fact they're going to be able to outrun the sun a little bit longer? Like maybe rather than having to make those measures at Bumblebee?
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's kind of wild to think that way.
Yeah. Yeah, no, we definitely seen that, just as we're seeing people at Western states outrun the sun or outrun the sun going down and not have to put on headlamps until really late. You know, if you get through Bumblebee 5-10 minutes faster, and we had a pretty low temperature last night, so the canyons and everything did get a decent opportunity to cool off a little bit more. So they might get 15-20 minutes of slightly cooler temps. But you know, I was listening to you guys chat as we were driving down to Bumblebee, and AJW, you brought up a good point where it's like, at the same time though, even if the ground, there's no shade out here. Like the sun is still the sun. It's gonna bake. You can still roast.
Have we had any sighting of Francisco Poopy yet?
I had heard like rumblings that he had dropped, but I guess maybe that's something not official yet. But I have not seen him come through. I would have been surprised if he continued running past Hidden Treasure, just the way that he looked at Antelope.
Yeah.
That's what I thought too, but I just, you know, thinking that we hadn't seen him yet. His time registered at Hidden Treasure was 1:45. So I guess we would still be waiting on him unless he decided to turn on the jets. But
well, 1:45 Hidden Treasure split would have mean he took an hour from
that would have been a long
Antelope to Hidden
time.
Treasure.
Oh,
So
yeah,
that
that's
would
a
be
good
like
point.
pretty full shutdown.
yeah, that, you know what?
That's AJW split.
No, I was
right
going to say
there.
that's what an hour from Antelope Mesa to Hidden Treasure is it means you're running with somebody like me. So I think that you might, I think we might be, we'll get confirmation on the status of Francisco. So, but yeah, that's a very good
Here
point.
comes Fast Media Lady Corinne Showboy coming through right now.
All right, Corinne.
I saw Nicole Hansen come through as well. Somebody who races with and trains with Corinne regularly. Both members of the Air Viper racing team. Of course, Corinne will, I believe, be a part of our broadcast tomorrow on the 50th.
Hey guys, I've got a storyline for you. I'm seeing Tabor Hemming walk out with her crew to the parking lot right now. She's on her left foot.
Oh, okay.
All right.
Yeah, I saw her come in and looked a little shaky, but you know, was going to the crew. But it looks like they're calling it a day here. They're walking to the parking lot.
All right, Brett. Thank you, Tabor Hemming. Looks like she'll live to fight another day.
Yeah, at this point, I mean, if you're, you know, if you've got to correct and dial some things in and reel it in a little bit, I mean, you know, are we going to start to see an increased number of drops, or do you think that people are going to stick it out if that means like a 15th, 20th, 25th place finish at this point?
I think injuries aside, we're going to see people, you know, kind of gritting it out, especially if you're still in the top 20, because level of competition in this race
Good point.
continues to improve, those places matter. You know, if we're looking at the resume, if we're looking at the trail resume, you know, top 20, like top 20 at Black Canyon 100K, that's getting to be a big deal now. You know, the other thing too is as we see just higher average paces on the trail, when you take a fall, you know, the higher the speed, the bigger the crash.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that's true. Looks like we
you know, and
are.
that's racing.
We might be seeing runners getting towards Gloriana. It looks like we've got Hans Troyer in the lead.
Hans Troyer.
Yeah, Gloriana Mine is in sight now.
Yeah, Hans Troyer, Zach Perrin,
And Jordan Bramblett.
They're in a
Okay.
group of 3 with Hans in front, and Gloriana Mine is up there at the top of your screen.
Yeah,
It's
just running
less
as
than
a pack.
Less
Yeah.
than a mile to go.
This is a fun section of trail right here.
And as Brett was saying, after Gloriana, they flip over to the eastern side of the ridge, and it does warm up more than you think.
Hey, I think I spy a Leah Yingling over on the other side of the course. I'm gonna go try and pull her for like a 60-second interview, see if she's got any extra intel.
Absolutely.
That
Please
sounds
do.
good. Leah's always got the scoop.
Yeah. We're with Brett Hornegg, who is out in the field at Bumblebee Ranch at about mile 19, mile 20. And what you're seeing right now is that lead men's pack. We said Hans Troyer, Zach Perrine, Jordan Bramblett. You've got one that is not a surprise. You've got one is somebody you'd usually expect to see up here. And Jordan Bramblett fighting for that breakout performance. Again, you know, a local here, very fast runner, established in the Arizona trail running scene at this point, you know, with about 18 months of excellent results, but not somebody that somebody beyond our state borders might be familiar with. But for those thousands tuning in to the Black Canyon Ultras broadcast, this is Jordan Bramblett. Get to know him because you might be seeing him a while.
And interesting because he did take it out hard right before Antelope Mesa.
Okay.
Had stretched out the lead and was caught by these 2 guys, and they're now in a group of 3. Here they are at the road.
We'll get a time on these runners hitting Gloriana Mine, mile 24. Looks like Hans is stopping to fill. Jordan stopped to fill, and Zach kept going. So now Zach is leading that group of men. Followed by Hans and now Jordan. Jordan in the long sleeve, Zach in the multicolor, and Hans in the Hoka singlet. And that is your top 3 men at this point. Of course, Hans already has his golden ticket, so we'll be following this. You know, the next stop for them is right here at Deep Canyon Ranch.
Chris,
Brett,
do me a favor. Let's make sure it's Zach. It might be Eli.
oh, is it? Okay, you're right. You're right. It is the red sleeves as opposed to the red detail.
Okay.
You're right. My mistake.
So I think it's Eli Hemming in front there, Hans, a cameraman, and then seconds back to
You're right.
There's Jordan.
You're right. I misspoke there.
I just realized the different.
No,
color
good catch.
shirt.
Good catch. Perfect. Brett, we're gonna flip back to you.
All right, yeah, I've got Leah Yingling here for a quick hit on her take on the field. What do you got so far from Bumblebee?
I'm impressed by these times that are being thrown down right now. I think Riley Brady's back in about 8th place, running even faster than they did last year. So that would put, close to about 8 women faster than course record splits right now, which is mind blowing, but I think is probably in line with some of the predictions coming into the race.
How do you feel about Molly Sidell being our lead lady coming through out of Bumblebee?
I'm not surprised. I think she has the leg speed and the ability for this pace to feel as easy as possible, being as fast as she is. This first 20 miles runs so fast. And I think AJW and Chris have been alluding to the fact that this next section of course is where we start to see the pack break apart. And I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Molly start to feel a little bit impacted by the next section of trail. But I think she's right up with those other women here, punch for the next couple miles.
And where will we see you next?
you will see me in the studio in like 20 minutes. So I will be able to give you guys on the ground feedback from there. And unfortunately, we're replacing AJW and Chris in studio, and it'll be me, Hillary Yang, and Skylar Hall coming at you.
No, that's a
live from
very
Deep Canyon
fortunate
Ranch.
thing.
Yeah.
That's a very fortunate thing. We can't wait. We got to go get our burrito league segments.
Get over there.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Leah Yingling going to be joining us here in studio, and we're just keeping the chairs warm for her at this point.
Absolutely. Zach Perrin did come through fourth to Gloria,
Okay.
about 45 seconds. So Eli Hemming, Hans Troyer, Jordan Bramblett, more or less together, as you see right there.
Yeah. This is what happens when everybody
Followed
wears
by
all
Zach.
white.
Yeah, it is the white, the all wear white memo. And so we were talking about how you get over this hill. You can literally see how bright it is.
Yeah.
And it's now east facing, so the sun has been baking on this, and pretty much the entire section down here to Deep Canyon where we are is in this exposed bright sun.
And this is the first time where the course gets really punchy. I mean, we talked about that hill climbing out of Bumblebee to Gloriana. But this section right here is the first fairly technical, fairly I don't want to say complicated, but the most complicated to this point.
Yeah.
The course gradually builds to a crescendo around mile 47, 48. I would say that after Cottonwood, things kind of let up a little bit in terms of technicality. I mean, you still got climbing, and after Table Mesa, you do have a climb, then a descent where the trail actually splits in two, but you have I believe that the course goes to the left rather than the right. But in terms of technicality, this is really where it starts to begin for these runners, because up to this point, it has been smooth sailing, quite literally and figuratively.
And it is also pure Black Canyon single track here.
Yes.
All the way down here to Deep Canyon. It's a lot of what you're seeing here, twisting and turning, winding in and out of washes. Nothing for a real long time climbing, long time descending, but you're kind of always going up or down. It's some of these places it's tough to get a rhythm. I mean, these guys are pros. You can obviously see they're running with a bit of rhythm, but it's just one of those sections that can kind of grind on you. And I think for these guys, they're probably happy to have company through here.
Yeah, absolutely. And, as we mentioned, two of these, actually, all three of these guys, no strangers to this race.
Yeah.
Of course, Hans, a couple years ago, had a very complicated day. Last year, it was Jordan and Eli's turn to have. I mean, actually, all three of these guys are kind of redemption stories in their own way here at Black Canyon. Yeah. Hans Troyer having that 10th place finish a couple years ago when he was flying with the lead pack. Initially, Jordan Bramblett as high as 5th here at the midway point of the race before fading back into the 25 range. And Of course, Eli Hemming falling just 64 seconds short of a golden ticket.
That's right. And he led and was reeled in, but he was, I think, was he still in the lead as far out as close in as like Table Mesa?
Leading into it was about a mile and a half out of Table Mesa, where you have that wash crossing. It was dry last year. I'm assuming it's probably going to be dry or close to dry this year. But we actually saw the pass on camera.
Oh, that's right. Okay. Yeah.
When the lead shifted for good.
So we've got that camera on the left is Gloriana Mine, the exit out of Gloriana Mine aid station. Camera on the right is the drone coverage of our top three. We've got a couple more runners through Gloriana Mine.
So I want to verify what the splits were in Gloriana for the women's race last year. It looks like the timing, Matt, based on what we saw last year, that was where on camera we saw Riley take the lead from Mary, and they were actually through in 2:51.06. Mary was 2:50. Oh, they were through at the exact same time, but of course, after that, Mary fell off precipitously and decided to end her race at Deep Canyon Ranch. So 2:51, and we're talking 2:35.25 here. So we're And given the fact that we had the women through
I'm checking it. It was
5 minutes faster.
It looks like Molly was 209.
209.
Again, 209 Bumblebee. So
we're talking maybe about 10, 11 minutes before we start to see the lead women come through here. But if we have our drones up in the same spot, we'll see them actually much sooner. Because that was about 5 minutes out.
Yeah, we had a great shot of the 3 front-running men, about 5 minutes out. So we'll keep an eye on that.
We've reached the portion of our race and sport history where 5 minutes is a big chunk of time.
We mentioned Zach Perrin through Gloriana. A couple of minutes later, Canyon Woodward, Trayson Knopp, Anthony Castales, and Coleman Cragen, all within about a minute of each other, 2:31 and 2:32 elapsed. So there are 8 men now through. I suspect we've seen John Donovan and Finian Jacob Schultz too, or Schult, I'm sorry.
Coleman Cragen, of course, the sleeper, non-sleeper pick amongst those in the know.
And to put it in perspective, I mean, Coleman Cragen's only 4 minutes behind Eli Hans and Jordan, so they're close.
Yeah, I mean, there's still going to be plenty of jockeying to be done. That, I believe, is Ferdinand.
Yep, that's Ferdinand. We've now doing a good job cooling there.
Maybe looking for some trail magic. The magician himself. Looks like he is moved into the top 10 potentially.
Yeah, I'm not getting it to reload on my side, but let's see.
I think that might have been John Donovan.
John Donovan.
There? Hidden Treasure is kind of an interesting place because it's right off of I-17, like maybe, I don't know.
Gloriana Mine.
Or Gloriana Mine, you're right.
It's maybe less than a mile.
Yeah, it's like a half a mile off the highway.
Yeah.
And you have to pass it to get to Bumblebee if you're coming from the south. And people want to stop, but it's a big no-no. Like like this is a non-crew aid station. It is there's not a lot of room, and you can't park on the road.
I mean, there's basically
it.
those parking spaces where the aid station cars are, and that's
it. Yeah. And it's a great spot to view the race from. I mean, obviously, having covered the race since we started live streaming it, I've been out at Gloriana during the race, and it is a fun place to watch the race as somebody working for it. But yeah, it's and I've seen people try it. I've seen people like pull up in their car slowly on the road, waiting for their runner to cross. We've seen it all, folks. We've seen every trick to try and witness it. As we get a gust of wind wreaking havoc on our scenery here in the studio.
Our little aspen tree blew down. I've got it.
The cactus is still holding strong, though. Thanks to everybody tuning in to the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka, the American World Trail Major race. The 100K is today. You are watching that now. The 50K is tomorrow. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Andy Jones-Wilkins. Some more runners through. A name we haven't mentioned yet, Chris, through Gloriana Mine in 2:35. Anthony Williams.
Yeah.
Then Stephen Kirsch. We know Stephen.
Yes.
Ryan Raff. Finian Jacobson Schultz. Cody Poskin. John Donovan. Ferdinand, who we saw earlier. Eralt. Eamon Scullion. Craig Hunt. And Mark Messman are all through Gloriana Mine.
We'll have to get some intel on Anthony Williams, perhaps.
As we mentioned earlier, we would expect to see Molly Sidell maybe in the next 10 minutes, perhaps even less.
Yeah, I'm hoping that our drones pick her up fairly quickly here. So, and this is after Gloriana. This is going to be where things get very interesting for Molly. We spoke with her during the Shakeout show yesterday. She joined us in the studio, and and she talked about her complications at Bandera. Obviously, she ran a smoking fast time there, but she did say it wasn't as simple as it seemed, maybe to the outside observer, because she was dealing with the first time having to be much more poignant and guided in her calorie intake and her electrolytes. You know, and she said that was something that she had to work through and learn. So despite her innate talent and her drive and all of her skill, she's still a novice in regards to running ultras, and there are going to be things she learns along the way over the next few hours that are going to shock and awe her, I'm sure.
Absolutely. And she and her coach, Cliff Pittman, I know Cliff has worked very hard in the month since Bandera to work on that electrolyte calorie thing, because it's, you know, it's a challenge for all of us, even the most experienced. So, yes, she will have a learning experience today, or is having a learning experience today, no matter what. I wanted to circle back to something we were talking about with Brett, with the recent announcements that the golden tickets could go as deep as 7 here, based on the finishers who may already be in Western states. Just to remind everybody, in the top 5 Hans Troyer and Canyon Woodward already have entry into Western states. Hans from his 8th place finish last year, and Canyon from earning a golden ticket at the Javelina 100. Right, so if the race were to finish right now, Eli Hemming, Jordan Bramlett, and Zach Perrin would have the golden tickets. But keep in mind, you know, you go deeper than that, it's still wide open. Going deeper than that, though, there are no other runners within the top, male runners within the top 20 that have entry to Western states right now.
We mentioned Anthony Williams, somebody who was a new individual to us. Anthony Williams, running out of Utah, has a limited, albeit impressive, race resume to this point. Finished 8th at Gorge 100K last year, so inside the top 10. 4th at Pikes Peak Marathon in 2024, and won the UROC 50 miler in 2024 as well.
What was you got a Pikes Peak time there?
Yeah. Okay. 1:49:59 as we tune in and we see Molly Sidell. We said that. Yep, that is her. Those bright shoes. Got to be coming up on Gloriana.
There we go. We have eyes on Molly Sidell, and she has some company.
That leg turnover is absolutely unbelievable.
2:43 is the clock right now. Gosh, those shoes are nice. That's a cool color. Our drone is going to keep an eye on things. Great drone work today.
Yes, thank you.
Perfect conditions too. Maybe a little bit windy, but not a cloud in the sky. And
this is a very short little climb into Gloriana Mine, and then it kind of crests at the road and then goes ever so slightly downhill.
All right, so Molly Sidell, lead woman, Black Canyon 100K, rolling on into Gloriana Mine with 3 other members of the men's field. All right, Molly Sidell
will get, so last year's leads in the women's race, Mary Denholm and Riley Brady came through at 2:51:06, came through in tandem, and we'll get Molly's split here to see exactly where they are. I mean, 2:45 just by the clock, so you're talking.
Wow, no stop.
Time.
No stop.
No stop. I don't see any visible cooling measures.
She reached for her bottles, probably just to see what they felt like, to see what she had left. This is a roll of the dice, Chris. This is a roll of the dice.
This is bold.
9 miles from where she is right now to where we are right now. Obviously, she knows what she has in terms of fluids and calories.
And I am not one to question an Olympic
No,
bronze
I'm not going to
medalist.
do that. I'm not questioning it, but I'm saying it's
Noting
rolling.
it.
I'm
Yes,
saying
notable.
it's rolling the dice.
Absolutely.
Jen Lichter, no stop either. Okay. They know more than us, Chris.
Yeah,
Obviously.
I mean, well, as we mentioned, it is not very far from Bumblebee to Gloriana.
And Flower.
But it's only about 4 miles from Bumblebee to Gloriana, but you're talking it's 9 from Gloriana to here.
It is. It's a 9-mile exposed section. Now, Ann Flower did top off her bottles. She's running without a vest, a couple of handhelds. So, again, I'm just mentioning rolling the dice. I don't run this fast.
Molly's time was 2:45:13. Wow. And Jennifer's was 2:45:53. So Molly 2:45:13 versus last year's course record. Splits by Riley Brady and Mary Denholm were 2:51:06. So that's basically nearly 6 full minutes off of course record pace at the 24-mile mark.
And Jen Lichter was only 45 seconds behind Molly.
Yeah, that's pretty impressive. We've got drone eyes on Molly. Wonderful shot. You can see, like we were mentioning, and like Brett pointed out, it gets a little bit punchy. And I talked with Brett yesterday when he got into town, and one of the things that he said as he was competing in the Fast Media Guy division in the 50K was that he was surprised at how difficult that stretch from Gloriana to Black Canyon City was. Not that it was overly difficult, but just surprising. As we can see, the lead men on the left.
Yep, very good.
Looks like
Hans Troyer, Eli Hemming, Jordan Bramblett.
And then Molly on the right.
This is great stuff.
Wonderful to have both leads of the race. Trying to keep eyes. They're just moving so darn fast.
It's about 45 seconds between Molly and Jen Lichter. Another 10 or 15 seconds to Ann Flower, who did take a moment to top off her bottles.
Chris Warden and AJW here with you till the top of the hour or thereabouts, at which point our seats will be populated by, I believe it's Skylar Hall, Leah Yingling,
and Hillary Yang.
And Hillary Yang.
Yep.
So, great team that's going to take you through the men's and women's podiums here at Black Canyon. One of the things I love calling any aspect of a race, but in a race like this, where it basically opens up our 2026 season here at Mountain Outpost, our broadcast is one where, when they ask us what we want to do, I love setting the table.
Yeah,
I love
do too.
setting the energy in the table, and to be able to witness a race such as this, where you get to watch an Olympian crossover and challenge the best that our best and established in our sport having to offer, it's pretty awesome. And to see 3 guys at the front of the men's pack who are all in their own ways redemption stories for this race. There's so much going on, and I would be remiss if I didn't encourage everybody to stay tuned in as long as your Valentine's Day allows.
And I will say too, it's kind of fun. We set the table, but we're also hanging out at Deep Canyon.
I'm not going anywhere.
A lot of these runners are going to be here in the next little bit here, and we're going to literally have a front row seat to it all. And there's no reason to go anywhere.
Yeah, I love, and we've gotten things so leveled up over the years here at Mountain Outpost. We had live streamed events since 2018, mostly fixed time events that were static. But our 2021 broadcast of Black Canyon was our first true attempt at covering trail, and I was fortunate enough to be a field anchor for that, and basically leapfrogging aid stations with other broadcast teams and reporting crew. And to be a part of these events and to be able to witness what we have and the growth and, oh my goodness, the picture. You go back and you watch
yes.
You watch a 2021 versus 2026 broadcast of Mountain Outpost and the ability to bring these shots and these athletes. It has been such a fun voyage.
I will say that the picture, I will say the audio from the field commentators is improved tremendously. The ability that we have to bounce around. I mean, it's so much fun to be a part of.
Yeah, shout out to our producers and our production team. You know, Zach, Marion, keeping it all together, keeping the car on the road. Not only that, but putting the gas pedal to the floor, on these broadcasts.
Indeed. Raising the game each and every time. By the way, Chris, we've got our 4th and 5th women through Gloriana Mine. Tara Dower was about 1 minute behind Ann Flower. And then another minute and a half to Abby Hall. So your top 5 in the women's race: Molly Sidell, Jen Lichter, Ann Flower, Tara Dower, Abby Hall. All of them through Gloriana Mine. And it was about a 3-minute gap. There's a good close-up of our lead 3 men.
And, okay, so, yeah, they're not – we're going to be seeing them in person here not too far off. A little bit of course confusion there. You saw Eli give a couple steps, but they're back on course.
I think
that's Shea
Aquilano. Just seem to remember her in the red hat. Yep.
A true veteran of this race.
In her mid-20s. 7-time participant in her mid-20s.
Oh, looks like we've got
Eric
out in the field at Gloriana. Eric.
We're just getting
we'll flip to Eric when we have
a second.
But I think that the story of the day in the 2 races, you've got a couple of storylines. On the men's side, the top 3 men, all redemption stories, looking to right something that did not go right for them in the past. Hans Troyer with his 10th place finish a couple years ago, and also having some complications after the race. And then Eli Hemming and Jordan Bramblett both starting out strong before giving way to the field to varying degrees. And then on the women's side, it's Molly Sidell and Can You Catch Me?
Yeah. And a lot of veterans behind her.
Yeah. I mean,
so
it's pretty wild. We were all so excited when Molly Sidell announced that she was going to run this race. And even yesterday, the fact that when asked point blank by Zach Marion, shout out to Zach for doing this, basically said, so if you win or if you get a golden ticket, are you taking it? And she flat out said yes.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is going to be a very interesting second half of this race. I mean, we've had, it's been our pleasure to bring the first basically the first half of the Black Canyons Ultras 100K presented by Hoka to you, but we're not going anywhere in terms of
not at all.
We're going to be following along here at
I also want to mention too, Ann Flower answered that question. She's currently sitting in 3rd place. When I asked her that, she was like, without a pause, "Oh, absolutely, I'm racing for the golden ticket."
I think at this point, if you're going to run these races, you don't know if you're going to get a chance to get back.
Yeah. All right, let's take a quick look here. This
a large pack
is
of
a
runners
large
here.
pack.
Is that is before Gloriana, I want to say, perhaps?
It does. It does look like that section where you drop through that wash, and now they're just 2 or 3 minutes from Gloriana. And as I was mentioning in the folks with entry into Western States already on the women's side, Tara Dower, who's currently sitting in 4th, and Abby Hall, who's currently sitting in 5th, are already in the race. Tara by virtue of her win at Javelina, and of course, Abby by virtue of her win at Western States. So the current top 3, again, if it were to end today and they all took their tickets, it would be Molly Sidell, Jen Lichter, and Ann Flower.
So I have 3 confirmed drops, and I want to give those out here. Tabor Hemming, as Brett Hornig mentioned, sounded like she was having some foot issues at Bumblebee and has dropped. Francesco Pupi is confirmed as having dropped a Hidden Treasure, which makes sense. His split from Antelope Mesa to Hidden Treasure was pretty slow. And former Golden Ticket recipient herself, Ellie Pell,
Okay.
dropped at Antelope Mesa. So
So a few early drops.
Yeah.
Happens.
Yeah, no, I mean, these races can't go perfectly. I do feel like we're seeing fewer people call their day early. But I mean, if they're doing so, then there's a valid reason for it. Obviously, I mean, there's, it's a career. It's not a single race in the case of these individuals. So shout out to them for towing the line, to Ellie, to Tabor, and Francesco.
And I've certainly come around in my, as an old curmudgeon, I was very much of the, DNFs are bad kind of camp, and I'm not there anymore. I mean, and I understand that DNFs happen. You take Abby Hall's DNF at UTMB or David Roche's DNF at Western States. Yes, neither of those athletes wanted to DNF, but that was what the day served them, and they took it. And I think we're at a place in the sport where that kind of old curmudgeon, and I'm the first to admit it, that kind of old curmudgeonly attitude probably isn't appropriate anymore. And I'll say it about myself. I mean, I think if an athlete drops, it might need to have some sort of impact on how you view their entire body of work? Yes. But what that impact is, I think, are we going to judge Francisco Pupi in any more negative way because he fell and could barely lift his arm or whatever it was?
No,
of course we're not, right? So, I mean, I think we need to, context is important.
Yeah, and you can see that in the Ultra Runner of the Year voting. I think that there has been a softening of gauging what a DNF means and realizing that a lot of times, runners feel such immense pressure to participate in races that, maybe they otherwise would have selected out of, and I don't think that it's as much of a negative strike anymore. And I'm glad to hear that as the vice principal of the old school, that you are coming around to that fact, because it really is. It's not a single race dynamic. It's a career. And if a runner opts to call it a day early, it's because they've got years and decades ahead of them, especially in somebody like Francesco's, so young, I mean, Tabor's so young. I mean, these runners in their 20s who are, looking at, such a broad view. I mean, they're looking at being, competitive into their 40s potentially. And,
I mean, take Tara Dower, right?
Yeah.
She had an incredible year, but she did not finish Western States. We all know that she was battling illness the entire week before.
I was shocked she started.
Considered not starting, ended up not finishing. It was bold for her to start, you know. Or Abby Hall, I mentioned her earlier. I mean, she put it all out there at Western States and may just have not had, enough time to get it all back in time for UTMB. I think those are the kinds of things we need to pay attention to, and I'm the first to admit that I need to update my script, and I'm doing that. I'm here to say, as we're getting ready to sign off, that I'm here to do that.
And before we do sign off, let's go to the field one more time here at the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. Eric Jenkins, what do you have for us?
Boots on the ground here, Gloriana. Fantastic race going on right now. Really interesting to see how these different teams to handle the aid station. The top 3 guys all clumped together: Eli Hemming, Hans Troyer, Jordan Bramblett. Eli Hemming just any water. on Sawyer little refill, and then Jordan Brown with looked like a full ice bath shower. So even though there was a lot of talk before the race about how ideal and chilly like it kind of was going to be at the start, you're seeing a lot of these athletes come through the station and really work on their heat management, taking a lot of water all over the body, on the shoulders. Fantastic race. And then we see Molly Sidell coming through in first. It's still
Looks like we lost.
exciting down here.
Oh, there's Eric's audio. Apologies. Eric, could you repeat that, please?
Yes. So sorry, it's losing signal out here. It's a great race on the ground here. The men's top three all running together. Women's is still top three together, but it's a bit more spaced out, not all running together, packed up. We're seeing through this station, it's seems to be a bit more technical. Would be tough footing if you're starting to feel a bit tired. And we are seeing athletes come by. I'm thinking about Tara Dower, Abby Hall. They're getting some farms.
Looks like we might have lost Eric's audio here. As you can see, the runners at Gloriana.
Great shot here as we near the 3-hour mark. And the front pack of men and front pack of women are en route between Gloriana Mine and here. There's no aid between the two. It's about a 13-kilometer stretch, mostly in bright, wide-open sun. This is the drone shot looking back down the course, that is towards Bumblebee from Gloriana. See some runners continuing on that nice, sweet, winding single track.
And as we wind down our day, I want to thank you, TJ, for the kind words in the chat. What's better than a Chris Worden AJW trail race coverage?
Thank you.
Maybe a Valentine's Day shakeout run. As you can see, actually behind us, I just kind of came to the realization that things are starting to get very busy here.
Oh yeah, the crews are flowing.
Yeah,
in. We've been so in a zone. Wow, the parking lot's full.
Yeah, we've been so focused on what's happening on our visuals. Do we have? Is that here? Okay, so that is the egress to Bumblebee. That is, or not Bumblebee. That is the departure from Bumblebee.
That's the climb up to Bumblebee.
No,
up from Bumblebee.
Yeah.
Sorry, there is no climb up to Bumblebee.
Yeah, I guess we've been so focused on our feed in front of us that I didn't realize that everything around us has been built up.
Yeah.
We're like the old house in the middle of the city where the skyscrapers went up. So
yeah, we're just here like, hey, what's going on?
We're gonna see a whole lot of action and energy from Deep Canyon Ranch, the halfway point of the Black Canyon Ultras 100K race here on this Valentine's Day morning. As we mentioned, Leah Yingling, Hillary Yang, and the incomparable Skylar Hall will be joining the broadcast here, taking the reins from AJW and myself.
I should mention, too, if anybody's out there watching in Arizona, this is a wonderful place to watch the race. Deep Canyon, there's plenty of, I mentioned the parking lot's full. There's plenty of parking. It's a great place to see runners coming and going. It's a great coming together of the community as well.
I just saw
just
somebody
up the road from town.
I just saw Michael Miller, a Arizona local. So I was on the broadcast with you in 2024, I believe it was, when I was I looked at my phone and I didn't I was surprised, but I got a text from Michael Miller, and he said, "Hey, watch out for my boy Jupiter."
Oh, that's right.
And so he was somebody in the know. He's out here as an example of people. I mean, you're starting to see crews set up right on the track.
By the way, he was so right on Jupiter. We did not see that coming. And I remember when he first entered into our broadcast, I was like, oh, this isn't going to last. And man, it lasted.
But we're seeing that now.
Yeah,
That was 2
right.
years in a row where
Right.
we saw somebody come out of not.
Yep, you got to go to the left there. There it goes.
There we go.
You don't want to keep going down that road.
Yeah, there was a bit of a scuttlebutt with somebody going down that road last year. So they made, as you can see, I mean, if you can see the signs from the drone, like they can see them at eye level.
You don't want to go down that road. I mean, it's kind of a shortcut, but you get in trouble.
Yeah, but as has been the case at Black Canyon the last couple of years, I mean, we saw it last year with Will Murray. We saw it 2 years ago with Jupiter Carrera Casas. Will we see it this year in the fact that, I mean, we know him, and there were people who knew Will Murray. They were all back east. But Jordan Bramlett has been one of the stories of the men's race. I mean, Hans Troyer, no surprise there at the front of the race. Eli Hemming led the race last year for 50 miles. But
I would say Jordan is well known regionally.
Yes,
for sure, well known regionally, and has been for a couple of years, but not necessarily on the national level, quite like Hans and Eli and some of the others.
I love the fact that a widespread audience is getting exposed to him, and of course, we have somebody who is basically just dipping their toe for the first time into the ultra running world in Molly Sidell.
Yep.
Of course, probably the best known runner in the entire field, but new to this space, and it's going to be really interesting to see how the second half of this race goes.
And is it a sign of the evolution of the sport that an Olympic bronze medalist is in this race?
I wrestle with that. I do wrestle with that because you kind of wonder whether it's something that. Is it an outlier or is it a harbinger of things to come? I mean, are we going to see more Olympians? I mean, we've seen a few of them around. I mean, we've seen Alexei Pappas, a Greek Olympian, make their way in.
Tomorrow in the 50K, we're going to see Des Linden, a Boston Marathon winner. I'm not sure if she's been an Olympian.
Yeah, but I sidebar, Des is going to blow the doors off that race.
I think we've seen some Olympians or almost Olympians come from cross country skiing to some shorter distance trail runs. So yeah, I don't know. I think I'm of the opinion that it's not an outlier. That I think we might see it continue. It may not be a flood of former Olympians coming to the sport, but it could be a little bit of a trail running version of the high-end road cyclists who transition to gravel racing.
See Arizona ultra running legend Dave James in the chat. Shout out to Dave. Hey, Dave, did you ever win this race like back in the early days?
I think Dave. I closed my computer because I think Dave James is talking smack to me about me coming around on my DNF position. Dave and I have talked a lot about that. Dave would be the first to say he was somewhat of a prolific DNFer.
I mean, Dave James was the first person to break 16 hours at Javelina.
He
sure
was.
He's a fast guy.
I mean, when he hit it right, he hit it out of the park.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure. I mean, because I know that he had kind of scaled back in his racing scene around 2014, 2015, and that was about the time. Black Canyon's first year was 2014, so I can see Hoka's Nathaniel Chan getting a Burrito League
getting some segments in.
They had a
I do think that Dave. I mean, Dave was. I competed a lot with Dave back 15, 20 years ago, and he went out hard every time. He got his money's worth every time, and most of the time looked good doing it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, as I was first coming into the scene, he was in his prime. Right?
Oh, yeah.
That was, I would say, 2013 or so, 2012, 2013 was when I first started bearing witness to, the higher levels of ultra running. And being an Arizona local, I mean, he was one of those people you saw at all the races, and it was like a huge deal if you saw him, step in for like a local level 50K or something like that. And yeah, he would come in and like he and Cyan Lupowitz and people like of that generation of Arizona runners.
And he jumped into the fixed times, and he jumped into hard stuff and shorter distance stuff, longer distance stuff. It was a lot of fun.
And that was basically about the time the Walmsley ascent took place. I mean, I remember, before his Western States success, he was working at the old classic iRun store on Indian School here in Phoenix.
Indian School and 48th Street.
And I'm pretty sure Jim sold me a pair of shoes or two along the way. But
here's that little shot at
Ferdinand.
He's got to make that left. There we go.
I have a feeling that Ferdinand is not going to miss any turns on the course this
I don't
year.
think he is.
If you know, you know.
That's well flagged as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they've done a great job of making sure everything is marked very heavily. Pacers are starting to get their warm-ups.
We're looking out our studio here. Runners can pick up pacers at this point.
I see Chris Myers, Western States podium finisher, getting ready to take on a pacing gig. Looks like we've got eyes on. Oh,
that's Jen Lichter. At last view, we had her in second place. Looks like we have a camera on the ground at that little road crossing.
Yeah, the energy here. Once we get our cameras on the ground here at Deep Canyon, you'll be able to see, just what's going on. I'm so glad I got here as early as I did. Got a nice parking spot. Yeah. There we go.
There it is. And ask and ye shall receive, Chris.
Absolutely.
And you didn't even ask. But
and that's only facing, that's the inbound, but, like a full 360 view of it, you can see there are probably...
There's another shot of Deep Canyon. Thank you so much, film crew, there's a finish, the finish line of the 50K right there.
Is that Molly right there?
Is that Molly Sidell?
So Jennifer
I think
has
Jen
made the
Lichter
pass.
has passed Molly Sidell. We know there was only about a 45-second gap. Yeah, we can't confirm that, and there's Ann Flower.
So we have a little bit of movement in the front of the women's
this
field.
is great to have this camera out there. Fantastic. That is Ann Flower, third place woman, 50-mile world record holder. Leadville course record holder, taking down Ann Trayson's 1994 course record this past August. Right hot on Molly Sidell's heels.
We'll be seeing Ann Trayson next weekend on Mountain Outpost.
That's right.
But this weekend at Black Canyon, I didn't want to say anything when we saw Jen.
I just wasn't sure if we maybe missed Molly, but of course we didn't miss Molly. So Jen Lichter is in the women's lead at this point.
Seconds ahead of Molly Sidell.
Seconds ahead of Molly Sidell, who is seconds ahead of Ann Flower. It's
you know what?
Great to have this camera on the ground.
Adam,
this was just fantastic.
Thanks for mentioning that. Yeah, Molly got past as it got more technical. Mm-hmm. That is going to be another interesting.
That's going to be an interesting thing. Good point, Adam, for sure. We may have Tara Dower here. Oh yeah, we do.
You can feel the sparkle from the screen.
Kind of checking her watch. She's hitting that spot. So Tara Dower in fourth place. Oh, what an exciting women's race. Great point on the chat of the technicality. Changing the dynamic a little bit. Jen Lichter making the pass of Molly Sidell.
So I'm going to take a peek at what splits we got from Eli last year at Deep Canyon, 331.32.
And we're at 315.
Seth Ruling came in at 3:30.
Oh, yeah, you got to make that turn. Okay, he turned around. Sorry.
Seth Ruling made that at 3:31.40. Yeah, I mean, and it's clearly marked right there.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah.
3:31.39. Did Will briefly take the lead from... Okay, no. Eli was a couple seconds ahead of Will.
I think
and
Will
Seth.
just sat that whole race. I really do.
Okay, so actually our leader into Deep Canyon Ranch last year was Kenhua Luo.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. And it came in at 3:38.20. No, I'm sorry. No. I was just thinking 3:31. Okay, my mistake. He was actually a couple minutes back. But on that note,
oh, it looks like we're ready, Chris.
yeah, we are going to take a quick break. AGW, it's a pleasure as always.
It's been awesome, Chris, and we'll hang out here at Deep Canyon, and we'll be back later this afternoon.
In the meantime, we've got Hillary Yang, Leah Yingling, and the one, the only Skylar Hall hanging out here in the studio to bring you through from the second half of the race all the way through to the finishes and the podiums. And we'll see you tonight, but stick around. The Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel.
See y'all later.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra-performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Push your limits on the trails, but the sun is destroying your skin. Don't let the damage stick. The first clinical-grade UV repair system is almost here. Scan now to join the waitlist and secure 40% off launch day. Your skin deserves a pit stop.
Not every runner runs in the rain. Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic resolve. Not every runner finds joy in the struggle. But for those who do, we see you. We see you on those days when you could just take the day off or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the gusting wind and snow. We see you, and we're here for it. That's why we create and test the absolute best technical running apparel in the world. Gear that keeps you dry, staves off the wind, keeps you warm. Gear that keeps you comfortable in the most uncomfortable conditions. So go ahead, step out the door, seek out those challenges, and just keep running. Or for whatever's ahead.
When you're far from home, without a phone.
We have an SOS activation from a Garmin Phoenix smartwatch.
What matters most is the power to stay connected. When every second counts. Be safe. SOS on your wrist, only on Phoenix 8 Pro. From Garmin.
much more capable, much better athletes, and just much better stewards of this race, Hillary Yang and Leah Yingling. How are y'all doing?
Oh my God, what a hype man. This is
thanks.
great.
Thanks for that intro, Skylar. I'm excited to be here. I've been out on course a little bit today trying to take in some of the action, and I am thrilled by the paces people are running out there. The conditions are amazing, and I think we're seeing some course record times probably going down today.
Yeah, it was so much fun. I also was out there, got to check out the course early on at Antelope Mesa, and by the time we saw them come through Bumblebee, I feel like things had changed already, you know? Very similar to what we were talking about in the pre-race shows, which is just like that first 20 miles will chew you out if you're not careful. So yeah, we're seeing a little bit of that. I don't know, guys. Do you want to do a little recap of where everyone is? I know we're expecting our leaders, our men into Deep Canyon, where we are, very quickly here.
Yeah, I think that's worthwhile. And just for note, last year, Seth Ruling, who went on to win the race, rolled through Deep Canyon Ranch here at 3:31 elapsed, which is in approximately 10 minutes. But we know this men's field today is running considerably under that time. Skylar, do you want to recap what we're seeing on the front side of the men's race right now?
Listen. Absurdity. We have a very tight pack. Haven't seen this many men smash together since watching the two-man luge at the Winter Olympics. We've had Bramblett, Hans out front pacing us. We've had reports of Anthony Castales looking incredibly strong, and you see the three leaders on the men's side moving their way here towards Black Canyon Ranch as we speak, just over halfway into the race. What do we have, like 10 individuals still under course record pace coming through at Bumblebee, and we're going to see, I believe, a little bit of a shakeup here in terms of those gaps blowing up. We know that they finally have their first real climb, and a surprisingly chunky section, of course, between the last aid station and when they arrive here at Deep Canyon Ranch. So as much as we've seen the women sort of have some ankle biters, we might see some men finally coming in with a little bit of blood on themselves as well.
Yeah, I think you're so right. It's interesting. Everyone leaves Bumblebee still in pretty good condition, although a surprising amount of blood for that early in the race. Like, not going to lie, there was a lot more bloody knees going on. But yeah, going up to Gloriana is really when you get into that more technical rockiness that is the second half of this course. And I think this is really the first moment when we see if people played the first 20 miles well.
And you see the men are dropping down. They're about 250 meters up, a bit of a steep downhill, and then they'll hit that left-hander right through those Hoka beacons that you see on your screen. And we'll do a nice little out and back here at Deep Canyon Ranch, so I'm sure we'll get the ambient noise as the crews behind us are very well set up and ready to rock.
Yeah, and notable DNF so far in the men's race. Favorite Francesco Pupi pulled out earlier from the race due to injury, and we also see Blake Slatengren is a recent DNF as well.
Yeah, it was, a shame to see Francesco take a fall so early on in the race. But, obviously smart to call it. He's already got his golden ticket. There's no point in slogging it out and doing more damage. But this race is deceptive right from the beginning, even on the stuff that's not supposed to be technical.
And you can see on our screen there, we're about 3 hours, 23 minutes elapsed into this race. You can see the men's trio coming down into Deep Canyon Ranch where our studio is located. They are probably less than a minute or two out from us down here in the studio. And they are running considerably faster than Seth Ruling's 3:31 into here last year. So probably about 5+ minutes up on that time. Absolutely flying. It is a beautiful day today. I don't even think it's 60 degrees yet, but from reports on course, it is starting to feel warm to them. And this last section they're coming off of is completely exposed in the sun. And we see these guys cooling early. So it's going to be very important, especially from this point forward, that they're not wasting any time, but they're also taking care of themselves.
Yeah, it's going to be especially critical because you have people right on you to not make a critical error, because this next section coming out of Deep Canyon Ranch is also very, very technical and can be very tactical as well. So we have Jordan, Hans, and Eli all coming in here to the this last little downhill section, and they'll make the left onto the Burrito League segment.
Oh, no way.
It's right here, right in front of us.
Into Deep Canyon Ranch aid station. I will note, Jordan was also in a similar position last year and sort of had some struggles towards the end. Eli obviously also had a bit of a fall off in that last 15 miles of the race. So critical that they don't make any unforced errors here that could have similar impacts on their 2026 race as it did for 2025.
I like you talking about the guys who are veterans here. Last year, Jordan Bramlett was a little bit off the lead here, went out at a hot pace. Eli Hemming also went out at a hot pace, but these guys are running about 5 to 8 minutes faster than those splits last year, and so far they look comfortable.
Yeah, it's fun to see them all rolling through here as a pack. Like, I'm sure this is going through Eli's head. He talked about it yesterday, just knowing what went wrong last year and obviously trying to run within himself. But those three are not letting each other go right now, so there's a certain amount of just settling in and hoping it's enough. You can hear the crowd cheering as they go by us in the studio here at Deep Canyon.
That's Hans Troyer in the Hoka kit, Jordan Bramlett in the white long sleeve shirt, Eli Hemming wearing the Adidas Terex kit.
Yeah, it looks like Chris Myers is running along with Eli.
Looks that way.
Offering some support.
What a crew. You know, it kind of gives you a flashback, too, to 2024 when Hans came through here with Hayden Hawks in the lead, and he was sort of the unknown at that point, definitely the kid. And I wonder how he's feeling just being back here now. A couple more years of experience under his belt, hopefully some better fueling and hydration than he had in 2024.
Yep, and we see Hans there really cooling down, taking the water dousing to the back. Looks like Jordan Bramlett is heading towards his crew over there. We heard Brett in the field earlier say that Hans told his crew to stick to the plan, keep cooling, just keep all the actions coming. We see his ice bandana go on there too. So I think he is well aware of what the controllables are here and is taking care of all of them. Chris Myers and Eli Hemming side by side there running out.
Also iced up. So it'll be interesting to see how Jordan is looking as he comes through here as the third part of that triumvirate. Hans out here on a vibe right now. Clearly feeling himself.
There he
Love
goes.
to see it.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. For a day that was supposed to be cooler, I saw people icing pretty early and also just like soaked with sweat early. Like, it's still warm out there, and that desert sun is very direct.
And this is, you see Chris Myers alongside Eli Hemming there. Deep Canyon Ranch is the first place you can pick up a pacer in this race. We're about halfway through at mile 32, just over the 50K mark. And looks like Eli is taking a pacer here with Chris Myers, who has a lot of experience in the 50K course here.
That's a solid team going out there right now.
And between Hans and Eli, we're looking at maybe 60 meters, just a function of 10 or 15 seconds. So Hans might also get a free pace throughout the deal. Jordan now heading out behind us. Looks to be with a newly added pack and some ice on him as well, looking very wet. So he'll look to be pacerless as he chases down the top two men heading out of here. But all three of our top three now safely out of Deep Canyon Ranch, under 3.5 hours.
And this is a pretty significant gap that they've put into fourth and fifth place since Gloriana Mine. We had Zach Perrin in fourth there. We have not seen him roll through here yet. He was less than a minute back at Gloriana Mine, and no signs of him yet through here. So that last section may have proved to be challenging for some of these runners. And I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing some of these gaps grow over the course of the next sections here.
It's interesting for those following in the chat. So only Eli took a pacer out of Deep Canyon. So you are allowed to pick up a pacer here, but it's interesting to see Hans and Jordan both decide to keep going on their own. I mean, honestly, Hans looks so stoked on life that I don't think he needs anyone else to vibe off of. He's doing great.
Absolutely, and it looks like we might have fourth place now entering into Deep Canyon Ranch.
And
I was going to say, very important, with being an out and back here at Deep Canyon Ranch, for the top three to be completely out of the aid station before fourth comes in can be a bit of a spirit breaker. But here we are.
Yeah, that was something we were talking about in the pre-show, is just this out and back and then Black Canyon, the longer out and back there. These are critical sections for beta. For a lot of runners, you have no idea how far ahead the people are from you. And so breaking that elastic here, especially for that lead pack of men, just like, that's a move. That's probably their dream scenario right there.
Yep, and this is Zach Perrin in fourth. He is from Montana. He's been here before. This is the highest I think he's been up in the field this late in the race. We're about halfway through the race right now. He looks solid. Looks like he might be feeling a little bit of those early miles, but does look to be taking care of himself with hydration and cooling at this point in the game.
All right, and just for those of you wanting a little recap, so at Deep Canyon, we now have our top men coming in. I believe Canyon Woodward is either here or just about to be here as well. So we've got Jordan Bramlett, Hans Troyer, Eli Hemming, all very close together in that front pack. Zach Perrin, Canyon Woodward, and then following that for M6, we've got Trayson Knopp, Anthony Castales in M7, Coleman Cragen, Anthony Williams in 9th, and Stephen Kirsch in male 10. So that is our top 10 men. We've seen half of those so far, but they're coming in fast and furious.
And right before we took our seats here in the studio, we had a big move on the women's side out in the field with Jen Lichter overtaking Molly Sidell to lead the women's race. We should be expecting them here in probably 20 plus minutes, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
So what we know so far from the field is Jen Lichter leading the race, Molly Sidell in 2nd, Ann Flower 3rd, Tara Dower 4th, and Abby Hall in 5th.
Yeah, and then we've got Shea Aquilano, Eleni Matteries, Riley Brady in F8, and then where's the rest of our... Closing it out, we have Jenna Bensko and Sydney Welch. So that's our top 10 women. Again, this is just based on Gloriana splits, and I feel like there's some movement happening right now, so we will probably see that top 10 change a bit as we hit Deep Canyon.
Absolutely. Yeah, and we should know last year's winner of the women's race is Riley Brady. Riley ran a course record. We had reports out from the field that Riley's running on those splits, if not just a little bit under them today, and is feeling amazing and controlled. So I'm curious how some of these veterans will compare to the people who are running 100K for their first time, like Molly and Jen. There's a lot that goes into running 100K and running it well, and it's a long way.
It's fascinating to me. We were just chatting about that, Leah, before we went on air. Like, we have 200K rookies leading the women's race. Both of them incredible athletes. Both of them were very high in the conversation for the podium at this race. But again, it's a lot of pressure to put on them for their first 100K debut. And it's a lot of things that have to go right all the way to the finish line.
Absolutely. And I think we start to see some of those decisions really come into play after 50 miles where they kind of compile on each other over time.
Yeah, I mean, this back half of the course, we're all waiting for it to see if the strategies at the front played out. And I think especially for some of these unknowns, for Molly, for these women where we don't know how they do on the technical terrain, you know, like Ann Flower, like there's a lot of women where we haven't seen them execute on a course like this to this extent. So it'll be really interesting and exciting to see that play out. Obviously, we have our veterans in there. We've got Tara, Abby, and Riley, who all know exactly what they're doing and all looked very comfortable coming through Bumblebee. So I feel like you cannot count them out. They are very much in the mix. It's very small amounts of time separating our field at this point.
Definitely. And something to note, Joe McConaughey, who got a ticket here last year, placed 3rd place in the field. And he said he was back in like 30th place at mile 10, 20th place at mile 20, and then worked his way up to 15th, and then slowly crawled his way up to the front. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see something like that happen today too. You really can't count yourself out, but you do have to be in the mix, maybe in one of these chase packs throughout the day to really give yourself a chance. We see Anthony Castales coming through. He's our M7. And just in the last couple minutes, we saw Canyon Woodward, Trayson Knopp as well coming through. And that's Trayson on the screen right there. Trayson's trains in Alaska, and he's been at this race a couple times. Most recently made the world's team in the 80K after a great race at the Gorge 100K last year.
I feel like he's strategically looking for sunshine this time of year.
I think I would too. I think Alaska's having the best snow year of just about any state in the U.S. right now.
Someone in the chat was asking about Riley Brady and whether we think that their strategy is what they planned. Just so you guys know, coming into Bumblebee, Riley was exactly on their splits from the course record from last year. And I think that's really important to note. So it's like, yes, everyone's going out really fast. Yes, it's exciting. Riley is running exactly the race they ran last year, and that worked out pretty well. And so we'll see. Again, to your point about Joe McConaughey last year, Leah, like we just don't know if these fast early runners can hold on that long. And so it's a gamble to go out with that front.
It really is.
Yeah, I mean, if we keep seeing, or we talk about there's less blowups. People are going out harder, and there tends to be less blowups. But law of large numbers, if this many people are going out this hard, this far ahead of course record, something has to give. You can't have 10, 12, 14 people all stick the landing. So, you know, the vets might be thinking, you know, Riley thinking, hey, 2 of them have to come back to me. And if 2 of them come back to me, then I'm in golden ticket range, and I just have to kill it the last 5 miles.
Yeah. Yeah, and worth noting, Joe was 6 minutes back from Eli Hemming and Seth Ruling at this aid station last year, and he snagged one of those tickets. People like Anthony Castales and Trayson Knopp are only 6 minutes off the leaders right now. So I would say anybody in this M1 through M7, they're in contention. And if we're talking golden ticket recipients, Hans Troyer and Canyon Woodward are both already into Western States. So we know that tickets as of this year can roll down through 7th place at these super golden ticket races like Black Canyon. So it's really anyone's game. And maybe one of those guys who gets a golden ticket later on might even decline it.
Yep. Stranger things have happened here at Black Canyon. All right. So, yeah, we're sort of seeing the last of our top 10 men coming through Deep Canyon Ranch right here. And like you said, Leah, everyone's so close right now. It's really separated by gaps of 30 seconds.
Yep, and that's looks like we got Anthony Castales on our screen. He's being crewed by his wife, Katie.
Looks like he's picking up a pacer as well.
And he is sporting one of the Radical Airflow Nike shirts that we saw sported last year at Western States. So that probably is working quite nice on a warmer day like today.
Leah, if you're looking for your husband, I just saw him on screen, so.
Easy to identify.
Proof of life is always good. From these shots, you really get an appreciation for the out and back nature of the Deep Canyon Ranch aid station. Like, you can look your competitors dead in the eyes and see if they are going to chase you down in this section of Black Canyon City, or you just completely break them, like Anthony Castales just being so smooth right there and breaking the will of the people just behind him.
And Anthony is a prior winner here at Black Canyon. He won over Tom Evans just a few years ago, taking a golden ticket, unsponsored at the time, led to a Nike sponsorship, and then an eventual podium at Western States. So really great to see Anthony on the start line and out there crushing it today. He was a pretty recent entrant to the race, which, knowing Anthony, that usually means he must be feeling good if he puts his name on the list about 3 weeks out from the race.
I feel like there was quite a bit of movement in the Black Canyon entrance field the last second. There's a lot of people that were like, okay, is my training there? Yeah, I think it's there. We're going to go for it.
Definitely. And Anthony's someone that doesn't share all of his training, but you know when you get an Anthony drop on Strava that it usually means it's something good. And I think recently we saw some pretty amazing tempo runs from him in the low 5-minute pace. And Anthony has a lot of speed in probably 7-8 years ago, 2:13 marathoner. He hasn't run a road marathon in a few years now, but I know he still has a lot of that leg speed that he brings to races like Black Canyon that suit him quite well.
Really fun being out here at Deep Canyon as all these runners go past us. I think this is one of my favorite parts. And, you know, it's only the second time they get to see their crew, too. So you've got Bumblebee and then Deep Canyon. So there's a lot of energy, a lot of excitement out here.
Yes, and this is the finish line for the 50K race tomorrow. Great vibes out here, beautiful day. Our studio is here at Deep Canyon Ranch. We get to see them in and out. I know pacers are quite contentious these days, but our 100K runners can pick up a pacer here at this aid station who can then share the last half of the race with them. And we will be keeping an eye on the women's field as well. We'll keep an eye out for them into Deep Canyon Ranch here. Last year, Riley Brady rolled through here exactly on the 4-hour mark. So we do know that our women's race is running a bit under the course record. I'd probably say 5 to 7 minutes right now. So we will expect them about 3 hours, 55 minutes elapsed here into Deep Canyon Ranch. So probably in the next 15 minutes.
I also love, and I don't know, Jamil is just like on top of everything, but he has a Burrito League segment set up here at Deep Canyon for those of you that followed along with that during January. And we've seen runners going back and forth doing the Burrito League. And I feel like some of the photographers and crew could probably give them a run for their money. Everyone's just doing laps back and forth here, but
I mean, yeah, if you're on the media team and you don't have your Strava up and going as you're out there in the field, you're just
what are you doing?
You're missing miles. What are we doing? What are we talking about? Now, absolute shout out to our camera crews, our infield commentators out there, helping bringing all of these images to your screens at home. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe button.
Can we also talk about that race purse?
We have to talk about race purse.
That's fun.
Who wants to tell our audience what the race purse is all about?
So, race purse is an opportunity for everyone at home to share in the glory that is the competitive race. So, race purse is your opportunity to kick in a few dollars that go directly to the pockets of the podium on both the men's and women's side of your chosen race. So, it's launching here at the Black Canyon Ultras for both the 100K and 50K. So if you're watching at home and you see that ticker in the corner, $13,697, that's going to be split amongst our podium for the 100K for the men and the women. So if you're excited by what you're seeing, you're stoked, you're getting the vibes, you are like, I now want to go run, kick a couple dollars in. If everybody who's watching kicks in, $1, that's real money in these runners' pockets that can help them level up their game for Western States should they get a golden ticket, and just keep these vibes high for them.
We do know that the prize purse is matched by Mountain Outpost, so we will be seeing our winners get a nice pocket change today.
Well, and like you were saying too, Leah, a lot of these runners are unsponsored, and they end up with sponsorships after a breakout performance at a race like Black Canyon. So that money really does go a long ways towards just them being able to do this at the level that you have to. You have to treat it like a full-time job if you want to be competitive. And so for a lot of these runners, it really is a big deal. It's fun to see. I love this.
I mean, even if it's just taking an extra week off of work to go down to the course at Western States and put in a little training camp like that can be the difference in somebody's race experience and what they can do on the day. So much talk about training camps that occurred on this course, helping somebody out to achieve their dream after the Black Canyon Ultras. You can contribute. So hop on in to Race Purse presented by Mountain Outpost. Kick a little bit of coin, choose your emoji of choice, and let's keep hyping up the athletes that entertain us while we're not doing the runs we should be doing right now.
We've had eyes on about 15 male runners come through Deep Canyon Ranch so far. Again, we are about halfway into the 100K race here. Our studio is located just behind the little archway that you see on screen. We had Jordan Bramlett, Hans Troyer, and Eli Hemming all come through together, battling it out in the front. Hans Troyer already has a ticket into Western States, so he's just here for the competition and the good racing today.
Just looking at our DNF list on the women's side, I don't believe we went through that, but we have had a couple notable drops. We had Tabor Hemming drop at Bumblebee, and then Jade Beldsberg also pulled out at Bumblebee, and I noticed she dropped back quite a bit when she came back through there. Adam Mary also dropped at Bumblebee. Blake Slatengren, as you mentioned, Leah. Obviously, Francesco Pupi as well did not have his day. Ellie Pell. So there's a few names in there where they're like very strong runners, very experienced, and just for whatever reason, so many things can happen.
Absolutely. The tight racing, sometimes running outside your comfort zone, outside what you're trained for, that can lead to some GI distress. We usually see some of the GI issues start to manifest a little later in the race, which I'm curious what we'll see out there today, because I'm sure these runners are pushing lots of carbohydrates, lots of hydration, and also lots of ice on their bodies.
You know, it was something at Bumblebee I noticed Molly Sidell did not do any sort of cooling mechanism. So she refilled bottles and all that. And she was talking yesterday on the pre-show about how it's all new to her, right? Like even electrolytes was sort of the first time she's tried electrolytes was in her build leading up to this, and just the amount of calories. And you do have to wonder, like seeing Abby and Tara, they were soaking early on, you know, just like a lot of that is experience, and it's knowing that you have to cool down before you're hot.
Yes, exactly. Especially on a 60-degree Fahrenheit day like it is today. It doesn't feel that hot until it feels that hot later on. The miles do their damage, and the heat really does kind of bake in later on. And I think the veterans know what that's like. The people who have been at Western States, been at Black Canyon, been at Javelina, they know how to take a step back and really take care of those things. So curious how much Jen Lichter, who is new to this distance, new to this race, Molly Sidell, also new to trail running largely in general, if they're watching the people around them and making similar decisions out there, or if they're just going off a feel for what they think is right for them.
If I had to guess, I would say they're going off of feel. If I had to suggest, I would say they should look at the other women around them for advice or just like what they're doing, because a lot of these ladies know.
Well, it's hard to look at what other people are doing when you are taking out the pace hot and there's
When you're
nobody
in front of
around
them.
you.
That's a good point, Skylar. You're not wrong. And I appreciate that. I appreciate the boldness. Like, you could just see for Jen and Molly, they were looking forward. They're not looking around. They're running their day. And I love that. I love the competitiveness of it, you know.
Is there anybody in the top 10 in the men and women's side that you guys are surprised to see up there today?
There's definitely a few names. Yeah. I mean, on the men's side, I feel like, you know, Jordan Bramblett, I know he's done well, but also hasn't maybe finished as well as he wanted to, but it wasn't really high on my radar. Kenyon Woodward was one of my dark horses, so it's nice to see him sort of up in that mix. And same with Coleman Cragen. But, like, yeah, I feel like, I don't know, Francesco dropping early sort of changed a lot of people's fantasy free trail picks. And it's just going to be interesting to see how the rest of the field does now that it's just wide open, right?
For me, the men's side kind of makes sense. Not terribly surprised. On the women's side, personally, I think Ann Flower being that far up this early, you know, there was some concern, some rumblings of folks who, we know she's fast, but we haven't seen her in a competitive environment. Like, she's basically been, you know, time trialing off the front in some pretty fast efforts. So to see her, like, really stick her nose in it and be comfortable running around people is a pleasant surprise. And then Eleni, who's sitting in 7th, Eleni Matarese.
Yeah. And
what?
Yeah, 2:37 marathoner. And I'm curious how easy those first 20 miles feel to somebody that runs 2:37 for the marathon, because that's a fast marathon time. These women are running, I think, about 7-minute pace for the first 20 miles to Bumblebee. Men are running closer to that 6-minute threshold. So if you're used to running, you know, low 6-minute pace for the marathon, 7-minute pace actually feels quite easy.
Very smooth, yeah.
However, the course challenges you pretty extremely after Bumblebee Ranch, and I think that's why we're seeing some of these gaps start to stretch at this point at Deep Canyon Ranch.
Speaking of gaps stretching out at Deep Canyon Ranch, we have eyes on Jen Lichter.
Yes, we do.
Cruising on down, probably just a little over a quarter mile out. Gonna chicane over here to the right before that steep downhill, as you see all of the crew parking in the background there. But Jen absolutely putting on a show here in the fresh ACG kit.
Riley Brady came through here at 4 hours elapsed last year. What do you guys think about the time we're seeing on the clock right now?
She's going to be an easy 10 minutes ahead of that.
Easily.
She's very close. It's really, I just kind of got goosebumps watching her fly down that. She looked so smooth. Great drone shot, by the way. Shout out to our drone pilots here, just crushing it. But this is really fun to get to see her in action, and she looks very in control. She's not looking around either.
No.
She's just like, yep.
Jen is a great trail runner. One of my favorite races to see her in on the live stream last year was her Trans-Gran Canaria Marathon, where she just raged from start to finish, led wire to wire, and just looked so comfortable on that terrain. It reminds me of the desert terrain that we're seeing here, and Jen is just cruising over it. She recently just switched sponsors from North Face to ACG, and I know got a new coach last year. She's being coached by John Fitzgerald under CTS, and has been absolutely throwing down the mileage in training, clocking, I think, a 140-plus mile week, at least once in training. So Jen is somebody who is truly going all in on the sport right now, and we're seeing that showcased with this lead that she's really stretched out here as she comes into the halfway mark at Deep Canyon Ranch.
And you see her already getting the vest off so that as soon as she's in this crewable zone, she can go for the quick transition. And the upside of the out and back nature is an adept crew will be able to hand something off early, let the runner do the full lollipop, and then throw something back to them as they're about to exit over here. So we'll see if Jen or some of the other women who are getting ready to come here shortly employed that strategy to waste as little time as possible here at the halfway mark.
And like we mentioned, Jen is stepping up in distance today. She's been hanging out at the marathon and 50K distance for the last 4 years or so, having a great performance on the world stage at the World Mountain Trail Running Championships just a few years ago in the short distance. 3-time winner, course record at the Rut, at Speed Goat. Jen is absolutely crushing it. She was supposed to race for Team USA in Canfranc back in September at Worlds, but unfortunately faced an injury. Sounded like she is channeling all of that training to this race out here today as she steps up in distance. She's done 2 50-milers before at winning the JFK 50 mile and being in the top 5 at Les Templiers out in France.
All right, you can just hear the crowd behind us roar as Jen comes into the aid station. Like you guys said, this is a fun lollipop because you do get that chance to see her. She loops around, she comes back. Her crew gets a lot of beta. Yeah, let's just catch the aid station vibes for a second here. Or we did. But they're high, you guys. It's great. It's really fun. It's high energy.
And Jen was unsure if she was going to take a pacer out there today. I know she's being crewed by her coach, John Fitzgerald, and her partner, Nick Cornell, and is debating on the pacer decision later on. Looks like they're doing all the ice.
Bandana on. Sponge bath. Gotta love a good sponge bath.
Jen, here's your water bottle.
Okay, it's mine. Can you put it in?
Yeah, I got it. Let's hold that in your hand, okay? Keep self-care.
Good, I'm just steady right now.
Yeah. Keep taking care of yourself, okay?
Yeah.
Our girl!
That's fine.
Our girl!
In there. It's fine. Oh, girl.
Do you need anything else?
I just need to. Oh, yeah.
Spot? You're taking this.
Oh.
Yeah, that you're
You
fine.
want this way?
Thanks. That looks like Jen Lichter is taking a pacer out of Deep Canyon Ranch. One of the concerns she told her coach was she's curious if her pacer can keep up later on, and that was one of her fears, is having to worry about your pacer keeping up and worry about somebody other than yourself because she's never had a pacer in a race like this before. So curious to see if her pacer kind of plays that role of reminding her how to eat, how to drink.
Right. We just had Ann Flower come in, you guys, so that's a huge move. Ann Flower made her move into second place coming in. I know we were talking about her and the fact that this is her first time really going up against the stacked field, but looks like she's here for it.
And that means Jen and Ann will likely pass each other.
Yeah, speaking of that beta, right? Like they know exactly how far apart they are right now.
And that's with Jen taking about a 45 to 50 second complete stop to talk to her coach, talk to the crew. Being reminded, hey, take care of yourself. Like, yes, the pacer will be there for you, but they were very clear with Jen, like, you need to take care of yourself. And she was cognitively there and locked in. So passing each other here, Jen on her way out in first place, halfway into the Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka here on the Mountain Outpost channel. Meanwhile, we've got Ann Flower cruising on in, and Tara Dower with the whole posse. Tara was like legit smiling while drinking water and talking to everybody, so that's terrifying.
Yeah, terrifying, literally.
And we
Sorry.
see Ann going out there on the screen. I know Ann is not taking a pacer out here today. She really wants to just race people, and she said she feels like her pacer will be whoever's in front of her out on the trail.
And then she also followed that up by saying, until I pass them, and then I'll find somebody new to pace me. So I think that says a lot about Ann's mentality right now, you guys.
How do you guys feel about these top 3 women that we just saw roll through here when you're thinking about energy, smiles, pace? What's your main takeaway?
I mean, I feel like all of them look so solid. I really appreciated Jen's transition.
Molly.
Is that Molly coming in?
Molly is now in the aid station as well.
All right. Well, we know that a couple moves were made because Molly wasn't first leaving Gloriana, but she's still right there. Like, these ladies are so close together. So a little bit of shuffling. Molly might be sort of adjusting to the more technical terrain in this section, maybe recalibrating a little bit. And I hope we're able to see her aid station transition, because I know that's something we were curious about. I thought Jen's was excellent, wasn't
I thought
it?
Jen's was excellent, and I will say I think Jen looked the strongest and fastest coming through here and seemed to look the most calm. And I would say Molly looks like she's run, 31 miles at this point, but honestly, she's looks surprisingly good for being passed by a few people on that last section.
Molly is technically in uncharted territory from here on in, which is something crazy to think about. But yeah, it's really great to see Tara in this mix. When we saw her at Bumblebee, she was close behind the lead pack, and now she's just sort of asserted herself in that lead pack, which is probably exactly where she wanted to be.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, we're hopefully going to get some data on whether Molly takes ice, but it does look like she's taking a bit of a longer crew break here, which is good to see, and I think very necessary.
And Tara Dower is leaving the aid station. You can see at the bottom of your screen. This is 6 minutes before she rolled through here last year when she ran the second fastest time in race history. So all 4 of these front women right now are running well under course record pace from last year, which was set by Riley Brady, who we have yet to see here at Deep Canyon Ranch, but I assume we will be seeing any minute, probably running close to their own course record splits from last year here.
And just putting it in historical context, if you take last year out of it, these top 4 women are all coming through this aid station approximately where in 2023, 2022, 2021, people who are running 8:16 on the men's side were coming through this aid station. So the fact that they're here and taking better care of themselves than people tended to do back in the day, 8:16 might be the floor at this point, and it's really just a function of how much under this course record are we really going to hit. So this is just putting in perspective. We're not just chasing a course record. They're like legitimately throwing down compared to like the historical men's times we've seen on this course.
That is fun. It's always fun for Leah and I to get to look at some of these splits and see the women just like getting closer and closer to these men's times and gaining that confidence and experience. And yeah, today is a perfect example of that. There's so many of these ladies that have the potential to run a blazing fast day, especially in these conditions. Molly just leaving the aid station.
Still talking to her coach all the way through the zone.
And Molly's being coached by Cliff Pittman. They've done a lot of work together over the last couple months after her New York City Marathon, really getting her ready for her debut here on the trails. She ran Bandera 50K, running the outright win back in January, and then stepped right up in distance to the 100K here. And we've got Abby Hall on the screen. She is running in 5th place right now. She looks awesome.
She does. Do you think she saw anyone on the out and back, or they were already gone? They just left, kind of, right?
You might see one cross.
Okay, yeah.
Nice.
Oh, sweet. I love the high fives. Again, like the women's race, man. Like you can be super competitive, you can throw down, but it was really fun to see those high fives for these ladies coming through.
And Abby, last year's Western States winner, coming to this race truly for the competition, to race against the best, commented that, she loves the desert. She's from Flagstaff. These feel like home trails on her. She's been throwing down in her training and seems absolutely fit to go after it today. So I think she's running in a happy spot out there today, too, and looked really controlled.
I'm so curious to get her thoughts post-race on just the whole experience. Like, you're out in the desert, there's nobody around, then you come into these aid stations and just everyone's sort of having a big party and goes crazy, and then you're back out there. Like, it's so different from that road marathon where you have the constant stream of, attention and people and all that. And we are focusing on the women's race right now because they are the ones coming through Deep Canyon Ranch. We are so excited to see them. For those of you who are following along and have questions about the live tracker, since there are a few questions around that, it looks like it's sorting itself out. There was maybe a few timing things with some of the chips, but it looks pretty good right now. So hopefully we'll do a top 10 rundown shortly. I think our women are coming up on the top 10, and then we'll give you guys a full update on who's who as we leave Deep Canyon. And we are over the halfway mark, you guys.
That is
just
wild.
Like that.
I do think we should be expecting our lead men into Black Canyon City quite soon. Last year, Seth Ruling, our men's winner and course record setter, rolled through there at 4 hours, 11 minutes elapsed. So our men this year are running about 5 to 7 minutes under that course record. So probably about five minutes from now, we'll get eyes over there, and we'll likely have some eyes on the field on the ground to give us an update of what they're seeing go down there.
Absolutely, yeah. It's about 5 miles from here at Deep Canyon Ranch to Black Canyon City, so we will get a vibe check from the men's race and obviously keep eyes here on the women's race. Looks like Abby Hall taking some sort of protein?
It looks like that.
Yeah, like a shake or something, hey?
Yeah.
Yeah, and again, Abby Hall, she's got nothing to prove. She's got her, obviously, ticket back to Western States. I think it's interesting to see her sort of evaluate the day. She's still very much in the mix, but maybe sort of running through the scenarios of just like how many matches she wants to burn out there and where to burn them. She's also such a smart and experienced racer. She knows exactly how her body's feeling.
Yeah, Abby's going to be a very interesting person, a very interesting factor here in the next hour and a half of this race. I think, for her personally, 5th place last year, obviously knocked it out the park at Western States, but she might have a chip on her shoulder about this course and this race specifically because, she got the roll down of the golden ticket. She didn't necessarily, she earned it, but she didn't earn it, if you know what I'm saying. So she might have something to prove. Also, being mentally locked in is a skill. Like, you don't want to be good at Western and then not really have another victory until having to show up again at Western. So just trying to stay engaged and competitive mentally, I think is going to be important for her. And then if she catches up to Molly, that's the best person for Molly to rock with.
Mm-hmm.
Someone who knows this course, has been very good at it, didn't quite win it last year, but clearly has executed well and knows how to compete. That's the exact person Molly needs to latch onto since Molly didn't go out with the pacer. So if that catch happens, that might actually be super beneficial for Molly Sidell as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That's a great point, Skylar. I know talking to Abby yesterday, she was very clear that Black Canyon was an A race for her, independent of anything else. She was excited about this particular race and getting to race the best women in the sport. And that's what we're seeing. We've got Shea Aquilano on screen now at Deep Canyon. Again, that heat cooling stuff is coming into play, like for all the talk of the cooler temperatures, you can see that everybody is needing that ice, needing that water.
Meanwhile, on the right side of your screen, you have our top 2 men, Hans Troyer and Eli Hemming.
With
plus
Pacer.
Chris Myers hanging out there in the middle. So just 3 dudes out on a casual run heading into Black Canyon City.
We got Shea on the left side of our screen. Shea just rolled through here 6 minutes faster than last year, and Abby's running about 10 minutes faster than she did here last year as well. So, these runners might be looking a little worked when we see them at the halfway point, and it's likely because they probably are. They're running a bit faster. They're being pulled by the competitive nature of this field out here today, and I think the conditions are really going to lend itself to fast times out there.
So we are just over 4 hours into the Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka here on the Mountain Outpost channel. On your screen right now, you've got the top 2 men, Hans Troyer and Eli Hemming, as well as Chris Myers there pacing. The question we have to ask ourselves, where's Jordan Bramblett?
This is true. That elastic got broken through here. That is sort of fascinating to see. Just like we said, they all left so similarly, but this is really where I think that field will differentiate, and we're seeing that now.
I think we saw something similar with Jordan Bramblett here last year. Right after Deep Canyon Ranch, he started to slowly fall off the lead pack that he was with early on. And I know he's put a lot of time and effort out on this course. I hope he can still stick with these guys, but we're currently not seeing him on the screen running with our 2 men leaders, Eli Hemming and Hans Troyer.
So we should have these gentlemen hitting Black Canyon City timing mat somewhere in the next 4 to 7 minutes, and that'll give us the official countdown clock to 3rd place, who we believe is still Jordan Bramblett, as well as a massive chase pack behind them. We had 7 men within 11 minutes of each other coming out of Deep Canyon Ranch, and yet another tight pack just behind. So anything can be happening in this section. This is also where we're going to have that second out and back section. So if you've broken the elastic and the spirit of your competitors, you're going to be able to look them dead in the eyes on the Black Canyon City out and back and be like, yeah, this is my time to shine.
This is what you live for, right, Skylar?
This is it. Like, we don't have enough trash talk in trail, but you can look someone dead into the windows of their soul and know that you've broken them, and that can be a motivating factor as you get into the heat of the day, because once you leave Black Canyon City, things get very real very quick. You have the largest climb. You've got all that winding territory. You're not going to be able to see the folks down the trail in front of you the way you can in the first half of the race. You can get out of sight very quickly. So break the spirit before Black Canyon City, and you might find a way to coast in as these gentlemen, Eli and Hans Troyer, first and second place male, are coasting into Black Canyon City as we speak.
We did have Eleni Matarisi come into Deep Canyon Ranch just after Shea Aquilano as our 7th female. She's looking awesome. Young gun, 22 years old.
Yeah, it's exciting to see her up there. Like we were saying earlier, she wasn't in a lot of our top picks, and that's the fun thing about this race is anyone can come and throw down, and it's such a good fitness test, and sometimes you might not even know what your fitness is like until you get out here and see how you're stacking up. So I wonder what's going through her head right now. I'm sure a lot of feelings and just trying to keep focused and not think about it too much, but that must be very exciting.
It has to be.
Just to be right up there.
And this is definitely her biggest step up in distance to date. Raced a lot of shorter stuff. Mammoth Trail Fest, 3rd place, behind 2 stellar women there. Yeah, she's crushing it out there today. I'm curious to see as she kind of charts into, territory she's not been in before, how she handles that. We've got Eli Hemming leading that pack on the screen there. Or no, that's Hans leading Eli out of there. Both filled up their ice bandanas and are on their way.
Yeah, Eli getting the full water over the head from Chris Myers. Hans taking advantage of the fantastic volunteer crews out there at the aid station. 30 seconds of stoppage time for those 2 gentlemen, and they are working with each other on the way out. And reminder for those at home, Hans doesn't need the golden ticket. So in Eli's head, obviously you want the win, but you're also sitting there like, I am in control of the first golden ticket into Western States for this year. So that's also got to be a little bit of a sigh of relief as they are 37.5 miles into this 100K adventure.
And yeah. Hans really has nothing to lose here, too. He's coming off a great JFK just this past fall, nearly missing the course record there set by David Sinclair just a couple years ago. And I think he shocked a lot of people at that performance, but also didn't shock a lot of people at the same time. We know Hans is really good on runnable terrain, and a course like this, we saw him debut here against Hayden Hawks just a few years ago and ended up putting himself in the hospital, but living to see another day and rage another course here at Black Canyon. And he's looking awesome out there, kind of leading the charge today.
I love that he's in front of Eli and Chris. And he's sort of like, I'm not going to draft off you guys. Like, I'm just going to set the pace. And like you said, Skylar, like Eli is in the position where he can just sort of settle in right now. Also, Hans hasn't executed a perfect race here at Black Canyon. There's probably a little bit of him that's like, hey, like, I don't know how much I want to be taking a page out of your lead just yet. I'm just going to stay here, bide my time. But if they're still together in another 20 miles, then we can talk. Then we have a race, because I think at that point, getting the win at Black Canyon is so prestigious, and that's definitely a big part of this. So I know both of those men would want that.
Also a nice sponsor bonus, probably.
Yeah, probably.
I'd imagine.
Can't hurt. Might help.
All right. Sounds like we've got Brett Hornig out in the field to give us some updates. Brett, what do you got for us?
Good afternoon, Leah, Skylar, and Hillary. I'm over at Black Canyon City, and this race has officially been blown open. We had just barely gotten the camera on the tripod when we saw Hans Troyer and Eli Hemming hop over the cattle guard and make their way to the aid station. Both of them they were quieter than they had been. I think they're finally starting to really race and put the head down and tighten the screws a little bit. Chris Myers was sandwiched in between the two of them. He's out there pacing Eli. but they did basically take the same exact amount of time at the aid station, mostly just filling bottles and water and ice. Eli definitely learned from his struggles in the heat last year. He had ice in the top pocket of his pack, and he also had the ice bandana. Hans had the ice bandana. I don't think he was wearing a pack, but they looked smooth, and we've yet to see third place. I guess it was Jordan Bramblett at Deep Canyon Ranch. Have not seen him come through yet. So, and split-wise, I think they're maybe I don't know if they gained any time on the course record splits from Deep Canyon, so it's more Jordan slowing down on this section more so than Eli and Hans speeding up.
Yeah, Brett, we did see Jordan pass Eli and Hans on the out and back, so we should be approaching you really any minute now. We'll be interested to see, because he is without a pacer, if you get some eyes and ears on what his conversations are with the aid station volunteers and what exactly he does to take care of himself, especially with the the knowledge from last year of how rough his back half of the race was. So it'll be interesting to see if he's taken any particular inspiration to make sure he doesn't fall to the same fate again.
So I can see him coming over the cattle right now. We're actually about maybe 75 meters away from the aid station, just so we get better eyes on them coming in and out. So what I'll mostly be gauging, instead of the conversation with the aid station captains, is more so what does that stoppage time look like? He actually seemed in pretty good spirits. I mean, he said, "Woo, hey friends," about that level of enthusiasm. So he might be hurting a little bit, but
I was gonna say, Brad,
totally
that doesn't
broken.
sound that convincing.
But there was something. It was something.
So as your starter standing there in a hat and slightly puffy jacket, what's the temperature situation? How's the weather feeling at Black Canyon City?
It's not very windy anymore. It's like just ever so slight breeze, not so much for cooling. You can feel the sun and the heat starting to radiate off the rocks a little bit. So far, all three coming in look warm. Like it's, we had all this chat about not that warm, not that warm. It's getting warm. The sun is making it feel hot. But I think as long as you don't go dry and you stay wet and you stay icy, you shouldn't overheat. I still don't think it's hot enough where there's really any excuse for overheating in this race. That would just be more making a mistake in terms of the cooling. We got, I see a few more coming in right now, and I can hear the cowbells, so Jordan Bramblett's on his way out of the aid station, so they're going to be potentially overlapping each other in the next few seconds. Canyon Woodward is coming in fourth.
Nice. It looks like we just had Sarah Humble on our screen. She is 11th place female, wrapping up just outside that women's top 10. We saw Canyon Woodward coming your way, Brett. Tight race on the men's side.
He looked good.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's awesome. Should we do a little rundown of our top men and women?
Let's hear it.
All right. So on the men's side, we have Hans Troyer, Eli Hemming, and Jordan Bramblett all through Black Canyon City. And then behind them, which we don't have a split for them yet at Black Canyon, but from Deep Canyon Ranch, we had Zach Perrin, Trayson Knopp, Coleman Cragen, Stephen Hirsch, Anthony Williams, Ryan Raff, and Craig Hunt, rounding out our top 10 men. And then on the women's side, as we saw through Deep Canyon, super close, super exciting race with a ton of movement right now. So we don't know where they'll be by the next time we see them. But right now we've got Jen Lichter leading the race, Ann Flower hot on her heels, Tara Dower in third place, Molly Sidell in fourth, Abby Hall in fifth, Shea Aquilano in sixth, Eleni Matarisi in seventh, Riley Brady in eighth, and then Jenna Bensko and Sydney Welch rounding out our top 10 women.
Thanks for the rundown, Hillary. Something worth noting is how big some of these gaps can get in a short amount of time out there. Jordan Bramblett, we saw, who led the men's race early on, was with Eli and Hans just 13 miles ago, and now that gap has grown to 6 minutes. So when we say it's anybody's game late in the race and anything can happen, it's true. Like, we just saw a 6-minute gap grow pretty quickly. So I know we see Hans and Eli leading out in the front there. Hans already has a golden ticket to Western States. That means 2 more behind Eli are on the line. We've got a deep men's top 10 out there, and I think any one of them can really move their way up and make an impact.
Yeah, absolutely. And just a kind of note on the women's race, I did get a bit of beta from Molly's crew saying that she ran out of water before she hit Deep Canyon. And so now she's refilled, and hopefully back in the game, it sounds like she's hunting and very much in it, and just maybe had a bit of a hydration issue there. So that's sort of interesting because there was some movement, but it sounds like there might be some more.
So we had Trayson Knopp and Zach Perrin, and we have Anthony Castales coming through right now. Hillary, going back to your comments about Molly running out of water, I don't know if you guys were transitioning in the studio at that point, but I remember hearing Chris and AJW saying that Molly blew straight through Gloriana after Bumblebee and did not grab any fluid. And I'm yelling at the speakers in my car as I was driving to Black Canyon City, being like, that might be a critical error there, and we might start to see that payback.
Oh man, that is interesting. Yeah, I think that was right when we were transitioning over, so I missed that, but that makes a lot of sense. And I guess it's one of those things that you really only learn the hard way, and it really only when you kind of go through that experience and realize just how quickly you can run out of hydration. And especially, guys, as we get later on in the race, those miles go by a lot slower. And so maybe the amount of water that you're going through leading up to it felt like enough as you're ticking those fast miles off. But as we get slower, as things get more technical, you're just out there for longer in between aid stations. So those become even more critical.
Definitely. Hey, Brad, what do you think about Trayson Knopp working his way up into the field the way that he has?
Yeah, he looked like pretty nice and steady. So I'm at the very end. There's like a little bump right here. So they, descend for like, what is this, like 6 feet and then come up. But it's interesting to see who has pop coming off of this little bump here. And so far, Canyon is the one who had the most pop coming up off this little bump. But Trayson probably second. Like, he also looked very good. Yeah, it's a big gap to the top 2, but I think right now third place is pretty wide open. Right now it seems like Canyon's probably the one who's going to be making their way into that position probably by the next aid station. I think we got Anthony coming out of the aid station now with Pacer. He just Anthony's the only one lucid enough out here to try and push me off the trail. So
that's because you're trying to trip him with your microphone cord.
Yeah, just saying hello. But Anthony seems like he's in good spirits. I mean, split wise, if we're thinking about it, we're still only 4 minutes slower than the fastest all-time split to this point, which is faster than Anthony had gone in 2023 when he won the race.
Dang, that's pretty significant.
We've got Riley Brady.
And I did hear from someone familiar with Riley's race just that they were having some GI issues and having a bit of trouble keeping nutrition in. But sounds like they're working through it and turning it around. And, Riley's a seasoned vet. So if anyone can problem solve and sort of get back out there, it's just, it's so interesting, right? Like, there are just so many factors, and even on a cooler day like this, nutrition can still be a challenge and something can still come up like this.
Yeah, and Hillary, going back to your early point about, Molly making the comment of having run out of water, one of the things that's super different from racing marathons and on the trail is that the fueling isn't totally linear on the trail. Sometimes you're, slowing down the carbs, the fluid, maybe on a long descent or a cooler section of course. Sometimes, like in the instance of Bumblebee to Gloriana, you might actually need to force some extra fluid in just so that way you kind of camel yourself and get a little, try and get ahead of things a little bit because of how much longer it takes to get to Deep Canyon. Whereas, they said she checked her bottles and then was like, I'm good. It's like maybe in training scenarios you're good, but when you've already been going for 2.5, 3 hours and your burn rate's a little bit increased, these are just the types of things that, kind of like you said, you kind of need to just learn it by doing it. Yeah, Anthony Williams coming through.
I mean, we're gonna see a similar situation leaving Black Canyon City where it's 8 8.5 miles, and typically, historically, on the men's side has been 65 to 70 minutes from Black Canyon City to the next aid station. So, for Molly, hopes she learned from the Gloriana to Deep Canyon Ranch so she doesn't make the same mistake again. But we might also see some of our men who are seeing each other on that out and back section into Black Canyon City make an unforced error and then be out there, for 20 plus minutes as they make their way on down to the Gulch, might find themselves having ran out of water, making a unforced error themselves.
Yeah, and it's interesting looking at this men's top 7 so far into Black Canyon City. I believe they're all veterans here at Black Canyon. So I think that goes to show just the experience that matters out here in some ways. Like, I think we've had a lot of athletes come here, like Eli Hemming last year, make a couple errors and then come back the following year, correct those errors, and have so far a stellar day out there. We'll see what happens in, the last 20 miles, but I think this experience does matter.
Yeah, Stephen Kirsch just came through with Coleman Cragen, and Kirsch actually looks really good. Yeah, split wise, we're 9 minutes off of the all-time fastest split. But as we had talked in our preview show, it's like there might actually be some additional minutes to be taken off in the second half of this course. So yeah, even at this point, you can still have a really good day. We saw it last year with Joe McConaughey. I think there's still a lot of time to potentially be had in these last 25 miles.
I agree. I think, looking at just where the men tend to slow down after Deep Canyon, like we do see about a 10% drop in the split from the first half, and the women slightly less, but that just tells me that there's more room to play with pacing. And I would hope that the men are looking at that and trying to find these 1%, 2% gains, because especially for our returning veterans, that's where I think the difference is made for this race.
And for reference, Hayden Hawks has the fastest split from Black Canyon City to the finish. He's run 3 hours, 11 minutes. So we saw Hans Troyer come through in 4 hours, 5 minutes. So if he were to stick a Hayden Hawks Black Canyon City to the finish, we'd be looking at like a 7:16 finish out there today, which would be a pretty sizable course record.
Which that 3:10, that was still a 10% slowdown, I believe, from his Deep Canyon split. If any of these guys are able to hold it together to the way that Riley did from last year, there was it 320, was it 324, 325 Deep Canyon split. If they had a 6 to 7% slowdown, that would actually put them in the 7.0s from a finish time rate.
Yeah.
And for the record, I did not just do that math off the top of my head. I was saving that one.
I was so impressed.
You planned that one.
Yeah, that was planned. I'm not doing percentages in my head right now.
Again, a lot of cooling strategies going on. Riley with a last ice dump over the head. I bet none of those runners, if we polled them, would say it feels very cool out there right now.
No. I'm starting to see some red faces, and it sounds like one of our drone pilots might have just gotten eyes on Jen Lichter, so she's going to be getting within earshot here in the next few minutes.
I do love her red shorts. As a commentator, it's just lovely. You see a bright pair of red shorts coming down the trail towards you. It's great.
Identifiable. And
I appreciate that for sure.
Course record split into Black Canyon City on the women's side. Brett is 4 hours, 46 minutes. And I know we had Jen somewhere in that 10 to 12 minute range when she rolled through here at Deep Canyon Ranch up on the course record.
Okay, so we might still be looking about 10 minutes until Jen hits the Black Canyon City aid station.
She looked awesome leaving here. I wouldn't be surprised if she keeps putting a little bit more time into each of these sections.
Okay, so that's continuing. Gosh, if we're 12 minutes under here and you keep knocking that amount of time under, is Jen going to be flirting with that 8-hour mark?
I think she could be.
Yeah, I'm looking at the historical splits, and if she comes through in about 10 minutes' time, that would be equivalent to when Cole Campbell ran 8:10, and Cole Campbell had a pretty rough second half. So, again, 8:10 as the potential floor for Jen if she can stick the landing here. Most of the other people at about that range have landed at about 8:05.
Wow. Okay. Let's go.
Yeah, that is an exciting storyline to keep an eye on. We always said the women's race was going to be just really cool as far as getting close to that 8-hour mark, and we're seeing that play out, and Jen Lichter just throwing it down for us.
Yeah, and looks like she's following her pacer uphill here. She's moving strong. Jen is a versatile runner, too. Lots of success in mountain running, especially at the shorter distance stuff. Good technical runner with wins at Speed Goat, the Rut, World Championships. This is her first foray into this distance, so really cool to see how she's dialing it in for the longer distance today.
And remind me,
distance-wise,
I was gonna say, is this Jen's first time with a pacer?
Yes.
It's, Will Murray just came through pacing Ferdinand Roll.
Oh.
Oh, he's
cool.
He's got a good pacer there. Knows a thing or two about crushing this course. That's
Cool
fun to
pacing
see.
celeb shot right there.
Yeah, Jen Lichter's longest time on feet to date in a race was Les Templiers, where she ran 8 hours and 52 seconds for 50 miles there. So maybe she's going for a little...
I was like, might still be trying to make that her longest time on feet.
Yeah.
But, 100K instead of 50 miles, so.
Totally different.
Slight difference, yeah. And I know
time is time.
Jen thrives on the heat, and that's fun to see. So does Tara. We know Tara loves a good sufferfest, and so seeing some of these ladies dig in, they're not going anywhere any fast.
The other thing that I'll be really curious to hear from Jen about, hopefully at the end of this race, is how the big difference in training and kind of the approach to this race from a overall volume standpoint has shaped this 100K experience, because it sounds like different coach, very different training block, and potentially a big breakthrough, which we oftentimes don't see. Sometimes it takes 1 or 2 training blocks when you switch coaches to get kind of into the swing of things, but maybe for Jen, like, this was the change-ups that she needed.
Yeah, we saw in the past she would historically do a lot of road workouts, road running, almost like marathon style training combined with some long runs on the trails. And this time, I think we saw a lot of volume on the trails. She did a big training block down here on the course with other CTS athletes, and curious to see just how much stronger and more resilient and durable that makes her as an athlete at these longer distances. So on our screen right now, I do believe we've got Jen Lichter coming down into Black Canyon City, being led by her pacer. Got 4:27 elapsed on the clock right now. Women's course record time into there was 4:46 last year. So Jen's probably going to be about at least 15 minutes up on course record splits as we head into Black Canyon City.
Yeah, definitely lengthening that little gap she's got on the current CR, as you were predicting, Skylar.
And we've talked about the importance of runners taking care of themselves here at Deep Canyon Ranch as they get ready to head out into the second of their out and back opportunities, and then ultimately the 70+ minute stretch they'll have from Black Canyon City down to the Gulch. We got Luke J hanging out here on the couch with me, and he was bopping around between these crew spots here at Deep Canyon Ranch. Any color that you can provide as to what you saw here at Deep Canyon Ranch and how that might be setting the likes of Jen, Hans, and Eli as they are getting ready to tackle or currently tackling the second half of this race?
Yeah, I was kind of going up and down this gauntlet of a crowd we have of the crews. So it's great because you can see the runners a couple times as they come in, hit through aid, either see their crew or, see their crew on their way out. Jen looked really strong, super locked in. If she was hurting, she was definitely had the poker face on, locked in. And then looked like when Tara came through, she was, it was Ann right behind Jen, right? Ann was smiling, high-fiving people. She was maybe a little bit slower, not as quick through aid, but she was moving really well. And then Molly, it looked like, I know she was low on fluids, people were saying, but she didn't look like she was panicking at all. It looked like she just took a few more minutes and cooled off, got her water bottles. And then when she left, it really looked like she was completely unfazed.
Did you see her doing a lot of cooling? We didn't get a good shot on the live broadcast, but
Yeah, right at the end before they loop, her crew was at the very end, and so we didn't quite catch her. But she did ice up there, and she took a few more minutes than Jen and Ann did. But as Molly was leaving, heading back out, she looked like she was totally fine. So I think she took a few minutes to regain herself, and she really wasn't that far behind Ann. And so I'm curious if she'll be able to maybe close that gap and they can work together to chip away at Jen.
Yeah, that's good to see. Just as far as Molly sort of taking that heat seriously and maybe resetting a little bit, realizing quickly enough, and that is the mark of a pro. It's just like, okay, yeah, I maybe should have grabbed the fluids. I'm going to take a second, make sure I'm good before I go again. And yeah, I mean, I don't know about Anne. She seems like she's just on her own mission. We'll see if the two of them are working together or just both of them, hunting towards the lead. I feel like all three of those women are deeply competitive.
If I was Anne, I wouldn't want to see Molly coming up behind me. But at the same time, when they left here, it's a halfway point, right? So sometimes company is helpful.
These are great tracking shots. Just, again, shout out to our drone operators for bringing us these gorgeous long shots. You really get a chance to see, like for Jen, her stride. She's so fluid. She just looks very comfortable. She's not fazed by any of these little kind of rollers. Just like opened up.
The second half will be very telling, and I know you guys mentioned it. I mean, Jen is a beast on technical terrain, especially on the downhill. I would bet money she's probably the fastest descender out of these top 5. So it'll kind of depend on maybe how much she kept in the tank. To me, it seems like she's the person who's going to run a smart race, but she's going to run aggressive, which we've seen historically. You have to run aggressive at a race like Black Canyon to do well. So it's that fine line out there. And then, when the top guys came through, Eli and Hans were both running really well. But then it was, Trayson and Canyon and Anthony all kind of right there, not too far back. Just my quick rundown, Anthony looked really strong and looked very calculated and looked like he was ready, was holding it back. So it'll be interesting to see if he closes that gap. Canyon looked really strong too, coming through, super relaxed. All of them were cooling down. It's definitely feeling hot out there, but the temp isn't as hot. And you guys know how it goes when you start and it's 35 degrees out. It feels warm quick.
Well, it was cold at the start line, I'll tell you that. Everyone was bundled up, and that is, I saw more than a few people start with jackets, and I'm sure they shed them pretty quickly, but these desert temperatures are a challenge with the big swings, and yeah, sure enough, we are just into the heat of the day. There's no hiding from that sunshine anywhere.
And most of the athletes in this top 10 right now on both sides are from the Mountain West, Colorado, Utah, a little bit of Arizona, Flagstaff areas. So I know we've had a pretty rough winter out west. So a lot of people have been able to get on the trails, but this feels hot to anybody, I think, once you're 30, 40 miles into a race like this in the exposed sun.
I just saw the ultimate big brain pacer move.
Yeah, for sure. I think
and this
I'm
might
in
be
Colorado,
controversial.
and everybody is we've been able to run trails in shorts all winter. So, unfortunately.
All right, Brett, you got some beta for us from live on the course?
I saw the ultimate big brain pacer move, and I'm sure this will just absolutely light up the chat. But about 50 meters in front of me is a big cattle guard, and I've only seen one pacer so far go out of the way to open the gate on the other side for their runner so they don't have to hop over the awkward cattle guard. And I was like, dang, that actually saved a lot of momentum, a little bit of time, less jumps. I was like, big brain pacer move right there.
That's an interesting thing. I mean, we don't want to get anyone going on the chat more about the pacers because it's a hot topic right now, but you're not wrong that some of that stuff can save a second or two and just a little bit of brain power there for runners.
Yeah, like if I was going to have a pacer, do your job.
Right.
Yeah.
Open the gate.
And we've seen from this tracking shot that Jen is actively talking to her pacer, or at least her pacer is actively talking to her. Doing a check on gear. Saw Jen reach towards the back of her pack and making sure that she is taking her fluids and working things down. So, it looks like Jen is getting the most out of her pacer at the moment to stay on top of fluids and everything, especially with as they are approaching you, Brett. Once they go past you again, it's another 8 miles.
They're in
an hour
sight.
plus, until they go to Cottonwood Gulch.
Yep, I hear they come. Yeah, that's a super valuable thing that you can do with your pacer is like go through the rehearsal of what are we doing when we get to the aid station. Here they come through right now. Is her pacer McKenna Morley?
Yeah, it is.
Okay, so she's a world-class road marathoner.
Yeah, she's got a 2:30 marathon and also some pretty fast times in the
Kodiak 50K
1500 and the 5,000 meter and the Kodiak 50K champ, so no stranger to trail. So that's a fun pacer for her.
Mm-hmm. Maybe a little taste.
Brett, what do you think about the pacing tactics of leading your runner versus the runner being
wait,
out front?
we got Ann Flower coming through right here.
Sick.
This gap is not big. This is less than a minute. That was probably 30 seconds.
Oh, that's awesome.
Pacer leading or pacer following the runner. I've always been, for my opinion, if I'm feeling good and we're attacking, I want the pacer to lead because we'll set the pace and then it's like, okay, I want you to get in front of me, set it, let me turn my brain off. If I'm getting to that point where like, I just need you to keep me alive out there, I'm going to lead and they'll just kind of keep an eye on me.
Jen with a bit of a pep in her step there now that she's seen how close Ann is.
Yeah. The fatigue is being resisted.
So that gap is, probably about 40 seconds. The gap at Deep Canyon Ranch between Jen and Ann was about a minute and a half. So it looks like Ann cut into that just a smidge on that last section.
Yeah, it is exactly a minute as both of those ladies have crossed the mat. So Ann is trailing Jen Lichter by 1 minute here, 37 miles in to the Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka.
Right.
Just
I think
vibing.
We're now post aid station. We're at 40 seconds from Jen and Ann passing me. So I think Ann's aid station stop was a little bit shorter, actually.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see the split to Tara and then to Molly. How much has changed because Ann was able to close that gap by a pretty solid amount.
Yeah, so Ann went by me on the outbound at 11:37. I'll just make a mental note of that. As with the men's race, we've got two. Two have blown the race open.
Yeah, we've got Hans Troyer, Eli Hemming leading our men's race with a 6-minute gap from Black Canyon City reporting. Likely to see that gap grow a bit more. Jordan Bramlett is in 3rd place, Canyon Woodward in 4th, Trayson Knopp in 5th. So far, we've got 2 women to Black Canyon City. Jen Lichter, 40 minutes up on Ann Flower. Ann Flower is world record holder in the 50-mile distance, course record holder at Leadville 100, really busted onto the scene last year with those big times, but has been in ultra running for quite a few years now. Recently picked up sponsors of Hoka and Never Second and is absolutely crushing it out there today, not far off of women's leader Jen Lichter.
Oh, I've got some interesting intel from Ann Flower at the aid station. She didn't take on much for cooling at all. But she just filled bottles, but then David Yousing says she didn't need any help. I'm like, is that a good thing or a bad thing if you're not putting water and ice on yourself at this point in the race? Maybe that was where the 15 seconds got saved. Will that pay off?
I mean, and we've talked about, or at least alluded to it here in the studio, but this next section, 8.5 miles, historically for the women has been somewhere between 75 minutes to an hour and a half. of completely exposed
F3.
and the biggest climb of the day forthcoming. So
F3, Brett.
Yep.
Who you got?
Tara Dower, F3 coming in.
Yeah, she looks
So
great.
I'll get her split when she passes me on the way out. But right now it's been 2 minutes since Ann Flower passed me outbound, so we might be looking around a 3 to 3.5 minute gap to Tara.
Familiar
But Tara
territory.
looks great.
And, you know, all three of these ladies are under Riley's course record split. You know, Tara's 7 minutes under right now. So these times are fast. It's really cool to see. They're all pushing each other collectively.
Yeah, like more importantly than the fast times are the fact that it's still competitive. It's not one person just time trialing off the front. It's Ann is hunting Jen, Tara's hunting Ann, and on the same thing on the men's side, you have Hans and Eli working together. You know, this is in the athlete's brain, not just a time trial. This is very much a proper competitive race, me against another person, and that's when we really see folks turn themselves out and put out some absurd performances.
I'm curious if we'll get a shot of Ann Flower enter the screen here as we've got Jen Lichter down in the bottom left. We know that gap was 40 seconds. Thanks for the corrections in the chat, you guys. I said 40 minutes. 40 seconds between Jen Lichter and Ann Flower. Oh, there she is, down bottom right. That's pretty awesome, both on different sides of that switchback. And then Tara Dower, we said probably about 3 minutes back from Ann. The gap between Ann and Tara when we saw them at Deep Canyon Ranch was just a minute. So it seems that Ann has put in a bit of a surge on that last section to increase her lead over Tara by about 2 minutes.
All right, so we're looking about a 3.5 minute gap from Tara to Ann Flower now on the outbound. Tara spent a little bit longer in the aid, but I could see as she's leaving, she's like fully drenched. I could hear the clicky clack of ice. So Tara definitely spent that extra time cooling and getting ready for this long section. And that, you know, kind of like what you guys were saying, maybe in experiencing, Tara knows what this climb is. On paper, not that big. After this many hours of racing, kind of big. And you slow down, you don't get much wind, things can definitely overheat. And as soon as you overheat on a climb like this, it's so difficult to bring it back while also still chasing people in front of you who might also be having great days. So I think veteran move by Tara to spend that extra 30 seconds here in the aid station cooling off.
Yeah, absolutely, Brad. I think Tara knows exactly what she's doing and is probably pretty happy with where she is right now in that front pack. And just for you folks on the live broadcast, we are following our top ladies through Black Canyon, just as we did with our men's race, and then we will jump ahead once we have beta on the men. But it's exciting to see all these women coming through here so strong, so fast together, and really fun to get these shots. If you're looking for an update on our top men, we can do a quick rundown of our men's field. So right now, Hans Troyer's in first place, followed by Eli Hemming, Jordan Brown in third, Canyon Woodward in fourth, Trayson Knopp in fifth, Zach Perrin, Anthony Castales, Anthony Williams, Coleman Cragen, and Stephen Kirsch in 10th. And one of our big fan favorites that we keep seeing a lot of questions about, Francesco Pupi, unfortunately had to drop early on in the race due to a bad fall. So that was sad to see, but glad he's taking care of himself and he's with his crew and in good hands. So unfortunately, Pupi is not here for the rest of the race, but the men's race is just really, really cool, and they are so close together, especially Hans and Eli right now just duking it out.
Other notable drops in the men's and women's field include Blake Slatengren, Adam Mary, Tim Nooney on the men's side. On the women's side, Jade Bellsberg and Tabor Hemming, unfortunately, DNF'd as well.
Yeah, when I was out here taking it in, watching all the crews, I did see Adam come in. You know, it's always a hard moment because most of us have been there, but it really shows you what a fine line these athletes on the men's and the women's side are riding to be in that top 10. You really are taking chances and really pushing your limits when it comes to pace, nutrition, you know, and you know, it's never fun to see, but when Adam came in, you know, he was as humble as he always is, but was complaining about some back issues. So I'm not exactly sure what it was, but gave his two kids a hug and a kiss and gave Julianne, his partner, a big hug and seemed to just be kind of okay with what happened. So not fun to see, but you know, Adam's a solid dude, so hopefully he's can get back to it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you're in the sport for a while, you just realize that some days not your day. And yeah, he's a class act, and I know he'll be back to fight another day.
That's enough, you know.
Brett, do you have any eyes on our F4 or F5 out at Black Canyon City? Most recently from Deep Canyon Ranch, we had Molly Sidell, Abby Hall separated by 3 minutes. Here of note is Abby Hall is into Western States this year. Tara Dower is into Western States this year. And we have golden tickets going to 3 people today. So whoever's in that top 5.
Molly's coming in right now. So good timing, Leah. Molly is running in to Black Canyon City right now.
So no pacer for Molly?
No pacer. She was working really hard. Like you could hear like kind of fast breathing, not like frantic, but just like, you know, like if you're working out, or sometimes we get to that point, like it's almost like when you start bonking in an ultra and your body just starts craving like maximum amount of oxygen, but it just does not convert to the legs moving over anymore. Those were almost the vibes I was starting to get right here. We'll see how much time she spends at this aid station on the way out, but she was like quiet, focused, working hard. Biomechanically though, like symmetrically, like no limps or anything like that. So I think we're just, you know, we're in, you know, Molly's deep into uncharted territory right now, for both distance and time. So I think these are the experiences that kind of shape your future ultra running career, and whether they're good ones or bad ones, there's hopefully always something to be taken from them in the form of learning and application to the next one. So I think that's just where we're at right now in this race.
And I think that's something Molly alluded to in all of her pre-race interviews, is she knows it might be a long journey to get to where she wants to be in the trail world. And she really dove all in this last year. And if it doesn't happen at Black Canyon for her, she's in it for the long haul. But honestly, Brett, she's looking pretty good there. And we did get reports early on from in the field about Molly is she was breathing heavy, you know, around mile 18, 19 too. So that might just be how Molly carries herself on the trails, is working hard and, you know, kind of head down and going after it.
Yeah. And I don't think I've ever seen Molly race in person. So like that might just be like, some people breathe hard. Like Tara Dower, she breathes really hard all the time. So it's not often a good indicator of like how they're actually feeling in a race. Molly could be the same way. One thing I know is Molly did drench herself with water, but no ice. So, you know, we're doing some topical cooling, but not long-term topical cooling.
And for those following along at home, Brett is standing out around mile 37.7, Black Canyon City. That's around 60K if I'm doing my conversion semi-correctly. And our next update on the men's field will come from Cottonwood Gulch, which is mile 46.4, where they will have about 16 miles to go. F5. Who you got, Brett?
It's a bright orange
Abby
t-shirt.
Maybe.
So, yep, we've got Abby coming in right now.
So far we've got F5, Abby Hall, last year's Western States women's winner. Looks like she's rolling through right there. And
with
Cordis, her pacer and husband. She's likely running faster than she did last year on this course too, even though she might not.
I was going to say, we're only 1 minute or 2 minutes now over Riley Brady's course record from last year through Black Canyon. So relatively speaking, Molly's still under that. These ladies are all still so fast out there. So
it's easy to have this short-term memory and be like, you know, it's 2 people under course record pace last year, and this year we have what, 4 or 5 potentially under course record pace or around that. And Abby runs patient, you know, so she's doing her thing.
She's 16 minutes ahead of her time into Black Canyon City from last year.
That's insane.
That's a huge
and the
PR.
golden ticket ended up rolling down to her here. So I mean, they're running fast.
I would love to be 16 minutes ahead of any of my previous splits.
One thing to note, Abby's got a bloody right knee. She didn't look like she was like limping or you know, favoring anyone's side, but like she definitely did fall at some point. Similar to Molly. Okay, she's exiting the aid station now. Head down, working hard. But as you said, 14 minutes faster than her split from last year. We're talking about the Western States champion. Like,
I know she knows a few things about this, and
she just passed Shay.
What was that, Brett?
They just Shay and Abby just passed each other on the trail on this little dip right here.
Again, talking about the out and back at Black Canyon, this is where we see that beta. And so for Abby, nice to know where Shay is, and I'm sure for Shay as well.
Yeah, because if anybody in front of Shay rolls down a golden ticket, Shay would receive it. She's currently in 6th place, but those tickets can roll down to 7, and Abby Hall and Tara Dower both have tickets. So if anybody of Jen and Flower or Molly were in golden ticket position and turned it down, number 6 would get it.
That is crazy to think that all those ladies are in golden ticket contention.
So
right now.
as it stands right now, who is in the golden ticket positions?
Jen and Flower and Molly.
Okay. And then Shay is the first person looking in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And that was Abby last year, you know, like she was that just one position out of the golden ticket. Again, F5, F6, just depends on who's in front of you. But really interesting. Nice to just like see them all coming through looking so strong and really remember that it's anyone's game right now still. And Shay is very much hunting.
I'm going to head out and head to Table Mesa with Gus Gibbs so we can get an update on the women when they get through Table Mesa. We'll see you guys.
Thanks for joining us, Luke. And for reference for our men's field, as we see Shay Aquilano leaving Black Canyon City on the screen, for our men's field, we do anticipate them into Cottonwood Gulch in about 15 minutes. So we will provide updates when we have them for you there. Our lead men, as it stood last, was Hans Troyer and Eli Hemming. And they broke the field open quite a bit with Jordan Bramlett back in 3rd. Looks like we got Matt Sidell on our screen.
I think Matt Sidell's going to end his day at Black Canyon City. He left the aid station, but now he's walking back. He just told me that he totally wrecked his hamstring, and he wishes for a new one.
I wish we could order that up for him, but, you know, knowing when to call your day, I think, is the next best thing to preserving it. And, yeah, hopefully we wish him a speedy recovery.
I mean, that's one of the traps of the Black Canyon Ultras, right, is it's not the last golden ticket opportunity. Obviously, in Matt's situation, like if you have a true injury, like you got to know when to pull the plug. But for some of these other folks who might not have been in as broken a physical state as Matt Sidell, you know, it is a little bit easier to pull the plug here and say, hey, let me just run this back at another golden ticket in a couple months' time. So there is a bit of that weighs in as well as we've got.
I missed an ID on.
That's Eleni Matarisi.
Okay, so she was actually looked very good coming in, like full stride coming through.
She's our F7, so that's F7 into Black Canyon Ranch, or Black Canyon City, rather.
Yeah, this is Eleni's first step up to the 100K distance. Well acquainted with some of the shorter trail distances, road marathons, and first 100K out there for her today.
What's up, everybody? I'm tired. Now I have to go to the river. Yeah, she's running.
And for reference, with course record times on the women's side, we currently have Jen Lichter being trailed by Ann Flower, 40 seconds behind. And if we were to see Jen close like Riley Brady did last year, Riley closed Black Canyon City to the finish in just under 3.5 hours, and that would put Jen Lichter around an 8:05 finishing time this year, if that were the case. So we're looking at still course record running out there today. We'll see if Jen, whose first attempt at this distance, can go to plan, and we'll keep our eyes peeled for that. But definitely some fast racing on both the men's and women's side out there today.
I just love that, you know, 3 out of our top women are 100K newbies. Like, this is a debut distance for them, and they're just crushing it. And I wonder if, just as a whole in the sport, we're seeing a lot more people take their time, do their research. And, they say that you sort of have to learn by experience, but I think now we are getting to the point in the sport where there's so much data and research and science available that there are ways to really prepare yourself coming into these races. And so we're seeing really impressive debuts.
Well, you also have the added benefit of coaching services that are ultra specific, not just, hey, we've done some road stuff and we can sort of tailor that to be a little bit longer. And you have what we're doing here with the live stream. So even if you don't have the ins and outs, opportunity to hang out on the course, you're seeing how other people have run it. You have the visuals that go along with the splits to sort of up tactics, make sure that your crew knows what they're trying to do as well. So getting the mental and tactical side up as much as the physical side.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's fun to see. It definitely levels the playing field in a lot of ways, but we are seeing, to your point, Skylar, a lot of these top athletes are being coached by very specific people, and they're looking for that intel to tailor exactly to a course like this.
Is that Allie Mack just coming through on a pacer job?
Yes, she is pacing out there today.
Sweet. So we got visuals here at Deep Canyon Ranch, the halfway point of your Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka. We are approaching the 5-hour mark here in the 2026 edition. And with the 5-hour mark, we should be having our lead men approaching Cottonwood Gulch somewhere in the next 15 or so minutes. And on the women's side, probably have another hour until they make it there, but a lot's going to happen in that 8-mile stretch. So stay with us here on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel. Hit that like and subscribe button. And hey, if you like what you're seeing and you're inspired by these runners and you want to help some money get in their pocket, we've got that race purse by Mountain Outpost. Currently, the total's at $14,874. You can contribute a little bit that gets split amongst our podium. Both the men's and women's side, top 3 are getting to slice and dice up that race purse. So if you want to help some runner's dream come true, or at least help offset some of these travel costs, go ahead and kick into that race purse by Mountain Outpost. Shout out to everyone who's contributed, including Paul M. with that $50 donation. Much appreciated. I say that on behalf of the runners because I'm sure as hell not going to see any of that money. I'm not taking top 3, but
you sounded very excited over there, Scott.
I am excited. I'm excited for runners being compensated for putting in great work. It's about damn time.
There we go. We'd also like to give a special shout out and thank you to our presenting sponsor, Hoka, for allowing us to be able to bring you this incredible coverage, and to the entire team at Mountain Outpost. Just amazing job. I feel like we say this every time we have a live broadcast, but we truly level up in the sport and the storytelling, and it's so much fun to see and be part of, and to be able to bring you the race live like this, especially with a race this exciting. Like, honestly, looking at the times, for those of you wondering when we'll see our men into Cottonwood Gulch, Seth Ruling's course record into Cottonwood from last year is 12:19 Arizona time, so 5 hours 19 minutes elapsed on the clock. So that would bring us in just over 20 minutes, like 22, 23 minutes. So anything under that, they are below course record pace, and we should see them very shortly.
For comparison's sake, the fastest ever split in the Cottonwood Gulch would be Eli Hemming, who came through in 5:18 last year. So there's a world where he is, faster than last year and still not leading this race.
Absolutely. And we saw Eli fell back to 4th place last year after leading the race. So, who we see in the lead at mile 48, 46 might not be who we see in the lead at the finish. It does seem like these guys have broken the field apart at the last update we had from Brett at Black Canyon City, but anything can happen. We know that 3 golden tickets will go to the field today, 3 on the men's side, 3 on the women's side, and they can roll down as far as 7th place. On the men's side, Hans Troyer and Canyon Woodward are both running in that top 5 position. They are both already into Western States, so keep that in mind when you're looking at the timing. And then on the women's side, Tara Dower and Abby Hall are both already into Western States as well.
Yeah, this is the section of the course where dreams go to die, this section between Black Canyon City and Cottonwood Gulch, because it's, we've talked about it's 75 minutes, 8+ miles. The biggest climb, and you don't see your crew. Like, you haven't seen your crew since Deep Canyon Ranch. You won't see them until Table Mesa. And so even if things start going badly for you, you get to Cottonwood Gulch and you still have another 4 miles until you get that spike of energy from seeing your folks. So if things are going great, inertia may continue that way. If things are going bad, they can slide backwards for you very quickly in this stretch.
Yeah, we are definitely into the crux of the day, I think, as far as where we are on the course and the heat and just all the factors, all the miles on the legs colliding at once right now.
This is also the stretch where, and Leah, you might be able to speak to this more as someone who's, done this at Western, but when you don't have updates on the gaps of the folks around you, like, you're in a competitive spot. You saw folks during the out and back of Black Canyon City, but you're not getting a time update, and you're not going to see your crew for another, 10 miles. How mentally easy or difficult is it for you to stay on the gas when you don't know if you're gaining time or losing time in this type of environment?
I think you just need to keep your foot on the gas, and it's almost that accountability factor of you have no idea what's happening behind you, especially if you're somebody that kind of fears being chased. You keep that foot on the gas. Maybe you have somebody running ahead of you, and that's the carrot that's being dangled there ahead that can keep you moving.
Continue to see runners coming into Black Canyon City. Also saw a little bit of eye candy there in the bright orange shirt.
He sure is eye candy. That is shit in the woods out there today. It's the most I'll see him all day. Dancing, flossing.
Yeah, you let him have a child.
Regrets.
No comments.
Regrets.
No comments.
We will keep our eyes on Cottonwood Gulch. We've got Brett Hornig out there at Black Canyon City reporting on our women's field. That looks like Jingyan Tang coming over to Black Canyon to race as part of the World Trail Majors. She's been a two-time top 10 finisher at CCC and first time here at Black Canyon.
And I believe we will have eyes on the ground at Cottonwood Gulch. I believe that's to be the case. Someone who has Wi-Fi can fact check me on that. But looking to make sure that we are bringing you all of the stories as they unfold here, as we have now crossed the 5-hour threshold here at the Black Canyon Ultras, presented by Hoka. Glad to see some casual folks enjoying the trails just like we get to here on this very special day. If you like what you see and you want to come check out the race, obviously we'll always take volunteers on the media side. We'll gladly have you come and race it. But the Black Canyon Trail Coalition is out here year-round, keeping these trails fresh and functional. So if you find yourself in the area, make sure to also give them some love, because they're doing the heavy lifting the other 364 days of the year.
We are 5 hours, 2 minutes elapsed on the race clock. I guess we should introduce ourselves for anybody that is joining us. I'm Leah Yingling, joined by Skylar Hall, Hillary Yang here in the studio. We are at Deep Canyon Ranch, halfway through the Black Canyon Ultra, brought to you by Hoka. We are following men's and women's races out here today. The chase for the golden ticket, 3 distributed on the men's side and the women's side. And just some people out there for some competitive racing today, like Hans Troyer, Canyon Woodward, Abby Hall, Tara Dower, who are all already into Western States, chasing fast times and podiums and potentially course records out here today.
Yeah, no, it is such a privilege to be here with you guys in the studio. We're in the center of all the action at Deep Canyon Ranch, and it was really fun to see our leaders go by us as they make their way to the finish line. they have a little bit longer to go. I'm sure in their heads right now they're doing a bit of math, right? Like this is around the time of day when you start doing math, and you probably shouldn't. Everyone knows this. You never do math during a race.
No.
But yet we do. And here we are thinking, okay, I've run for 5 hours, and how many more hours do I have to go? It's definitely a little daunting, especially in the heat of the day.
It really is. And, you know, it says 63 degrees Fahrenheit, 17 degrees Celsius down in the bottom left corner. At the finish line, you see Mayer High School, which was the start of the race and the high point of the race. You know, it doesn't feel warm to us spectators, us commentators out there, but for the racers, they are running in exposed desert environments, and it's warm. We see a lot of cooling going on. That takes way of ice bandanas, ice over the head, water, dousing, a little bit of everything. And we find that runners who don't take care of themselves early may struggle later in the race.
Yeah, this is where it all pays off, and it's what we keep talking about it because it's so important, and the pacing of this race is so critical to get right, and it's so easy for all of these like micro mistakes from the first half to start to catch up with you. And I think we're definitely seeing that. There's definitely some movement. I think there will continue to be over the next couple aid stations, and moves are being made as the people that have really paced this race well are settling in, and that's where I think some of the experience can pay off here, which we do see at the front, especially for the men's race with Hans and Eli at the front, and Jordan. All three of those top men know this course, and they know what they've done wrong, and they know what they need to do.
Yeah, lots of veterans out there today on both the men's and women's side. I want to say at least the top 7 on the men's side have all been here before Black Canyon, including prior winner here, Anthony Castales, currently running in 7th place. And notably, the spread across the men's top 10 right now is less than 15 minutes. About 5 minutes separates the top 5. So it's still tight. And I think a lot can happen, especially between veterans and kind of newbies alike who are coming here for the first time.
Indeed, from M4 to M7, we're talking about 4 minutes separating
crazy.
them. So, 4 minutes over the course of 8 miles, I would wholly anticipate some shakeups when we get to Cottonwood Gulch here. And we expect our top men to be coming through somewhere in the next, I'd estimate 5 to 7 minutes. We should have eyes on our lead male runner. So get excited.
Brett, we've got people in the chat curious about your shoes out there, but I'm curious, what are the racers wearing?
We might not have Brett with us right now, but I mean, I think it's interesting. Molly was saying she's going for the carbon-plated shoes. I wonder how many of our runners are wearing carbon-plated shoes today versus non-carbon-plated. There's pros and cons to everything, but that does seem to be the preference these days.
Okay. Hey, guys. I could give a little shoe update. Yeah, I think there's, definitely still much debate over plated shoes or not, because now we get some shoes that do have, fancy, expensive, bouncy foams with no plate. You can also get it with plate. Hans, Eli, and I believe Jordan Bramblett. Hans debuting in his new Hoka sponsor. I think he was wearing the Rocket X Trail. And then Eli and Jordan, I believe, might have been. Eli was wearing the new Terex Speed Ultra 2. I have to double check on Jordan. For some reason, I want to say the new Ultra Fly from ACG. Canyon Woodward, those not wearing carbon. He's got the new Mountain Coast H1. And then Molly, Sidell, you were saying, and Jen. Nicole Hansen coming through. Jen Lichter was in the new Ultrafly. Ann Flowers in the Rocket X Trail. Tara Dower was in the Mont Blanc Carbon from Ultra. And then Molly Sidell was in the ACG Ultrafly. So mostly plates, all super foams out here.
I mean, that checks out for a course like this. I think you need that cushion in the second half of this race when it gets rocky. So not surprised to see it.
Absolutely. And I am rocking the new Hoka Speed Goat 7. There is no better shoe for commentating than the Hoka Speed Goat 7. I can stand off trail on the rocks, no blisters, great lockdown. What more do you need?
It's a sweet looking shoe, Brett. Always bringing the style to the game.
Just trying to keep up with the young kids.
That's awesome. And for those of you wondering in the chat, we will get an update on our men's field here very shortly as they hit Cottonwood Gulch in the next 10 minutes or so. So look for that very soon.
Yes, I did find the spreadsheet. We don't have a commentator on the ground, but we are slated to have eyes on the ground.
Yes.
So we will have the video feed coming to you from Cottonwood Gulch, which historically had been one of the more difficult. That and Antelope tended to be the ones with spotty tracking from the mats just because of the remote nature. So very excited to be able to have the visual to confirm exactly who's coming through when as this race continues to splinter apart and ridiculousness ensues.
And course record splits into Cottonwood Gulch are about 9 minutes from right now. So we do know our men's field was running roughly 5 or 6 minutes under course record at Black Canyon City. So I'd imagine in the next 5 minutes we will get an update on who is leading out there. Last we heard it was Hans Troyer, Eli Hemming going punch for punch with each other, with Chris Myers pacing Eli Hemming out there. Jordan Bramlett was in third with a group of Canyon Woodward, Trace and Knopp, Zach Perrin and Anthony Castales not far behind.
And this is also going to be the first time where we get to really analyze if the men are going to be on that same sort of 10% micro fade from first half to second half, or if they're going to take a page out of the Riley Brady, Tara Dower book and maybe stick the landing a little bit closer to even splits first to second. So this will be a pretty telling Cottonwood Gulch update.
Yeah, very excited to get that. And, you know, for those of you joining us in the chat, like the coverage in some of these areas is crazy remote, and we've got cameras in places we've never had cameras before with Starlinks that continue to bring us new access. So, you know, it's tough to cover 100 kilometers of remote trails, and it's really fun to see all the ways that we are able to bring the race to you. We will also have commentary at Table Mesa. So that's something where we'll get a little bit more of that boots on the ground commentary in the men's race in the next hour as they move through there. But again, should have a camera at Cottonwood Gulch at least to bring you that update.
So I have an interesting podium stat, which I think might be new to the race for this year. So right now, the gap between F1 and F3 is quite a bit smaller than the gap from M1 to M3. It seems like historically we've seen the women's race break open a little earlier and hold some of those positions, but right now it's kind of flip-flopping a little bit, where F1 to F3 are about 4 or 5 minutes, and then M1 to M3 was closer to almost 10.
I love that, Brett. And it's funny, I was just thinking that, like, we did see the men's race break open a lot faster, and I do feel like we haven't seen that on the women's side. So I'm glad you brought it up, and I think that's something that is worth calling out. The women's race is very tight right now, and there is a lot of moves that are going to be made there a little later on in the race. And that could just be the way that they're racing versus the men's race went out so hot and then I think broke apart a little bit faster because of that.
We've got Riley Brady coming through right now. Riley just shared one word with me on the way through, and that was commitment.
Oh.
So I think Riley's in it for the long haul today, regardless of what happens. And, you know, from an experience standpoint, you know, you don't get too many opportunities to race. You know, that's just kind of part of our sport. And one of the benefits of an opportunity like this is, like, you don't get to troubleshoot things quite like this in training. So even if it's not going your way, you're like, okay, maybe I can figure this out today so that way it doesn't happen next time. And that seems that that might be the chapter that Riley's on for this year's edition of Black Canyon.
I mean, worst case scenario, good training stimulus. Best case scenario, learning experience. And, you know, given Riley's issues at Western last year, it's good to be like, okay, like maybe I've resolved some of those components, but now here's a new thing I need to figure out. Bounce back in a few months' time with a massive aerobic day, sort of out here at Black Canyon, try to secure that golden ticket, and then run it back at Western with the all of the benefits of education over the last year.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think you learn something, if not more, from the days that don't go your way. And I think it's a tough part of the race, and it's always that balance of whether it's worth that lesson to finish, depending on the issue. But in Riley's case, it's really inspiring to see that commitment and just to see them dig in.
Yeah, Riley looks to be moving quite well given the
Yeah,
earlier
Riley looks
GI
good.
issues.
Yeah, so maybe Riley's turning this day around.
Well, and like we heard
Going on now.
at Deep Canyon, Riley was struggling with nutrition issues, which nutrition issues can be fixed.
Looks like, sorry, Hill. Looks like we got Hans Troyer in the aid station here at Cottonwood Gulch.
There we go. All right. Our M1 sighting, fan favorite, Hans Troyer. No baguettes in sight. I'm sure at the finish line, though.
Vibing.
Yeah, he
Thorough.
looks so happy.
He looks great.
Did he just finger gun? Say thank you with a little snap there?
So that's 4
Single
minutes.
or double?
That was double. Oh,
Yeah.
Lord.
Well, he had a bottle in the other hand, so single.
So this is a bit of a gap here. So last we had an update. We had Eli Hemming running with Hans Troyer. Unless we hear from the crew here that Eli's already through, we do understand that Hans is in and out. Just Hans, yeah.
Just Hans. And to note, the timing mat at this aid station is on the front end of it. So if someone takes a particularly long stop, it's not necessarily going to show up in the live timing splits. So we'll be sure to note that where possible, someone who's speeding through versus someone who might be taking a bit of additional care to make it the next 4-ish miles, a little over 4 miles to Table Mesa, where they will then see their crew for the final time.
Yep,
of the
and
race.
Cottonwood Gulch, which is on screen right now, that Hans Troyer, who is leading the men's race, just rolled through, is mile 46.4. So he has about 16 miles to go. Most recently, prior to that, we had an update from Black Canyon City, which was 9 miles ago. So Eli, Hemming, and Hans were running together 9 miles ago. Looks like Hans has put a bit of a gap into Eli at this point at Cottonwood Gulch.
Yeah, this is the biggest gap we've seen all day for the men's race. I mean, for either one of the races, really, they've been so close. And also just worth noting that Hans is running 5 to 6 minutes ahead of last year's Eli Hemming and Seth Ruling, who both ran blazing fast times, and Seth Ruling, who ended up taking the course record. So he is certainly very much in that game, and I'm sure is well aware of the time on the clock as well. But he looked so relaxed. Like, he did not look like he was pushing
He looked
too hard.
very relaxed. And I think an important part about Black Canyon is to take care of yourself whenever you're not at a crew stop. So this is an aid station out in the middle of nowhere, and it's really on the runner to take care of themselves. See some aid station volunteers clapping, which likely means we've got a runner coming down the hillside.
Yep, that looks to be Chris Myers leading Eli Hemming into the aid station. Chris Myers serving as Eli's pacer. We've already had Hans out of this aid station for over 2 minutes.
Yeah, this is a huge gap. This is a move. And I mean, it's interesting, right? Hans with no pacer, just kind of taking the lead, running by feel, really just having the best day out there. And it looks like we might have a sighting on Eli and Chris Myers coming in now.
And what's critical to note from a golden ticket perspective is Hans is already in. So as he pulled away, Eli could have been having that conversation in his head, like, I can give him a bit of a gap because I'm just here to get the golden ticket. Like, you do have that as your like B goal, I guess. A goal win, B goal, just make sure you get the golden ticket. That could be playing in here a little bit, playing it a little bit more conservatively and hoping to kick it in from Table Mesa.
Which is smart by Eli, honestly, and is the correct move. Eli coming in about a minute faster than he did last year through this time. So again, I'm sure he's aware of just like how much is left in the race with 16 miles to go. It's still a long ways. There's still a lot that can happen. And so I would hope he's just settled in, locked in, and letting it play out.
And this could be a little bit of, emotional damage and trauma from last year where he was in the lead at this aid station and watched it sort of fall away from him. So, maybe he wanted to be a little bit more tempered coming into Cottonwood Gulch. He's still a minute faster than he was last year into this aid station. And he knows that if he can close better, Hans might still be within striking distance. Hans has not run the Table Mesa to the finish section particularly well in the past. So it's play to your strengths. Don't get out over your skis and just control what you can control. I just literally threw every single.
Yeah. I need all your positive self-talk in my head when I'm racing, Skylar. But of note, like Eli Hemming, like Skylar mentioned, was leading this race at this point last year. He does seem to struggle a bit more in the heat than some of his counterparts, whether it is a physical thing or a mindset thing as well. You could see he was taking an extra second there at the aid station to Chris help fill his ice bandana to douse him off. His face was quite red. It's likely he is feeling the pace, and even though it is like 62 degrees Fahrenheit out there, that does feel quite hot for these runners. You even see Eli wearing one of those cooling headbands as well. So it seems like he's doing everything he can to ward off as much heat as possible.
It's interesting seeing that heat technology and sort of science come into play. I thought he had a headlamp on at first. It took me a second. Like, what's on your head? Oh, okay. Here's hoping we're finishing without a headlamp.
A thing that we have seen more on the triathlon side is, thinking about world championships when it's in Kona, that just like folks of a larger stature struggle more in Kona because there's just more area that you have to cool off. And I'm wondering if that might be part of, Eli, not the most slight individual out there, just like a tall person. He might need to be more diligent with cooling strategies than someone who's more slight, who just has less surface area that they're accounting for. So, he's from that triathlon background, probably has that kicking around the back of his head. Maybe he's got exactly what he needs going for him, and we'll find out here over the last 14 miles as we head on down towards that Emory trailhead and the finish line of the Black Canyon Ultras.
Still a couple more big climbs to go in this race, too. If you look at the course profile, they do most of the climbing in the last 25 miles of this race, and there's a significant climb. They just did one out of Black Canyon, but then they do have another one. They drop down a bit after Cottonwood Gulch, and then when they hit Table Mesa, they're starting their last big climb. And it's almost 2,500 feet just right there. So, again, these are the make or break moments where you really know how everything's going and how your body's doing, holding up.
So as of note, just real quick, it's now been 6.5 minutes since Hans left Cottonwood Gulch. That's about the gap that both Eli and Hans had on Jordan Bramlett. So Jordan looks to have given a little bit more time to Hans. We'll see what that gap is to Eli, if it's 6 minutes behind Eli, or if Jordan's sliding back and we have another switch up in our podium for the men's race.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if we see some movement in the men's field since Black Canyon City, which was 9 miles ago. We saw Canyon Woodward and Trayson Knopp especially moving forward in the field, and Jordan Bramlett was moving back a little bit as well. So likely could be a switch up. Canyon was about a minute and a half back from Jordan at Black Canyon City. So I have a feeling we could see him or maybe Trayson Knopp here next, coming through in the next few minutes.
Yeah, the next few minutes at Cottonwood Gulch is going to be absurd because Jordan, Canyon Woodward, Trayson Knopp, Zach Perrin, Anthony Castales were all separated by 4 minutes, and a lot can happen in 8.5, 9 miles. So, are they working together? Who had a pacer versus who didn't? And is that going to factor in? We're gonna have some action here at the Cottonwood Gulch aid station very shortly. So our cameraman is ready to rock and bring it all to you. Meanwhile, we have eyes here heading into and out of the Black Canyon City aid station, about 37 miles into this 62-mile adventure on the Black Canyon Trail.
And our most recent update of our men's leaders, Hans Troyer leading Eli Hemming by about 2.5 to 3 minutes into Cottonwood Gulch. For reference, Hayden Hawks, who held the course record until last year, he ran from Cottonwood Gulch to the finish in just under 2 hours and 2 minutes. So Hans Troyer came through there, 5:13:47 elapsed. Man, he's going to be, he's still running well under that course record pace set by Seth Ruling last year.
I just couldn't believe how relaxed he looked. And I think that's such a mark. Like when Brett was saying earlier, at Black Canyon, you can just tell when people are breathing heavier, and it's not everything. Like some people do just work harder out there, but Hans in particular looked so comfortable. And I think to be leading the race under course record pace and look that good is kind of a crime, you guys. I don't know.
Yeah, and if you've been following the trail world for a couple years now, you saw Hans bust onto the scene here a few years back and go head-to-head with Hayden Hawks for nearly the entirety of this race before falling off due to some health issues that ended up putting him in the hospital by the end of it. But he got that vital experience of like learning what happens if you don't really take care of yourself out there with hydration and cooling. And it just seems like since his Western States debut this past summer, he's really dialed in all those things that really matter in a race like this.
Yeah, I mean, my gosh, watch out for him at Western States this year if this is how he is starting off his season. And yeah, it's really exciting. Like you said, Leah, you learn more from the races that don't go well sometimes. And I think in his case, we're seeing him take his fueling and his hydration really seriously right now.
Guys, we got
what do we got?
Switch up. Wow, this is exciting. Anthony Castales into third place at Cottonwood Gulch, 5:22:08, running with Canyon Woodward. So no Jordan Bramlett yet, no Trayson Knopp yet. This is notable because Eli Hemming is in a golden ticket position. Anthony Castales is in a golden ticket position. Whoever comes through in the next spot is also a golden ticket position.
Trayson 1 minute back.
Nice.
So your top 5 men now through Cottonwood Gulch. Hans Troyer in first with a 4-minute lead on Eli Hemming. Eli has another 5 minutes to Anthony Castales and Canyon Woodward sitting in 3rd and 4th place respectively, and yet another minute to Trayson Knopp. So your entire top 5 separated by just 10 minutes. 3, 4, and 5. That bronze medal on the podium separated by 60 seconds.
Yeah, that is crazy. Huge mix up, huge switch up. And again, like we'll have a commentator on site at Table Mesa to give us more beta as the guys roll through there shortly. And we'll bring you whatever feeds we have as they're available. But just to sort of see the movement here, you guys, like really, really cool and not at all surprising either, right? Like we did sort of say we were going to see a few more spots that were just being moved around here.
Yeah, and last year, Eli Hemming came through this aid station in the lead and ended up moving out of golden ticket position when Joe McConaughey moved up, set and beat him by 7 minutes, or was 7 minutes back at this aid station, ended up passing him by the finish. So these guys like Trayson, Anthony, Canyon, who are, 5+ minutes back, they could still move up if somebody in the front of the pack starts to have some weak areas, not feel so great. When people start falling backwards, I think they might lose some momentum and lose some steam and some of that mental energy.
And to put it in context, from Eli falling off into 4th place, he was still only 8 minutes back of the win. So this is the density of this race very much matters. We're not going to see a massive explosion all of a sudden in the last 15 miles. Like we're just going to see some switch ups and some proper kicking over the last mile off that drone footage to the cattle gate and the finish line.
Who do you think you'd be most afraid to be like kicking behind you if you were in a sprint finish?
Castales.
I think so too.
Yeah.
We should have some intel on Hans coming into Table Mesa not too long from now, guys. Just with the top pack running under the course record split, everyone's ahead of pace right now, so we should have him there sooner rather than later. As of right now, Hans and Eli are both under that course record previous split into Cottonwood by about 5 to 6 minutes for Hans. So they've got a good little gap on it, and we should have visuals soon.
Yeah, historically it's about 35 minutes from Cottonwood Gulch to Table Mesa, and Hans went through about 13 minutes ago. So, yeah.
There we go.
And Table Mesa is roughly mile 50, just under. So they have about 12 miles to go from there to the finish. And often we see people who haven't had a pacer yet take one at Table Mesa for that last stretch. I'm curious what we'll see for the rest of the men's field out there, because so far we've seen Eli have a pacer, and I think Anthony Castales too, who's running up there.
This is definitely it's the time of the day when everything's melting, our cameras, the runners, everything. But you just do start to see like the field spreading out a lot. And I believe that's a visual of Table Mesa that we're looking at right now. So again, prepping for those top runners to be coming in there in the next little bit. I love this aid station. It's a fun one to be at because you have these great sight lines and you can actually see, like if you look behind you as a runner, you get this great sort of like looping, winding trail, and you can kind of see if anyone's close to you. So I feel like that's some good beta for our runners because a lot of them just have no idea where anyone else is.
And I see that they've updated this aid station. So we would oftentimes see runners start trying to go back down the trail from whence they came. So where that cameraman is currently walking towards the screen, that's where the runners are going to come in, as the aid station is basically behind the camera as you're viewing us right now, or as we're looking right now. And we'd see people start walking down, and you're like, no, you actually need to turn left. So they've actually done a little bit of flagging there to say, like, hey, like, stay on the left side of this flag. It'll force you to turn left onto the trail you're supposed to go, deconflicting a bit of that wrong way action.
Such a good call. And I believe that is Hans that we're seeing on the drone right now, just flying along solo. Nobody else in sight, running his own day out there. It's really fun to see, and I think it's every runner's dream, pro or mid pack or back of the pack, to have a day when everything just connects and you feel like you're in this rhythm. And I feel like Hans is having that. Like he has just felt so comfortable all day. Doesn't look like he's questioning any of his choices. He's really dialed in. And it's something that you don't get every day. I call them the unicorn days. So when you get one, you just enjoy the heck out of it.
Yeah, he looks awesome. And I think we saw bits and pieces of this at his JFK 50-mile win this year, just kind of going for it and seeing a side of Hans, we hadn't quite seen on the competitive stage just yet, and just owning it. And I think that's what we're seeing out there today.
Yeah, he really is. And just for people wondering, when we do hit Table Mesa, that'll be the 50-mile mark. So we are inching very close to that finish line. And this is a big climb that they embark on from Table Mesa. So they're flowing now, but they're certainly not done the work when they get there.
And a lot of mention was referenced on the Shakeout show and previews about how snaking the course is. And you're really getting to appreciate it right here, that it's a rhythm breaker. It's a lot of lefts and rights, and you're going up these little bumps, and then you have a little dip down, and you're swinging around here. So, if you're somebody who runs on rhythm, this is not your section of the course to really break it open. So to see Hans looking this strong, someone who we've seen at a JFK like really be able to open it up, that it's a terrifying thing for second place right now.
It really is. It's impressive. On the free trail pre-show stuff, I heard Tim Tollefson say it's like death by 10,000 paper cuts through here, and that felt like a good analogy. And I think it's just these tight winding curves. Like you're never able to open up, and then you combine that with these big rocks that are just kicking people in the ankles and taking people out, and you're a little fatigued. You sort of have this perfect recipe for either a flying Superman on the trail or just never being able to feel like you're really moving. And I think a lot of it is mental at this point. Like you want to mentally feel like you're strong, and if you're just sort of always like slow, it's hard, right? Like you feel like you're running in sand a little bit.
Definitely. And I had intel from last year's Golden Ticket recipient, MK Sullivan, that even you could be a fast marathoner out here, but the course itself is punchy, it's rocky, you can't get in a rhythm. It is harder than it looks. And I think that's what we hear a lot of the athletes say on these pre-race and post-race interviews about Black Canyon. They are attracted to this race because they hear it's runnable and they hear it's fast, but they get here, they train on it, and they're like, dang, this is pretty hard. And I think that's why we don't often see the translation be one-to-one when we have road marathoners come here and try to perform with the best of the trail runners.
Yeah, they're great at the first 20. And then you get to the section, you have the first climb out of Bumblebee. Okay, the section after Gloriana, having ran the 50K last year, I was like, this sucks.
No one talks about this enough, right?
Correct. I was like, maybe I'm just blowing up, but also these are just rocks. This is absolutely crushing us right now. So speaking of crushing it, Eric Jenkins on the screen right there, getting ready to give us all the intel.
Personal. Making a cameo.
Gonna give us the quick and dirty out of there at Table Mesa as Hans Troyer is flowing his way there
Looks
as
like
we speak.
we do have a Jordan Bramlett update. He was our leader early on, set an extremely hot pace for these men to chase after today. He just rolled through Cottonwood Gulch as M6, 5.5 hours elapsed. So he is 17 minutes behind Hans Troyer, our men's leader, after setting a hot pace early on. Still hanging on, but looks to be falling backwards a bit in today's field.
But we did see him sort of like getting the ice packed in, making sure he was getting doused, talking to the aid station volunteers. So good to see that he is taking care of himself and making sure that, you know, he's putting himself in a position, because again, if the tickets can roll all the way down to 7, like, your job is to keep where you are. Like, you cannot,
Totally.
you have to stop the skid.
Absolutely. And just a note on that with the golden tickets, and, you know, Craig Thornley did confirm that the tickets will roll down to 7th place, and that's because this is a super golden ticket race, and there are 3 golden tickets available for the men and the women. It's the only race that has that in the golden ticket series, and so again, this makes this race so exciting because it's highly contested and a lot of people fighting for those tickets, but because of that extra 3rd ticket, that's why we roll down as far as 7.
You see Hans continuing to work his way down, just all this little switchbacks as he's going to then cross the Agua Fria.
Great little drone tracking shot. Again, you know, we can't take this for granted. This coverage is incredible, and these drone operators are out there, you know, in the sun, dealing with all the different adversity that comes with trying to bring this coverage to you and getting these great shots. And it's really interesting to see Hans moving through some of this more technical terrain. Again, just not flowy. Nothing about that is flowy.
Yeah, he's literally about to just go through a wash where he's going to have rocks, sand, and mud, all in the same little section right here. So
the mud is interesting. Even this morning when I was out at Antelope Mesa, it was the type that kind of cakes to your shoes a little bit, and that's like pretty dry on these trails, but going through this wash, I'm sure you're going to get that. It all just sort of adds up to fatigue on the legs.
Meanwhile, we have the camera up at Cottonwood Gulch as our M7 looks to be coming in here. Yeah, I'm just thinking back to when Jamil and I were sitting in the studio at the 2021 edition, the first broadcast of the Black Canyon Ultras, and just being like, we have one drone, and you're like watching it zoom in to like the turtle backpack, and it's like, we've come so far, and it's, you know, it's exciting to have been a part of, but, you know, more so, it's exciting to be able to show this sport to more people. The fact that we have so many runners here, and even more who have never, you know, run a marathon even, who are invested in some of the storylines and what these athletes can do. It just goes to show that, you know, that when you put your will behind something to broadcast to the people, they will come.
Absolutely. No, it's special to be part of, and like you said, to do this course justice. And I think that's really important, because otherwise we can describe how technical the trails are, but if you can't see it, it's really hard to picture, especially given how different it is from the beginning of the race to where we are now in the course.
Definitely. And the fact that this is a February race. I think a lot of athletes kind of end their major seasons in September, August, September, and then kind of hibernate a bit through the fall and winter. And it's tough to be in top shape in February. And we see a lot of athletes who use this as a stepping stone to Western States to get a barometer of their fitness prior to Western States. Tara Dower alluded to that in one of her pre-race interviews, saying she just wants to kind of see where she's at, because she's done this race historically and it gives her a good metric. But it's tough to be fit in February.
It really is. I mean, I think I'm still in hibernation, so I don't know how everyone else is doing out there, but February does feel sort of aggressively early, and it does mean you're training through the winter. You're really committing to, especially something specific like a desert race, if you don't live in that environment. So we did see a lot of people out here early out in Arizona, just taking full advantage of the heat. And for all the talk of the cooler weather, it is still a warm day out here, and that's something where, you know, looking at the thermometer, we're probably mid 60s, high 60s at most, which doesn't look that hot on paper for a race like this. But when you're out there in the sun, it feels a lot hotter. It probably easily feels 10 degrees hotter than that. Plus, you get that dry desert heat. And that is something that I think a lot of people underestimate, is you can't really tell your sweat rate in this type of heat because everything's just evaporating off of you. So again, having the experience to know what you need, having your nutrition and your hydration dialed, that all comes into play really big here.
And you can see our temperature tracker in the bottom left hand of the screen. Emery Henderson is the finish line, and it is 67 degrees
there we
there.
go.
So that feels warm. I don't know.
That's warm.
Yeah,
Yep.
and 10 degrees Celsius at the start. That is Mayer High School. That is the high point of the course. So it is definitely warmer on all parts of the course than about 50 to 60 degrees out there today. And women's race, we will get an update once they also roll through Cottonwood Gulch, which is mile 46.4, where we have 9 men through so far. Leading the women's race at our last update, we had Jen Lichter, followed by Ann Flower. They were only 40 seconds apart. Tara Dower was about 3.5-4 minutes back from them, followed by Molly Sidell and Abby Hall rounding out your top 5. 6 through 10 was Shea Aquilano, Eleni Matarisi, Riley Brady, Sydney Welch, and then Jenna Bensko.
And just for reference, Riley Brady came through Cottonwood Gulch last year at 1:02 p.m. Arizona time, so 6 hours and 2 minutes elapsed on the clock. So we're looking at just over 20 minutes to that course record pace. And Jen has been running faster and faster under that course record pace every time we see her. So I would expect to see her in the next 10 minutes or so.
Yeah, Jen was running 11 minutes under Riley's course record pace at the last aid station.
We got a shot here from Cottonwood Gulch on screen. Again, one of the more, if not the most remote of our aid stations, and definitely warm out there. So grateful for all of our volunteers, everyone involved in making this race such a huge success. We have over 1,000 runners in each of our distances today and tomorrow in the 100K and the 50K. It's a lot of folks out there, and there are so many volunteers that make everything possible, from the people that are directing traffic with all the crews and pacers that are running around the course, to the people at the aid stations cutting up watermelon and making sure you're hydrated. Just really thankful for everyone involved in making this race what it is. And it's really fun to see some of these elites without a pacer really utilizing the aid stations, right? Like there's a lot of these that are not crew accessible.
Looks
elites, they're just like us.
Looks like we've got another runner probably rounding out our men's top 10 into Cottonwood Gulch. Should be Zach Perrin, most likely. We'll keep our eyes out here. Oh, is that Ferdinand?
Ferdinand's already through. That's Sage.
Oh.
Sage Canada.
Wow.
Big move. Came through Black Canyon City in 15th place. Finds himself in 10th at Cottonwood Gulch, 8.5 miles down the road. Fully getting iced up with the quick transition. Yo, Sage Canada.
I'm in shock over here right now.
He just made some big moves. He was probably close to 10 to 15 minutes back on M10 at Black Canyon City. So that's a huge move there.
Sage Canada was our winner in 2016. So again, speaking to some of the changes that we've seen to this race over the years, and it's also just speaking to the longevity in the sport. It's really cool to see someone like Sage coming back. He's had a few years where he had some health challenges following COVID, but to see him working his way back and being competitive in a field of this size, it's changed a lot since 2016. There's a much deeper field now, so that's really exciting.
And his course record stood for quite some time.
It did, yeah. Well, Sage coming from a road running background, he's got speedy legs.
Yeah, he ran 7:52 here in 2016. And with the way these men are running today, I'd imagine he's probably close to that pace this year, too.
Yeah, I don't know if we've got splits that go back to 2016, but I would be very curious to see.
Skylar's firing up the laptop over there. He's like, challenge accepted.
Give Skylar Hull a couple minutes. He's on it.
Again, you're watching the Black Canyon Ultras live stream presented by Hoka. I'm Leah Yingling, joined by Skylar Hall and Hillary Yang, and we will be here with you till 5 p.m. tonight, which should be a large portion of the men and women's elite field, and we will have commentary going well through the night. We're so happy you're with us out here today. This is an awesome race. We have 3 golden tickets to Western States being given on the men's side and on the women's side, and just a heated battle overall.
Yeah, I mean, the men's race, I think, in some ways, a little less close than we thought it might be at this time. But, and I believe just on our screen right now for you guys watching, that is Eli Hemming and pacer Chris Myers. So nice to get a visual on them. But just in general, the men's race opened up quite a bit. And, I mean, Hans with the huge lead. Eli very determinedly in second place and not letting go of that. Big gaps here. It's exciting to see. On the women's side, I think it's much closer still, a lot less decided. And we do expect to see Jen Lichter, our first female, into Cottonwood Gulch in the next couple minutes if she's still on track ahead of course record pace. And I actually, is that Jen Lichter there with the red shorts?
Anthony.
All right, sorry. Too many red shorts.
Oh, Anthony just passed Eli Hemming.
There we go. Wow.
Go, Anthony. Okay, this is Anthony Castales on your screen in the orange hat, orange shorts. Just paced Eli Hemming. That puts Anthony Castales into second place, chasing down Hans Troyer.
Wow. I mean, the moves are not done here. And again, just a good example of like, this race isn't over till the very end. And looking at some of our past golden ticket winners, a lot of the times they're coming from 5th, 6th, 7th and moving into those spots right about now in the race.
Yep, we see Anthony Castales, prior champion here, beating out Tom Evans here just a few years ago, getting a golden ticket here. He's no stranger to the golden ticket scene, getting one at Canyons 100K a few years back as well. He's been on the podium at Western States. And if anybody remembers his story from a couple years ago, he came into Black Canyon unsponsored, wearing his Chico State singlet, secured himself a sponsor with Nike later that year. And Anthony loves desert running, trains a lot in Salt Lake City, but makes frequent trips down to the St. George and Moab Desert to get miles in on terrain that is like this. And awesome to see him moving up the field today.
This is huge. He's made up about 5 minutes on Eli just in the last couple miles. So he is moving fast. And another thing, you know, Hans is out in front running his race, but doesn't have any idea what's happening behind him. And I do wonder how close Anthony can get before Hans starts to realize there's someone hot on his tail. Because it does feel like Anthony's got a bit of momentum on his side right now.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go. Switch mics. Yeah, that's where Table Mesa is going to come in handy because he'll be able to get that sort of intel because the crew, again, not the best aid station from a cell service perspective, but they will have just heard about / seen Anthony pass Eli and be like, hey, Hans, like, he's coming. He's hunting. So that's where, you know, in a few moments' time, Hans is going to get that news, and that should be enough motivation to keep him
Okay,
moving.
looks like we've got Jen Lichter.
There we
Sorry to
go.
interrupt you. Into Cottonwood Gulch here. 5:46:37 elapsed.
So again, the Riley Brady split from last year was 1:02 p.m., 6:02 on the clock, and we're coming in at 5:46. So that's a huge lead here.
What are we doing here? Out, just gone. That was a 12-second stop.
That was insane. Like, she was just gone. She looks so good. Again, just like Hans, like these two leaders are so in control right now.
And it's only, quote unquote, only 4.5 miles from Cottonwood Gulch to Table Mesa. But to just completely be out before second place even has a chance to see you, because they have that snaking descent just sort of like up to our right. The top right corner is going to be where the runners come from, and they sort of S-turn as it happens right in front of us. To be completely out of that aid station where the runner can't even see you as they're coming in is
that was an actual boss aid station. That was maybe one of the fastest transitions we've seen all day. she is in control. She's not hurting. She's not needing anything. And I don't believe that she's skipping them unnecessarily. I think she just feels really good right now. All right, and I believe we've got Ann Flower coming in.
Looks like she's going to fill up a flask, likely cool down a little bit, taking her time a bit more than Jen was here. And like Skylar mentioned, getting through an aid station like this, kind of out of view, works mentally on any competitors too who are chasing you down.
I mean, she's so close, really. Like, she's like, what, a minute behind Jen right now?
It is, yep, literally, it's 70 seconds.
Yep, and no pack. That's interesting. Haven't seen many people without a pack.
Didn't cool down either.
Didn't cool down. I was wondering if, maybe she has like the waistband in the shorts, but it looked like she just had the one bottle she refilled and kept it moving. So,
Ann's done a lot of racing in Moab too. Moab doesn't get extremely hot, but it is desert environment.
That dry heat, right?
Yeah, and she trains in Colorado Springs. So not somebody who we've seen race in these hotter environments yet, but she is a physician, and I often think physicians have good heads on their shoulders and make good decisions and game time decisions. So I think we probably see Ann knowing what she's working through out there and controlling all the controllables pretty intelligently.
Yeah, one would hope, right, Skylar?
Just for historical reference, it's about 35 to 40 minutes would be the anticipated run time from this aid station that we're watching right here, Cottonwood Gulch, to Table Mesa for the women who are running, or anyone who's running at about this pace. So to have one bottle for half an hour is not unreasonable for a normal person, but to be 46 miles in, I guess we'll see. We'll see if she sticks a landing on it.
It is incredible to watch these two women out at the front just duking it out. Both of them new to this race, for Jen, new to the 100K distance, and just putting on a masterclass. And both of their aid station transitions so fast. Again, like, they don't have eyes on each other. They don't know how the other one's doing. They're just independently running these very strong races within 70 seconds of each other. It's really, really cool to see.
And
I was going to say, in context, they're only, Ann and Jen are only 32 minutes behind the lead men.
Ooh, Hans Troyer out of Table Mesa, everyone. That is 5:49 elapsed. That is mile 49, 50.9.
So from here, we're talking 12 miles to the finish. Hans just blitzing it. We'll get an update from Eric Jenkins in the field from this Table Mesa aid station shortly, but as has been the story all day long, absolutely blitzing this course, the course record splits, and being a solid 5 minutes under Seth Ruling's time from last year.
I mean, that is so cool to see because, both Seth and Riley threw down some pretty big course records themselves, and to see those times again being challenged the very next year speaks to the depth of this race. And that is one of the fun things about being out here at Black Canyon this year, is it is so insanely competitive, and everyone racing knows that if they make one mistake, there is like 8 people right behind them.
Totally.
So there's no margin for error here.
At this point last year, Will Murray was in second place, came into Table Mesa 3 minutes behind Seth Ruling, and held that 3 minutes the entire rest of the way. He finished, a minute and a half, 2 minutes behind him at the finish line. So this is by no means over. Let's put it that way. A lot can happen. These gaps are not going to be particularly large, but it does look like Hans has opened up the gap, and then now it's a function of, how much more can Anthony make up? He's already passed Eli, but how much has he closed the gap on Hans? Or is Hans, are Hans and Anthony running the same pace, and Eli's just sliding back?
So Anthony did close about a 1 minute gap on Hans between Black Canyon City and Cottonwood Gulch. So still a decent amount of distance. Table Mesa to the finish should take these guys right around an hour and a half. The fastest split ever from Table Mesa to the finish on the men's side was Craig Hunt, and he ran an hour 23. So if Hans were to run that, he'd be looking at like a 7:12 time on the clock, which would be a pretty significant course record.
12 minutes?
Yeah, 12 minutes. So I'd imagine Hans will likely run somewhere in that, 125 to 130 time range to the finish, but we'll keep our eyes out.
And this is the section of the course where it gets shutted. Like the underfoot experience is no longer enjoyable for these runners. So
to say the least, yes.
Yeah. So Hans knows it very well because he's run it slower than he would have liked to in the past. So he knows what he's in for. A lot of the men do that are currently vying for these top spots. The women's race, however, that could prove to become a factor once they get to Table Mesa here in just 20 more minutes, 25 more minutes for Jen, probably.
And for the women's race, like I feel right now like no one's in that top little group that has a golden ticket. I mean, we'll see where Tara comes into Cottonwood, but right now, like just to see Jen and Anne go for it, like it's really exciting. They have no context. They are just, seeing a lot of this for the first time. They're just in it. And it's fun. It's fun to have that sort of newbie experience out of the front of the pack.
And I think for those following along on the timing, Ann Flower did come through Cottonwood Gulch. I'm not seeing her update on the tracker, so just be mindful that she did come through Cottonwood Gulch. She was 70 seconds behind Jen Lichter. They're both battling it out, 1 and 2 right now in the women's race. Neither of them are into Western States yet, so they are both in golden ticket contention.
Yeah, absolutely. And, Cottonwood Gulch is baking in the sun right now, and we were having some camera issues, and I believe that could also be the source of the timing chip lag, but visually we do have eyes on her. And we have not seen Tara roll through yet, so.
But I'm sure Skylar is probably timing for us, so we could give you a split between Anne and Tara when she does come through. Something interesting about Jen Lichter in a pre-race interview, she talked about if she would take the golden ticket, and she said if she finished the race feeling good and like she paced it well, like her nutrition was good and like she managed the heat, then she would be excited about taking the ticket and running 100 miles this summer at Western States. But if she bonked, if she had a hard day, if she was like puking her guts out, then it would be a lot harder to take the ticket knowing that you'd have to go another 38 miles at Western States.
But on that point, if you get a golden ticket, you've had a pretty good day, right? Like,
yes.
In this sort of field, you have to have put together a pretty good race. So I appreciate that. Also, I would challenge Jen that anyone who finishes 100K is not going to love the thought of turning around and running 100 miles. It's just always a bit daunting in that moment. Oh, we have eyes on Tara. There we go. Tara Dower, 3rd place female into Cottonwood Gulch right now.
Running away from her pacer.
And she is also under Riley Brady's split from last year into Cottonwood by a solid 7 minutes. So all 3 of our top women.
Is the elbow blood new? Because the leg was the issue this morning, but I think the elbow blood might be a new.
Correct, and it looks like her shoulder is banged up too. It looked like there was a bit of a carpet burn almost on her shoulder there. So Tara, in classic form, might have taken a couple tumbles.
So Tara, this is her 4th year at Black Canyon, and she was through this aid station last year. 10 minutes, she still wouldn't be here 10 minutes later. So she's 10 minutes up on her splits from last year, and 40 to 50 minutes up on her splits from 2024. So that just goes to show Tara Dower's trajectory over the last couple of years, and truly how much she's grown as an athlete.
True, and yet she finds herself 8 minutes behind Ann Flower, who's in 2nd, and another minute plus to Jen Lichter, who is leading our women's race. Meanwhile, 2nd place in the men's race, Anthony Castales strolling on in to Table Mesa, just over the 50-mile mark.
And he looks good out there. He looks really good, doesn't he?
Very good.
The question I had earlier, and I couldn't remember the answer to it, he left Black Canyon, or he
dropped his pacer.
So he's definitely dropped his pacer, and it's just blitzing this course right now.
Looks like he's got his all-star crew, his wife Katie out there cooling him down, wearing the ACG Radical Airflow shirt. Probably useful for cooling out there today.
I just always wonder about the sunburn potential with that one.
Whatever it takes.
Hey, major style points. Trail running's not known for its fashion, but I feel like we're slowly changing that.
Yeah, between Eli's headband and the ACG Radical Airflow shirt.
It's a vibe.
On Valentine's Day, they're hard looks to pull off, but they're figuring out a way. So good work on you. Speaking of good looks to pull off, shout out to the Run Flat Stay Low hat on this aid station volunteer.
Yeah, it looks great. Lots of cooling going on. You can see that This is back to Cottonwood Gulch. Everyone's hot out there. Everyone's saying that the weather forecast was misadvertised. But still in good spirits. It's really fun to see these runners rolling through here. So we have got our top 3 women through Cottonwood Gulch, and we expect Molly Sidell to come through in 4th place just based on where she was at our last checkpoint, but again, until we have eyes on her.
Trayson Knopp into Table Mesa. So Trayson is closing some gaps there as well. Not far behind Anthony Castales whatsoever, maybe about 2 minutes on the clock here. We'll see what time he leaves, but it seems like he's really taking Anthony's energy right now, moving up the field. They are crushing it. Trayson's had a great year. He was 2nd place to Adam Peterman by just a few minutes at the Gorge 100K, made the world's team, probably didn't have the race he wanted to have there, but has just been on the up and up the last couple years. Great races at JFK, Broken Arrow, and just really, really solid.
Yeah, and, North Face teammates with Seth Ruling, so might have gotten a little bit of intel on how to execute this course, because he is in and out of Table Mesa, about 2 minutes behind Anthony Castales. Meanwhile, 4th place male strolling on in. Looks like that's going to be Eli Hemming with his pacer Chris Myers coming into Table Mesa.
This has to feel like deja vu for Eli.
Yeah, it's tough.
Playing out pretty similarly to last year. Hopefully he can keep hanging on these last 12 miles. Last year he ended up getting passed in those late miles by Joe McConaughey for 3rd place, 4th place finish. Looks like something similar could be happening out there today. Hopefully they're cooling him down, letting him take a breather, kind of resetting him.
Well, I'm also wondering if this is the first time he's had Tabor.
Yeah.
Because she was an early drop from this race. So this is a chance for him to sort of like get that mental reprieve of seeing your partner and being like, hey, you didn't have the day that you wanted, but like I have to carry it for the family.
Looks like we got Canyon Woodward in the foreground here of our shot, Ice Bandana, and looks like in the background we got Eli Hemming taking a seat, resetting, probably contemplating a little bit back there. Canyon Woodward is our 4th place male right now. Hans, Anthony, Trayson, Canyon's already into Western States, so is Hans. Whoever rolls through here next is also competitive for a golden ticket.
Well, and I would hope that Eli remembers that. I'm sure he's feeling a little discouraged right now. He just got passed by a couple guys. It's never a good feeling, especially, it's sort of like an energy exchange, right? Someone passes you, it's almost like a bit deflating and hard to pull back into that like forward momentum again. So it really is going to come down to whether his crew can help him reset and get back out there and remind him he's still in it. He's still got that golden ticket within sights. Just got to roll through 10 more miles, 1 big climb and a big descent into the finish. So it's hard. They've been working hard for 6 hours now. But this is a critical moment, I think, for Eli's race.
It's like this is the moment that every sports psych is watching, just be like, you just need to not spiral. Like, as the kids would say, you can't crash out right now. You need to just like take a minute, box breathe real quick.
Totally.
Just like understand.
Breathe into a paper bag if you need to.
You are still in a fine position. I'm sure Chris was saying, look, Canyon is not a threat to your golden ticket. Like, you just have to just like reset and get through this.
Yeah, and it's really hard. You can see it on Eli's face right now. Like, he worked so hard to be in that 2nd place position, and to just feel that slipping a bit, it really is. This sport is so mental, and I think, I find it fascinating, the athletes that work with the psychologist, sports psychologist, because I think that's a huge piece of this game, and especially late in the race. Like, the fitness is going to take you so far, but then really you have to have that unshakable belief in yourself and your ability to get to the finish line, to be able to kind of withstand all the things that come at you. So yeah, definitely looks like he needs that reset. But again, like, he's got a few minutes. Like, he's got a couple minutes to turn it around and to just like get back in it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a familiar feeling to us middle to backpackers, where it's like you enjoy the chair. The chair is your friend,
The
but
chair
also
sucks you in.
but you gotta start moving with some sort of impetus relatively soon. to my eye, he looks pretty dry.
Yeah.
Like, he looks pretty dry. Like, even now as they're putting the ice on him, like, that seems small potatoes to what we've seen, like the wetness we've seen of the other runners as they come in. I'm a sweaty individual, so like I can't speak to this, but like the fact that you come into mile 50 looking this dry would be a little bit concerning.
Yeah, I think so as well. And, you know, Eli's being pretty open about the fact that he struggles with the heat and has struggled to figure out the formula for success here. And I think sometimes it's just how it goes. Some of us are wired for the heat, others are wired for other parts of these races, and it can be really hard to sort of overcome and figure out something like this. Sort of this and nutrition. I feel like these are the biggest things that are so individual. Doesn't matter what works for someone else, might not work for you.
So we have eyes on Eli Hemming, who is currently sitting M5 at the Table Mesa aid station, just under 51 miles into the Black Canyon Ultras 100K, presented by Hoka. We have now crossed over into hour 6 of our coverage here on the Mountain Outpost channel. I'm Skylar Hall, joined by Leah Yingling and Hillary Yang, bringing you all the fun of just this absurdly fast race. And it's not just our individuals time trialing off the front. These top 3 spots are very much up for grabs. So stay with us here on the channel as we bring it to you all the way through the finish. And then we're going to keep going through the night as our age group folks continue their up to 20-hour journey down to the Emory Henderson Trailhead finish line as well.
Well, and it's worth noting, too, for just sort of everyone running, it's a Western States qualifier. That's a big deal for a lot of people to get that qualifying race in, finishing under that 20-hour mark. And so, you know, I've been out here, I've paced friends that are just trying to get in under that 20 hours, and that's just equally stressful and exciting. And it's fun to focus on the elites. We love watching the elite race, but truly, as we're watching sort of the mid-pack roll through Deep Canyon here, everyone's working so hard out there, and it's really inspiring to see.
Molly
Sidell, all right,
rolling into Cottonwood Gulch, 46 miles into the race, and most importantly, to my eye, 18 minutes back of Jen Lichter in first place, about 9 minutes back from third place, Tara Dower, but has her wits about her. Conversational, asking for what she needs, in and out in under 15 seconds.
These transitions, these ladies are absolutely crushing it. It's really, I mean, we didn't get to see all the men split through Cottonwood. Our visuals were down then, but like the women have really, really nailed those transitions.
She's moving well too. Like that's technical terrain, and Molly is just coming over to the more technical side of trail running the last year or so, and yeah, she's cruising out of there.
It's really fun, and you know, she's only sitting 3 minutes over Riley Brady's course record time from last year. So can we just, and Riley Brady took 30 minutes off the women's course record last year. Can we just say Molly is running a very incredible debut 100K race?
And I hope she hangs in there. So Cottonwood Gulch, that is mile 46.4. So she's got 16 miles to go. You know, that's just an easy long run for somebody like Molly, just at a place she's never quite experienced in a race before. She's in golden ticket position right now. I'm curious how the other women behind her are feeling as they chase her down.
As you know, Molly Sidell's in front of you.
Totally. So right now, the golden tickets on the women's side, if positions hold, are Jen Lichter, Ann Flower, Tara Dower has a spot into Western States, and then Molly would be up next.
Yeah, that's exciting. I mean, she does have, I believe Shea Aquilino is on her heels, and Abby Hall as well. So she has some fast ladies on her heels. Abby already having her ticket into Western States, though. So, you know, we'd be looking to see if Shea could make up some time there. But right now, Molly is sitting in a good position with that golden ticket. She looks happier than she did last time we saw her. She looks more hydrated. And, you know, I'm hoping that she's really sort of settled in. I wonder, too, I was thinking about it, like, does she play those mental games that I do, at least, where it's like you get to the last 60 miles or whatever and you just try to pretend you haven't run any of it and you're, like, resetting and, like, kind of, you know, like, I wonder how much of this is just uncharted territory for her and, like...
Someone who it's not uncharted territory for, Abby Hall.
There we go.
Out of the Cottonwood Gulch aid station, about 2.5 minutes back of Molly Sidell. That's your F5.
Again, those transitions, Skylar.
Dude.
Like, she was, what, 10 seconds? Like, in and out before I even saw her.
Got in, douse me, give me my ice, make sure I'm topped up for the next 4.5 miles, and I am out. I spoke about this earlier for Abby. Like, this is a very familiar spot. Like, F5 is exactly where she finished last year, but she has a little bit of a redemption arc for this course specifically, and this is a great opportunity for her to, like, mentally practice hunting.
Yes.
So to refine that skill. So I'm hoping that she can leverage that and chase down Molly. Molly's thing is, when you come from the roads, you learn about the technicality of trails, and you're like, okay, like, let me get good at this. But running technical trails after 47 miles is a different experience than going out and just doing it as a fresh 16. And Molly doesn't have, like, a long history of, like, ankle or Achilles injuries, but I'm hoping that she was coached up on, like, hey, like, maybe you got to tape up an ankle, make sure that, like, everything is in solid and ready to rock. So you don't have an unnecessary, like, ankle roll here in the finish.
She's coached by CTS. She's certainly got very specific beta going on here, so I would expect that she knows exactly how technical this last part is, even if she hasn't run the whole thing. But again, how that feels on legs that have already run 40 miles, different story.
And she has run this section of the course. I did see Molly had run it on Strava, everything except for the last, I believe, 3 miles. There's a dirt road crossing around that Doe Spring aid station. So she's seen all of this course. But again, it's one thing to run it relatively fresh or on the second day of a back-to-back long run versus, hey, I've been grinding for 6 hours now. Let me make sure I don't get an ankle biter.
On our screen here, we've got Jen Lichter, our leader in the women's race. She's being paced. You see her pacer just ahead of her. She is likely approaching Table Mesa soon. Probably still a little bit of time until we see her there. She's currently running in 14th place overall, and we have seen 5 men come through Table Mesa aid station right around mile 50. Jen Lichter's debut here at Black Canyon Ultras, and also her debut at the 100K distance. Notably, Ann Flower is 70 seconds behind her at the last checkpoint. So this is a very tight race for 1 and 2, but Jen looks like she's really handling the course out there quite well today for somebody who's debuting at this 100K distance.
And this is the section of the course where we saw Anthony Castales pass Eli Hemming to move into second. So we're looking at somewhere around 12 to 15 minutes from this point until Jen is expected to be at the Table Mesa aid station, 50 and change into this 100K adventure.
She looks great here, right? Like, it's, again, really fun to get these drone shots, to get to see her just cruising along. Pace looks strong.
Just like a good arm carriage on this uphill.
Yeah.
Like,
not over pumping.
Correct. Like, she's a very good mountain runner, technical runner, but to see that she's still carrying that same carriage this deep into the race bodes very well for biomechanically how she holds up for the remainder of the race.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how versatile she is. She's run road marathons before. She is very fast. Even if you look at her Strava, she throws down some seriously fast workouts, even put down a 140-plus mile week in training out here on the Black Canyon course. So seems to be taking her debut at the 100K distance very seriously, and would think she'd be a very exciting addition to Western States this year.
Yeah, I mean, just, watching her most recent YouTube upload about a day in the life, Missoula, snowy as hell right now. And the fact that she was taking the steps she needed to prepare for these conditions clearly looks to be paying off thus far. And, if she can transition this, secure the golden ticket, stick the landing on this race and take that same mindset to a Western States, automatically that makes her a very dangerous person on that start line.
I'm very interested in Table Mesa right now. We don't have timing updates from any men past the top 5. There it goes, one right there. That is Jordan Bramlett. If he is indeed in 6th place and Eli Hemming is still in a chair there, that would put Jordan Bramlett into that 3rd golden ticket position.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So that's Eli's window right there. Like, he had that minute to do a reset. Eli has left. All right, we have just gotten word that Eli left. So he's ahead of Jordan, still got that golden ticket with Jordan behind him. It's going to be a bit of a momentum game now. It's like, can Eli just get that mojo going, carry that self-belief, get up that climb, and then get down to the finish line? Or does Jordan know that he's got Eli within sight?
And these are both guys who have been kind of falling back in the field all day long. So do neither of these guys stay in that golden ticket position? Does Sage Canaday from 10th place keep raging up in the field and take that third spot? What do we think, guys?
For context, Sage ran 6:21 into Table Mesa when he set his course record. 6:21 high, like basically just under 6:22 when he came into Table Mesa on his course record. So if we see Sage in the next 8 minutes,
that is
all
actually
bets are
crazy.
off.
That's actually pretty.
He could, he very well could run his way into a golden ticket just for fun.
That was a solid time that Sage ran in 2016. Very kind of fun to see.
Ferdinand.
Yes.
In and out. Well, in, not out yet.
Well, again, speaking to just that momentum, we are seeing these guys come in, and the ones that are looking fresher and moving faster have a lot to gain in this last section here in the last 10 miles.
Ferdinand with Will Murray pacing you too is
right. Cannot be underestimated.
Problem. Yeah.
And Ferdinand even split this course last year.
Correct.
So he has been here a few times, knows how to race it. Probably wants a little bit of a redemption arc here after quite the journey after getting a DQ here last year due to some unfortunate course cutting that I don't think was on purpose on his behalf. But we're seeing him move up the field, and I would be afraid if I were somebody like Eli or Jordan Bramlett, who have been falling back in the field as we see Ferdinand kind of move up in the field all day long.
Yeah, if I remember commentating last year, I believe I made the point that Ferdinand was the only person to ever basically negative split Black Canyon. So do the math.
That's very hard to do.
If
yes.
And he looks good. It's not just he came in and was rushed. Had his faculties around him. He was asking for very specific things. Obviously, Will was also taking care of himself so that he can pace effectively. I'm not a betting man, but I think Ferdinand's in position to catch at least Jordan, if not Eli as well.
I think you're right. I think it is that kind of dynamic movement, and right now he's got that momentum on his side. He's got Will on his side, in his ear. He knows what he has to do. And for a lot of these guys, they know that the race comes down to this last 10 miles. This is not a surprise to them to be in this position. If anything, this is where you want to be, within striking range of the guys in front of you, within striking range of the golden ticket, and you still have a big climb and a big descent to get into the finish. You have time to make up. A mile a minute, goes a long ways here. So I think we're going to see that with these guys coming in hunting right now. They know they still have a chance.
Totally.
And here we have, I believe this is Anthony Williams.
And just notably on the paces that these guys are running out here, Seth Rollings, 7:24 race last year was 7:17 pace. Hans is running about 5 minutes under that this year, so we're looking at probably 7:10-ish pace, I'd imagine. They're flying.
Yeah, for 100K in this train.
That's wild. And on the women's side, they're probably just under 8-minute pace out there this year. Riley Brady's time last year was about 8:07 pace. And they're about 10 minutes under course record pace this year.
And for those of you wondering, we do have a temperature check-in at the bottom there. We've sort of rotating between the finish line and Deep Canyon Ranch. 63 degrees at Deep Canyon, 67 degrees at the finish line at Emery Henderson right now. That's just what the actual thermometer says. The temperature in air is probably 10 degrees, 15 degrees hotter than that. It's direct sun, it's dry. Everyone seems hot. They're all using the ice and cooling down. So, on paper, doesn't look too bad. In practice, still a warm day out here in the desert.
I will say our M8 into Table Mesa, we said was Anthony Williams, was actually Coleman Cragen.
Okay.
He is a training partner of Hayden Hawks, I think Southern Utah University grad, and taken the shorter distance ultra world by storm this past fall. And guys, I do want to talk about the gap that we're seeing here at Cottonwood Gulch between our M5 and the Chasers. So we had Shea Aquilano come through 6:09. We didn't catch that on the camera there. So she was just 3 minutes back from Abby Hall. And Shea was only 4 minutes back from Molly. So that is the golden ticket hunt and chase right there, is kind of Molly versus Shea.
That's wild.
And last year, Shea Aquilano had a lottery spot into Western States and didn't quite have the day that she wanted to get that top 10 spot back into Western States. So I'm sure she's hunting down one of those tickets out there today, and it might be a Shea versus Molly race later on.
Now, I wonder how much Molly knows the other field, and it's sort of like knowing Abby has a ticket behind her, knowing Shea doesn't. Like, for a lot of these women, they're doing that mental math on who they have to really race hard against. That's interesting, right? And just uncharted territory in a lot of ways out here.
I mean, honestly, Molly probably doesn't even know who Shea is, which is great for Shea, because Shea knows this course better than anyone. She has raced this course how many times, and has been top 10 basically just consistently, and has gotten better every single year. Like, she is like the perfect negative sort of like time progression on this course. So yes, Shea is not somebody I want to have chasing me down on this course.
No way. And we also have Eleni Maastrizi just behind Shea by about 5 minutes there. And then Riley Brady just 3 minutes back from Eleni. So Riley's still in it. I'd imagine if Riley could turn their stomach around, they could charge in the second half of this race, as Riley has had the fastest close ever at Black Canyon. We'll have to wait and see. On our screen here, I do believe that's Hans Troyer.
I believe that's Tara Dower.
Yeah, fun to see Tara just absolutely cruising. Is she on her own?
Oh yeah, dropped her pacer.
Yeah,
You
I
do
was
that at
gonna say.
Cottonwood, so you just gotta vibe check yourself.
So that's kind of fun, because I know she's supposed to pick up another pacer at Table Mesa, but you know, these women are flying so fast. There's not a whole lot of people that can keep up with them, and especially when you have that adrenaline late in the race and they're dropping these sorts of miles. So it's unsurprising to me.
Yeah, I think that's Ann Flower, actually.
Is that Ann?
Yeah.
All right, sorry. Apologies for our broadcast. We've got Ann on this. Is that?
Or did Tara move into second? We have second female on the screen, but I do believe Ann Flower is second female. She just wasn't tracked at the Cottonwood Gulch aid station, so this is likely third female, Tara
There we
Dower.
go. All right. A little bit of confusion because of Ann's tracker not updating, but we're back up to speed here.
And it does look like Tara dropped her pacer. She had Rachel Spalding at the last Cottonwood Gulch. We saw leave the aid station with her, and I know she's picking up Sierra DeGroff for her last section.
Yes. If I were Sierra, I'd be warming up now. Do some laps of the parking lot.
I was like doing some straight up strides.
You do see that, especially Deep Canyon, like all these pacers trotting around before the elites get here, just like ready to go. No, this is exciting. The women's race is really fun to watch. All of these ladies are so strong and just chewing up this terrain. It honestly doesn't look like they're phased by the technicality of it at all. I mean, Tara's taken a couple drop and rolls, but that's just Tara, so I'm sure if she wasn't, she'd be worried. And again, really fun, because for Tara, she doesn't need this golden ticket. She just wants to race these women. And so this is exactly the day that she wanted out here. Same with Abby. Like, they just want to be right there. They want the experience. Like, you don't get these opportunities to race this caliber of field and to be in the mix, and it just makes you a better competitor and athlete.
Yep, and it's good practice for races like Western States. Tara knows she's lining up there this summer. She wants to be competitive. She had big ambitions last year until sickness kind of led her astray in the last hour, unfortunately. So I know this is likely helping her dial in her nutrition, her cooling, her crew tactics, and just her racing tactics and mentality, period.
This is also just like a good speed block for her, right? Because we saw her take a swing at 200s last year, another long FKT, obviously had a fantastic 100-miler at Javelina. So for her, this is like under distance. It's like a 5K, 10K runner running
a
a
warm-up.
mile. Yeah, so this is probably just like a good training stimulus before she starts again focusing on nailing it at the 100-mile distance.
And Tara works with Coach Megan Roach. They've been working together for I think the last 2 years or so, and seems to have really like improved and focused on the speed in that time frame.
Meanwhile, it looks like we have a Hans Troyer sighting approaching the penultimate aid station.
Doe Spring. 50-mile 58.8. I think we still have a little bit until he hits that, but that is.
Oh yeah, he's got away. So historically, it is a hour to hour 5 from Table Mesa to the Doe Spring aid station, and the top time ever at Doe Spring was basically 7 hours flat. So got another half an hour. Meanwhile, Jen Lichter into Table Mesa, basically 51 miles into the Black Cane Ultras 100K, and just blitzing this women's race.
17 minutes ahead of Riley Brady's course record split. I was just looking at that, and then all of a sudden Jen pops into Table Mesa. So there we go. She's just gaining on that. I think she's been sort of adding a minute to the course record deficit at every aid station, and it's really, really fun. She's having the race of a lifetime right now.
And she is working her way up into the top 10 overall in this race right now. So if tracking serves me right, I believe she should be 10th.
She's standing right next to Zach Perrin, so that would make sense. And out.
That was quick.
We had ice in the pack, ice in the bandana, ice in the hat. Nick Cornell, crew chief of champions.
Shout out to these crews, man. It's NASCAR style out there.
And for women historically, Table Mesa to the finish, those times are the fastest we've seen is Riley run that in hour 35. So, oh guys, this is good. So if Jen were to run that in hour 35, she is breaking that 8-hour barrier.
Wow. Oh,
and Jen
chills.
She's a course record hunter. She competes really well against the clock. Not only does she compete well against people, but she competes extremely well against the clock. We saw a big, long-standing course record go down this past summer at the Speed Goat 50K. And there's Ann Flower.
Ann Flower.
She is not letting up, guys.
She is not. She's right there. She's like, hey, I'm 70 seconds back.
I still am. Ugh. Jen seems to have a little bit quicker crew transitions here.
I wonder if because she has the pack, like I know it feels nice and light to not have the pack, but
That's it?
That's it.
That's it.
That's it?
That was pretty fast.
You have 8 miles.
Dropped her bottle, looked like, picked it up, off she goes.
Hey, she's doing it. That's 50-mile world record holder. Let's go, Ann.
You have 8 miles to go in the heat of the day with another big climb in the technical spot, and you're not going to get cooled off?
Maybe she's so heat trained.
Dude.
Ugh.
Oh, man, I hope that works
This is a
out
good
well for
race.
her.
This is a great race.
This is fun. It's fun to see the different strategies, too.
And like the different athletes too. Like we've seen Jen just completely dominate at the mountain distances, the shorter mountain distances over the last couple of years. Anne kind of got her feet wet with like shorter distance Moab 50Ks, stepped it up in distance to Leadville this summer, knocked that out of the park, dropped it down to the 50-mile world record attempt at Tunnel Hill, like blasted that. This is a great race between these two.
This is exciting. I got full-on goosebumps when those two ladies were coming through Table Mesa. This is fun. And Anne is very aware that Jen's right in front of her, and if she's going to make a push, it's got to be now.
Yeah, would you guys rather be in the front or Anne chasing
that's a
her
good
down?
question.
I think I'd rather be chasing Jen down.
Yeah. Well,
But-
I mean, if Anne passes Jen, then she's
Yeah.
out of pacers, so.
Yeah, that's true. And that's Tara Dower. Is that Tara Dower on the screen? No.
No, looks too bouncy.
No, that's still Hans.
That's Hans. That's a
Why
Hans bounce.
is my Tara Dower versus Hans Troyer radar so bad right now?
I would say same, but not really.
It's the shoe color that you got to check out. Yeah, Hans is vibing. Like, Hans legitimately looks like he's just out on a Saturday long run at this point.
Yeah, he looks good. Hans is coached by David Roach, I believe, and looks to have put in a really good block, big volume block this time around and seemed to have gained a lot of confidence off of the JFK 50 win that he just had back in November.
Yeah, absolutely. I think between the very solid Western States debut and then following up that with the win, 4th fastest time ever in JFK 50 history, just really fun to see.
So yeah, we are on course record watch on the men's side. Hans had that by 5 to 6 minutes at Table Mesa. Jen Lichter is running well under that and might even be threatening the 8-hour mark by her finish if she can stick it. Same with Ann Flower right there. I think this is the type of racing that we're here for. The one-on-one battles. I love to see what we're seeing between Jen and Ann right now because I truly believe this is how these course records get shattered by huge amounts, is getting the most out of each other that way.
This is what levels up the sport, you know. It's like it really does take not just one person out in front, but having the caliber of people. And like even Hans out in the front, he knows he can't let up. Like there's no letting up on the gas right now, all the way to the finish line.
So let's get the folks up to speed on what exactly is happening with that men's race. Hans Troyer is out in front with a 7-minute lead over Anthony Castales in second, who made a big move to slide there. Trayson Knopp, another big mover into Table Mesa, 2 minutes back of Anthony in third. Eli Hemming and Kenyon Woodward came in together, but Kenyon Woodward left in fourth. Eli Hemming in fifth, Jordan Bramlett in sixth, Ferdinand Arroyo in seventh, Coleman Cragen in 8th, Sage Candidate in 9th, and Zach Perrin in 10th. And while we're on Sage Candidate watch, 3 minutes under his split at Table Mesa from when he set the course record that stood for, I think it was 6-7 years? 6-7? Here at
no,
the
you did not.
You're such a high school teacher?
I know. I'm sorry.
We apologize.
That was not on purpose. It was reflexive. I've become the thing that I despise. I apologize. But a thing that I do love, Anthony Castales vibing right here on your screen. As we mentioned, he was 7 minutes back of Hans, leaving the Table Mesa 8th station with 12 miles to go. And he also looks pretty bouncy still. Not seeing a lot of shift in his biomechanics from when we saw him a few hours back. So just goes to show this man is still here to play.
You know, I think for Anthony leaving Table Mesa, he's got beta from his crew, no doubt, that Hans is 7 minutes in front of him. Hans doesn't know where the next guy is behind him because he's already gone. So there is, I think, a little bit of an advantage to being Anthony right now and knowing exactly how fast you have to go if you want to catch that leader.
Yes.
I think Hans is just going to run as fast as he can until he gets to the finish line. I think that's the move right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, what a good race right now. We're seeing, I think Anthony, I think that's a pacer. Could be just a videographer chasing down Hans. Would love to see the split difference at Doe Spring between these guys because I feel like Anthony's cutting into that a little bit.
And then Trayson Knopp also here, it looks like, just crushing it here in third place. And he's also in a good spot, right? Like, he frankly got to fly under the radar a little bit coming into this race, which you should not do for a person who's on the world's team, and knows he's in a comfortable spot from a golden ticket perspective because Hans already has it. So you're sitting second. You could even give up a spot, and you're still money from getting the golden ticket. And he probably doesn't even know that Canyon is the person behind him who also is set. So he's got buffers on both sides. Trayson's just like, he's in a fantastic spot to get the achievement, to check the box of getting the golden ticket, and he can really just enjoy these last 10 miles and not have any unforced errors.
And yeah, Trayson ran 22 minutes faster than he did into Table Mesa when he got a 6th place finish just 2 years ago here. So every year Trayson seems to be leveling up. I think a couple years ago I said he's always in this like 5 to 10th positions in these races. And I think in the last year he's really showing that he deserves to be talked about for the podium positions. And he's just as competitive. He's right there. And I loved seeing how he raced Adam Peterman at Gorge 100K this past year, just with a lot of self-belief. And we're seeing that play out exactly the same here.
All right, and I don't believe we've seen any more of our women come through Table Mesa. So we still just have F1 and 2 with a big gap on the rest of the field now. So we are seeing that elastic band is finally broken on the women's race, I think. And, you know, it really is Jen and Ann duking it out for that win. And then Tara, Abby, Molly, Shay, all very close together. And I think, you know, we could still see some movement there. All right. So speaking of that, just checking in with Table Mesa and seeing where we're at. I believe that's still our men's field there, but we should see our next female coming through there very quickly.
Yeah, so leaving Cottonwood Gulch some 4.5 miles ahead of Table Mesa, where we see Riley Brady currently getting all that they need. And with the quick transition out, Tara Dower's in third, 8 minutes back of Ann Flower, so we should see her any
And
moment.
I did learn that Anthony Castales did drop his pacer, who was Andrew Bumblebee, and which is wild, and he has since picked up Dakota Jones.
Oh, another fast runner. So, yeah, they're just going through them like flies, though. And we also just got word from Table Mesa that there's a Tara Dower sighting. She's coming in imminently. So we'll stay tuned to see her come through Table Mesa. But, yeah, pacers can be great, but also there's just not a lot of people that can hang at these speeds.
Yeah.
And here we have Tara Dower coming into the Table Mesa aid station just shy of 51 miles into the Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka. Quick pack change, bottle swap. Taking the cooling strategy, making sure that all those bottles are emptied, going for the caffeine.
Looks like that's Amanda Basham out there and her crew, another ultra athlete and fast runner. She's definitely got like an A crew.
Yes.
A lot of fast ladies there.
And she said in a previous interview, she does not mind at all having a huge crew. She felt like everybody can do something. And there's a lot of things to be done at these race car style aid station stops, from ice bandana to dousing to shoving some food in your mouth.
And there's Sierra Groff ready to pace her to the finish. Hope she did her warm-up. And off they go.
Oh, I feel like Tara's going to drop her.
Yeah, do a little
like
catch
right
me if you
there.
can. Yeah.
10 miles to the finish, I know.
So again, we've got Hans Troyer leading the men's race, Anthony Castales not far behind, and Trayson Knopp in third. On our women's side, it looks like we've got Abby Hall there on the screen. She is our fifth place female at our last checkpoint. Fourth place was Molly Sidell, so we'll keep our eyes out for her, see if Abby made a pass, which might have happened. Yes. Is that Molly? We'll keep our eyes out for Molly. Can't ID any of these runners too well right here. That is
Molly.
There we go. Looking really good. I just am really so impressed by Molly and her race, and she's just paced it very well. Looks very comfortable.
That looks like a Rachel
that-
Spalding pacer.
Is that
drop
a
from Tara
pacer?
Dower.
Ah, okay. I was gonna say, I mean, Molly is also running very well, but yeah. Drop pacer sightings. That's about this time of day.
That's also kind of rough, though, as the drop pacer, because you're like, I still got to get
I
there.
still have to
I'm not
run.
trying to tempo this or like hammer it, but also
She's doing a little hike there, yeah.
But like, I got to get in the car. Like the crew can only wait so long before they have to get to the finish line. So
Hopefully they wait for her.
so you
Hopefully she's got a ride.
So you got a little bit of an impetus. Like I guess I got to get there relatively soon.
Yeah, it's sort of a badge of honor for the runner, and for the pacer, it's a little bit of a, yeah. But hey, you know, it's amazing that Tara's having the day where she can drop her pacer and feel so good. So glad to see it.
We are awaiting our lead men at Doe Spring. Doe Spring is the last aid station before the finish line, mile 58.8. We should expect Hans Troyer in there and Anthony Castales to follow. historic splits into there. Let's see here.
About 7 hours.
7 hours on the dot with Seth
for
Rolling,
Seth,
actually.
Yep. 3 minutes back was Will Murray at 7:03.
Okay.
So functionally in the next 20 minutes, Hans Streuer should be finding his way into the Doe Spring aid station.
Again, great coverage, great drone shots. Really nice to see so far out in advance of the aid stations where these runners are. And Skylar, like you were saying with Table Mesa, great redesign of the in and out because it's very confusing there. And they've set up these lovely little flag barricades. But every year I've been out there, I end up playing traffic control for a while because you just feel really bad that these runners are either missing the aid station or confused on where to go. So, you know, every year we make micro improvements, whether it's on the broadcast, whether it's at the aid stations, just make everyone's lives a little bit easier out there.
So this Table Mesa aid station that we have eyes on right now, just under 51 miles into the race. So when the runners leave here, about 12 miles to go to the finish, typically find themselves going for, what do we say, an hour and a half for your top men from this point to the finish. So still work to be done, but you can sort of see the horizon that the finish line is there.
I feel like the beta we get from Doe Spring is going to be so crucial for the men's race in particular to see if any of those guys have overtaken Eli for that third golden ticket spot.
And then for reference on our third place female right now, Tara Dower, she placed second here last year, also going under the previous course record. She's currently running 12 minutes faster than she did last year here. So likely to also go under Riley's course record from last year here. We kind of assumed something like this would happen. We'd see a course record shattered, several women go under it, which, you know, it's exciting when you break a course record, but it's more exciting when you're the person to run the fastest to do it.
Yeah, we oftentimes run into the issue on broadcasts where second, maybe even third place also breaks a course record and it just gets overshadowed.
Yeah,
it's
like
like
womp
we have to acknowledge that like all of these podium runners right now on both the men's and women's sides are absolutely blitzing it, and none of them, even fourth place, fifth place, shouldn't be upset with the day that they're having, because relative to history here, they are absolutely smashing it.
Well, totally. And Tara last year also came in well under the women's course record, you know, like Riley might have gotten it, but they were both under the previous one by a huge amount. So yeah, it's sort of the nature of the sport right now, and we celebrate the person at the front of the pack that's breaking the course record, but it just speaks to how competitive it is that we're getting multiple people going under these records at the same time.
I guess what I'm saying is, you know, start taking notes now for your votes for performances of the year and ultra runners of the year. And don't sleep on the person who gets second or third. Like these are still quite remarkable performances that we're seeing, and we'll continue to see. But they're made possible because this is a competitive race. This is not a time trial merchant situation. Both of these races are a front runner being chased down by somebody who is legitimately hunting them. Hans, a little bit more of a cushion, but like I'm sure somebody told him, like, hey, like this is in no way, shape, or form secure yet.
Yeah.
I love this too, and I love seeing somebody like Ann Flower, who has historically, maybe she's a time trial merchant, but like we've only seen her at races where she is truly front running the entire time. So to see how she stacks up against one of the most competitive fields we've seen here in the States, I mean, as of recent, it's so incredible. Like to see the 50-mile world record holder at present, like what she can do up against some of the best trail runners like Jen Lichter. It's awesome to see, and to see how much they can pull out of each other.
Yeah, it's really, really fun. And we have another runner, and I'm just sort of waiting for our next female sighting. I feel like the top three women have put quite a gap, haven't they? Mm-hmm. You know, but expecting any minute to start to see the next little group coming through. Again, both races have been really smart. Like we've seen movement, but not total carnage. And I think everyone has done a good job of sort of staying within themselves and managing conditions. It helps that it's cooler than normal. Like as much as we talk about the heat management today, this is still cooler than Black Canyon gets. And so I think runners are definitely taking advantage of that, and that is playing to their favor here.
Totally. And I mean, maybe the temperatures today are why we're seeing, these 5 to 10 to 15 minutes coming off the course record. It's probably a good 15 degrees cooler than it was last year, if not a little, even 15 to 20 degrees. It was hot last year, but we're seeing the same heat mitigation tactics being put to play even on a day when it's 65, because it still feels quite hot for these runners whenever they're running in the exposed desert like they are today.
I'm just looking through Ann Flowers' results because, we know she has world records, has a Leadville course record. In the last 2 years, there's only been one race that she's run that she didn't win. So for her just being in second place right now might be a novel concept.
Yeah, I think totally. But again, with her win at Leadville, with her, 50-mile course record, and Flower is so competitive, and especially joining Team Hoka, she's newly sponsored and has a full-time job as a physician. So she's clearly putting a lot into this and expects a lot out of it as well.
Yeah, and that was something she alluded to in one of her pre-race conversations. Was one of the reasons she didn't want to pace her was because she truly wanted to be part of the race. One of the reasons she was coming to Black Canyon was to see how she would stack up. And I think she's getting exactly what she came here for today.
Yeah, it's so fun. It's fun to see her throw down. It's fun to see Jen throw down. They're both really enjoying it, right? You got to be stoked on just having a great race and being pushed like this.
Absolutely. And for those following along at home, we got our cameras there on the Table Mesa aid station. This is right around mile 50 on the Black Canyon 100K course. They have about 12 miles left to go from this aid station. It's relentless. It's hard. It's hot. And we see a lot of these runners putting together some cooling strategies like you see right there on screen. A lot of ice going on, a lot of dousing. And we are expecting our fourth and fifth place females into this aid station very soon. So far, we've had Jen Lichter, Ann Flower, and Tara Dower, and we've had a pretty considerable gap to fourth and fifth coming through here. Last update, we had Molly Sidell and Abby Hall in those positions. Molly filling out that last golden ticket position, and we will see if it has shaken up yet.
Well, and I believe, we got it. Intel just saying Molly was 30 seconds out, so I think that's actually her coming in. There we go. So Molly Sidell still rocking fourth place, hanging on to the golden ticket spot.
She looks happy.
Smiling, yeah.
Looks like she's being she's crewed by her coach, Cliff Pittman, giving her pep talk there. They're cooling her down, and they know that they've got 12 miles to go and probably just hyping her up.
And we were told that Molly will not be picking up a pacer here, so she is doing the whole race pacerless. And, executing a really great race for her first 100K. There was I'm sure she faced a lot of questions and a lot of speculation leading into it about how ready she was for the distance, and she's showing that she is more than ready. Look at that cooling strategy. She's got the ice going on now.
Which is funny because at all the aid stations we saw her at, her and Ann, they were just kind of rolling right through, but these crewed ones, she seems to really be taking it all on, and I think this is really important.
This is fantastic. It's great to see. She looks honestly awesome. She's smiling. She's stoked.
She looks great. 12 miles to go here. I'm impressed by her right now. She is hanging on, and early on we saw her have the lead, probably play to her strengths in those first 20 miles to Bumblebee, and got scooped up a bit by Jen and Ann, who seemed to be battling it out front, got scooped up by Tara, and often when we see this happen in a race, we see an athlete like Molly maybe fall back quite a bit in the field, and she's staying considerably strong right now.
A thing I don't want to overlook, it could end up factoring in here. She doesn't have a pacer, but the person who came in just ahead of her and left just after her is Craig Hunt, the person with the fastest ever finish at this course. So they probably have no idea. I mean, Craig knows who she is most likely, but she probably doesn't know who that is around her. But that could be a nice little tandem if it works out to
hey Molly, go pace off of Craig for a bit.
Craig's run hour 23 to the finish from there, fastest time ever, and he scooped up so many people that year he did it. So I would 100% glue myself to him if I were her.
Yeah, that's fun. I mean, either way, knowing who he is or not, like just having someone to go out with is good energy, and I feel like that'll just help her keep going. But honestly, she doesn't even look like she needs it. She didn't need the pep talk coming in.
No.
She's good. She was just all smiles. Really fun to see. And I'm expecting we're going to see Abby maybe now coming in.
Yeah, there she is
Yep.
actually on the screen. Abby Hall, 5th place right now. She's cruising. She looked like she was having a bit of a tough time early on in the day when she was here at Deep Canyon Ranch, and seemed to kind of focus in. And she knows why she's here. She's here to run in a competitive field, get all of the things dialed. She's going back to Western States this year and loves to race people. And I think we saw that all last year with Abby.
Yeah, good for Abby. She really wanted to be in the mix. She wanted to test herself. And if anything, this is the perfect testing ground for Western States. Like, she had an incredible year last year, but it is such a hard race, and you're up against all these women in a few months. And so you want to work through all these things. You want to work through whatever's going on out there when you're not having a perfect day. And if anything, this is the experience you need to just keep sharp. So proud of Abby for staying in it. She looks strong. She looks confident. She's not letting off the gas. She's, getting exactly what she wanted from the day, which is a great race.
Oh, she came out of there charging.
Yeah,
They definitely told her, like,
fast.
hey, Molly's only 2 minutes up on you.
Yeah.
Like, you got to go get her.
She is 27 minutes ahead of her split into Table Mesa last year. So even if it seems like Abby Hall isn't having the exact day she wanted here, which I'm sure would be the top of the podium with a first place finish, she is crushing her time from last year, as these women are all about to obliterate the historic times here.
Yeah, it's really, really fun. It's, again, this women's race, we knew it was going to be a barn burner. It really is. Got a couple more women on screen here. See if we can get an ID.
That's Eleni Matarisi is in the blue shorts there. She was F7. I do believe Shea Aquilano should be in the mix somewhere, or maybe Eleni has passed her. So at our last checkpoint, we had Shea Aquilano in 6th, Eleni in 7th. We'll be keeping our eyes out for Shea at the aid station because she did have a 5-minute gap ahead of Eleni at Cottonwood Gulch. This is a great race for Eleni. She's 22 years old, longest distance to date, absolutely crushing it out there. Has a fast marathon time to her name, and we know not always do fast marathoners translate their races to a course like Black Canyon, but she seems to be somebody that's doing that so far.
Yeah, really fun. And we are expecting to have an update soon on our lead men as they hit Doe Springs. So that's coming in. As soon as we have that beta, we will get that to you. And again, that men's race at the front is equally exciting. And I mean, we are getting so close to the finish line now. Like, that's kind of crazy. We're getting down to the final miles. We're single digits. But really fun to see our women's field rocking through Table Mesa with 10 miles to go. One more big climb, and then a long descent into the finish. We got Shea.
So Shea is our F6 into Table Mesa. Absolutely crushing it. Eleni Matarisi, who we had on our screen prior, is F7. Shea is not far off of the Molly Abby bunch, and they are probably telling her right now, that's her coach Ryan Anderson, sending her out there, telling her Molly is the golden ticket spot. There's a chance Molly also doesn't take the golden ticket.
Right. Yeah.
So, or Jen or Anne, but I have a feeling all of them will. But we'll see.
Shea is impressive. She's 24 years old. She's still so young in the sport, but yet she's got a lot of experience for her age. We're seeing sort of the average age, I think, trend downwards. Mm-hmm. And as these athletes get faster, it's really cool to see her just come back year after year, put in these strong performances, get faster as the field gets faster.
And we have Hans Troyer on the screen right now. But before getting to Hans, we talked about Trayson Knopp earlier and his performances making the world's team. Shea Aquilano had a phenomenal race at the Gorge 100K this past year, earning her spot onto the World Mountain Trail Running Championship team for USA, her second showing on the 80K team representing Team USA, which is so awesome for somebody that's, 24 years old?
Yes. No, it's amazing. She's having such an incredible race, and she looks so strong. Like, she is not done yet. Like, don't count Shea out. I think that that pack of women from 4 through 6, there could be some movement still for sure with all of them. And they all look good, so it's really hard to say. It's not like any of them are slowing down.
All right, we got Hans Troyer on the screen there. Does he have a pacer? Or is that it's camera?
Yeah, no pacer for Hans. I believe he's on his own.
So that's Hans Troyer, our M1 right now. He looks a little worked by the distance at this point, but he is absolutely crushing it out there.
It's a little less bouncy than he was.
A little less bouncy.
Yes, we believe that is a camera person in front of Hans, for those of you asking on the broadcast. But fun to see. And then, like right there.
Yes.
I'm just sort of trying to get an ID on who's coming around the corner there. Having trouble with the bucket hat, seeing who's under that right now. But yeah, we'll get you an ID on that as soon as we can, you guys. Again, just like trying to kind of get beta on these runners, especially as the pacers change up through that last aid station, can be a little bit tricky.
Oh, Sage. Is that Sage? No, he was already through Table Mesa.
And we should have a split for Hans Troyer through Doe Spring shortly. We do not have that yet, but getting close. Again, once they're through Table Mesa, less than 10 miles to go in this race, you start to smell the barn door, especially this time of day. You know, it's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon. It's heating up. It's about as hot as it's going to get. And so I think everyone is just really feeling it and counting down those miles.
And we should get our eyes on Doe Spring. Last year's split into Doe Spring was 2 o'clock or 7 hours elapsed on the dot. And Hans was running 5 minutes under that split at Table Mesa. So we will be keeping our eye out for our M1 Hans Troyer at Table Mesa. Anthony Castales was trailing him by 7 minutes with Trayson Knopp very close behind. And an update on the golden ticket hunt on the men's side. Hans Troyer is into Western States. He's leading this race. Anthony Castales is in golden ticket position, as is Trayson Knopp. And our, I believe, 6th place male, Jordan Bramlett, was our 3rd position at Table Mesa. But that is likely being threatened a bit by the hard chargers behind them, like Ferdinand Arot and Coleman Cragen.
We'll be watching here any moment for Hans Troyer to hit the Doe Spring aid station. 7 hours was the fastest split, so he's bleeding a little bit of time back to the course record splits. At this point, we're dancing with that course record, but with the information that the aid station might give him that Anthony Castales is hard charging, that might be just the impetus he needs to kick it into the finish line for a new course record. And we'll bring it to you momentarily as he hits that Doe Spring aid station. This women's race is going to be so absurd.
I know. We've got quite the battle out front between Jen Lichter and Ann Flower. Jen Lichter is debuting at this distance. Ann Flower, world record holder in the 50-mile and Leadville course record holder, taking a record from the great Ann Trayson. And we've got a split for Hans Troyer in Doe Spring, 6:55 elapsed, 5 minutes under Seth Ruling's course record split into Doe Spring. We will keep an eye out for Anthony Castales, but Hans Troyer is leading our men's race, hard charging off the front.
So at this point, 24 minutes to the finish. That's historically the aim from Doe Spring to the finish line. So if Hans can run even close to that, the course record is his, as he's 5 minutes under it at the moment. But that's not the only thing we're watching. Anthony Castales, where are you at? Where you at, my guy? What's happening?
Anthony Castales is a prior winner here at the Black Canyon 100K, 2-time recipient of a golden ticket into Western States and a podium finisher at Western States as well. He is a full-time school teacher and squeezes a lot of his training in the after hours and run commuting to and from school. So love to see it. Love to see the guys and the gals who are balancing a lot in their training as the sport professionalizes the way it does.
You got Hans Troyer on your screen right now, absolutely running this fire road. So this is the thing about the Doe Spring aid station. You basically are in that very chuddy, like, hill section. You get to the Doe Spring aid station, and it's basically this almost all the way to the finish. You get into some single track components, but it's not nearly as rocky and as bad as what they've just gone through. So if you have legs, this is a section to open it up on. So Hans, he's chasing glory and history. Everybody else is chasing somebody.
Is chasing Hans.
Yeah.
Hans is flying out there right now. Hans got a spot into Western States through his top 10 finish just last year. He'll be returning, and he's running with no fear out there today. Nothing to prove, just like Skylar said, going for glory. Hans is most recently coming off a first-place finish at the JFK 50 miler back in November, beating an all-star cast of characters out there.
So as the drone flips back around, you can see that Doe Spring aid station off in the distance. Also gives you a sense for how remote this aid station truly is. So, not crew accessible. There is some of this Jeep Road action, but very limited access and damn near no cell signal whatsoever. So it's
really just a top off to get you to the finish line, you know, like make sure you got enough water.
Absolutely. And this has got to feel like a great redemption race for Hans here at Black Canyon. He went out with Hayden Hawks just a few years back when Hayden Hawks set the then course record, ended up in the hospital soon after with rhabdo, and recovered and got back at it, and has been absolutely crushing it since, and kind of having this upward trajectory slowly over the last couple years. But I think he's very much here to stay.
Yeah, we got to give up on the kid nickname, because he's clearly
mid-20s.
He's clearly aged up and escalated the game. And a person who's been in the game for quite a minute, Anthony Castales, rolling into Doe Spring aid station right here. Your M2. Getting ice down, taking nothing for granted. Yes, it's only, about 3.5, 4 miles from here to the finish, but
he's made up some time.
Really want to take care of business. Yeah, he's also under Seth's split from last year.
Well, and Hans' split through Doe Spring was 6:55, and we're looking at 6:59 as Anthony leaves Doe Spring. So, we're talking about 4.5 minutes maybe between the two of them.
Yeah, that's a good. So we had Anthony came into Table Mesa at 5:56 behind Hans, who was 5:40. So Anthony was 7 minutes back at Table Mesa.
He's cut it down to 4.
He's cut it down to 4. I think they're moving pretty similarly out there, but we'll see. Looks like Anthony's being paced by Dakota Jones.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good pacer to have right now, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, fun to get those eyeballs on Doe Spring. That's our last point of contact before we see these guys at the finish line here.
And the last time Anthony ran here at Black Canyon, he ran 7:32, and he's likely to take off probably about 20 minutes off that time here today. And that was when he won the race just 3 years ago. And then he went on to have a third place finish at Western States 100. Awesome to see Anthony having this fitness early in the season. Very curious to see what Hans, who's running well faster than this, and Anthony can do it at Western States this year. Yeah, it's going to be probably the best Western States to date.
Exciting precursor to the season for sure. If this is what we're coming out with as the opener, watch out, world. But yes, to the live stream, the audience's point, at this point, with only a couple miles to go, Anthony would have to be splitting at least a minute faster per mile in order to catch up with Hans. So as long as Hans can just stay steady and hold the course, he's probably looking okay. But, you know, again, like, we're tired. This is late in the race, and he's being chased, and I think it is easier to chase at this point. So until you get to the finish line, it's never guaranteed.
Correct. Anything can happen. Your electrolytes can get slightly out of balance. You know, the heat of the day can add up. It's by no means completely over. The real estate is definitely short, but it is not completely over. We saw, even going back to Western, Caleb versus Chris, like that gap was coming down in the end, and let alone what Killian was doing to the top two. So, you know, don't take it for granted, Hans. Don't celebrate quite yet until you can see the cattle gate, but you should feel pretty good. And Anthony should also feel quite accomplished that this golden ticket is basically his so long as he stays upright.
Yeah, I mean, look at that stride. He's opened way up. This is what they've been dreaming of, you know? Like, no rocks to trip you. It's fun. All right, and back on our screen here. Who are we following in?
This is into Table Mesa. This is likely the back half of our women's top 10. So far, we have seen about 6-7 people into Table Mesa on the women's side. Likely awaiting our 8 through 10. Looks like we got Trayson Knopp on our screen. He is our M3, chasing down Anthony Castales. Trayson is in a pretty secure golden ticket position here in third place. So he is 2 minutes behind Anthony. This is a great race.
It really is. It's so close.
It's 6 minutes separates 1 through 3 right now on the men's side. And Trayson's only 2 minutes back from Anthony, likely closing hard. These guys know that they're in golden ticket position and likely safe, but I have a feeling they're charging just to race each other at this point.
Well, is Trayson also underneath Seth Ruling's course record through Doe Spring?
He's about a minute over it. He's 7:01
right
through
around
there.
Okay. But again, we're seeing, you know, multiple people going under previous course records, which is very exciting, but fun to see these guys hit this more open double track and actually open up. Like, I love to see that. You can only imagine that they've been dreaming of it, hey? Like all those miles through that choppy, windy single track. And they finally get this little like parting gift from the course.
Yeah, what an amazing race for Trayson. I feel like he's been an athlete who's been in the mix for years and years and years, and I'm sure seeing it all come together finally on a golden ticket stage when there's such a deep field showing up has to feel good, especially when you've been training through the winter in Alaska.
I am so curious to see who we see on the men's side next into Doe Spring, because we do have Eli Hemming and Canyon Woodward that are pretty close together. They left Table Mesa like 6 seconds apart. Canyon already has his lottery entry into Western States. So from Eli's perspective, he can still hang on to that third place ticket. But it's just like, again, seeing how Eli looked at Table Mesa, like, how are we looking now? Have we turned things around, or are we just trying to get to the finish line at all costs?
I think that third ticket is a complete question mark at this point in the game, and I'm so curious to know what we'll see at Doe Springs when we do.
And honestly, I don't even think that's going to really tell us the tale.
Probably not.
Like, we're going to go to Doe Spring and have 3 people separated by 2 minutes and be like, okay, well, now it's actually just a 5K.
Yeah, all the way to the finish. It might come down to some of these sprint finishes that everybody nightmares about, you know? Like, that's probably the most common nightmare the week before a race is like, what happens if I get to the last half mile and I have to sprint? That's why we do our strides, people.
Exactly.
And let's just get ahead of it. The last kick of this race is not fun because you've been on this double track. You sort of like have this nice flat single track, and then it's rocky uphill. You have to get through the cattle gate and then like flatten out with the 70 meters, if that, to the finish. So we've seen it happen multiple times. The Nate Jukes of
the
the
sprint
world.
finish.
Yeah, like somebody can easily get kicked down if you want to have some sort of legs left when you get to that last half mile.
Shout out to Free Trail in the chat, bringing us some beta, just noting that there's a 6 minute 30 second spread between the top 3 men on the podium. So that's really tight, guys. Like, that's a lot closer than we've seen any race in recent history that I can think of on the Black Canyon side. I think the times were a little bit farther apart before, so that's really cool. All really good races. I'm curious to sort of break down some of these stats for the second half because we talk a lot about that racing strategy, but I do feel like the guys up at the front right now and the women as well, like everyone has put together a very solid second half.
Yeah, I do think these cooler, I know it still feels hot, but the cooler conditions today lends itself to these strong finishes that we're seeing. Seemed like Eli Hemming was truly the only one in the men's kind of top 5 to 7 that were feeling the heat at Table Mesa. A lot of the guys in the front, Hans was controlling it. Anthony looked to be controlling it. Trayson looked awesome. So it goes to show kind of how these strategies come into play in a race like this. And that is our camera, I believe, on the finish line, which we will be expecting our men's finisher here probably in the next 10 minutes. And for reference, men historically have done Doe Spring to the finish in as fast as 21 minutes. So Skylar had alluded to Craig Hunt's splits in the final stretch of this race. Craig Hunt ran 21 minutes from Doe Spring to the finish whenever he finished 4th back in 2024. We'll see what these top 3 hammer to the finish here, because I bet you we see some pretty quick times, being that they're all chasing each other.
Meanwhile, Jen Lichter.
Just flying.
Wow, she absolutely is flying. Oh wait, that's Tara Dower following Sierra DeGroff. So we got Tara Dower on the bottom of our screen with pacer Sierra DeGroff. Tara is in 3rd place out there, running an absolutely phenomenal race out there. Tara's not one to be overlooked from here on out. I feel like often she can be in some of these races, but her Javelina course record this year was astounding. Her ability to show up early in the season here at Black Canyon is astounding, and her ability to improve year over year here is just absolutely incredible.
This feels like a large gap for a pacer to have over their runner.
I was just wondering that as well, and I wonder if that's the strategy. She just told Sierra to sort of sprint as hard as she can, and Tara's going to try to follow.
That sounds so painful.
It does. 10 miles is a long way to sprint, guys.
I know Tara's been working with a mindset coach too, and yeah, I wonder what are the things Tara is telling herself in this moment. She has her spot into Western States this year. She likes to compete. She probably just wants this race to be as hard as possible so she can practice kind of where your mindset goes in those difficult moments. And I don't think there's many women out there as gritty as Tara is. And I think we're seeing that on display here just with the way she competes.
Yeah, it's so much fun. It's great to see Tara have such a good day out here. Again, she doesn't need this golden ticket. She got hers at Javelina. She had a commanding performance there, but to be here, to be right in the mix, that's where she wanted to be. I know that's a lot of hard work paying off and a lot of things being dialed in for the season ahead too.
And for those following along at home and waiting for that finish line shot of our lead men, course record here is Seth Ruling from last year, 2025. He ran just under 7:25, splitting 7:24.55. Hans is running about 5 to 6 minutes faster than that. So we should expect around that let's call it 7:18 time frame on the clock, 7:18, 7:20, when we should see Hans or one of his challengers coming through that finish line. Hans looked awesome last time we had him on screen with the drone shot, bouncy as ever, and just absolutely cruising pacerless to the finish.
All right, that is the long-range drone shot of one Hans Troyer, your leader of the Black Canyon Ultras 100K, with the follow bike guiding him in. I have literally no landmarks to tell you how far away he is from the finish right now.
None.
It's like, yeah, I know that specific cacti. I don't. So
we just know he's like less than 10 minutes, and that's
correct.
About
Well,
it.
when he hits the road crossing, that'll give us a better sense. But as of now, he just continues to slink his way, and we don't have the bright orange shorts of Anthony Castales in the background. So Looks to be relatively safe lead for Hans at this point.
Yeah, what? Good on Hans. Truly just like racing, not knowing what's going on behind him really, and just keeping his foot on the gas this whole time.
He really just hasn't looked back at all. He's just looking forward and running his day, which is, I mean, the purest form of trail running and really cool, especially without a pacer to sort of give him that intel. But very ballsy too.
Yeah, his stride looks great right now.
Yeah, he's so comfortable.
This is Hans Troyer, your M1 here at the Black Canyon Ultras, presented by Hoka. I'm Leah Yingling. I'm with Skylar Hall, Hillary Yang. We are bringing you this broadcast here today from Deep Canyon Ranch, halfway through the Black Canyon Ultra in our studio. We are awaiting Hans Troyer at the finish. He is probably somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes from the finish line, where we will get finish line interview with our boots on the ground, Brett Hornig. Hans is being chased down by Anthony Castales out there and Trace and Knopp in our M2 and M3 positions, both likely about to earn golden tickets to Western States. And our third golden ticket spot is still up for grabs and likely a question mark. We've had Canyon Woodward, who is into Western States, roll through Doe Spring, the last aid station, in 4th place. He is 9 minutes back from Trace and Knopp, who is M3.
So given that it's about 4 miles, 3 miles, between 3 and 4 miles from Doe Spring to the finish, it looks like our top 4 is more or less set in stone on the men's side. But as you alluded to, that last golden ticket is going to be a tale. Is it Eli? Is it Jordan? Is it Ferdinand? Is it some other challenger? We will find out momentarily. So stay tuned.
Who do you think it is, Skylar?
The suspense.
Listen.
Here comes the prognostications from Skylar Hall.
I think it's Ferdinand. I think he looked the best at Table Mesa. I think, like, Jordan might have the best actual foot speed, but I don't know how much he burned himself out in the first part of the race. And as we've seen on these drone shots, if you can rock that double track, like Fire Road section, you can make up a lot of ground very quickly between Doe Spring and the finish. So,
speaking of Doe Spring to the finish, we have our finish, I think, in sight over there. Is that right? On the drone shot, you can see Hans Troyer making his way towards the finish. It is close. It's probably further than he wants it to be right now, but it is close.
It's like a mirage, I'm sure, right? Like, is that getting any closer?
And that is Hans Troyer, recently sponsored by Hoka after leaving Ultra just last year. Just had a phenomenal JFK 50 miler, really cementing himself as one of the greats in North America right now. He is lining up at Western States this summer after a great debut this past summer with a top 10 performance.
Yeah, this is so much fun to see. I hope Hans is taking a few minutes to soak it all in. Like, this really is the celebration of all the hard work. It's probably just about the time when he can come up for air and maybe do a quick check to make sure there's no one right on his heels, but hopefully take in this moment and enjoy it because, yeah, he has just worked so hard to be here. Shout out to David Roche in the comments. Hans is flying. He really is. It's really fun to watch. We've all been cheering him on today. A lot of Hans fans in the commentary. So stoked to see him grab the win here.
Reigning from Georgia, but I believe likely making a move to Colorado. Altitude training. Hans is just putting a complete amazing race on display out there today, running away from everybody, proving that he belongs here. And I think he's going to be a complete contender at the front of Western States this year, coupling the experience and the speed and just the tactics and the just collectedness that he had out there today. I think that's critical for a race like Western States, and I'm really excited to see Hans give it another go.
Yeah.
I was going to say, we saw what Seth did after blitzing this course last year and having, just a fantastic debut at Western. Hans has got to take confidence, not just from this performance, but seeing how it's been a springboard for others. So going back to Western this year, he is not going to be slept on.
He is primed.
He is ready to rock.
Look at that little squiggle all the way to the finish. It's a pretty long squiggle.
Yeah, at this point, I'm sure he is ready to put his feet up. But just, yeah, take a moment to soak it in for our M1 as he takes his final little lap on the Black Canyon Trail course. Big shout out to our sponsor, presenting sponsor of the show today, Hoka, for all the amazing coverage, to Mountain Outpost, everyone out there, all the drones, bikers, camera ops, everyone that's made this possible. It's a ton of fun to be part of. And we get to just watch Hans stoke it in. I love that he's still like sipping his nutrition or his water, like right to the very end. Like he is like, I am not letting this get out of control. I learned my lesson in 2024.
Remember, the fueling you're doing during your training is really preparing you to be able to train tomorrow. So he's just making sure he's ready to get his shakeout in tomorrow morning. Maybe pay somebody at the 50K or something, just hang out.
That sounds painful.
Love this bike shot. You guys were asking for the shot of that the biker was getting behind Hans. So here we are getting that POV as he comes down that final stretch. You know, for him, it's probably not that easy to see the finish line. It's a lot easier for us with the drone to see it, right?
He's got the finish line in sight. This is Hans Troyer. Just ran it impeccably all day long. Went out hard with Eli Hemming this morning, and he stuck the pace. He stuck the tactics, and he is about to run a very solid course record here at the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. Prior course record here is last year, Seth Ruling. 7:24:55.
That's correct. New course record coming in.
This is Hoka athlete Hans Troyer on your screen, making his way to the finish line. What a great start to the year for Hans.
Yeah, I just have the biggest smile on my face right now for him to go from, 2024 ending up in the hospital with a severe case of rhabdomyolysis to winning the race with a new course record time 2 years later. I think he's learned a lot. He hasn't been afraid to fail publicly, to get back up, to learn from his mistakes, and then here we are.
And before we call Hans's finish, here we've got Jordan Bramblett into Doe Spring in that last golden ticket position just a couple minutes ago.
Ahead of Eli.
Ahead of Eli Hemming. So he's our M5 into Doe Spring, not too far away from the finish. So we'll keep our eye on that golden ticket position. Currently, the third spot is going to Jordan Bramblett, and we'll see who's challenging him then from behind. Got our camera back on Hans Troyer as he makes his way past the Hoka signage towards the finish.
You know you're getting close when you see all the camera guys congregating around, right? They're like, we can only run so far at this speed.
And here is the last little push, the last hill of his 100K adventure.
There we go.
Through the cattle gate. And your Black Canyon Ultras 100K champion with a new course record, Hans Troyer.
The Destroyer. What a race. You could just see he fell across that finish line.
Leaving nothing out there on course.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible, iconic performance from Hans Troyer today.
What a great first race as a Hoka athlete, chasing those competitive fields. So excited to see him at Western States this summer.
Yeah, he truly did leave everything out there. You can just see he spent, and I love that he did that while leading. Like, he wasn't chasing anyone down. Again, he's already got his ticket to Western States. He just purely raced as hard as he could, doing a lap for the fans.
With his baguette.
With his baguette. Classy.
That is about a 5-minute course record for Hans Troyer, taking down Seth Ruling's time from last year. That is your M1 at the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. What a race, you guys.
Absolutely insane. Some
like
hugs out there. I love this. He's taking it in.
He's taking it
as
in.
he should.
What a joyous runner. I feel like he truly feels gratitude for every mile that he runs out there.
Yeah, this must feel very full circle for him.
But he can't bend down, so you know he actually did work out there.
It's true. You can see him think about it. He's like, no, probably full body cramping if that happens.
We'll keep our eye on the finish line here for M2 and M3, who should be making their way there momentarily. Tight race for both of them as well, as Anthony Castales did have about a 4-minute gap behind Hans at the last aid station.
Yeah, he shouldn't be far behind at all. But, you know, like we were saying, he would have had to go significantly faster to catch Hans, and Hans was able to maintain that distance and keep his commanding finish and victory.
Speaking of people catching people, now through Doe Spring. We said Kenyon Woodward was in 4th. 5th place, Jordan Bramlett, 7:17. 3 minutes back of him, Ferdinand Aroux.
Oh, man. All right, so both of them have passed Eli Hemming, who is still just in front of them, leaving Table Mesa. So that's pretty huge. That's some moves. And again, with these golden tickets, a lot of this does come down to late in the race.
Absolutely.
You can see Western States Race Director Craig Thornley there. I know he's got the golden tickets prepped to hand out to these athletes when they catch their breath.
We'll keep an eye on the clock, too, and see if Anthony and Trayson can both go under last year's course record, 7:24:55.
Here we got Anthony on the
Anthony's got
screen.
T-minus 2 minutes with a hard-charging Trayson Knopp likely behind. This is Anthony Castales out of Salt Lake City, ACG athlete. This is his second or third time here at Black Canyon. He's a previous winner here back in 2023, earning a golden ticket to Western States, which later resulted in a 3rd place finish at Western States that summer. Full-time teacher, also a dad.
Had a great day today. He really has run a smart race.
Such a smart race for Anthony. This is just so awesome to see. Couple rough years, and I love to see it all on display out there today.
Love the kit too. All these ACG runners in the bright shorts. It is fun to pick out on the screen, that's for sure.
I know, I complimented him on those today, and he said they were custom made for him. So
wow.
Love to see the innovation and the athlete participating in what they're wearing out there.
Anthony, don't kick the plants, my guy. Also, dropped his pacer.
Dropped his pacer.
Dakota, gone.
You're right.
Let's go, Anthony. This is your M2 at the Black Canyon Ultras. Well, oh. Snuck a little kiss in from his wife, Katie.
I love that. You know, there are a lot of important things in life. Racing is one of them. Oh, it looks like those rocks are just getting him at the end there. But taking a minute to appreciate the people that are part of your success is equally important. Here he is coming into the finish line. We've got our M2, Anthony Castales. And I believe, oh my gosh, I don't know the exact splits for Seth Ruling's.
It was 55.
55. So, all right, just under Seth Ruling's course record as well.
I'm here to stay, baby.
I'm here to stay. That was great.
So awesome to see Anthony get his way back to Western States.
Good hug from those guys. Awesome battle for Hans and for Anthony out there.
Anthony was someone who got on the entrance list just a few weeks ago, and I think that's pretty scary when that happens because that means he's fit and he's ready to race. And he took that ticket right away.
Yeah.
Wasn't even offered it. He said, give me that
please.
ticket.
That's a heck yes from Anthony Castales. Yeah, he is stoked, man. He is pumped.
So cool to see. Anthony is good at golden ticket races. This is his 3rd golden ticket in the last few years. Canyon's 100K, Black Canyon win a few years ago, and then back here for Black Canyon 2nd place.
Yeah. Really fun, you guys. Western States is shaping up to be an insane year just based off these golden ticket performances so far. If you're just joining us on the mics, we have Skylar Hall, Leah Yingling, and myself, Hillary Yang. We are having so much fun bringing you the commentary for our top men and women as they make their way towards the finish line here. And it looks like on our screen we might have a sighting on Trayson Knopp, our 3rd place male. These guys are so close together, man. Like, you know, going back to that like spread of the race, like they just kept it really tight, and it's really exciting to see such a close podium here.
Yeah, I mean, we're looking at 6 minutes total from 1st to 3rd. Just absolutely nuts. And it's that iron sharpens iron, right? It's not just, oh, I stalked somebody's Strava. When you get to line up against these competitors and, you know, take it to the mat, this is what happens. So super excited to see Trayson Knopp coming in here, your 3rd place finisher at the Black Canyon Ultras 100K.
This is Trace and Knopp from Alaska, absolutely crushing it today.
That heat didn't bother him at all, man.
Not at all. I have a feeling he's going to snag that golden ticket right away from Craig as well.
Big smiles out of Trayson.
What a last year for Trayson. Huge upward trajectory. What fun racing out there today. That's some leg speed, too.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of versatile racing here.
See, does he take it? Does he take it? No pressure.
Oh, yeah.
Easy. That's Trayson Knopp. Awesome race. That's your M3 at Black Canyon. Was that about 7:27 on the clock for him? North Face athlete. Looks like his partner, Claire Rhodes, giving him a hug, celebrating together.
Yeah, what a huge performance. Just over last year's course record pace.
And that's a
Great
huge
day.
improvement for him here. That's over 20 minutes improvement from his 2024 time here when he
Wow.
ran 7:48 for 6th place. Awesome day out there for Trayson.
Love to see the crowd at the finish line cheering on these top guys. Proudly showing off his ticket there.
So Trayson had about a 6 to 7 minute gap on Canyon Woodward at Doe Spring. So should have Canyon Woodward coming in 4th place in about 4 minutes time. Canyon also already into the big dance. So then our eyes turn back to M5. And who is going to take that 3rd super golden ticket?
I do feel like it's got that last ticket really was the contested one, you know, and right up until the finish, we have seen a lot of movement through Doe Spring, and I think maybe that's not fully sorted out yet. These guys came through pretty close together.
Yeah, I think it's what Skylar said earlier. We won't know until the finish for that final spot, truly. We had Jordan Bramblett with a 3.5 minute lead on Ferdinand, which might be enough to hang on to that golden ticket position by the finish. But we did see Jordan had a hot start today and faded a bit back, whereas Ferdinand has been moving his way up all day. Did negative split this course last year, so I think it's truly anybody's game between those two guys.
And I want the split to update. That looked like Sage Canaday. It was Sage Canaday leaving Doe Spring just behind Coleman Cragen in 7th and 8th.
Yeah, Sage Canaday making some big moves up in the field late in the race. That is fun to watch.
This is amazing. Awesome day for Sage. Just a few more miles to the finish for him and likely to run very close, if not under, his time from his prior course record here back in the day.
Yeah, 7:52, having just left Doe Spring. He's going to be right up against
that's tight.
Right up against it. So we'll see. But with Coleman right in front of him, that's as good a reason as any to get out there and send it. So that'll be a fantastic impetus for these two gentlemen. Look at them. That's it. That's the race right there. It does not matter if you're already 59 miles in.
Yep, that is the sprint that we talked about. Holy crap.
Both with a pacer.
This is fun to watch.
He's going to get him.
This is your next 20 minutes, guys. Good luck.
So this Sage Canaday is running in 8th place currently, chasing down Coleman Cragen in 7th. This is coming out of Doe Springs. I will say the golden ticket battle ahead of them is probably about 7 to 10 minutes ahead for that final spot. But man, what a nice redemption tour for Sage Canaday out here today, and he is cruising.
Well, here's the thing we also do need to note. The golden tickets can roll down as far as 7.
That's true.
Yes.
This is the battle for 7th place. So if something happens with one of those individuals where they decide to decline the ticket instead, whoever wins this battle right here on our screen is in line to get that next ticket.
Yeah. It's true. There's some skin in the game there.
And a rule with Western States is if a golden ticket does withdraw by May 1st, it can roll down to somebody to that golden ticket spot from that race. This does look like Canyon Woodward on our screen.
Yep, heading into that last little stretch before the finish line.
So Canyon is currently our 4th place male today. Doubling back on a strong performance at Javelina this year, running really aggressive and a little different from his typical Canyon strategy out there today. Kind of going for it and sticking it pretty well.
I'd like to say he was my dark horse pick, so I mean, gosh, it was incredibly hard to make those picks, but it's fun to see Canyon have such a good day.
Yeah, he's proven that he can do a little bit of everything. Canyon was 13th place at UTMB this past summer before just 2 months later running an extremely fast time of 12:19 at the Javelina 100, and then starting his season off out here at Black Canyon with the anticipation of doing Western States this summer from that Javelina golden ticket. Look at that stride right now. He is cruising.
Yeah, I just really love seeing that kind of bounce in the step that late in the race. All right, so that looks like, is that Jen?
That is Jen.
That is Jen, our F1 leaving Doe Springs. All right, that's exciting. That's cool. So F1 through the final checkpoint of this race.
Oh, and Flower is 70 seconds behind her.
Again.
Not a thing has changed.
Yeah, 75.
In 8 miles, they are the exact same gap they were before.
So
That's
Jen with
absurd.
a pacer
Oh my
through
God.
here. Looks like Pacer's trying to stay just in front of her and push her as much as she can, get every last ounce out of Jen.
This is crazy. So
Just
yeah,
finding the optimal line.
Yes. Hey, at this point, man,
matters.
like, you don't want to expend any extra energy. You hit that little bit of downhill and you can just see sort of the relief on her face too.
Totally.
And this, you saw Jen look over her shoulder. This is the problem with this section, of course, that very long open road, and we'll be able to see Jen. And we'll have a very clear rabbit in front of her and know exactly what she needs to do to close it in. We're not in that winding section we had earlier. This is just open. And for the next 10 minutes, she's just going to have a free line of sight on Jen. And it's going to be fantastic.
Well, it's sort of like, Sage hunting down Coleman, right? Like once you can see them, there's that motivation to chase just a little bit harder.
And I'd say both of these athletes, Jen Lichter and Ann Flower, are extremely talented when it comes to fast running. This last section is fast, but they also have just run 60 miles. So whatever fast might mean to you at that point, they are hauling right now, though. And for reference, Doe Spring to the finish, the fastest any lady has ever done that in is just under 26 minutes. That was Abby Hall last year. She ran 25:55. We just had Jen Lichter and Ann Flower come through there about 7:31, 7:32. So we are going to be sub 8 hours, I think, for these two women with how they're pushing each other, which I'm pretty sure Finn Melanson might have said that on the Single Track podcast this week, and I hate when he's right.
Finn is going to pop up in the comments any second.
He's been waiting for this moment.
Yeah.
That's Ann Flower on the screen there. We just saw Jen Lichter in that position a few minutes ago. The gap between them is 70, maybe 75 seconds right now.
Again, Ann with no pacer, no vest. She's just been sort of raw dogging it with the bottle, maybe a belt. We're not even sure. Maybe 2 bottles, but like no more than that. Not doing a lot of cooling.
And they're pretty much running the exact same pace because we've seen this gap be about 70 to 80 seconds every aid station we saw them at the last couple times.
Yeah. No, it is remarkable to see. All right, looks like we got another one of our top men coming into the finish area here.
Canyon Woodward.
That does look like Canyon.
Hitting the final little road crossing and scampering up towards the finish, the last little hill.
Scampering's a good word. Canyon looks very fresh right now. Again, he's already going to Western States, so this is just gravy. This is a good confidence boost heading into that training block before Western States for him.
Yeah, and what a feel-good story from Javelina. His coach is David Roach. Ticket rolled down from David to Canyon there. They've been working together for years and years, and it's really cool to see it all culminate with these just two exceptional performances. I mean, UTMB too. Many exceptional performances over the last couple years. I love that Canyon trains on the East Coast. He's from Franklin, North Carolina. These days, we often see a lot of the athletes move out west or think that they need to be out west to be professionals in the sport and compete with the best. But Canyon is evidence that you don't need to do that. You just got to stay where you love and train where you love. And it's on display out here today.
East Coast, Beast Coast.
Totally. Canyon recently picked up a sponsorship with Mount to Coast. So running for Mount to Coast out there today. He's looking awesome. Looks like we'll see about 7:37 and change on the clock. That's a great time.
Yeah, fantastic race for Canyon Woodward. Our 4th place male coming into the finish there. Probably very happy to be done. Great finish line shot as he crosses here.
That's Canyon Woodward, our 4th place finisher at the Black Canyon Ultras. What a great day for him.
Taking it in with the crew, the loved ones. It's as much a journey for those who help you get here as it is for you on course. So super excited for Canyon Woodward. Another stellar performance here in the desert in Arizona. And now he gets to turn his attention to the heat.
Yeah, it's really cool to see how these athletes will then frame the rest of their seasons leading into Western States. We've got a little bit over 4 months. This is a great season opener for a lot of them to just get this under their belt and get back to work and get a little bit more specific for Western States. Excited to see Canyon there after several years of trying to get there. That's our M4 Canyon Woodward. We will be awaiting M5, which will be the final golden ticket position on the men's side at Doe Spring. With about 3 miles to go, we had Jordan Bramlett, early race leader, just 7 minutes back from Canyon there. So we should be anticipating our M5 pretty soon. He could likely be challenged by Ferdinand Arot, who is 3 minutes back.
And there it is.
That's our M5. That is Jordan Bramlett on the screen there. He's in the white long sleeve shirt, likely being trailed by a pacer.
Just
Correct.
Hunting down that final golden ticket.
And I'm looking along the trail behind him and do not see the bucket hat of Ferdinand. So it looks like Jordan is well on his way to securing this final golden ticket, so long as he stays upright here for the last 4 or so minutes. Them arms are swinging, boy. Woo! He is muscling this last little.
The last little climb must feel so long and so steep right now. So to be fair, you're probably pretty done at that point.
Oh, I'm not saying I could do it. No, I would. No, I would be wrecked.
But yeah, I mean, you're just seeing these guys leave it all out there, really, and that's what it is. They're working so hard all the way to the finish line. They've got nothing else they can give, but they're going to give all the way until they get there. Yeah, really fun. I mean, Jordan was leading the race for quite a bit of it leading up to the halfway mark and has held on, obviously faded a little bit, but honestly, that's par for the course here at Black Canyon in many ways. And so it's really fun to see him still execute, still get that golden ticket, finish what he started.
And he's no stranger to the Arizona racing scene. If you look at his ultra sign up, he is all over the races down here with rarely anything besides a first place finish. So I know Jordan Bramlett was really focusing on Black Canyon this year, spent a ton of time training on the course. Our good friends Chris Warden and AJW earlier today said he probably spent more time on course than anybody out there. So would be really excited to see him hang on from that hot early pace for that last golden ticket.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of interviewing him for Chasing Gold for Black Canyon last year, and his family literally lives like right by Mayer High School. So like this is his backyard. He is an Embry-Riddle guy up there in Prescott. So this is his backyard. For him to be able to come back from last year when he didn't have the day he wanted, sort of fell apart there at the end, and get that redemption. And not only did he, perform the way that he knew he was capable, it's now leading him to a golden ticket to Western States, which is just absolutely phenomenal. So I'm sure he's stoked, but he's still working. He's trying to get to this finish line with everything he has, and this 2-year journey will finally culminate with him achieving the ultimate goal he had, which is getting that golden ticket.
Yeah, there's no gimmies on this course all the way to that finish line. You can see no letting up on the gas, but he knows it's close. He knows it's there. Just sprinting that last little stretch into the chute.
Guys, he is, Ferdinand is right behind him, I think.
And that's,
I think,
hence the sprint.
Jordan
I think that might have been
Bramlett.
his pacer.
Okay.
Yeah.
Scared me for a second there.
Jordan Bramlett,
Oh.
M5, 7 hours and 42 minutes on the clock here at the Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka. Saying hey to the folks he did battle with throughout the day. Shared a lot of early miles with Hans Streuer, our champion. And ultimately getting what he came for, that golden ticket.
That's 7:42 on the clock. That's a pretty decent spread for these top 5. But just over 20 minutes. We've got Tara Dower on our screen. She is our F3, being paced by Sierra DeGroff.
Heading into Doe Spring.
Nice.
We'd seen a side-by-side earlier with Jen Lichter, who's also in range of the finish line, which means Ann Flower is also very much in range of the finish line. So we'll see exactly how that race on the women's side takes shape. Tara Dower looks to be comfortably in third place right now as she hits the Doe Spring aid station.
Yeah, no, definitely a bit of a gap between Jen and Anne, and then Tara, and then another sort of gap before we get into our F4, F5, F6. But very exciting, especially where F1 and 2 are concerned with Jen and with Anne Flower as they make their way towards the end. Again, we don't really have another split after Doe Springs, so until we catch them on the drones and the cameras leading into the finish line, we don't know what's going on in that last couple miles, which is exciting.
We do know that we are likely going to obliterate Riley Brady's course record from last year. We are on the sub 8-hour watch on the women's side. Jen Lichter and Ann Flower will likely be right around that 8-hour mark, which is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, I mean, that was one of the storylines for the day. That was one of the big stretch goals, I'd say, as far as can anyone go under either the sub 7 hour for the men or sub 8 hour for the women. I think sub 7 hours is still a little ways out of reach for the men, but the women are just really doing a good job of chasing down that next barrier. It's really exciting. Like, to run a sub 8 hour 100K.
It's wild.
On terrain like this. Yeah, very cool. Great to get these drone shots out on course. You can really see Tara opening up there. Again, their strides are all looking really good. Nobody is like limping their way through this. They're moving well. You can tell that's a lot of training, a lot of strength training paying off right now for her.
And man, it's just as recent as 2022, 7:57 on the men's side won the race here when True Hart Brown won, and Scott Traer ran 8:03 for second place. And we're likely to see our top 2 women be right around the time that would have earned you a golden ticket here just 4 years ago.
4 years ago. Wow, that is incredible. We talk a lot about how the women's race is getting faster, but this is the tangible proof of just how fast they're getting. And that's so cool. I believe that's a follow cam for, is that Ferdinand right there?
I believe so.
Yeah, Ferdinand Aroux, who will be our M6 into the finish just outside of that golden ticket spot.
Great race for him. Negative split it out here last year. Big improvement. super fast runner, loves to race. You will find him all across the country, all across the world racing. He's also a magician. Magic runner, I believe, on Instagram.
That makes sense. I kept seeing that in the comments, and I'm like, I don't get it.
So
there we go.
I don't think he needed much magic to pull this race out today. He is moving up all day long, just so steady, so steady. He runs for the Air Vapor Racing team, and just has had good race after good race. And I know he likely wanted that golden ticket out there today. But like Skylar mentioned earlier, golden tickets can roll down as far as 7 at these super golden ticket races. So if something were to happen with any of the athletes who took a golden ticket here today, Ferdinand's in a good spot.
All right, just coming into that final stretch, some celebratory high fives. Our M6 in the men's race, Ferdinand Aroux. 7 hours, 47 minutes elapsed on the clock, and he looks pretty happy to be done.
He looks pretty happy to be. He looks tired.
Yes. Can you blame him?
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was like warranted. Yeah.
That was a great race from him. 7:47 on the clock. And yeah, of note, our top 2 women have crept their way up into the overall top 10. So right now we have Jen Lichter sitting in 9th place and Ann Flower sitting in 10th place. And at Doe Spring, they were just 11 and 12 minutes behind Ferdinand. So we'll keep our eyes on the finish for the next, probably in about 10 minutes, we'll be expecting our F1. And on our screen right now, we've got F3, Tara Dower. Tara Dower already has an entry into Western States, but she's chasing down that final podium position. Looking at her watch, probably looking at her pace right now, which is probably in the 7s, which is absolutely wild. This deep into 100K.
That's the thing. Like, these guys are making it look effortless, and they're just flying along, and you would never know how much distance they have in their legs, and also just the speed and the fatigue and the terrain and all the things that combine to beat your legs up this late in a race. And these athletes are just truly incredible.
Tara Dower came through Doe Springs 13 minutes faster than she did last year whenever she also went under the course record and ran a 2nd place time. So, we talk about these races, about how the courses are getting faster, the people are getting faster, and you just have to bring your A game. And Tara is getting faster and faster each year, and her position just went down 1 spot at this year's race. But, she puts herself in it and really likes to race. And it's amazing to see the output of that. And on our screen, I believe that is Sage Canaday.
Yeah, a lot of Sage fans in the chat enjoying his comeback race here.
So cool.
He's having a great day. Great drone shot out of Doe Springs there.
The time on the clock we should be watching for Sage's finish here is 7:52:26. This was the time he ran in 2016 when he won this race, just 10 years ago. Sage has been in the sport forever and has had so many ups and downs over the last couple years. I think he knows exactly what he's chasing right now.
Yeah, you said just 10 years
I
ago.
know.
Like, yeah, no big deal. Just a cool decade.
It's a lifetime in the sport. There are very few athletes that can stay at this level for that long.
How cool would that be for Sage to run faster than his 10-year younger self? And Sage is 40 years old, so that would have been his 30-year self. He came back from a pulmonary embolism a couple years ago, a house fire that took all their belongings. Sage has had so many ups and downs and still is in the sport, educating so many and just being a good ambassador of the sport. Awesome to see him have a great day out there.
Yeah, I can just imagine he's got the biggest smile on his face right now.
It was really cool to see Sage at Javelina this fall, where he kind of recognized how fast the sport was getting, but didn't really stray away from it and put himself in it. Ends up with the 8th place overall finish there, running 13:34, which is quite fast. And awesome to see just how that transitioned to Black Canyon course today.
Yeah, very stout time.
So he's got just under a quarter mile from this point.
Ugh, are we going to see him break his time, Skylar?
I don't think so.
We got 1
unfortunately.
minute.
I mean, just drop 4 minute pace.
Hey.
Uphill on the rocks, please.
Any distance, any surface, you know?
Facts.
Oh man, so close.
That is, ugh. I'll probably be like a minute off of it.
But still, how incredibly validating.
Yeah, if I'm within a minute of anything I ran in 2016 right now, I am jazzed. I don't care if it's a mile. I don't care if it's a 50.
A 400?
Yeah, whatever.
Oh, so close, Sage. So cool. I mean, even if he runs. God, this is so cool. Way to go, Sage. This is Sage Canaday on the screen. He's going to be our M7 out there today.
Yeah, winner of this race in 2016. Like Leah said, he's gone through some personal challenges and come back just really strong in the last 6 months, and that's been so fun to see. Charging into the finish line. First in the Masters division, too, I believe.
Look at that, 7:52:41-ish. That is awesome. Just over his time from 2016 by about 15 seconds. Sage
Wow.
Canaday.
So close.
He's got to be thrilled with that one. And guys, we will keep our eyes out for our lead women. Jen was just 4 minutes back from Sage, 3 or 4 minutes back from Sage at Doe Springs. Both she and Ann were, 3 minutes within Sage. So if we have any drone footage, we will get that to you. We will be following the heated battle of Jen Lichter, our F1, and Ann Flower, F2, who should be making their way really close to the 8-hour mark here.
We should be any second able to get eyes on them.
Yeah, right now you got Coleman Cragen coming towards the finish line. It's going to be your M8. And right now also playing the role of Rabbit for Jen Lichter. Coleman Cragen, listen, people who are in the know were saying, look out for this cat.
Yeah.
And to show up here.
Coached by Hayden Hawks, knows a few things about this course. I believe he was training with him in Salt Lake City.
Yep. Had himself quite the day. And now wrapping up his 100K journey here at the Black Canyon Ultras, this is Coleman Cragen.
Longest distance to date for Coleman. What a great debut.
Light work.
Fantastic. And our next finisher should be Jen Lichter. So we should be cutting to her any second now for those of you waiting for an update on our women's race. It's coming in hot. These women are coming into the finish hot.
And we have Jen Lichter. Last update, we had leading Ann Flower by 70 seconds at Doe Spring with just a few miles to go. They've been duking it out all day with Jen holding strong this 70-second lead on Ann, both obliterating the course record out here today. And I can see fans looking down the trail, trying to spot these women as they make their way to the finish.
Here
on
we
our
go.
screen, that is Jen Lichter being pulled by her pacer to the finish.
And you can see in the background Ann Flower
Yes,
just slightly
you
behind
can.
that chicane as
oh
well.
my gosh, she's right there.
But from here, you got a quarter mile. You have 400. 1 lap on the track, Jen. 1 lap on the track is all that's left between you and a victory at your first ever 100K.
Under 8 hours, guys. I have full body chills right
Yeah.
now. I really do. This is incredible. Jen has run such a smart race. We knew she was a talented athlete, but to come out here and execute 100K at this level like this, to not only smash the course record, which was also smashed by 30 minutes last year by Riley Brady, but to come in under 8 hours, which these numbers are sort of the untouchable, guys. Like just a few years ago, this was our men's golden ticket winning times. It's so cool. Look at Jen. She is so strong.
And this is under 8-minute pace, closer to like 7:40 pace for those following along at home. So imagine that for 62 miles. Pretty mind-blowing on a course like this that you can see has technicality. There's not a lot of easy sections. You get some early on, but this is an amazing race and debut by Jen. she said prior to the race she'd see how this race finished and how she felt before taking the golden ticket, but if she felt good, she'd take it. So
I mean, what
I have a
qualifies?
feeling that she feels good.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you guys, the crowd at the finish line, so excited to see Jen come in up this last rocky little slope. One cruel little kick in the pants from the Black Canyon course.
But also probably where she feels most at home.
Yes, no doubt. All right. Getting that last drone shot in, and then we'll switch to that camera showing her crossing the finish line here, guys.
This is Jen Lichter, ACG athlete, debut 100K, sub 8 hours, 7:57.
Oh my God.
At the Black Canyon Ultras, brought to you by Hoka. Way to go, Jen.
What an incredible performance. This is one that we're going to talk about. Wow.
Just the raw emotion of it all. Never
Yeah.
got to let off the gas.
What a race. And that is what we're talking about. Just
Is that Anne right there? That's how close they were, guys.
the competition.
You can see Jen raising her arms and
Truly
looking back.
bringing the best out of each other. This is what's so great about ultra running.
Yeah.
What's so great about competition. I don't think either of these women would have run as fast as they did today without each other pushing them.
And because only one person beating 8 hours was not enough, your second place finisher, Anne Flower.
Holy crap, these ladies.
That is absolutely amazing. That is Anne Flower out of Colorado Springs. Her debut here at Black Canyon's 100K, 50-mile world record holder, Leadville course record holder, emergency medicine physician. These two ladies are going to Western States, and they are going to make it so exciting.
Sub 8 hours, you guys. Sub 8 hours, both of them. I can't even believe it. I'm not sure they can believe it
I don't
either.
think they can. They both look like they're in awe. This is so cool.
Look
to
at those
see.
golden tickets in hand, though. Like, they are holding on tight. I don't think Jen hesitated at all. I don't think there's any question. There we go. Oh, my goodness.
I mean, these two times are like top 40 times across men and women on this course. Like overall. It's just absolutely insane.
Anne Flower, so amazing. Jen Lichter, incredible racing. These two ladies, watch out.
They both had an incredible year. We knew they were coming into this race fired up. Both of them said they wanted to throw down. And here we are, all the way to the finish line. They pushed each other every step of the way. I'm sure Jen knew. Anne was just right behind her. Anne sure knew that Jen was right in front of her. And they never let up off the gas.
That's what you want out of a race. I'm sure they're feeling that way too, just truly getting the most out of them, each with new sponsors. And recently picking up a Hoka sponsorship, Jen with ACG. Really cool to see the support for both of these incredible athletes.
Really different strategies too, you know, like Anne running without a vest for the whole day. You know, like I know we talked about that and wondered how it was going to play out for her. Well, I think she knows her body best because case in point, she did just fine. Whereas Jen, you know, vest definitely had a lot more of the cooling strategies going on, picked up a pacer in the end, but both of these ladies just putting together a performance. Like they knew exactly what they needed to get the most out of themselves and each other.
Really cool to see, especially two very different athletes. We've seen Jen at a lot of the mountain races at the shorter distance and kind of those flatter fast courses over the last couple years where she's just had to time trial for these amazing records and times, and now today just really getting to battle with each other on a course that I think suit them both pretty equally.
Yes. This is going to be a race we talk about, guys. These performances, they just threw down some of the most impressive performances maybe of the year already. We're only in February, but I'm just going to say it now. It's going to be hard to top.
And our F3 will be keeping an eye out for seems to be Tara Dower in a pretty solid third place position. She was 12 minutes behind these ladies at Doe Spring. So we have probably a few minutes, at least 10 minutes until she comes through. But again, likely running under last year's course record, all three of these women. Just amazing.
Yeah, so for those of you who are asking in the chat, both of these women look like they are accepting their golden tickets which means we have one more golden ticket up for grabs. Tara Dower already has her ticket into Western States. So whoever comes in 4th place female, unless it's Abby Hall, who already has a ticket, will get that 3rd golden ticket.
So we've been keeping our eyes on Molly Sidell, Shea Aquilano, Riley Brady, all kind of battling for that ticket, with Molly leading that pack.
I think it's going to come down to Molly and Shea.
I think so too.
Yeah. They're close enough that if something happens, if someone rolls an ankle, you know, Molly went out without a pacer. She's had a pacer and had no pacer all day. Something happens or you just aren't pushing as hard, that's where you could see some movement.
We just got Molly Sidell into Doe Spring.
There we go.
Yeah, Molly went through 3 minutes ago. Abby Hall, F5, just crossed. So Molly Sidell.
About 2.25 minutes. Abby is about 2 minutes, 15 seconds behind Molly Sidell at Doe Spring.
And Molly and Abby both look to be 7 to 10 minutes off of Riley's splits from last year. So I bet you we're looking at about 8:20, 8:25 finish time for both of them, which is extraordinary for our top 5 women.
Oh, you mean just what Tara ran last year?
Yeah, for the 2nd fastest time ever.
This is so cool, you guys. Like, I can't even get over it. Like, both races are so exciting, but I do think the women's race, breaking that 8-hour mark, having both of these women so close right to the finish, has been just a treat to watch and so much fun.
I mean, especially for both Jen and Ann, took down notable course records last year. Ann at Leadville, Jen at Speed Goat. Is this already a better 2026 than 2025? Do we think that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I was gonna say, I was like, was the Black Canyon course record just super soft, or they've already leveled up in the last 6 months, and who knows what the hell is gonna happen?
That was not a soft 30 minutes that Riley took off the course last year.
Listen, I gotta throw it out there. Right? It's a discussion point. I didn't say I agreed with it.
All right, okay, all right.
Somebody out there is thinking it, so I'm just throwing it out there.
Someone better make a compelling argument for that.
I do think the cooler temps this year lend itself to taking down Riley's time pretty significantly.
Absolutely.
We have Shea Aquilano coming into the Doe Spring aid station. She is currently sitting at F6 and will come in about 4.5 minutes behind Abby Hall.
And about 6 minutes, 15 seconds behind Molly Sidell.
6 minutes is a lot to make up in 5K.
That is, and that's the golden ticket race. So, yep. I mean, we'll see how it plays out, but that's where we stand right now. Shea's moving well, though. It's like nice to see her striding in here. Again, all of these top runners are looking so in control of their race right here. No one's giving it up easily.
And you still have to finish the job, right? Because if one of these golden tickets ends up rolling down,
absolutely,
you need to be the next person in line. So Shea coming through, not even stopping at Doe Spring.
And a couple years ago, we did see a runner drop out at the Doe Spring aid station. So truly anything can happen. Shea looks great, though. She's striding it out. She debuted at Western States last year after getting a spot off the lottery. I know she wants to earn her way in with the golden ticket again, find her way back there. Ran a great race out here today, and every year we see Shea at Black Canyon, we see improvements, and I think we're seeing exactly that on display today.
Just for our chat, someone was asking why we're talking about the race for the last golden ticket between Molly and Shea when Abby is right in the middle of the two of them. Just a reminder, Abby won Western States last year, so she already punched her ticket back to Western States this year. So while she is very much in the mix and very much running an incredible race, she doesn't need a golden ticket. So that's why we are going between our F4 and our F6 for that final golden ticket.
Now, that being said, Abby's a gamer, so she can run down Molly.
Oh, yeah.
She absolutely will.
She 100% wants to catch Molly. So I have no doubt that this race is going to be exciting all the way to the end, and they are close enough that we could see that happen, or at least a sprint finish.
Totally.
I'd be up for that.
And Abby's running close to 30 minutes faster than she did last year when she earned a golden ticket here. So she 8:26 into Doe Springs last year. She just clocked 8 hours there. Crazy.
There's also a mental game that Abby would win by beating Molly, which is You are new to trail and you're trying to earn a ticket into my race, the race that I won last year. So let me go ahead and flex on you real quick so that you don't think you don't have that little confidence edge as you're in your training block for Western. Like, let me run you down so you know who's boss. You will be chasing me from Palisades to the track.
I mean, this is why Abby came out, right? She came out to throw down against all these ladies, and she is absolutely throwing down and will continue to do so all the way to the finish line. But yeah, it's really fun to see everyone pushing so hard, and it really is such a close race on both sides. Just a quick update, because I know we talked a lot about Eli Hemming's day, and I saw that he did go through Doe Spring just a few minutes ago. He went through at 7:56 elapsed. He clearly has decided to gut it out to the finish, even though he has dropped back quite a bit and didn't get that golden ticket spot. But just want to give Eli a shout out for really gutting it out. And while it's disappointing to have your race not turn out the way you want to, just major respect and props to anyone that toes the line, puts it all out there, and then just does their best to put it all together. And there's so many variables that can get in the way, and we can do our absolute best, and it still doesn't go according to plan. But major props. Will be excited to cheer Eli come through the finish line when he does.
Yeah, and like you said, Hillary, you learn so much from those races, from the hard ones, sometimes more than when they go completely flawless.
Yes.
So
yep.
Eli's had some great races in his career so far, and cool to see that, yeah, even when it's not quite his day, he's still out there.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think, like I said before, sometimes there are obvious reasons for having to drop. Like we saw Francesco Pupi this morning have to drop with very obvious injuries from a fall, and that makes a lot of sense. But sometimes it's one of those things where you have to decide if it's mentally worth to just get to the finish line, and I guess Eli has made that decision, so it's good to see him continuing to push.
We have Shea Aquilano on our screen there. She is F6, chasing down a potential golden ticket spot, which I believe Molly Sidell, our F4, currently is in. Molly's got about 7 minutes on her, which is very hard to close in these last 3 miles, but looks like Shea is staying steady out there.
Pacerless as well.
Yeah.
A lot of our top runners choosing to go on their own. I wonder if that is the cooler temps, if they're feeling just like a little bit more contained and sort of within themselves because of that. Wait, Leah, help me identify. Is that a pacer or is that a... Oh,
no, that's
that was another runner?
Another
okay,
racer,
all
yeah.
right. I was like, am I crazy?
I was trying to figure out which one it was exactly.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we have a Tara Dower sighting on screen. So she's making her way into the final finish stretch now.
Tara Dower, F3, being paced by Sierra DeGroff. You can see leading her out front. This seems to be a tactic that Tara usually uses with her pacers, kind of string her along a bit and motivate her.
No chit-chat here.
None.
Unless they have walkie-talkies.
0. What a great race from Tara. Again, we said huge improvement on last year's time here as well, where she ran the then second fastest time in course history. She's going to be 3rd place out here today, running the 3rd fastest time in race history.
Yeah, it's really fun. And again, like, you're always racing against the field, but if you've run this race before, you do have those points of comparison. So there's sort of multiple things going on here. And for Tara to finish on the podium and improve on her time last year must feel really good for her.
And for those wondering about the elevation gain on this course, it's about 5,000 feet or so.
And most of that in the second half of the race.
Yeah, exactly.
Like 90% of it.
Net downhill, which is good for Western States prep. So again, Tara Dower already has a spot into Western States from her Javelina course record this past fall. Great season opener for here today, being coached by Megan Roach. Just gotten so fast these last couple years. She's come here year after year after year, taking off significant time off of her races each time that she's here. Lots of grit on display from Tara. We saw her bloody from like mile 10 out there today.
All right, and I just heard we do have a couple of our top male and female finishers for some interviews at the finish line once Tara finishes. So don't go anywhere, guys. We got lots of fun stuff coming up, and it'll be great to hear from these racers as they've had a chance to catch their breath. But let's welcome Tara Dower into the finish line, our third place female. Just sprinting it in. Look at her go.
Always.
Yeah. No, she's full send. There's nothing half send about Candy Mama, as she's known, as her trail name is. Tara Dower with a huge PR, like 14 minutes faster than her time last year. She's got to be so stoked with that.
So cool to see. Way to go, Tara. And for those of you sitting at home wanting to see improvements year after year, that's exactly what Tara's done here. Just 3 years ago, she ran just under 10 hours here and has run about an hour 45 minutes faster on this course since then. Tara is just evidence of the work, day-to-day work, putting her mind into it and putting everything into it, and really cool to see her land on the podium against the stack field today.
I love seeing these women get a chance to connect at the finish line. They've been chasing each other all day, and now you get to sort of debrief, talk about it all, see how it went.
So cool to see these top three women all under last year's course record from Riley Brady. It was Jen Lichter, Ann Flower, Tara Dower, your F1, 2, and 3 at this year's Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. We'll be coming to you live from the finish line soon with finish line interviews, I believe with Brett Hornig, who will be on the ground.
While this women's podium has wrapped up, also want to shout out Zach Perrin and Andrew Quall for finishing up your men's top 10. You saw Andrew literally trying to kick down Tara there at the end. So, hey, he was still stoked about his performance on the day. So, shout out to him as well.
That's a well-deserved seat at the finish line. That's a chair you can not get up from.
Ever.
Yes. They just carry her out in the chair.
So we would anticipate that we're about 8 to 10 minutes away from F4 reaching the finish line, which currently is Molly Sidell. But because Tara Dower already has an entry into Western States, F4 very well could be taking the golden ticket. So we will see how that plays out here in less than 10 minutes' time. So with that in our back pocket, we're going to go move away from this drone shot at the finish line and go live to the ground where we have Anthony Castales, your M2 on the day and your top golden ticket winner with.
All right.
Go for it.
I am here with Anthony Castales. Absolutely huge race. Second place. Black Canyon Ultra presented by Hoka, 100K race. Talk a little bit about the race. I think you probably had the smartest race today. Huge performance. How you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. I don't know if I'd say it was a smart performance or more. I just had to take quite a few pit stops between Gloriana Mine and Deep Canyon Ranch because I had a little bit of issues. I'll just
say no more. We all understand. Where did you feel like, very comfortable that, okay, I got second in the bag. I've got you secured a golden ticket out of this race. Where were you, the race started to click and you feel really good?
As soon as I got to Black Canyon City, things were clicking pretty good. Just started picking people off on the backside. Once we got out of there and, I picked up a pacer Dakota Jones, which I was not expecting to do. I was kind of expecting to be out there solo, but just the way that the day went earlier, that was a great idea.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I was like, oh, what place are we in? He's like, oh, we're in second. I'm like, oh, sweet. I'm like, didn't know that.
Did you? I mean, I know it started out a bit cooler, weather-wise in the beginning of the race. Got hotter towards the end. How'd the conditions feel out there? And were you kind of expecting the race to go out as fast as it did?
I didn't think the race went out that fast. I just had like a really bad, like 7 miles before Deep Canyon Ranch. And that kind of put me back a little bit, but no, it wasn't too hot out there. I mean, that was pretty mild today. If anything, that's like kind of a cool year we had. It's kind of 3 years in a row we've had cool years. So
How does this kind of set up your mindset and your confidence going into the rest of the year?
it's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty good to kind of be feeling not great in the middle of a race and kind of almost thinking I had like a couple different an issue with my knee going on, and I was like, man, I'm gonna be pissed if I gotta pull out of this thing.
Yeah.
And yeah, I just took some Tylenol, and then things started clicking again, and knee thing went away, and yeah, it's cool that my mind got back in it. In kind of a bad situation.
Well, what's next for you? You can take a little time off, maybe a little vacation.
Yeah, a little vacation. We're going to Palm Springs for a team camp this week, so hang out with the team there, and then yeah, now that I got a ticket, now I can kind of plan out my season. People have been asking like, what's next, and I'm like, it's Black Canyon's next, and then we'll see.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
Don't overlook the next race. Well, congratulations once again. Fantastic race out of you today, and excited to see what's next for you in the future.
All right, thank you, Eric.
Finish line as we are getting ready for the podium presentation on both the men's and women's side. Meanwhile, we are still on ticket watch as F4 is in position to snag the third and final golden ticket into the Western States endurance run. Anticipate that is going to be Molly Sidell coming in F4. She's being chased down by Abby Hall in F5, but Abby, by virtue of her win at Western last year, already in the race. So Molly's got a healthy gap on Shea Aquilano, but nothing is for certain, especially when you've never run this far before. But that's not gonna break Molly down as we got runners coming in towards the finish. We'll look for positive ID.
And our fastest split in women's race history, aside from today, was Abby Hall running just under 26 minutes from Doe Spring to the finish, which will have Molly finishing probably in about the next 5 minutes or so, I'd imagine, 5 to 7 minutes.
Yeah, it looked like we had maybe 3 or 4 different groupings right there between individual runners or runners with pacers. So a lot of density, which is nice for the Mollys and Abbies and Shays of the world. Like, you're not just out there on an island. You do at least still have some of these men that you can help, like have help pull you along.
Absolutely. No, this is so fun to watch this play out. See someone in the comments just pointing out that Molly is known for being such a tough runner. And I love that because I feel like that translates so well to the trails. And I just am blown away. Like, obviously, we've talked about her a lot. There she is on screen, right? There's Molly. Or is that? Sorry, we don't have confirmation, but I'll just say this has been so fun to watch this play out. We are just watching these runners chase down this last golden ticket spot.
Yeah, that's a pacer on screen with one of the male, probably top 20-ish runners we see coming in.
Yeah, Molly's also just been like on a personal journey the last couple of years, like finding her relationship with running, but also just like who she is as a person and like what brings her the most joy. And so to find herself out here, hopefully experiencing that joy and seeing how trail running can play a part in that is super exciting. So glad that this community and these types of events can play into this newfound joy that she has, as we see her on screen
there we go.
right now.
Now we got a Molly Sidell sighting.
This is awesome. Molly just debuted at the Ultra Distances last month at the Bandera 50K, winning outright, making her debut at the 100K distance here today. was leading the race through Bumblebee, which we kind of expected. She's got the leg speed. She was likely going to take advantage of the sections that suit her well. And she got scooped up a little bit by a few ladies out there, but man, she is holding her own and staying extremely tough.
This turnover is remarkable right now. Like, she's definitely staying light and nimble on these little, rocky sections. I said that my concern for her was, hey, you've run over the technical terrain before, but you haven't done it after 50 miles in your legs. And yeah, she's proven me wrong. Ann Flower proved me wrong with the cooling strategies. Molly's proven me wrong with the ankle biters. Like, listen, women are just stunting on me today. I'm okay with that.
She is absolutely hanging tough out there today. She works with Coach Cliff Pittman. I know they've been working a lot on high volume, just aerobic, long distance running in her training, getting lots of back-to-back long runs and time on feet. And I really do think it's helping Molly out there stay tough in the last miles here as she's closing in on that finish line as
this is incredible.
Fourth female, ahead of Abby Hall, who is last year's Western States finisher. Abby is likely charging hard somewhere not too far behind Molly.
Yeah, Abby was only a couple minutes behind Molly leaving Doe Spring, but Molly clearly is not giving any ground as she makes her way towards the finish line.
Yeah, this is really cool to see too, because a lot of people were curious about how Molly would transition to the ultra and trail world, and like, would she immediately knock it out of the park? And to be honest, I think this is knocking it out of the park for Molly. What a great
This absolutely
debut.
is. And I know people speak to the fact that she's a pro runner and has been for years, but a pro runner in the marathon distance on roads is very different than figuring out your fueling, your hydration, how to stay on your feet for 3 times as long. It's a different game. And yes, she's an incredible runner, but it's a different equation. And so for her to crack Black Canyon 100K on her first try, I think this is an incredible outcome for Molly Sidell.
And it's good to see that she's ostensibly learned from the nutrition issues at Bandera. So they go twice as far and functionally stick the landing bodes very well for her future in the sport. If you can learn that quickly,
Definitely.
the sky's the limit.
Man, she's about to run very close to Tara Dower's time here last year, and we saw what Tara Dower went on to do last fall at Javelina, smashing that course record there. So I know Molly has an extremely bright future here. Very curious to see her golden ticket decision here. I know she said she talked to her coach afterwards, but I think it'd be quite hard to pass up a Western States golden ticket.
She's worked hard, man. She's worked really hard to get here. Yeah, fun to get to watch her run this last little bit. Great drone coverage again on the Mountain Outpost YouTube. Presented by Hoka, the Black Canyon Ultras. It's so much fun, you guys. Like, this is world-class racing. This is trail running at its absolute finest. We've had some historic performances today. This was one of the big storylines going into the race. Will she be able to put together 100 kilometers on trail in her debut at the distance? And the answer is yes.
Yeah.
And also Jen Lichter taking the win with her 100K debut. I mean, double yes. These ladies are just throwing down and showing just exactly how strong they are at a first-time round at a race like this.
Yeah, and we keep talking about just like the time improvements year over year and just how much the women's course record improved over the years. And the fact that the times the women ran out here today were what the men were winning this race in just 4 years ago. That's amazing. And I'm so curious to see people like Molly who are entering the sport today, what she can do even just with a few years under her belt in the sport, because this is absolutely amazing.
I bet she'll finish this race just hungry for more too, right? Like, it's a little addictive, as a lot of us know. All right, Molly Sidell coming into the finish line.
So cool.
Let's have a moment. Oh, that is a huge smile.
She looks absolutely thrilled, and she's got to be so relieved right now. That is Molly Sidell, Olympic marathon bronze medalist. Molly Sidell, 100K debut. She nailed it.
She really did. Oh, my goodness. She's got to be so proud. Big hugs for her crew over there. I know her coach was out with her all day. They must just feel like they nailed everything.
That is Molly Sidell, your 4th place finisher. Today's Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. Here comes Craig Thornley, I see in the background.
He's
just
got
waiting.
the ticket in hand. Give her like 30 seconds, Craig.
We'd say to catch her breath, but she is quite conversational, just taking it all in.
Look at all the cameras.
She's going to turn around, the specter behind her.
There is a lot of
You've got a question, Molly Sidell. What are you going to take?
Oh. Oh, she's got the ticket. Holy crap. Molly Sidell, in for a penny, in for a pound.
See you at the big dance in June.
All right.
Oh, Molly.
Yeah, that looks pretty decisive to me. I think she wants that ticket. Wow.
What a lineup we're going to have in the women's field at Western States this year. Jen Lichter, Ann Flower, Molly Sidell, your 3 golden ticket recipients from Black Canyon. How amazing.
Incredible. That is so special. What a day. What a perfect bow on her debut at this race.
Meanwhile, any moment now, we should have one Abby Hall, the defending champion of the race that Molly just took the ticket to.
She's coming in.
On cue, Abby Hall with a second 5th place finish here at the Black Canyon Ultras 100K.
25-minute improvement on last year's time here when she went on to win Western States. So what a terrifying way to start the season for everybody else in the sport.
Well, and so kind of crazy because, again, the last golden ticket was just handed out to Molly, and that happened to Abby last year, but 25 minutes later on in the race, if you just think about how much faster everybody is. Sort of all these things remind us of just how wild this women's race was. Yeah.
What a time to be alive.
Man, I am grinning ear to ear over here. Leah, come on.
I know, we are very much here for the women's
and
race
Skylar
here.
too, but we're just having a little moment over here.
I was like, what do you say to this? This is just
speechless.
Absolutely absurd. I was like, the spreadsheet to prepare for Western States is going to be so long this year.
Just start now. Gosh, really cool. Yeah, they're just setting up the podium. They'll get a shot of everyone with the golden tickets. Just so much fun. And exciting down to the wire, truly.
Yeah, this was good racing today on all fronts. We had good front of the pack racing, very good golden ticket hunts that left us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah.
I love ultra running.
We had 6 minutes and 45 seconds separate first place and third place men. And then on the women's side, let's see, Jen Lichter finished in 7:57, Tara Dower finished in 8:11. So we had about 13 minutes separating the women's podium. These are really tight races, guys, over 100 kilometers for both podiums to come in that fast. That's very, very cool. So
yeah, when you're talking 15 seconds per mile is the difference in these races is wild. It really puts it in perspective.
We should be expecting Shea Aquilano in as our next female finisher, just right behind Molly and Abby for that golden ticket. These races are kind of heartbreaking as much as anything else, you put it all out there, and I know Shea worked really hard and had an incredible race, and the fields just keep getting deeper. There's more and more people that you're competing with for these golden tickets, and it's just whoever has the day out there.
But critically, that puts Shea in position to be the roll down for any golden ticket should something happen to one of the 3 women who have accepted it today.
Yes.
So it is important for her to still,
Shea is Abby from last year.
Finish the job, get here, F6. Obviously don't bank on something happening and you getting one of these roll downs, but at least you have that potential. You at least there's a world in which it could happen.
This is about to be Shea's 3rd time getting 6th place at Black Canyon.
No way. Yeah. But probably her fastest time?
Definitely her fastest time.
Yeah. There we go.
Yeah, she's running at least 15 minutes probably faster than her previous fastest time, which was last year when she ran 8:53 and went on to have a stellar season, winning the Gorge 100K, making the world's team, debuting at Western States. And I bet you she has her eyes set on another golden ticket race.
And just a note here too, you guys, the race purse for our top men and women reached $16,726. We just want to thank all of you for being part of it. This was equal parts crowdfunded and Mountain Outpost sponsored. All the dollars were matched that were donated by you guys. We are so thrilled to be able to give that to the athletes. It makes a big difference. You know, for a lot of them, they're either getting new sponsorships or they don't have sponsorships. So this is a big deal and a fun addition to this year. So shout out to all of you for donating and showing your support and excitement for the sport and helping us grow the sport. Nice little podium shot of the men here. So nice looking like framed poster they have there of the course. Really nice. Oh, a nice little check. There we go.
What's the final number?
Looks like
$1,254 for Trayson Knopp in third.
Let's see what Anthony got.
$2,091 for Anthony Castales in second.
Not bad.
All right, the big reveal.
$5,018 for Hans Troyer.
Hey, nice little bonus there.
Put it in your trust fund, kid.
A lot of baguettes you can buy with that, you guys. Maybe even the bougie ones.
That was a cool debut for Race Purse, which was an initiative by Mountain Outpost. Crowdsourced funding for the podium, but also matched by Mountain Outpost and Aravaipa.
And we're doing it all again tomorrow. So during the 50K, Race Purse is also going to be up. And the 50K is also going to be an absolutely absurd.
That race gets deeper and deeper every year. And I'm like, that's like the race to do now.
Yeah, you guys, when I was doing the pre-race interviews with the 50K runners, it was like, we are so deep here. Like, I was still throwing out dark horses. And I'm like, they're not actually dark horses. But
no.
Yeah, very fun. So yeah, don't forget, tomorrow, starting at 7 a.m., we have our 50K. Again, we'll have Corinne Chalvoy and Eric Jenkins in the studio. We'll have a great field team. It's going to be an absolute barn burner. There comes Shea Aquilano into the finish line. 6th place female.
8:34 on the clock.
Amazing time. Shea's fastest time on this course.
20-minute improvement from last year. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. That time would have won in nearly every year. Except for last year and this year.
Yep. But again, if there's anything that you have to bank on as a pro in the sport, it's not to go by the previous year's times. You got to go by the race because these fields are so fast now. There's no guarantees.
So the action from the finish line at the Emory Henderson Trailhead, it's going to be going for another 11 and a half hours.
Yeah.
We have just a cool 1,000+ runners still out on course, making their way towards this finish line, because it's not just about the elites. And to go along with their long journey, we're going to have this broadcast going through the night. After we get out of here, AJW and Chris Warden are going to be back on the call, and then we're going to have finish line footage all night. So if you're at home following your favorite runner, loved one, friend, whomever, you just want to get a little bit of inspiration, we'll be here on the Mountain Outpost channel bringing it to you live. So make sure you hit that subscribe button so when we switch streams, you'll be rocking right along with us.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will be cheering in all the way to our F10 on the women's side, and they're certainly making their way in the next little bit. And we still have fan favorites out there. Riley Brady isn't too far off. And we also have Sydney Welch, Elena Mataresi in 7th place, and then in 10th place, Jenna Bensko. So Amazing women's race all around. And we'll be here for it all.
Yeah, Eleni's an interesting story. Like, just graduated from Harvard this past academic year.
Wow. So she's had a lot on her plate.
And yeah, to say the least. You know, when you're, former teammates with, like Victoria Bossong, who just ripped an indoor 800, a week or two ago. You were training under the same coach as Graham Blanks, who clearly has been doing well for himself. Harvard's cranking out some pretty good athletes right now. So
yeah,
and the steeplechase to trail pipeline clearly is strong. So she's set up for success. I'm very excited to see how she finishes the job here, on pace to be F7, and what comes next.
I know it's very exciting. That's a crazy debut here. I'll also note too, Eli Hemming is expected to be our next runner into the finish line, according to our timing from Doe Spring. So, as we noted before, he didn't have the race outcome that he wanted, which was disappointing because he also had that happen last year, but nonetheless is finishing strong, and we'd just like to give a big shout out and salute to Eli for getting it out and putting it all out there. It takes a lot of guts, it's hard to be vulnerable when things don't go your way. It's a lot easier when things are going well.
It really is. And to stick it out, I know both he and Tabor didn't quite have the days they wanted to out there, but yeah, I think it says a lot whenever you got out a tough day. And on the women's side, our top 10, we're looking at like they're going to be likely all close to under that 9-hour mark. 9 hour was a huge barrier here just a couple years ago, and today for the first time we saw 2 women break that 8-hour barrier. So I'm sure in a couple years here we'll be looking at that 8-hour barrier like it was nothing. The sport is just getting exceptionally faster year after year, and I love to see how competitors are pushing each other to these fast times.
Isn't it fun that the men and women are both finishing in the 7-hour range now,
Crazy.
Like, that's really cool. It's like 45 minutes separating the men and women. Yeah, that is actually wild on such a runnable course. Like, we talk a lot about how exciting the women's races are in these fields and how we can level the sport in so many ways. But this is objectively a fast runnable course. And so to have these times be so close together is very cool.
I mean, yeah, Hans Troyer, your men's champion, ran 7 hours and 20 minutes flat.
Right.
And then Jen Lichter, your women's 100K champion, runs 7:57. So 37 minutes separating our top male and our top female. That's what?
That is incredible. That is almost unheard of.
Absolutely.
At a race like this. Like, I know we've had races in the past where the women have won outright, but this is such a competitive race.
Yeah, we talked about this being the deepest 100K on American soil, potentially, anywhere at this point, it feels like. And for the women to stick the landing and be that close, because it wasn't just Jen, like she just was on her own. No, because Ann Flower was just another 70 seconds behind.
Yeah, absolutely.
It
wasn't an accident. Nothing about those ladies' performance was anything other than masterful.
It's just a good day for the women's race, and just like shows the parity that exists in these ultras, and just like, the ceiling has it. We keep thinking we're at the ceiling, and somehow the women just keep leveling it up even further. So,
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. All right, I do believe that we have Hans Troyer at the finish line for an interview with Eric Jenkins. We'll throw it to you guys. With
All
Brett
right,
Hornig.
Brett Hornig here with men's Black Canyon 100K champion and course record holder Hans Troyer. How you feeling right now?
Feeling pretty good. Pretty good. This is a personal one to me, so I felt good to get it done.
Yeah, you've had a little bit of a journey with the last 3 years of Black Canyon 100K. So is it first year finished but rhabdo.
Yeah, really bad rhabdo.
Second year didn't make it to the start line. Nailed it this year. Well, actually, do you feel like you nailed it this year?
I almost nailed it. I had one mistake. There was that 9-mile section between like mile 37 and 46. I just underpacked carbs and water, so I ran out of everything with like 3.5 miles to go. And then I bonked for like 3 miles right after Table Mesa. And then I just chugged a bunch of carbs, and then I made a comeback.
Right. So
otherwise, it would have been a perfect day.
A little bit of active troubleshooting. Yeah, I mean, I got to follow the race pretty closely from the first aid station all the way here through the finish, and from pretty much the gun, you were either at or very near the front of the pack. Did you have specific time or place goals going into today?
No time goal. In fact, I had no idea we were even going fast. I thought we were actually going slow for a while, and then when we got to mile 19, I asked around and realized we were going fast. Didn't know. I wanted to just put myself in it, try and win it, and just kind of have connection with the leaders the whole time, and it went pretty well in that category. So, yeah.
Sure did. First race in a new sponsor. That's got to feel good to get that
Feels
first
good.
one out
Feels
of the way.
good. Yeah, I know there's like people talk about having a lot of pressure with the new sponsor in like first race, but felt right and happy that it went this way.
Did you feel any sort of pressure? Down in a new jersey?
I'd say like the typical pressure, like big race, but way less pressure than like needing a gold ticket. When you need a gold ticket, these races are terrifying. But so that was less pressure than that. But when it came to like just switching sponsors, no real pressure. Pretty casual.
So the last, I would say 15 miles or so of the race, I don't know if it felt dramatic at all for you, but second place, Anthony Castales was raging up through the field, and we weren't quite sure. We're like, what if Hans put it in cruise control and like Anthony? Did you have any idea about what was going on behind you? Was you giving updates, or were you just like looking ahead?
Yeah, so I did. It was quite dramatic for me as well, because when I made it to Table Mesa at mile 51, that's when I was like just starting to bonk. Like things were starting to go bad. I felt hot. I was running out of carbs and stuff, so I got got soaked down at that aid station. But then they also told me that Anthony was, they said 6 minutes behind and closing fast. And I was like, oh, that's not good, because in the next 3 miles were like 940s because I was bonking. And I just was like, oh, any second now. I just kept looking. And then 5 miles later, I like found my stride again. And then I was like, okay, well, if I can put down somewhat fast times, I was like 6 minutes, probably 2 minutes now. I was like, maybe I can hold a 2-minute gap. But no, it's super dramatic, and especially these final 3 miles. Like it was just everything I had. With like 100 meters to go, I was starting to see the stars. And yeah, so it was really, really cool.
So you got that bread.
Got the bread.
Finished race course record, first place. Seems like a good starting point, going into Western states. What does the next few months look like for you?
Yeah, so I'm moving to Colorado in about 3 weeks. So the next race I have planned is the the Twisted Fork 30K. Super excited about it. It's just a 30K, like a month out from Western states. I thought about doing a 50K before that, but we're gonna see how the move to Colorado and my training goes before I sign up for anything. So really, just the 4 races this year: this Twisted Fork, Western States, and CCC. So we're just going big this year.
All right. Well, Hans, thanks for your time. We got to go find you a chair. Yeah, you can be done now.
Cool.
But congratulations, and
Thanks
excited
so
to see you out there in June.
Appreciate it.
Anytime that Finn Melanson can be sneak dissed is a good day. So shout out to Hans Troyer, our men's champion here. The Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka. I'm glad to hear that he felt some stress there, towards the end.
Right.
Does he know that we were feeling some stress there towards the end?
Yes.
That's what really matters.
It's stressful watching these races, man. No, it's funny. It's like just funny seeing his energy too. Like he's got such a great sense of humor. I think that's one of the things that draws people to him, and just clearly taking it all in stride, soaking it in, celebrating the moment as he should, but still laughing.
Yes.
It's awesome.
Still humble.
So we still got eyes here on the finish line as we are awaiting the final 3 runners of our women's top 10.
We should be expecting Eleni Matarisi any minute now. Debut 100K for her. Absolutely crushing it. We're going to be looking at a sub 9-hour finish, which is absolutely extraordinary on this course. Eleni is a young gun, 22 years old. Success at, I believe, Mammoth Trail Fest, 3rd place finish out there. Very fast marathon to her name. We will be awaiting her F7 finish here at the finish very soon.
I mean, early contender for like rookie of the year. Like if you show up in February and this is the sort of thing you can pull off a 7th place at Black Canyon, like you're probably primed to do at least 1 or 2 other big performances this calendar year, and
definitely
that'll get some eyes on you.
Definitely.
I mean, I think it was Zach Marion loves to use the phrase kingmaker on this course, but it's true. It really is. And, you know, the fun thing is anyone can line up, and we often see a lot of surprises, and we can project and look at splits and look at training all we want. But at the end of the day, this course is such a beast to crack, and you just don't know. So I always love that. I love the variability of being like, wait, who is that? Like,
yeah,
we don't necessarily know.
Yeah, and just up until in 2024, Rachel Drake won the race in 8:47. Keely Henninger won the race in 2023 in 8:45. That's the time we just saw on the clock just now, and we are awaiting our 7th place female in that time, which is extraordinary. Those are amazing women in the sport, and just to see the progression and how much leveling up the competition has resulted in over the last couple years. It's just astounding.
Yeah, it really is. It is so much fun to see. I mean, we're all riding a high from today, but all of these runners that are coming in right now are running like such great times still, right? Historically.
Yes.
Even in the last few years.
I think a lot will be made of some of the training cycles that we saw coming into this race. You know, we saw a lot of high mileage champions come out here and still perform well, especially for being this early in the year. We've seen some folks who are maybe a little bit more on the, you know, double threshold side of the spectrum also come out here and stick the landing. So I'm like, I don't know if we have anything conclusive around the optimal training strategy for this type of race. I think really we might have just muddied the waters even more as people are trying to prepare for the 2027 edition of the Black Canyon Ultras.
Yeah, 100%. I'm looking at like the top men here. Hans Troyer's coached by David Roach. You know, they average around 100 miles a week. Anthony Castales does his own thing, coaching himself. Trayson Knopp, not too sure what he does. Kenyon Woodward, another swap athlete. So we know like just different training philosophies amongst all of them. Same with the women. Jen Lichter, CTS. Tara Dowers, coached by Swap. Ann Flower, I think, does her own thing. Molly, CTS, and same with Abby. So a lot of different, just training mindsets coming into this. And it doesn't seem like one thing is the main driver here.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I think it is just an overall leveling up. And this is not an anomaly. This is not just a freak year where one person goes out off the front. These times are very close. Even with Hans, with Anthony right behind him.
Totally.
With Jen, with Anne right behind her. These are not accidents by any means. Look at this big gap too. Like, it is so crazy, that golden ticket chase.
Yes.
And then sort of once that pack eases off, it's just that pace is so insane. I think there's so few people that can hold it unless you're just putting absolutely everything into getting to that finish line.
I mean, we see it play out at races like Western, where it's that race for the win, race for the top 10, so you get the auto spots, race for 24 hours, and then you'll just, like, whenever that cliff happens, you'll just see this, like, expansive space where it's like, all right, well, I guess we'll hang out at the finish line for 20 minutes until the next person decides they want to roll in. Like, you see this bunching effect and then, or a chunking effect, and then these gaps in between.
Yeah, it sort of makes sense. That elastic pulls you in, but once you break it, I mean, it's so hard out there. And yeah, you have to have a lot of motivation to move that fast towards the finish line.
I know it's like we need other little milestones along the way to keep us motivated and moving.
Snacks or
Yeah.
carrots. I mean, that's sort of the aid stations, but yes.
I mean, you got to have the Strava segments,
That's
like on your phone to be like, or on your watch to be like, okay, we're about to hit a segment. Like, even if my race isn't going great, let me just conserve a little bit and then just hammer the
Let
next
me go
quarter
get
mile or
it.
whatever.
I believe we're looking at setting up our podiums there for the women's podium, and then we're going to try to track down at least one of our fast ladies for an interview. It'd be great to hear their thoughts on how the day went. I'm so curious too on the women's side. You just don't get a chance to like get any sort of info from them when they're out there, right? Like everyone's just head down, and so
I know,
when
and
you
then
finally come up for air.
Totally. The second they cross the finish line, they're giving hugs. They're all friendly and just like engaging about what their whole day entailed. And I'm so curious to do a side by side of like the top two women, see what that battle was like out there, especially.
Yeah, I mean, that was just mental on both sides. Yeah, very, very fun to watch it play out, and I want to get inside their heads now.
Yeah.
How do you hold a 70-second gap?
For 25 miles.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, truly. Like, they're so consistent with that. It's funny just thinking of the snow year a couple years ago when we had that delayed start and how much later it was in the afternoon when everyone was finishing. Like, oh, it's still so early in the day and all our top runners are in.
It's like, meanwhile, we still have a lot of energy around us here at Deep Canyon Ranch, the halfway mark, and also the finish line for tomorrow's 50K, which will also be brought to you here on the Mountain Outpost channel. Yeah, vibes are high. Cowbells are ringing. Folks are still coming through and getting some support from their crew. Runners have 20 hours to finish this 100K adventure. So,
and they get their Western States qualifying ticket by finishing under that 20-hour mark. So that's a big deal. You know, if you want to get in the lottery, if you need to stay in the lottery, this is critical. And finishing the race under 20 hours, is a big part of that. So for a lot of people, they're highly motivated.
Speaking of motivated people, you have your women's podium popping up there. Tara Dower, your third place female, and Flower in second, and your champion.
I saw her just a second ago. There she is. This is the test. How can you walk? Can you get on top of that podium there?
Yeah. Work smarter, not harder.
There we
Good
go.
job,
Teamwork. Look at that.
And there it is. Jen Lichter at the top of the podium for your Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka.
Absolutely fantastic. Man, this race to me was so fun to watch. Fun seeing all the Here for the Women's Race shirts out on course. There was a lot of support for all these ladies. I'm sure they could feel it too as they push each other. Getting to soak it in for a moment, as they should.
And the race purse checks about to be presented from Mountain
much
Outpost. Going to be the exact same breakdown as it was for the men. That's the beauty of race purse. Equal prize money for the women and the men.
Fun little surprise for them too, because they don't get to see these numbers while they're running. They just get the check at the end. So there you go, a little bonus.
You can book your Airbnb in Palisades now.
All right, and just a correction. Thank you, those in the chat that pointed it out. In order to be eligible to use this race as a Western States qualifier for 2027, you have to complete the whole distance in under 17 hours. So the overall race cutoff is 20 hours. The cutoff for being able to use it as a Western States qualifier is 17 hours. So thank you folks in the chat for keeping us honest and making sure we get our facts straight here.
And Elaney coming across. Elaney Matarisi, your F7.
Awesome. Man, we got so many big checks and tickets here. What are they going to do with them all? I did hear, I think it was String Bean had to pay FedEx to ship his golden ticket home.
I think I saw that too in the chat today, like $75.
Right?
I mean,
it's probably worth more
worth
than
it.
a check, but hey, you're going to keep that.
And as we acknowledge the golden ticket winners, Molly Sidell, your F4 slides in as the recipient of the 3rd golden ticket since Tara's already in the race.
Very cool. I love how, considering there was a few women in the mix early on that already had their golden tickets, you know, we ended up with just most of the podium taking a golden ticket. So this race really was exciting on that front. Looks like Jen's legs might be seizing up a little bit there.
Jamil Curry, the consummate gentleman, making sure that Jen gets off the stairs. Yeah, you know, all told, successful day.
I'd say so. It's like that met expectations. Maybe exceeded them.
No, that exceeded. Come on, the sub 8 hour finish, Leah.
That exceeded. You're
that
right.
was like pie in the sky goals. That was not
That
a given.
was the women's race especially. I mean, both of the races were exciting, but the women's race, I think, such a nail biter to the finish.
I'll be so interested to hear if either Jen or Ann had specific splits in mind, and if so, like, were they 8 hours, or like what did that actually look like?
I know. We have questions. Whoever we managed to grab for an interview.
I think Western States is going to be amazing this year. The 5 women we saw out there today that will all be there, and then all the returners in addition from last
That's
year.
an indication, right?
Crazy.
And it's the last one on the OG course, so there's a little bit of bragging rights if you set the course record in 2026.
Absolutely.
You get to kind of say your record will technically never be broken because it'll be the adjusted wilderness route.
Does this make you guys want to do Black Canyon?
I've paced it, and I enjoy that. I think I've only seen the more technical side of it because of that. So maybe it'd be fun to run the more runnable first half, but I don't know.
I think the 50K is enough.
Yeah, 50K sounds nice.
Yeah.
Skylar's like, nice.
I mean, I did it last year. It didn't go exactly how I wanted it to go. I think with the benefit of a year of hindsight, I'm like, actually it went better than I thought it did. But at the time, I was like, I can never run another ultra again. So
You don't want to give Brett a run for his money out there?
I can't give Brett a run for his money. Last year, I made him wait because he had to like drive me back to the start line for my car, and he was just sitting around for way too long. But it is fun. It's a great course, and like the community is what it's all about, right? So it's just you and 1,000 of your closest friends just vibing down these flowing single tracks in the first 20 miles, and then you get kicked in the teeth the last 11 to Deep Canyon Ranch. But the first 20, very fun.
You know, it was really fun this morning. I love like going out a few miles on the course after they come off the road and just hit the single track, and the pack is so deep, but it's also quiet, and you can hear everyone just sort of chattering. It's early on, the sun's just coming up. It's actually one of my favorite moments of the race is like just hearing all the runners take a moment as that sun comes up over the ridge. Really cool. I'm like, that sounds nice.
It's special when the sun comes
Yeah.
up. Oh, and the sunset last night, I don't know if you guys saw it.
No, that was
I heard,
stunning.
Skylar, you were flying in quite late because you prioritize your
Teaching.
job. Yeah.
Oh, I guess.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
But it's so nice out here, and often I'm like, I would never do Black Canyon, but after seeing the sunset last night and traipsing through the desert, I could see a life where I do it one of these years.
Absolutely.
Yes, and we will see Des Linden line up in the 50K tomorrow, which is exciting. Another
fan favorite.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, a big storyline there for sure.
Yeah, there's a lot of fan favorites. I think, you've got any number of podcasters and fast media types will be out there. Obviously, you have Des hopping in for her first proper trail 50K. Obviously, has a world's best at the distance. But, being in a competitive field will be a new vibe for her. And then you get Eric Jenkins in the booth with Corinne Chavoy.
It's going to be so much
gonna
fun.
be vibes.
I do want to know, unfortunately, I think Corinne Chavoy might have dropped. I saw her here at Deep Canyon earlier and didn't look like she was racing anymore. So I think might have to hear how her day went. But yeah, again, there's no gimmies. Doesn't matter if you know it, if you've done it.
Looks like we may have F8 coming across the line.
Awesome. That would be Sydney Welch.
Just over that 9-hour mark.
Looking pretty happy to be done, I'd say.
I was yeah.
Big smiles.
How are you doing? How are you doing? Great. Very chipper.
Catch it up.
I think Sydney Welch is from Colorado. I do believe this is her 100K debut, but I'm sure I can be fact-checked on that. Most recent win at the Crested Butte Ultra 50 miler back in September.
Ooh, that's up there.
That's high. And she set a course record there.
Wow. Very solid runner. Again, when you look at all these runners on paper, it's so hard to know how the day is going to play out. There's just so many people that are at this level in the sport. And we are going to bring you some interviews with a couple of our top ladies from the finish line. I believe they're just going through the last of the drug testing processes, and then they'll be available for those. So don't go anywhere, guys.
You can see from the flags in the back that the wind is picking up there towards the finish line. And now that we're after 4 p.m., the temperature should start to drop a little bit as well. So for the runners who've survived the heat of the day, again, we're still talking mid to high 60s, but it adds up. And so if they've gotten through that, they are going to go ahead and get a little bit of a reprieve here as sunset creeps closer to us in a few hours' time.
Yeah, no, that sun definitely added up out there. We did see a lot of people that were burned by the heat, so cannot ever underestimate it. I think that's the lesson here. Doesn't matter how cool the temps say they are.
Yeah, 69 degrees you see on the screen at Deep Canyon Ranch. That feels quite warm in the direct sun. 71 at the finish line. That's hot.
Especially when you've been out there for a while, sweating away. Again, we are the fun little voices in your head behind the screen. Skylar Hall, Leah Yingling, and Hillary Yang on the mics all day today, bringing you a lot of the coverage from the top men and women. But we are going to be here all the way till the race finish, and that's really important to us to celebrate all of our runners. And so Chris Warden and AJW will be taking you back and bringing all those runners in, telling stories from the day. I've seen them out around, and I know they're checking in with everybody, so there'll be lots to dissect, I'm sure, when they're back with us. In the meantime, we get to see our runners continue to make their way to the finish line. Very, very happy to be here. And we have just a couple more of our top 10 women to welcome in. I do believe that Riley Brady is the next one that we're expecting.
Riley Brady is last year's winner, prior course record holder. Was feeling good early on in the day and then started to suffer from a few GI issues, but really happy to see them sticking it out. And they love the Black Canyon course. They like Javelina. They really thrive out here. And I know this is an early season race, and Riley wants to find their way back to Western States. So I am curious of the athletes who didn't quite have their days out here today or even out at Tarawera this weekend. How many of those we'll see line up at Canyons or Chianti here in the next couple months?
I know it's really hard to imagine some of these rematches, you know, now that we've seen these performances go down.
Yes.
For a lot of these athletes, it's the first time racing each other too. So there's that little bit of like getting a sense of what everyone's capable of. And yeah, we're just getting started on the year.
I know part of me is pretty frightened for Canyons and Chianti this year after we get all the people who might have dropped out today from injury or illness, or the people who didn't quite have their days, because I think those races are going to be extremely stacked.
Yeah, it's so much fun. Again, Black Canyon has just become this premier moment in the sport early on in the season, and the first chance to see everybody's fitness play out. Yeah, it really is such a time to be here. Best sport in the world, as Devo loves to say. And we feel very privileged to be part of bringing it to you, and grateful for all of you for tuning in and showing all of your energy and enthusiasm and cheering on all of our runners. Also, just continue to want to give big shout outs to Mountain Outpost, to Zach Marion, to the entire team here at Deep Canyon, in the studio, out in the field, all of our drone operators, mountain bikers, camera crew, everybody that's made these shots possible, that's brought you coverage from places that we could never get to before. You know, it's not Europe. We don't have 5G all over the mountains. These places are remote, and it takes a lot of work and effort and technology to make it all happen. So yeah, it's really cool. From that perspective, I feel like we just get to tell better and better stories and hopefully inspire more and more of you to get out here and to be part of it and do it yourselves.
Absolutely, yeah. And if you have feedback or want to volunteer, I know each year we've been making incremental progress. And yeah, we love volunteers. We love extra hands, extra help. So, and I'm sure the Mountain Outpost team would as well.
Yes. It's Valentine's Day today, you guys.
I totally forgot
Yeah.
until this morning. We were driving.
Did you see the construction sign with the
I
Valentine's
think that's
note
what
on
reminded
it?
me, and I looked over at Mike. I was like, oh, happy Valentine's Day. And we met on Valentine's Day, so we used to consider our like dating anniversary Valentine's Day.
Really?
Yeah.
You guys
Since-
went on a first date on Valentine's, or you
Well,
just met on Valentine's?
We met at a bar on Valentine's Day.
Classy.
I'm not going to knock it.
That's true. Oh, that's fun. Well, hey, you've always got that little, like...
It's like, hey, it's our dating anniversary.
Yeah, that's sweet. I'll take all the anniversary occasions I can get.
Yeah.
Billy says I'm always making up more, you know? Like, wait, that's not a thing. You can't add that one.
Well, I enjoy spending my Valentine's Day with you guys. Very special.
Very special. Ate a lot of candy here at the booth, so we're definitely accomplishing that part of Valentine's.
Definitely are.
Indeed. Shout out to my wife for watching the child while I'm away. I love
Yes.
you guys.
I wanna-
He should.
yeah.
Nah, he's probably up from his nap now. So, hey, buddy.
Oh.
Shout out to whoever's watching Leah and Mike's kid, too, because they outsource that.
We had to outsource our Monty care for the weekend. Shout out Dylan and Emily Harris, who came in the last hour and are watching our little Monty boy today. Could not be here without them.
That's great. What are friends for? I love that, though, you know, and
It takes a village.
It does take a village, and it's always special when we're able to do what we love and then get support from everyone else around us to make it happen.
Absolutely.
It's crazy, you know, we still have runners rolling through Deep Canyon. I don't know what the cutoff is here. Do we know that?
That's a good question.
But I know when they come through here, they're only halfway on their journey. So facing down a long back half of the race. see if I can track down that cutoff at Deep Canyon for you guys.
They'll have a nice night out in the desert tonight, though, for after dark.
Oh, I actually love that. Like, you know, times when I have been out here pacing someone in later, it's beautiful. The stars are great
Peaceful.
out here. So peaceful.
So far, we've had close to 40 finishers come through. We are still waiting on rounding out our women's top 10. Looks like we'll be expecting Riley Brady, Jenna Bensko pretty soon.
So the final cutoff here at Deep Canyon Ranch for the third wave is 6 p.m.
2 more
Okay.
hours.
That's a good point, too. So we did have 3 waves of runners starting this morning. The competitive runners lined up in wave 1, and then we had 2 subsequent waves every 30 minutes, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, we had a 7:30 a.m. wave and an 8 a.m. wave. So those runners have a sliding scale of cutoffs. Everything's measured by the timing chip in your bib. So you are not gypped out of any of the time that you deserve.
And keep in mind, they started all the way up at Mayer High School this morning. It was 35 degrees up at that start. I was there. Pretty chilly, but now we're blessed with some 72 degrees at the finish line. And here at Deep Canyon, we're in 69. So pretty nice temps.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Beautiful day to spectate. A little warm if you're racing, but not nearly as warm as it can get. So take what you can get here. It's definitely a big help with some of the times that we have seen out there today. It definitely helps. And, you know, like we want to say performance is king, but weather is a factor. Whether it's at Western States, whether it's at Black Canyon, you can only go so fast as the weather allows you to go. So today we sort of had everything line up for a really fun racing experience and moment of pushing the sport forward.
Several injuries out there today, too, from some of the people who ended up DNFing. Oh, it looks like we got... Once our camera unfreezes, we'll...
It was like a mirage. Came through frame, froze, gone.
Currently at 9:14 on the race clock. Waiting on our top 10. There we go. Rounding out the top 10 for the women's field. This is Riley Brady
Yeah,
crossing the
nice.
finish line. Riley Brady, last year's F1 course record holder. Not quite having the day that they wanted out there, but like Hillary mentioned earlier, just gutting out can teach you a lot about yourself and a lot about your future race performances. And Riley had a great crew out there, their parents, and just really stuck with it, which is extremely inspiring to me.
Yeah, no, I mean, again, it's easier to have an easy day, but, you know, when things are tough, like they were from pretty early on for Riley to be able to just keep it together is something that they will definitely learn from and take away. So nice to see Riley come into the finish. Very happy to be done.
This is Riley's. Riley was here in 2024, 25, and now in 26. They really like this course, and I think it both gives and takes away. And curious to see if Riley will line up another golden ticket race this spring in hopes of getting back into Western States.
I think it's also just like a reminder, like the sport, you really go race by race as far as like, you know, Riley is an incredible athlete, set the course record here last year. And then to come back this year and not have a race like they had last year, it's very easy to feel maybe disappointed or like it was just such a different experience from last year. But it just, I think it just makes those days when everything goes right even sweeter, right? Like
definitely,
you don't get to take them for granted ever.
I'm intrigued to see sort of some of these reflection posts for the folks, especially for the ones who didn't have the day that they wanted. You know, it's the era of YouTube channels and Substacks. So, you know,
Love a good Substack.
For for the Hemmings, for Riley, just sort of getting some intel. You know what. Yeah, sure. The stories of like what actually happened. That's, I think, less important than what are the lessons learned, or like what are the things that they want to focus on to rectify these things moving forward. And I think that's where a lot of us non-elites who follow the sport, like that's where we can feel most connected to them. Like, yeah, like we also have bad days, and we need to reflect on that and not just do the same thing over and over. So I'm intrigued to see how the next 2 to 4 weeks of tent, what that holds, and build the hype train for whatever races might come next for
we can
those.
Absolutely count on those learning moments. All right, it sounds like we are going to cut back to our finish line interviews and hear from our M3 out there.
All right, everybody, I am here with our third place finisher from today, Trayson Knopp. Huge run today. What a performance. Just talk to me a little bit about what you're feeling right now and your emotions after this race.
Oh man, this is a big goal of mine to get a golden ticket, and I've been kind of loosely chasing it for a couple of years. So to get it today is awesome. How I'm feeling, I'm pretty wrecked.
Yeah,
it's a hard race. We started fast, and I feel like we stayed fast the whole day, so it's hard on the body no matter what.
Yeah, I noticed throughout the race, there were a few guys that broke away a bit early in the race. You kind of let them go. Was that the strategy going in? Did you think that the guys would get out quick and you would run your race and trust in your fitness and that you'd be able to make moves later on?
Yeah, I ideally would have stayed with those guys, I think, but they were just hitting paces that I just wasn't feeling like I was capable of at that time. So I let them go just because I knew if I was to go with them, probably not sustainable. So it was kind of in the moment decision to hold back at the time.
Where you've run this race before, what did you learn last, that you took into today that you learned from your past?
I feel like knowing the course, like knowing how long some of these climbs were, none of them are that long, but just knowing the length of time it takes to get up each one was pretty helpful, because I could be like, okay, I can kind of hurt for 10 minutes here because it's, it's a pretty short climb. So that was helpful, I think, for today. Yeah.
I know it's all still fresh and you're still digesting it, but what part of today's race do you feel like you executed really well and you're the most proud of?
When I did this race last, I did it 2 years ago, and I kind of fell off between miles, 32 and 45. Kind of lost a lot of time that 2 years ago at that section. And today I feel like I moved up during that section. So yeah, I feel like that was a big improvement. And so I'm happy with that.
Such a deep field today. You beat a lot of really talented athletes. Does this kind of do great numbers for your confidence and makes you kind of feel like you're somebody who belongs up there in the top now?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there's been a couple races where I feel like I'm capable of this type of performance, and things just didn't work out for many different reasons. So to nail it today, yeah, it's definitely big for the confidence.
Well, look, once again, huge congratulations. You came away with the golden ticket. Fantastic day, and enjoy it.
Yeah, thank you. I will.
Awesome. Thank you, Eric, and thanks, Trayson, for walking us through the day. Trayson is an interesting story, coming back after a year away and having, a solid day back in 2024, but really knocking out the park today and securing that third place in the golden ticket. Big come up for him. So super, super excited to see.
That was fun, wasn't it? Like, just a name that was like mentioned, but again, not necessarily one that was being thrown around for a third place finish
here. A little slept on.
Yeah.
I
love it.
We'll have to go back and look at the the fantasy results and be like, how many people actually had Trayson in the top 10?
I want to know what I did. Did you guys play fantasy?
I totally forgot to submit my picks, but I should have, because I talked about it all day yesterday.
I know. I don't think I did too great, but I do think I had Trayson maybe in my top 10, but I historically have him in a 5 to 10 kind of position, and definitely should have had him higher out here this year.
again, it's just so hard because on paper, so many of these
Yes.
folks are so qualified.
7th. I had him in 7th.
I'm in 4th.
Oh, hey.
Yay me.
Pretty good.
No way.
I mean, the rest of my
Yeah,
men's
I was
card
about
is
to
trash,
ask.
but at least I had Trayson up there.
That's pretty good. Not my best performance overall, I don't think.
I mean, we definitely had a couple things thrown at us early on in the day as far as people we expected to see out front.
At least okay. My women's side, obviously, it's not done yet. I will at least get the bonus points for having multiple people in the right spot.
Hey, that's good.
Because I had Tara as 3rd and I had Shay at 6th. So that's the only thing that's going to say, and Jen winning. So actually,
that's pretty good.
My women's ticket
You had Jem winning, nice.
I'll be kind of okay.
Especially in a 100K debut, I was not bold enough to put any of the newbies in that spot.
That's how I felt.
Yeah.
I just, Jen doesn't care.
No, you're right.
We saw what happened at Broken Arrow. We saw her kicking around the start line of Western last year, and I was like, oh, she's a gamer. She's just going to run on vibes. So I believed in her. So you remember that, Jen. I believed in you.
Yeah, it felt like this was a hard fantasy to play.
It really was. I think this year's race was really interesting because there was a lot of veterans to the sport, a lot of newcomers to the distance, a lot of people who excelled on certain terrain that we haven't really seen them prove themselves here yet. But I do think Black Canyon's almost this leveling ground of sorts for some of these athletes. And honestly, a great spot to debut at 100K, supposedly. What a great race on the women's side. We had Jen Lichter taking the win in a new course record, followed only by 70 seconds by Ann Flower. And then 3rd place, we had Tara Dower. On the men's side, we had Hans Troyer taking the win, Anthony Castales in 2nd, and Trayson Knopp in 3rd.
Yeah, such fun performances, such a dynamic race. Really kept us on the edge of our seats all the way to the finish line.
We recently just had Carla Molinaro cross the finish line. She is in our top 10 for the women. She's coming over from the UK, most recently living in, I think, Cape Town, South Africa. She has been on the podium at Comrades. She's the 50K world champion. Most recently ran Javelina and didn't have her day there, but was running in 2nd place for most of that day. Black Canyon's a bit more technical of a course than she's used to, but she crushed it out there today, finishing in the top 10 in 9:21. It looks like Nicole Hansen crossing the finish line there in the Air Vapa kit, and she looks done.
Yeah. I feel like I have to just go and take a look at the entrance list, because I feel like we did have quite a bit of attrition.
Yes. We had a good bit of DNFs today, too.
Yeah, should we run through some of those storylines?
Yeah, I think so. On the women's side, I think some of our most notable DNFs included Jade Bellsberg, Tabor Hemming. We saw not much more than that. I think Tabor pulled out with an injury. Corinne Chauvoy. Not sure what Jade was dealing with out there. Becca Bramley.
I heard that Jade had just some hip issues and couldn't fully mobilize her running gait, which, I mean, Jade's a pro. She knows that if it's still feeling that way 20 miles in, maybe you don't want to keep running on that for the rest of the day.
Saw Anna McKenna, who came over from Australia. Unfortunately, DNF. She was most recently coming off of injury. Sophie Shunk, I was really excited to follow her journey out there today. She's a type 1 diabetic and doing a lot of work advocating for type 1 diabetics in sport. Has had a really awesome journey and has absolutely crushed it despite dealing with her type 1 diabetes. So unfortunate DNF today. Hopefully she'll be back. And then on the men's side, I think race favorite storyline of the day was Francesco Pupi. He unfortunately dropped out quite early. I think somebody saw him walking around in a sling later in the day out there, so I'm wondering if he dislocated a shoulder.
It looked like it was something like that. I saw him at Antelope Mesa, and he was hugging his arm in. It was clearly bloody on his shoulder. His knees were both bloody, so he'd obviously taken a fall, and he wasn't able to move his upper body. at all. And you could just see the disappointment written all over his face. And we know how hard he trained. He's a fan favorite. He puts it all out there. He's not afraid to speak his opinions, to throw down, to put himself in the mix for competition. And so I know we were all really excited to see him get out there and see how that would play out. But it's, again, the thing about the sport. And we talk a lot about the technical back half. And, you know, we were still in the runnable section when it happened. So you never know. Looks like we have another one of our top female finishers coming in. Is that Jenna Bensko? So that would be rounding out our top 10. So F10.
Jenna Bensko was 4th place here just a few years ago. I wonder if she ran 9:26 this year. Let's see. (9:11) just a few years ago here.
But the difference, right? She was 4th place with 9:11 versus 10th place with 9:26. Yeah, we had some other drops on the men's side. Like we were saying, Adam Mary was another fan favorite that had to drop early. Not quite sure what happened to his day. Matt Sidell had
a hamstring issue.
Hamstring issue, okay. Yeah. Blake Slatengren. Yeah, you never know, right?
Anyone's game. We had the debut of the race purse by Mountain Outpost. This was crowdsourced funding for the podium, which with funds matched by Mountain Outpost as well. And we saw our race podium go away with what, $5,000+ maybe $2,500, and then $1,500 or so.
Yeah.
So not too bad for those guys who battled in the heat today and threw down some of the fastest times in race history.
Yeah, really fun. Nice little bonus for them since they were unaware that was happening behind the scenes.
Love to see some folks coming away with some clutch World Trail Majors points.
Yeah. That's a good point. We had some crossover from World Trail Majors. I saw Maryline Nakachi from France was out here racing. Jingyan Tang from China, I believe, was out here racing. I do think being part of the World Trail Majors has attracted a more international field here each year, and it's really exciting to see who will be at the top of those charts with other races coming down the pipeline this year. I could see Jen Lichter going after something like UTCT to close out the season, and then maybe ending up on top of the World Trail Majors.
Yeah, that'll be fun to see how she builds out the rest of her year calendar after starting out with a bang like this.
It's like, how much downtime do you take after a race like this before you start training intentionally again?
Especially for Western States. I would hope, especially for somebody like Jen, who this is her longest distance to date, probably a good couple weeks off here before getting back into some base building for Western States, which would be her longest distance.
Yeah, the jump from 50 mile to 100K, little different than 100K to 100 miles.
And you guys, just to clarify, it looks like we might have missed Nicole Hansen coming in to finish, and she would have been our F10, so that would have put Jenna Bensko in at F11. Thank you to the chat for making sure we realize that. Been a long day here on the mics, guys.
You know, and I do wonder, we did call Sydney Welch's finish earlier, I thought, and she is not marked as finish on timing. So actually, I do think Nicole Hansen might be 11th and Jenna Bensko 12th, because Sydney does not look like she.
All right. Moral of the story, there's a little bit of confusion on some of the tracking right now. We'll have to make sure that they clarify that on the race end. But we do appreciate any clarifications and insights. We know a lot of crews are listening in and are able to provide us some data there. So thank you guys for that. And I know we are still waiting for interviews with our top women. I believe the drug testing is just taking a little longer than planned, but we're still looking for those.
You can
as soon
never
as we
plan.
can.
You never plan how long drug testing is going to take.
I know.
You just ran for 7-8 hours. You're allowed to take a little time to pee.
Yes.
Sometimes it's really hard, though, to pee after a race like that, especially when these runners probably push themselves to the brink and are quite dehydrated.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure after my only 50-mile trail race, I didn't pee for 8 hours.
Wow. That's bad.
That's not healthy. I'm
It
going to say.
wasn't great. It wasn't great.
When I got drug tested at Western States, I think you finish late at night, and I think it took me a good 3 hours to try to go. And they're just sitting there staring at you, and you're waiting, and you really want to go. You just can't.
At least the testing agents, I mean, some of them have funny personalities. We're like, all right, at least we're gonna have to spend this time together. You're a hoot. Explain to me how you became a drug tester. Enlighten me.
I do wonder that.
I mean, all things considered, other than having to watch people pee, the rest of it's pretty sweet. Get to travel around, hang out at races.
Yeah, absolutely. And, again, to sort of the growth of our sport, the professionalization of the sport, it's important. It's a huge part of just leveling up as we're starting to provide money and incentives at these finish lines. I think it's equally important that we make sure that the sport is fair for everybody. So really glad to see that there is that drug testing in place. I know it's expensive, but absolutely worthwhile.
So we're just over 9.5 hours elapsed here at the Black Canyon Ultras 100K presented by Hoka. We're going to be here for another 10.5 hours, making sure that everybody, actually, that's not even completely true. We're going to be here longer than that because of the different waves. So we're actually going to be here until 4 a.m. local time, so another 11.5 hours. The live stream will be up to track all the finishers coming in, trying to finish their journey on down the Black Canyon Trail. And then we pick coverage up 2.5 hours later before the 50K, where we get to dance right on down here to Deep Canyon Ranch. We're just going to be here all weekend.
It's going to be great. But you know who is here right now is Tara Dower at the finish line.
Ooh.
So we are going to throw to the finish line and hear from Tara, which I love. Tara's amazing, on how her day went.
All right, we're back. I'm Brett Hornig, and I am joined by third place in the ladies' race, Tara Dower. Tara,
Hey.
we last minute had to grab Tara's seat. We were like, I'm going down quick. How you doing right now?
I'm okay. I'm okay. This race is messed up, but it's fine. Gosh, I'm just pretty tired, and I've been feeling like I'm gonna throw up, but I think it's fine. We got a puke bag here just in case.
Yeah, we've got a whole slew of things. We got the Coke, the water, the barf bag, just in case. I mean, you left it all out on the course. I want to go back to a particular moment. We saw each other right after Antelope Mesa, the first aid station. You were like, "Hey, Brett, check it out. I haven't fallen." Why did you say that?
Because maybe like 2 miles later I fell, and I got my shoulder.
You got a little raspberry there.
Yeah, that was the first one. And then I fell right before Hidden Treasure and got my knee so bad. I was limping. Okay, I'm not going to be dramatic. It was a little limp. It wasn't like a major limp. But I was like, oh, will I have to drop at Bumblebee? I didn't. Just kept going. I was like, well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I hate that that's turned into like almost an expectation
I
coming
know.
out of the live stream, because I'm sure that's not something that you're like writing into your race plan.
No, Jen and Anne look so clean. How? How? I
Well-
don't understand how they stand their feet. It's fine. It's fine. This is just how it is. I love this. This is my favorite.
Yeah, you're I mean, I feel like overall, aside from the falls, the last few years at Black Canyon seem to have been like pretty solid starts to the year.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this year's edition? And as we move.
Oh, so good. I PR'd by quite a bit. And I felt like I really ran fast. I ran really fast.
It was very fast, yeah.
Felt like I was like really just moving. And I left it all out there. Pretty stoked about that.
So what's
Sorry I'm acting so weird.
I mean,
I don't know why I did this race again. I mean, I like it. I love it. I love the community. I just know it's coming. I know every time I do this race, it's gonna hurt because I fall so much.
yeah, and I guess looking at it from like a golden ticket standpoint, you're right. You didn't have to do this race because there's no pressure for a ticket right now.
No.
For you.
I was like, okay, competitively, I was like, this is the race to be if I want to practice competitiveness. And I did.
So there's
And it was
probably
great.
yeah. So then there's some experience, some learnings that you get to take from this one as we head into. I don't know if Western States is the next one, but that's kind of the big one in June.
Yeah. Yep, I'm doing that. It's gonna be great. I'm not gonna get sick this time. I'm gonna do Hard Rock after that. It's gonna be great.
I can tell you left it all out there, man.
How can you tell?
Well, I could tell you were working pretty hard coming out of Bumblebee, and ordinarily for many other runners, I'd be like, that's a red flag. They're like working too hard. But you seem to have a very high, I don't know if it's just like pain threshold or something, which is probably a blessing and a curse. But what do you think you attribute that to? Because that's definitely something that I feel like can give you an edge.
I have an older brother. He was a drill sergeant for 8 years. So growing up with that. And then I also played rugby. I wasn't allowed to cry with him. Like, I don't know. It was probably something like that. I played rugby for 3 years. There's no crying in rugby. What's that movie? There's no crying in baseball.
A League of Their Own.
Yeah, I love that movie.
That's a good one.
Yeah, I think like I don't really know what else to do though. That's the thing. It's like when I'm out there, it's just this is what you do.
Yeah, it's racing.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if we're probably in the right time or place to really break that down. That might be a conversation to have with your coach. But it is really interesting to hear about it though from, someone that's of your caliber running. So
thanks.
What's recovery look like from a race like this? Like, is
take off a week or so. I'm gonna chill out. I want to go get some fast food after this.
You have a go-to spot?
Yeah, I like Chick-fil-A a lot. We don't have Chick-fil-A in Durango. Every time I get in the airport, Denver airport, I get Chick-fil-A. It's in the B terminal.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah,
that was the first Chick-fil-A
near B. Was it B34? I forget. B40 something. So like I'm really into Chick-fil-A. It's just like real good chicken and real good fries, and it's good carbs. I had some Chick-fil-A before this race. It was right down the road from my Airbnb. But yeah, I'm just gonna chill out, enjoy myself.
Yeah. And you get to take home a big fat check with a little bit of prize purse money.
I'm so stoked on that.
Yeah, that's kind of fun.
Sorry.
All right, we gotta let you go out of this stuffy tent. I know.
I think I'm gonna throw up.
I know that bag's getting used. I'm sure the live stream's like, bro, keep it going. We want to see.
Oh,
We're
is
not doing that. We're not doing that. Yeah, this is live.
Hey, everybody. All right.
Tara Dower, everyone.
Thanks. Bye.
Oh my gosh. Well, that was an incredible interview by Tara Dower. That might be the fan favorite in the studio of the day, if you could judge all of us crying in the background. Skylar's currently lying down on the couch crying. Thank you, Tara, for being so real and so very honest with us. Yeah, real-time shot of Skylar Hall just absolutely destroyed by Tara's post-race interview.
Which, let me be very clear, like, authentically her and raw, and I love that.
So good.
But the Chick-fil-A sent me. I just wasn't ready for the Denver airport breakdown because I know exactly where that Chick-fil-A is, and I put myself there, and it
And Brett kept a straight face, to his credit, until that moment, and I think that got him too. That was like when he broke.
That was 10 out of 10 interviewing from Brett. Awesome 10 out of 10 from Tara too, post-race, on the verge of throwing up. That was quintessential Tara Dower right there.
And we want more personality in trail, and that's why we love Tara so damn much.
So imagine when Molly Sidell comes over to the trails and people are like, hey, Molly, what are the trails like? Do you think she could just show them that interview? I would.
This is the woman that came in right before me. This is the third place female. Oh my gosh, that was incredible. Now I want Chick-fil-A. Thanks, Tara.
And we are going to throw it back to the finish line. We got Luke J on the ground with our women's winner and new course record holder, Jen Lichter, breaking 8 hours for the first time here at Black Canyon Ultras. Over to you, Luke.
Let's look at each. We can take turns looking at the camera, maybe. Yeah. Hey, welcome to Mountain Outpost. Luke here with our women's champion, the Black Canyon 100K, Jen Lichter. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Super impressive race. Maybe just like walk us through your day a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I made a plan with my coach before that I think I've known to go out really hot. And that's like something I didn't want to do today. I wanted to be like pretty controlled and steady through at least the 50K.
Yeah.
Obviously that race went out hot regardless of what I wanted, but I found myself like kind of sitting like third and fourth position for like the beginning section. And I just kept telling myself like steady, steady, steady. Like you're still moving well, like and also like checking with myself as like this is a sustainable pace.
Yeah.
Because you have 62 miles and you've never done that distance.
Yeah.
And then once I got to the 50K, then steady, steady, steady turned into push, push, push.
Yeah.
And so I knew like how to run a 50K and I knew how to run it well. And I wanted to get to that point and kind of use kind of like my mindset.
Yeah.
In that regard. And I just tried to push and I knew Ann Flowers like right behind me. So that also I'm sure made for an exciting live stream for people.
But it's very exciting. We were covering the race and the women's race, one of the best women's races I think we've seen. So thank you for making it exciting. But I know getting chased is stressful.
Yes.
But also it also brings out the best.
100%.
Right? So like you break 8 hours. And then Anne close behind you breaks 8 hours. If she wasn't maybe pushing you, you think you would have settled in and just maybe been
100%.
Yeah.
And you guys probably saw that I use pacers. And I want them to, some pacers go behind, just do positive talk and stuff. And I remember telling my pacers, like, as soon as I got them, like, I want you in front and I want you to like push.
Yeah.
And so, because I think when you're in no man's land, it is really easy, especially when you're run 40 miles or 30 miles already in your legs.
Yep.
It's really easy to be like, am I moving fast or not? Like I'm tired, but I don't know if I'm moving fast. So, I told McKenna and Maya, like, I want you to like push the pace so that mentally I can click into like this is the pace that I want to
Yeah.
be going.
Yeah.
And
It was
not
super
settle.
impressive.
And it was really, I mean, it was really hard. There were definitely moments where they're like, okay, we're gonna push this uphill, and I was like, I'm like in my head, I was like, I thought we are, or I thought we were, you know. But I think and then obviously like knowing Anne was behind me, I knew that, you know, using them to keep me on an honest pace was, and you know, even if Anne I think had caught up, I think I had raced the first half of it well enough that I did feel like I could respond to a move. And I think after a while, I think I was just like, instead of waiting for a move, I just told my patients like, I need this to be an honest pace.
Yeah, it seemed like you were very locked in, and every time we saw you on the live stream, it seemed like you were, you know, 5 to 8 feet behind your pacer, and you're just kind of like locked in, following legs. And it was interesting because when I was right in the gauntlet, when you came through the halfway point, and they were like, how does she look? And I was like, she looks great. She's locked in.
Yeah.
And it's sometimes as, you know, the elites come through, you could tell if somebody's struggling or they're not, and some people are smiling, and like, you have a little bit of a poker face, maybe. And I was like, she's definitely not struggling, but she's locked in. Do you feel that way?
I was definitely locked in.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah.
And I knew, you know, I knew at Black Canyon City that I wanted to start pushing. Because up until then, and even going through Bumblebee, I just felt, I felt like I was like on like an endurance run. By myself, because at that point I was by myself. I wanted to use that fitness, and I think Ann Flower and my pacer helped me get that out of myself. So I'm really definitely grateful for them, even despite Ann definitely giving me a little bit of stress, especially the last like the last 5 miles.
And I was also, we were there, myself and Gus Gibbs, we were doing the live stream from Table Mesa, which you had about 10 to 12 miles left at that point. And you came flying up the hill and you were locked in, but then I saw you crack a smile when you saw your crew, and then you got iced down. And as you were getting iced down, I saw you like checking to see if she was coming. And so like, even though you were taking a minute to make sure you got in your nutrition and iced down, it was super impressive, because I was like, oh, she's looking, where's Anne? Right. Talk me through that minute.
Well, it was funny because I knew she was close, but the desert, that's this weird thing here where it like will disappear a person because there's so much of this and so when sometimes I'm like, oh, I think I dropped her, but then like we'd be climbing and all of a sudden she would just pop up. And so I think at that point, once that happened a couple times, I just had this knowledge of like, oh, like she's always close. And never just like ease into the pace, just because you're tired and it feels more comfortable to run this pace. And so, like I would definitely knew she was close. And because she'd been close pretty much for 10 miles at that point. And I know she just ran like the 50-mile record. So I know she had speed, and I knew the last, 4 miles especially were just flat as a pancake. And, I work on my speed, but I just didn't want that to be like a who is the fastest turnover kind of. That was like not what I wanted the race to be. And so I just, I dug really deep at that point.
So a little 2-part question. So one, I heard you on a podcast interview that if you got the win, you were going to take the golden ticket, right? So, and then second part of that question is, this was the longest you had run. I know you did Templiers. We were talking about it, which is right around that 8-hour mark. Very different race. This much more runnable, maybe a much faster, more sustained effort. So maybe talk about it being a new distance, and then also like your thoughts about Western. I mean, we're a couple hours from your finish, but first impressions.
I mean, my body definitely felt today, like pretty much immediately after. It was like as soon as I stopped, my whole body went into like just not even shock, just soreness. Like everything just started hurting. And so I remember looking at John Fitz is my coach, and I just go, John, do you feel like I should take the golden ticket? Because like I feel worked, like I feel wrecked. Like my body just realized how long 62 miles was compared to a 32-mile race.
Yep.
It's just I basically doubled that today, and or like a 50-mile, I guess it's not too bad, but yeah, and all he said is we're gonna have a talk, and so yeah, I think I'm gonna give it a day or some time and settle and see how if I want to maybe perfect more of the 100K before bumping up to 100 miles. But yeah, I mean, I'm like really, really stoked that today went really well. I knew coming in here that I was fit. And I had the confidence and I had the like positivity of like I think I can have a good day. Because I've been putting in really good work for this race. After Worlds went downhill, and I think I just like wanted to celebrate the fact that I was like healthy and fit and was able to like be here and compete against these women, because I knew the field was crazy. I never looked at the start list, but heard little whispers here and there, and just like I just felt like amazed. Just being out here.
Well, we like continually talk about this is the most stacked field ever, right? And I feel like every race we cover, it's like this is the most stacked field ever. So I feel like we're gonna stop saying that because every race is so stacked. But you know, everybody's throwing around names before the start of the race, and I went for a jog last night with David, and he was like, "Who you thinking on the men's side?" And we chatted about it, and then he's like, "Who you got on the women's side?" And I was like, "I think Jen's got it," and he goes, "Jen's a dog, right?" And so then today, somebody was like, "You're like that 15 miles where you were only like a minute to a minute and a half ahead of Anne." They were like, somebody was like, "That gap hasn't changed." And somebody else goes, "Yeah, Jen's a dog." So Jen, you're a dog.
I also
The
love
best way
dogs.
possible.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations on an amazing race.
Thank you.
And maybe we'll see you at Western, but take your time to think about it.
I've never wanted to cry after a race, but I almost cried after this race. I was just like so shocked that I was able to do so well. And obviously I'm a competitor at heart and I love good competition, but to like, and you know, you dream of these things of winning and crossing the finish line first. And it just like, it's such a surreal moment for me to like be able to do it at a race like this with such a stacked field. So I don't know. I'm gonna like definitely soak this in. It might take a few days. But yeah, I'm shocked. My body's shocked. So it feels special.
Well, thanks for making it so fun to watch and way to crush it. Enjoy the win.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was so much fun. Thanks, Luke, for that great interview with our women's winner, Jen Lichter. Man, she looks so fresh.
She looks very fresh, and according to Luke, it sounds like she's looked that way kind of all day, but she did have a poker face when she was in the depths of competing out there, and she's a fighter.
Yeah, she seriously is. You could not tell what was going on. Also loved all the sparkle she's got going on. She's got some great trail glitter.
Yeah, and I love to hear her say that she felt like she really couldn't let up with Anne challenging her, and the fact that she had her pacers go ahead of her to set an honest pace. It's almost like if you don't have a carrot out there dangled in front of you, you make your pacers be that carrot. And it's good that she could frame her pacers in such a way, because I feel like that really got the most out of her.
Yeah, totally. I think that was an interesting take, because we have heard a lot about pacers, and you know, if you're going to have a pacer, use them intentionally. She knew exactly what she wanted from her pacer. She wanted to be pulled. She wanted to be pushed as hard as she could. She was determined to get to the finish line before Anne, and that's what it took.
Yeah, I mean, it's a professional insight from somebody who historically has not done races where you could use a pacer or needed to use a pacer. So to be able to intentionally say, "I need you to do X," that showed that she was in a good like mindset, awareness of and control of her race, and we see what that was able to do to just hold on to that 70-second buffer for hours.
Well, speaking of that 70-second buffer, we now have Anne Flower at the finish line, our F2, for an interview on her incredibly close race with Jen Lichter.
All right, I am here with Anne Flower, second place today. Fantastic race. Just give me a little bit of the insight. Talk about how you're feeling and what your emotions are as of now.
Oh, I'm super happy with the result. It was a very challenging day, but I was super fortunate that nothing particularly went wrong. So I was achy, I was sore, but I didn't take any big falls, didn't have any injuries or anything like that. So I was really happy to be able to put it together from start to finish, especially the second half, which is so punishing and so challenging. And obviously I could see Jen off in the distance. And so there was a lot of bargaining with myself of whether or not I was going to try to go hard and catch her, or if I was going to be content with the fact that I really would like to go to Western States and I didn't want to blow that. So overall, just super happy. There's so many incredible women.
Yeah, the field was so deep. Did the race kind of play out like you thought it would? Did you know that because all podium finishers were underneath that original course record? Did you see that coming into today and it play out like you thought it would?
I was fairly certain someone would get the record, but I either thought it was going to be one of the super fast, kind of more short trail females. So someone like a Jen, someone like a Molly, someone who's just really strong. If they were able to put it together and hold through 100 kilometers, like they've got the leg speed. I didn't know if someone like Tara or Riley would be back for more. So there were kind of multiple different camps of women that I thought would do really well.
You were very close to Jen at the end there. I mean, it was for hours and hours of racing. I think you were like a minute behind her. What point of the race did you feel like, I got this, I got second place locked up. I feel really good. I feel confident. What point in that race was it that you knew you had it?
I don't know that I ever felt super confident just because I know there's so many fast women who would be really strong closers in that race. When we were coming out of one of the aid stations where you can see people in passing, I saw that Tara was in third. I saw that Molly was still looking really strong. And then I forget who was in fifth, but just women who could definitely close the second half of the race.
What part of your performance today do you think you executed really well?
I think I was super consistent. So I knew I wanted to go fast in the start, but not too fast. And I didn't want to blow up. So I was really happy that all the pieces came together.
And you got that golden ticket. That's got to be a fantastic feeling.
Oh man, that's so good. I'm so excited.
Well, and a huge, fantastic race. Big congratulations for me. And enjoy it.
Thanks so much. Appreciate it.
All right. So fun to hear from our top two ladies, especially after their super close race out there. Hey?
Yeah, so cool to see Ann Flower put herself in the mix of a really competitive field and to feel like she was actually controlling her race the whole day and felt like she was in a good place. I can't imagine racing a field this deep, but feeling like the effort was kind of controlled and dialed back and exactly where you want to be all day, and to have the result that she just did, which with a sub 8 hour second place finish here.
Yeah, absolutely mind-blowing. Just like, honestly, I think one of these storylines we're going to talk about once the race is done, one of the ones that will endure, throughout the season as a example of just a masterclass in pacing and racing, in absolutely getting at every last drop out of yourself. And both of those women are just class acts. It's really fun to get to hear them at the finish.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Ann at Western States. She has the 100-mile experience from this past summer at Leadville. Granted, Leadville and Western States are quite different races. However, I do think that 100-mile experience is extremely helpful whenever you line up at your second one. Any experience matters. And yeah, running gets different after 62 miles. So I don't think 100K translates perfectly to 100 miles, but I do think there's a lot of learnings you can take with you and apply from those races.
It's a jumping off point.
Totally.
And we've seen today that there are a lot of runners who are vets at the sport who are finding new life. We've seen some newcomers to this type of distance that are also finding a fresh outlook and, might be able to do quite a spectacular, 2026 of racing and beyond, because it looks very bright for a lot of these stars.
Yeah, no, it's really fun. I mean, getting to hear from our whole women's podium there, just a treat. And I think fan favorite interviews, probably still Tara. That was
So
memorable. But really, really cool. And just, yeah. I mean, I just can't believe how coherent everybody is, honestly, at the end of racing that hard for 8 hours.
It's like we can barely do it in the studio.
Yeah, I know.
Let alone nail it. So shout out to everyone out there who was a part of this one. Before we get out of here and turn the microphones over back to the delightful Chris Warden and AJW, I said delightful. Now Warden's taking umbrage with me saying
no,
there
no,
could
no,
even,
no, no.
there could even
No.
be another one.
There is no umbrage here to be taken. I don't know if you knew this, but Jordan Bramblett won a golden ticket, and I'm going to be riding
heard
this
that,
one
yeah.
for many, many months to come. Somebody on the pre-show, the Shakeout show, picked Jordan Bramblett to win a golden ticket, and it was me.
You did. I hate to admit it, Chris. I do. I hate to admit it, but I remember that conversation.
And I swear this might be the last time in the next hour or so that you hear that, but I just wanted to lay that out there. So, one panelist on the pre-show did pick Jordan Bramblett to win a golden ticket. So
that's huge. That's huge.
Yeah, I'm.
Someone had to nail it, Chris.
Wear that one into the ground.
I'm happy for you. I'm happy for you.
You guys are awesome.
Oh, that was fun.
Speaking of wearing things into the ground, Warden, this is the topic that's close to your heart because you'll be there. We have a 50K happening tomorrow that we should give a little bit of a preview to before we get out of here. You're racing it tomorrow. We've been on the trail before, but what should we expect from our competitors out there, the conditions? What are you looking forward to for the 50K?
If it's anything like today, it's going to be beautiful and it's going to be fast. And I expect Des Linden to blow the doors off of this race. I think that the first 20 miles of this race are not technical, and that's going to enable her to build up enough of a lead that nobody's going to be able to catch up. I think one of the things we saw early on in the 100K was that the rest of the field kind of caught up to Molly as things got past Gloriana, where things really do get a little bit technical, and obviously there were other factors, but I do believe that was a major one. I think that tomorrow's race is going to be too fast for the women's field to catch up, and there's some fantastic women in that race. On the guys' side, I would have said Chris Myers, but he was out there doing work today. So I think that in the men's field, it's a little bit more of an open season as to who's going to come out.
Well, I mean, we
top.
got Seth Ruling coming out.
Seth Ruling, Adam Peterman.
We got a fast field
going
for the
into
50K.
that on that men's side. I think that race is extremely difficult to handicap. I might be planting my flag a little bit too hard with regards to Des, but I just feel like when it comes to some pure speed, even though she's a couple years older than some of the other top competitors, she's just so fast even still.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think we're all rooting for Des to have her day out there. The course certainly suits her, so I hope that happens. But like we saw today, there's a lot of fast people that are lining up at these races, and there's some not even sneaky fast people in the 50K. They're just playing fast. Yeah. So Des has got her work cut out for her. All of the runners towing the line tomorrow. They're going to be great races.
As a World Trail Major, and plus the standardization. And Skylar, you've been around this race a long time. Like when it was a 60K, it was kind of like an odd, off distance, Like now that it's a 50K, that nice round number, I think that it does something to people psychologically. I think that they see that number there. They are drawn to that a little bit more than the 60K. Not that the 60K was any worse of a race. I love the fact that you went down into the canyon one more time. But this 50K
it's kind of pure
smoke at this point.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it is literally at the 50K mark at Deep Canyon. There's no sort of extra little loop or anything like that. It feels there's a nice little bow on that, I feel like. Sometimes you don't fight the course. Let the course tell you what it is.
Exactly. And there's not too many other 60Ks out there that are just like flat named 60K.
Right.
So
yeah, no, it's going to be a lot of fun. Well, it has been a pleasure, Skylar, Leah, myself,
so
Hillary. Yeah, we really enjoyed being on the mics today for mostly the elite race, but just getting to be along for the ride with so many fun storylines playing out with some incredible performances on both sides of the field.
You guys were awesome. Seriously.
Thanks,
It was
Chris.
so much fun to follow. I was trying to take a nap over there, but I just sat there and watched the entire time.
That was me this morning, just following around the course, hearing you guys, AJW, start the day off, and then you guys are taking it all the way to the finish. You've got a long shift ahead of you, my friend. But no one better to do it. And pleasure to be out here with such a great crew. Thank you again to Hoka for being the presenting sponsor of the Black Canyon Ultras. We are grateful for all of your support, for everyone who pitched in for the race purse. That was a fun highlight of the day. Lots of cool things happening right now.
Yeah, so grateful to be with you. Don't know when we'll all get to be on the mic again together, but it's been a blast. And excited to throw it over to Chris and AJW to take you guys into the dark.
We'll see you guys on the internet. Enjoy your Valentine's Day. Enjoy your Aravaipa Mountain Outpost After Dark. And enjoy the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka.
They call you crazy for the 4 a.m. starts, for the endless miles, for pushing your body to the brink. They might call you crazy, but that just spurs you on. Go further with Enduro 3, the ultra performance GPS smartwatch from Garmin.
Push your limits on the trails, but the sun is destroying your skin. Don't let the damage stick. The first clinical grade UV repair system is almost here. Scan now to join the waitlist and secure 40% off launch day. Your skin deserves a pit stop.
Not every runner runs in the rain. Not every runner runs in sub-freezing temperatures. Not every runner runs 100 miles at a time. Not every runner seeks out the most challenging environments in the world to test their athletic resolve. Not every runner finds joy in the struggle. But for those who do, we see you. We see you on those days when you could just take the day off or log a few miles on the treadmill instead of braving the gusting wind and snow. We see you, and we're here for it. That's why we create and test the absolute best technical running apparel in the world. Gear that keeps you dry, staves off the wind, keeps you warm. Gear that keeps you comfortable in the most uncomfortable conditions. So go ahead, step out the door, seek out those challenges, and just keep running. Or where, for whatever's ahead.
When you're far from home, without a phone,
We have an SOS activation from a Garmin Phoenix smartwatch.
what matters most is the power to stay connected. When every second counts. SOS on your wrist, only on Phoenix 8 Pro. From Garmin.
Welcome back. Mountain Outpost 2026 Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka. Chris Warden.
Andy Jones-Wilkins here. Man, it's great to be back. What an incredible team we had with Hillary, Leah, and Skylar.
Absolutely.
Carrying you through the podiums in the top 10 for each of the men and the women. Incredible race. And Chris, here we are to bring us into the evening.
We are going to do our best over the course of the next few hours to keep you informed, entertained, and perhaps a laugh or two along the way. I totally stole that from the late, great Terry Boers, a Chicago radio legend. We're going to do our best to give these runners their shine here as they come into the finish line.
And keep in mind, we're up, as you can see up in the top right corner of your screen, we're 10 hours and 10 minutes into the race. That is the time of the 7 o'clock starters. There was also a wave that started at 7:30 and a wave that started at 8. So there are runners strewn all across the course. We're sitting at Deep Canyon, where the cutoff will come at 6 p.m. That will be for the 8 a.m. starters. But they are strewn across the course, and I think the story at this point in the day, as it's cooling down and the sun is beginning to set behind the Bradshaws, is a lot of the runners out here now, maybe they're going for their 100K PR. they're certainly probably hoping that they get a Western States qualifier out of this, which means they have to finish under 17 hours. So there are hundreds of stories out there on the trail, and as incredible, for example, here's someone sprinting across the line, getting under 5:10:11. Literally hundreds of stories out there. And while the stories at the front of the pack were incredible, the stories in the middle and the back are probably equally as interesting.
Looks like that was Thomas Flick. Congratulations to Thomas coming in here to finish. Just before that, we had Nicole Kernick. Congratulations, 21st place female at this point. So we're still rounding out the top 25 on the women's side.
And yes, this finish from Doe, a little bit on this, from Doe Spring to the finish. And Chris, you ran this multiple times,
Oh, yeah.
trying to squeeze in that sub 17.
Mhm.
From wouldn't you say from Doe Springs in, you can, if you have running legs left, you can move.
I have very specific memories about Doe Spring as Reagan McCoy, our most recent finisher, comes in. There was one year where I was actually the final finisher
under
17 hours.
Oh.
So I got to Doe Spring at and we had to be there by midnight. It was like a Cinderella story, quite literally. I got to that aid station at 11:06.
And you're talking about I want to say it's 4 and change miles.
Mm-hmm. No, it's 3.6.
Oh,
exactly.
it's 3.6 Doe Springs to
Yeah.
Okay.
And I asked them, I said, how many miles is it? And they said 3.6. I said, do you promise? They said, yes, I promise. And we got from Doe Spring to the finish in with about 3.5 minutes to spare.
Did you really?
Yeah. So what's funny is that 2 years later, I was running it again. And so the first year that I ran it to this finish line, because I've been to 3 different finish lines for this race, I had my roommate at the time, Ethan, was pacing me, Ethan Bach. And 2 years later, his now wife, Sue Sidell, was pacing me, a couple of local runners. And we got to Doe Spring that year at about 10:54. So I was about 9 minutes ahead of where I was the previous year. And I said, I need to stop and I need to grab something to eat and refill a water bottle. And she said, you don't have time. And I said, I have time. And she said, well, Travis, my friend Travis, who was my crew person, said, and I said, I don't care what Travis said. I was here with your husband 2 years ago, 8 minutes slower, and we're going to be just fine. And I finished with 11 minutes to spare. So if there's anybody who knows, I might not know how to win this race, but I sure as hell know how to finish it with getting maximum value for your trail time.
And again, wouldn't you say that from finally, when you get to Doe Spring, that final 3.6, you've got a fair bit of good runnable stuff.
So absolutely.
If you've got legs, I mean, and you can sort of see it, like if you just look right underneath the finish line banner there, you can sort of see you're just running across kind of smooth desert. It's fantastic. But, when the clock is ticking, you've got to be ready to move on. So we will endeavor, Chris and I will endeavor to track every finisher. We probably do not. We might still have some drones in the sky. We'll see about that, but predominantly we'll have the finish line cam here. We might get some information about runners, maybe runners that we know or runners that you might know of on the chat. Please let us know of if there's anybody that you are particularly keen on finding out about or making sure we keep tabs on. Of course, we're all able to keep tabs on the live timing. If you're not doing that yet, check out Aravaipa live results. For the most part, they are accurate. Now, I would say that I would guess sometimes that Doe Spring mat can be missed, but certainly the Table Mesa mat will not be missed.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And as we kick off Aravaipa After Dark,
cheers.
Cheers. Somebody was asking what you're cracking. I'm drinking a lime seltzer.
I am going to wait a little bit here and probably crack. I don't think it'll come as a surprise to any of the viewers a Sierra Nevada, but we'll give that a little bit. But this is Aravaipa After Dark, even though it's not quite dark yet. Chris and I love doing this segment and honoring those who are coming in, still working their way to the finish.
That's bib number 943, Nick Taylor. Congratulations to Nick. Ran that Doe Spring section in about 26 minutes.
Whoa.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing about that Doe Spring section. Yeah, you can run that if you've got legs, and you can also see the finish line from a fair distance away. Okay.
There we go. So Michael, was that Michael Busada? Am I saying that correctly? Michael Busada.
The most recent finisher, yeah. I believe that was Nick Taylor.
Nick Taylor. Oh, there we go. Nick Taylor. Got it. Thank you. Yep, there he is. Nick Taylor in 10:16:03. Just a real quick wrap up, too. We know that Anthony Castales, Trayson Knopp, and Jordan Bramblett all enthusiastically accepted their golden tickets. They were second, third, and fifth. We also know that Hans Troyer and Canyon Woodward, first and fourth, were already in Western States. So you got a good look at 5 people who'll be towing the line in Olympic Valley. And on the women's side, Jennifer Lichter and Flower enthusiastically accepted their tickets. Tara Dower, who finished third, was already in the Western States with the win at Javelina, rolling it down to Molly Sidell, who also enthusiastically accepted her ticket. Fifth place, about 2.5 minutes behind Molly, was defending Western States champion Abby Hall, who for the second year in a row finished fifth here at Black Canyon. Her fifth place last year ended up a few weeks later, resulting in her entry into Western States. This week, it's a good, strong finish at a good, hard race for Abby.
Of course, Shea Aquilano finished sixth for the third time. She finished sixth in 2023, finished sixth in 2025, and in 2026. Now, what's crazy about that is that Shea's time today was 8:34:03, and her 2023 time that got her sixth was 9:08:27. Her time today would have been the course record a few years ago. Yeah, 8:34, because as recently as 2023, the course record was Keely Hettinger's 8:45:30. So it just talks about
how quickly the race has gone fast.
Absolutely.
I'm just scrolling a little bit up in here, and I'm not sure these questions. They might have been answered by the previous team, but a question about the Molly's shoes. They were the Ultra Fly 2, so the same shoe that Caleb Olson wore for his win at Western States. I got a little inside intel from Molly's coach Cliff on that.
Yeah, congratulations to all of our golden ticket finishers also. Congratulations to those that are still grinding it out on the course. It looks like we still have a few runners here at Deep Canyon Ranch that are making their way out for the second half of the race.
Yep, the cutoff for the 8 a.m. starters here is 6.
Okay, so they've got about 40 minutes left
Yep.
To depart this aid station.
few crews hanging around, and again, everything will stay up here and up and running as the 50K finishes here tomorrow. And also, I mean, it bears repeating that the Burrito League is taking place here, a 57-hour event, and we have runners going back and forth for 0.14 miles along the course here. So,
Congrats to our most recent finisher, Jesse Rosales.
Nice job there, Jesse.
Out of Denver, Colorado.
Good, strong finish. Let's see, doing some quick math, 47 and 33 minutes from Doe Spring.
Jesse Rosales, no stranger to racing Black Canyon, did the 100-mile challenge back in 2024 when it was a 100-mile or 100K and a 60K. Ran Black Canyon in 2023 as well.
And that was the snow year.
Yeah.
Let's just call it that. So that was the late start of the 100K, or the later start of the 100K, which meant just that much shorter amount of time between finishing the 100K and starting the 50K.
Yeah, in 2024, he was actually the first number one in the 100-mile challenge with a composite time of 17:01:15, beating a friend of our programs, Jake Jackson, who was second with 17:44. Jake will be joining us at our next
Jackpot.
Mountain Outpost broadcast at Jackpot.
I'm sorry I'll be missing that, Chris, but I have more important things to do.
Understood.
My granddaughter's birthday.
We are glad you're here with us this weekend.
Everything, when you have your first grandchild and she's a granddaughter, and you've had a life filled with 3 sons,
yeah,
you do everything for that little girl. I think the grandparents out there watching and listening would agree. So, needless to say, I won't make it to Vegas for Jackpot, but I'll be there in spirit.
Well, we'll have a great time there as bib number 380 comes into the finish here. Daniel Finger. Congratulations to Daniel.
Daniel's been at it a long time. I know that name. I think he's a Midwesterner, if I'm not mistaken. I think also, did we miss Thomas Moreno?
We have a friend in the corner of the screen.
Yeah. Got a couple of others coming through, including Sydney Welch, who would likely be the 21st woman finisher. And then, at least based on the splits at Doe Spring, a bit of a gap.
We'll be doing a stream swap here at the bottom of the hour. You won't have to do anything, but we'll take a quick commercial break at that time, give ourselves a chance to recharge our batteries and flip the streams. Again, you don't have to do anything. It's just something we have to switch on our end to switch to stream 2 here at the Black Canyon Ultras presented by Hoka.
Yep, we've been stretching this stream pretty far. We're more than almost 11 hours into the stream with the half an hour that we started, so we want to make sure we switch that up and get a fresh stream to bring us into the night. Warm Monkey asking, what is the golden ticket? Excellent question.
You can answer that
So back in the day, before what are now called the golden tickets, Montrail, which was the kind of top shoe company in trail and ultra at the time, created something in conjunction with the Western States 100 called the Montrail Ultra Cup, where they selected 5 or 6 races in the only in the United States, and those races they ranged from, there was even a 50K back then, the way too cool 50K, and then a couple of 50 milers and a couple of 100Ks that were qualifying races for the Montrail Ultra Cup. There was a little prize purse for it, and winning the Montrail Ultra Cup or getting top 2 in a Montrail Ultra Cup race earned you a spot in Western States. That has since evolved into what is now called the Hoka Golden Ticket Series, and it's a global series. There are currently 7 Golden Ticket races, 4 of them in the United States, 3 of them abroad, and those races, depending on the race, award either 2 two golden tickets to the top 2 male finishers, top 2 female finishers, or as is the case in Black Canyon and also the case in CCC and Canyons, top 3 tickets for the Western States 100. It's a way to ensure an elite field into Western States without necessarily having to go through some sort of elaborate point system or anything else. So Black Canyon is the first North American golden ticket race in the calendar year of 2026. The next one will be the Canyons 100K in April, much of which takes place on the Western States course. As such, the Black Canyon 100K has become one of the most, if not the most competitive 100Ks in the United States.
I think that was a perfect explanation and ties it into Black Canyon, which has been a golden ticket race now for a decade.
Mm-hmm. And a great race. And frankly, if you're like a strategic thinker about it, we're doing this broadcast on the 14th of February. So Western States Race Day is 4.5 months away. Even if you do an all-out effort like we obviously saw Hans Troyer and Anthony Castales and Ann Flower and Jennifer Lichter do today, there's ample time to recover, potentially even do a few tune-up races. And I will say, I remember talking to Jamil Curry when he first designed the Black Canyon 100K course, and he did design it with Western States in mind, most specifically in that it is a point-to-point net downhill course. I think most people know that Western States as well is a point-to-point net downhill course with much of that downhill coming in the middle of the race. Here at Black Canyon, much of the downhill comes in the first 20 miles, and the subsequent 40 miles are generally rolling with some mild downhills. And even regardless of the golden ticket stature of Black Canyon, it is clear that Black Canyon in and of itself has become a highly competitive 100K on the North American calendar. I would suggest that maybe CCC, well, certainly CCC, the 100K that is part of the UTMB family of races is more competitive year after year than Black Canyon, and that might be it. For 100K races. Canyons has had competitive and less competitive years, but this is a great shot. I'm going to interrupt myself, Chris. This is the still cam of Deep Canyon at the moment.
We're actually basically just below where that camera shot is emanating from. The little camera tower is actually right next to our mountain outpost tent.
And so runners will come in. So, for example, that gentleman with the tall socks is coming into the aid station. He'll make a little loop around that Palo Verde tree, come into the finish line of the 50K, where you see the Black Canyon red banner to the right. Just off the screen to the right is the large aid station, as well as the drop bag service and places where your crew can access you. And then you proceed up there to the left where the volunteer with the orange shirt is standing. That's where runners exit the area and then come towards the screen. So it's a little bit of a loop. It's a great sort of spectator venue. It's also a really, really fun place for crews to meet their runners, and as I said, it's the halfway point of the race as well.
Of course, we also have a Burrito League segment out there for those who are interested in that kind of thing.
Yeah, so the Burrito League has become a bit of a viral phenomenon, and there's a pop-up Burrito League segment right now. You can see where that gentleman without the shirt is running. That is on the segment. It goes down the dirt road, and instead of making the sharp right-hand turn and going underneath the finish banner to the 50K, it goes out about another 200 meters to a random spot in the road where the segment ends, and you turn around and come back. I spent a fair amount of my afternoon running 14 miles of segments. It was fun. It's kind of fun to run segments while the 100K runners are coming in and coming out. So we're at 10:30 elapsed
Yeah.
And I think it's about time to take a little break and get ready for a stream swap. Again, as Chris mentioned, no need for you to do anything, and we will be right back.